A ray of light pierced through, and the moon tree opened its eyes. The sky was dark, even the white clouds were. Stained crimson, this place felt foreign, unlike the azure blue of the moon tree's memories, as if the very heavens were pressing down upon it. The crackling sound of fire echoed in the ears, sizzling and carrying an odd scent. Where is this? The moon tree gritted its teeth, feeling as though its head was filled with lead, heavy and unable to rise. With a great effort, the moon tree attempted to stand, but still could not manage more than rolling over and propping itself up. Scanning the surroundings, the ground was charred earth. Small flames flickered quietly, while the nearby trees had been reduced to ash, and bodies lay scattered on the ground. One here, another there. Most alarmingly, each of these individuals was drenched in blood, half their bodies cloaked in black ash. In its memories, not long ago, the moon tree had been gaming at home all night, merely trying to catch up on sleep. How had it ended up in this place? System binding in progress. 10, 30, 100. System binding successful. Multiverse Lottery System. Soul binding complete. The Multiverse Lottery System? Electronic voices abruptly resonated in its mind, causing the moon tree to shudder. Having been a recluse for over 20 years, the moon tree was acutely aware of the significance of system. It was the essential golden finger for any traveler, as nearly all of them ascended to the pinnacle of life with the system's assistance after their journey began. The thought filled the moon tree with excitement. Did this mean it had caught the wave of transmigration? And now, with the golden finger of a system, it would ascend to the heights of life. Merely imagining it brought a smile. System, introduce your functions. The moon tree summoned the system mentally, as depicted in novels. Host, the Multiverse Lottery System can provide items and skills from across the multiverse. Does that mean I can acquire abilities from other worlds? Indeed, the Multiverse Lottery System will assist the host in becoming the master of dimensions. How can I obtain those abilities? By completing tasks, you will earn a chance to draw lots based on the difficulty level. Please explore independently. As this is your first successful binding, the system will reward you with one lottery draw. One lottery draw is a reward. The Multiverse Lottery is the only way for the host to acquire multiverse abilities. Rewards are completely random, with SS level being the best and a level the worst. Then let's draw. Very well. The moon tree communicated with the system in its mind, although it received no substantial information. At least there was a novice gift package. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ability Spiraling Sphere A-Class. The draw is complete. At this stage, the host must explore this dimensional world independently. Apart from a lottery, the system will enter hibernation. Beyond that, it will only provide the attribute panel and task panel. Upon hearing it had drawn the spiraling sphere, the moon tree felt a flicker of joy, only to be surprised that the system would soon enter hibernation. Hey, system, that's rather useless. Wait, the moon tree called out, but the cold electronic voice had already vanished from its mind. To be honest, the moon tree had not anticipated ending up in this situation. The golden finger system had barely appeared before going dormant. With a sigh, the moon tree felt a sense of helplessness. Attributes. Murmuring softly, the moon tree intended to check its current status. Name. Ji Shun Yushu. Status. Normal. The system has restored negative states upon successful binding. Ability. Spiraling Sphere A-Class. Combat Power. Inferior. Friendly reminder. Combat power refers to the level of strength one can exert, categorized as inferior, low ninja, mid ninja, high ninja, shadow, super shadow, six paths, and god. With each tier having its own range, not all levels are equal. The moon tree was taken aback. It hadn't expected the attribute panel to be so simplistic. Other systems typically listed sensory attributes, yet this one seemed to convey little, accompanied only by a friendly reminder. How unfortunate. This is hardly reliable. My combat power is inferior? The moon tree felt the weight lift and complained before standing up. This rank had already given it some insight into the world it inhabited. The surrounding atmosphere was gloomy, imparting a sense of oppression, leaving the moon tree feeling uneasy. At that moment, a gust of wind swept by. A dark shadow zipped past, and the moon tree instinctively sidestepped. What the hell? The moon tree cursed. Task triggered. Eliminate the rain ninja in front of you. Reward. One lottery draw. The emotionless electronic voice rang in its mind, momentarily startling the moon tree. Didn't expect there to be a little ghost left behind. A voice came from ahead, and the moon tree shifted its gaze. Before it stood a man in cloth armor, with a forehead protector bearing 4 vertical lines etched upon it. Do you wage war on our land simply because we are weak? What great ninja village? Just a bunch of scoundrels. The man gritted his teeth, looking extremely disheveled, covered in wounds, with blood staining half his body. Clutching a kunai, he slowly approached. The moon tree's breath quickened. It was just a recluse, unaccustomed to such scenes. Damn it. The moon tree cursed again while others transcended to greatness. It found itself in an awkward predicament, encountering a rain ninja right off the bat. From his words, it seemed it was caught in an unfavorable time. A mere little ghost is quite impressive, is he truly? From Konoha, the man grinned wickedly, charging forward with his kunai. Konoha? The moon tree was momentarily taken aback, but there was no time to dwell on it. The rain ninja's figure darted closer, and the moon tree's hands trembled. Taking a deep breath, it summoned the chakra within, the only ability it possessed, the spiraling sphere just drawn. The rain ninja shouted, closing the distance. The moon tree did not blink, timing its dodge perfectly to evade the kunai, slicing through the air. Close call. The moon tree gasped. Astonished, was it truly capable of such movement? Without overthinking, the chakra surged forth, gathering in the moon tree's hand. The rain ninja, sensing danger, was not one to wait for the moon tree to unleash its technique. Go to hell, he shouted, his bloodied arm swinging the kunai towards the moon tree. Breath steady, the man's movements slowed in the moon tree's eyes, and it sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the kunai's edge. The rain ninja's pupils narrowed as a small figure lunged toward him. Spiraling sphere. With a resonant cry, the wind whipped around, as the moon tree unleashed a blue-white, swirling orb that struck the rain ninja's body. In an instant, the rain ninja flew backward as if a mere leaf caught in a gust. With a thud, he crashed into a tree, embedding himself partially within it. The moon tree gasped for breath, astonished it had truly succeeded, as if it had been innate, instinctively executing the signature jutsu of a Hokage spiraling sphere. Before it, the man collapsed, his gaze dimming. A spiral wound upon him, devoid of blood, yet painfully evident. Haha, the man chuckled weakly. What have we done wrong? Is it because we are weak? Please do not drag our family into your own matters. Ueshu observed the man beside him, who clenched his fists tightly, his somber gaze brimming with pure tears. Rest now. After a moment of silence, Yushu's hands gently caressed the man's face, causing his eyes to close, yet a solitary tear remained glistening. Mission accomplished. Eliminate the rain ninja reward. 1 lottery draw. The electronic voice echoed within his mind. But Ueshu felt little joy. Around him, the smoke of battle rose ominously, scattered, dismembered bodies lay strewn across the ground. Their dull eyes had yet to close, and the forehead protectors, cloaked in black and gray, bore the same 4 vertical lines, with only a few differing marks. These were the protectors of the rain ninja, and the black earth beneath his feet was undoubtedly the village of the rain. Ueshu gritted his teeth as a seasoned otaku. He was acutely aware of the world and era he had entered. The situation he faced was, without a doubt, the Second Shinobi World War from the realm of Naruto, where the conflicts among the great ninja villages erupted in the Rain Village, dragging its inhabitants into the abyss of war. War, is it? Ueshu murmured softly to himself, realizing that at this moment he was the only living soul in this forsaken area. The gentle patter of rain cascaded down, trickling along the cloak as the moon tree traversed the downpour, draped in a salvaged mantle. It had been half a day since the moon tree arrived here, and the surroundings bore the remnants of a recently extinguished battlefield, with figures clad in ninja garb lying silently on the ground. Little one, are you lost? A man's voice called out from behind as the moon tree tilted his head up, raindrops landing upon his face. Turning around, his gaze fell upon a figure he recognized all too well, with slightly longer white hair and 2 streaks of grease painted across his face. There was no mistaking it. Before him stood Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. As Jiraiya approached, the moon tree remained silent. Why the long face? The war is over, Jiraiya remarked, squatting down to meet the moon tree's gaze at eye level. A familiar sensation brushed against his head. The moon tree realized it was Jiraiya affectionately ruffling his hair. A notification echoed within his mind. Mission triggered. Enter Konoha with Jiraiya's assistance. Reward: 1 lottery draw. The moon tree looked at Jiraiya, momentarily at a loss for how to persuade him to take him back to Konoha. Are you from Konoha? Jiraiya suddenly inquired, catching the moon tree off guard. Previously, during a skirmish with a lower-ranking ninja, the adversary had claimed to be from Konoha, leaving him bewildered. Jiraiya extended his hand toward the moon tree's feet, revealing a Konoha headband before him. When did this happen? The moon tree was astonished, having been oblivious to the headband tied around his ankle. Upon awakening, he had found himself in an entirely different world, utterly ignorant of his circumstances. Not yours. I wondered when Konoha had produced another prodigy. No wonder I had no recollection, Jiraiya remarked as he stood up. I am Jiraiya, a ninja from Konoha. How about it? Would you like to return with me? He smiled, having extended his hand to many orphans affected by the war. The moon tree was momentarily taken aback, never expecting the mission to be completed so effortlessly. Is that possible? Of course, Konoha welcomes you. As the rain continued to fall, the two figures, one large and one small, walked side by side into the distance. Following Jiraiya, they soon arrived at a campsite where the rain finally ceased. I'm back, Jiraiya announced, lifting the flap of the tent and stepping inside, with the moon tree quietly trailing behind. Jiraiya, you rascal, running off again. A young girl's voice rang out, prompting the moon tree to glance inside. He recognized several familiar faces, including the calm Uncle Snake and the young Tsunade. Indeed, the legendary Sannin were all present. At this time, they had just been bestowed the title of Sannin by Hanzo of the Salamander. Additionally, there was a white-haired man resembling the original Kakashi, albeit a bit more mature. This was none other than Hatake Tsukumo, the father of Hatake Kakashi. My apologies, feeling a bit bored, so I took a little stroll, Jiraiya chuckled, eliciting exasperated reactions from the others. And who is that child? Tsunade fixed her gaze upon Suki, having noticed her from the very beginning. The individual they had just encountered was undoubtedly from Konoha, as evidenced by the forehead protector still strapped to his foot. Not only Tsunade, but the others present also directed their attention towards Suki, who felt a twinge of anxiety. The 4 individuals before her were formidable, each more powerful than the last. Is that so? Tsunade's voice diminished significantly as she uttered those words and then resumed her seat. Well, our current task is to retreat. The war has concluded, and it is time to return to Konoha. Shikaka glanced at Tsunade before speaking. Finally, it can come to an end. It has been quite exhausting. Orochimaru interjected languidly. In any case, we have nearly wrapped things up. Let us gather our companions and head back to Konoha. As Shikaku's words settled, the atmosphere in the camp was not one of elation. Instead, it was rather somber, Tsunade especially so. Jiraiya remained silent, quietly observing everything, then sighed and turned to leave. Suki followed closely behind him as they exited together. By the way, I still do not know your name. Jiraiya paused at the camp's entrance. Suki, Himegami Suki, she replied. A lovely name, Jiraiya remarked, leaning against a tree. I apologize, but I cannot accompany you back to Konoha. Did you see that beautiful sister just now? Let her take you back. Jiraiya smiled. Why? Suki inquired, but in the next moment, she recalled something. After the Second Great Ninja War, Jiraiya had not returned to Konoha. Instead, he spent 3 years in the Rain Village, living with 3 children, teaching them ninjutsu so they could survive peacefully in the war-torn Rain Village. Those 3 were Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko, who later became prominent figures in the Akatsuki. Well, men often have a few burdens to bear. You will understand when you grow up. Jiraiya chuckled softly before darting back into the camp. Tsunade, could you please escort this little one back to Konoha? With Jiraiya's words, the camp erupted into chaos once more. Suki observed from outside, a slight smile forming on her lips. The earlier somber atmosphere dissipated under Jiraiya's influence. Even Tsunade was uplifted. Following Jiraiya's lead, the bespectacled figure bid farewell to Suki and slipped away, leaving Tsunade reluctantly guiding Suki and the Konoha forces as they evacuated the Rain Village. Thus, the Second Great Ninja War truly came to an end, yet the battlefield of the Rain Village was no longer what it once was. As the Konoha forces withdrew, Tsunade, still harboring mixed feelings, led Suki at the forefront of the procession. Konoha, Suki mused as she walked, reflecting on how just a day prior, she had merely been an average sports enthusiast. Now, she stood upon the cherished grounds of her beloved fictional realm. With that thought, a smile crept across Suki's face, a blend of excitement and joy. Beside her, Tsunade cast a few sidelong glances at Moon Tree, imprinting his visage into her memory. Her gaze momentarily drifted, as if she beheld another figure before her. Lady Tsunade, what troubles you? She was roused from her reverie, turning her attention to Moon Tree. Thank you for guiding me back to Konoha. What is there to thank? If gratitude is due, it should be directed towards Jiraiya, who delights in meddling in others' affairs. Tsunade's tone bore a hint of frosty elegance, yet beneath it lay a trace of tenderness. Moon Tree smiled softly and replied, even so, I believe I ought to express my gratitude to you. Tsunade regarded him for a moment before turning away. Suit yourself. With that, their conversation concluded, and Tsunade ceased to engage with Moon Tree, who likewise refrained from further words. The pair walked together, a tall figure and a small one, leading a throng of people. Tsunade exhaled quietly, unnoticed by those around her. The faint metallic scent of blood wafting from behind made her stomach churn. Walking at the forefront was her way of avoiding the sight of the blood she found so repugnant, even if it belonged to comrades standing upon this battlefield alongside her. Jiraiya had once again meddled, bringing back a young boy and unceremoniously placing him in her company. Although initially vexed, Tsunade could not help but be reminded of her younger brother, Nawaki. In this boy, not merely due to appearance, but because of a certain essence he radiated, especially when he smiled, evoking memories of her childhood with Nawaki. Stealing another glance sideways, she observed Moon Tree walking quietly, his gaze fixed ahead, his eyes seemingly aglow. So similar, truly reminiscent. A wave of sorrow surged within Tsunade. Nawaki too had always exuded a luminous spirit, not the warmth of the sun, but rather the gentle embrace of a great tree, sheltering all around it. Redirecting her gaze, she endeavored to alleviate her sorrow and continued to follow the retreating troops. The subsequent days were spent in withdrawal. Although the distance between the Rain Village and Konoha was not vast, the collective journey stretched on considerably. Throughout this time, Moon Tree remained at Tsunade's side, their silence persistent, while the atmosphere around them remained unchanged. Yet, among the other ninjas, the shadows of loss began to dissipate as the war concluded, and the team grew less somber. After several days of travel, the long-awaited Konoha finally emerged before them. As they traversed the woodland path, the spirits of the accompanying individuals lifted considerably. The grand gates gradually came into view, the outline of a village materializing from the horizon. It was akin to spotting an island emerging during a voyage at sea. To Moon Tree, Konoha was his promised land. Mission: enter Konoha with Jiraiya's assistance. Accomplished. Reward: 1 lottery draw. The moment he stepped through the gates, a voice echoed in his mind. Do you wish to attend school? Tsunade regarded the bowing figure before her with momentary astonishment. Just days prior, upon returning to Konoha, Moon Tree, a war orphan, should have been placed in an orphanage. However, Tsunade had chosen to keep him close, drawn by the resemblance he bore to Nawaki. Indeed, I request your guidance. The moonlit tree continues to bow, and the occurrence of such an event is entirely due to the sudden activation of a task by the system. Task triggered: enroll in the Ninja Academy. Completion of the task grants a lottery chance. Setting aside the rationale behind the task, the moonlit tree has always harbored a desire to attend school, and now, with this task, it is a double advantage. The system serves as his golden key to solidify his position within the world of Naruto. Each lottery represents an opportunity for enhancement. Sundara, with a hand running through her hair, gazes at the still bowing moonlit tree and lets out a resigned sigh. All right, I shall speak with the third Hokage shortly. Really? Upon hearing Tsunade's words, the moonlit tree instantly lifts his head, his face radiating excitement. Rest assured, would I deceive you? Tsunade chuckles inwardly. It is merely school, yet the little imp appears overwhelmingly thrilled. The moonlit tree, grinning, realizes that this is his chance to encounter characters from the original narrative, and additionally, he will have another opportunity for the lottery. Tsunade observes all of this, and unbeknownst to her, her mood begins to brighten. True to her word, she informs the third Hokage that very day, resulting in the moonlit tree receiving a notification the following morning. The notice instructs him to attend school the next day. At this moment, the system also indicates the task's completion, granting the moonlit tree 3 lottery chances to utilize before school. System: initiate the lottery. The moonlit tree sits in his room, currently residing in Tsunade's home. Congratulations, host. You have obtained mastery in swordsmanship, C rank, 3 Tomo Sharingan, B rank, and Senju bloodline, awakened, A rank. The electronic voice resonates in his mind, leaving the moonlit tree momentarily stunned. Not for any particular reason, but because he never anticipated such an extraordinary outcome from his 3 consecutive draws. It was as though luck itself had descended upon him. In a single trio of draws, he acquires the most formidable bloodlines from the Naruto universe. Though not fully realized, it is still a remarkable stroke of fortune. Before long, the moonlit tree can sense a transformation within his body. His vision sharpens, a surge of energy courses through him, and his mind is flooded with knowledge of sword techniques. An exhilarating thrill envelopes him, and disregarding everything else, he dashes into the bathroom. A handsome visage appears in the mirror. Aside from his exquisite features, the most striking aspect is undoubtedly his blood-red eyes. 3 Tomo swirl around the irises, exuding an aura of coolness. It seems I, too, have joined the ranks of the red-eyed, he muses. Then with a blink, the Sharingan vanishes, reverting to his ordinary black pupils. The Sharingan is a unique bloodline ability of the Uchiha clan, and as he is not of their lineage, it must remain concealed. Just as the moonlit tree contemplates his plans, the door suddenly swings open. What are you doing in here, moonlit tree? Come, let me treat you to a meal. With a sigh, he recognizes the voice without needing to look. It is none other than Tsunade, who has taken him in. School starts tomorrow, so we might as well celebrate, she declares, disregarding his protests and swiftly pulling him out of the room. With a determined effort, Tree Pride opens Tsunade's grip. Gasping for breath. Oh, Tsunade released him, her gaze sweeping across him. What is the matter? Tree felt uneasy under her scrutinizing stare and inquired. You've become considerably stronger. Just a little, he replied, acknowledging the truth to Tsunade, the legendary Sannin, who would undoubtedly see through any pretense. Well, you still have a long way to go. Tsunade playfully struck his head with a light chop and then clapped her hands, wearing a smug expression. Come on, let us go eat. With a resigned smile, Tree ruffled his hair and followed the exuberant Tsunade. At this point, Tsunade had not yet departed from Konoha, nor was she as consumed by gambling as depicted in the original narrative. She was at the perfect age, embodying a youthful appearance and spirit. Everything was just right, akin to a slightly unripe red apple. She had not sent him to an orphanage and treated him with sincerity, although Tree did not fully understand the reason. It was clear that Jiraiya's words did not hold the same weight with Tsunade, yet he cherished this bond in his heart. During their outing for a meal, Tree encountered a delightful surprise. To his astonishment, Ichiraku Ramen, a well-known establishment, already existed at this time. However, instead of meeting the famed Otsutsuki Ichiraku, he came across Ichiraku's father, a young boy slightly older than Tree, whose presence loomed large in Konoha. As the day passed, Tree finally approached the commencement of his academic journey. Early the next morning, he prepared himself, while Tsunade remained soundly asleep beside him, neglecting her role as a guardian until Tree roused her. I'll leave this little rascal in your care. Rest assured, Lady Tsunade. I shall do my utmost to guide him, she assured him before escorting Tree to school and speaking with his teacher, marking the official beginning of his educational experience. Today, we have a new student in our class. Let us invite him to introduce himself, the teacher announced. As the words left the teacher's lips, Tree stepped into the classroom, and the gaze of every student fixated on him. Surveying the room, Tree was taken aback to see an unexpected face. A boy with golden hair, a gentle visage, and eyes radiating warmth, like a small sun, captured Tree's attention. This boy was someone Tree knew well. Anyone familiar with Naruto would recognize him. It was Minato Namikaze, the future Yellow Flash and Fourth Hokage, a prodigious ninja and protagonist's father. Tree had never imagined he would encounter Minato, let alone attend school alongside him. Nevertheless, it made Tree's forthcoming experiences all the more intriguing. The Golden Flash. Was it? Tree mused, glancing at Minato, eager to test his abilities and ascertain his own level of skill. After a brief self-introduction, Tree found himself seated not far from Minato. Once again, Uechu exchanged glances with Minato Namikaze. This time, Uechu nodded slightly, and Minato responded in kind. Just as Uechu had noticed Minato, Minato was equally aware of Uechu. He sensed that Uechu was different from others, a formidable rival, which prompted Minato to take a greater interest in him. Following a theoretical class, It became almost a ritual for the classmates to approach the transfer student, Uechu. He had no intention of fostering a rigid atmosphere among his peers and managed to engage with them quite amicably. "Hello, my name is Minato Namikaze. Pleased to meet you." Jishin. After a short while, Minato approached Uechu with a bright smile. Naturally, Uechu reciprocated with a smile of his own, thereby forging a connection between them. The first day of classes was unremarkable, much like before his transmigration. It was merely a tedious process, perhaps due to the recent start of the school year. The lessons predominantly revolved around history, with no engagement in chakra refinement yet. "How do you find the school?" Upon returning home, Tsunade was enjoying a drink. Her complexion slightly flushed. "Don't drink too much," Uechu cautioned, then proceeded to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Before his transmigration, Uechu had lived independently and was quite adept at cooking. To avoid being a freeloader, he volunteered to take on the culinary responsibilities. Such a little fellow. Already learned to manage others, Tsunade chuckled heartily after taking another sip. There is little benefit in excessive drinking. "Today at school was rather mundane, but I did meet a commendable classmate." "Such youth," Tsunade remarked, setting down her cup and reclining on the tatami, her slightly rosy cheeks rendering her irresistibly alluring. Calling oneself young at just over 20, Uechu replied while preparing the meal, grateful that the kitchen was conveniently adjacent to the living room. "Being in your 20s isn't exactly youthful, it's rather old. Being a ninja isn't a profession known for longevity. I think it's just right." "Isn't it? In your 20s, he countered. This kind of seemingly meaningless conversation was a staple of Uechu and Tsunade's daily interactions. It was uncomplicated. Yet Uechu cherished it. When silence fell, Uechu paused, the gentle rhythm of Tsunade's breathing filling the air. A smile graced his lips, and his knife work grew lighter. The sun began its descent, casting warm yet cool rays, and Tsunade was draped in a blanket. The kitchen was filled with soft sounds, mingling with the aroma of the food wafting through the air. Uechu's life gradually fell into a routine, his relationship with Minato blossoming, and under Tsunade's guidance. He began refining his chakra. However, due to the Senja bloodline, he possessed an innate abundance of chakra, which surprised Tsunade, though she did not dwell on it. Thus, a month passed, and Uechu diligently practiced using kanai and body techniques, until another surprise suddenly arrived. "Today, we have a new student joining our class. Let us welcome her as she introduces herself." On that day in class, a new student graced the classroom of Uechu. As Uechu's gaze shifted towards the door, he beheld a captivating young lady. Her flowing crimson hair cascaded down her back, and her dark eyes radiated a sense of resilience. With her upright posture, she appeared to be quite the striking figure. Uechu fixated on her, for he recognized her instantly, Naruto's mother. "I am Uzumaki Kushina, and my dream is to become the first female Hokage," Kushina exclaimed, swiftly inscribing her name, startling everyone with her introduction. However, instead of applause, she was met with laughter. "The first female Hokage? Just look at her hair, and her face is so round, resembling a tomato." The classmates erupted into a cacophony of teasing remarks, all of which reached Kushina's ears, causing her cheeks to redden visibly. "Wow, she really is turning red, just like a tomato," Uechu observed, intrigued by the transformation of Kushina's face, which indeed bore a striking resemblance to a tomato. "What did you say?" Kushina retorted angrily, yet her words fell on deaf ears. "Oh no, the tomato is angry," they cackled. "Don't provoke her. She aspires to be the first female Hokage." Ultimately, Kushina, being but one individual, found herself overwhelmed by the group's jeers, unable to retaliate, and she was not one to hurl insults anyway. On the sidelines, Namikaze Minato watched intently, his gaze fixed on Kushina, for he too aspired to be Hokage, and seeing someone with a similar ambition piqued his interest. Uechu, observing Kushina's predicament, sighed in resignation at her inability to contend with the multitude. Raising his hands, he clapped vigorously, and the sudden applause silenced the lively classroom. Mocking someone's dreams is the lowest form of behavior. Regardless of the circumstances, one should at least acknowledge their aspirations. If you lack the determination of others, you have no right to deride their dreams. In the quiet classroom, only Uechu's voice resonated, drawing the attention of all his classmates as they focused on him. After his speech, it seemed that they recognized their error, falling silent and no longer making fun of Kushina, who merely huffed in response. Thus, the commotion surrounding Kushina subsided. and it was noteworthy that her seat was conveniently located right in front of Yuetshu. "Thank you." The sound of her soft voice brushed past Yuetshu, accompanied by her flowing red hair. He smiled gently, replying only after she had settled into her seat, ensuring his words were barely audible to anyone else. "You're welcome. You look quite impressive." As he spoke, Kushina's hand trembled slightly, and the corner of her mouth lifted just enough for Yuetshu not to notice. "Your goal is also Hokage. I am Namikaze Minato, and like you, my ambition is to become Hokage." Minato, intrigued by Kushina's shared aspiration, approached her immediately after class had ended. As the radiant beacon of his class, Minato Namikaze exuded an affable charm. Despite being a prodigy, his humble origins endeared him to his peers. In the past, his sunlit smile had a profound impact, yet, regrettably, it had an adverse effect on Kushina. "A simpleton like you can never become Hokage. That title is destined for me," Kushina proclaimed with undeniable masculinity, eliciting a few awkward chuckles from Minato. Yuetshu, observing the exchange, couldn't help but emit a light laugh. "Simpleton, what a delightful characterization of Minato," he remarked, having developed a good rapport with him. It was indeed an unexpected remark. Minato scratched his head, having never encountered anyone labeling him a simpleton before, yet he was taken aback by Kushina's subsequent words. "And you resemble a girl. Utterly devoid of masculinity, so dainty." Minato stood frozen, while Yuetshu erupted with laughter. Kushina, without a hint of mercy, had dubbed Minato's unique, gentle demeanor as effeminate, which explained his state of shock. Regardless, this exchange marked the beginning of their acquaintance. Life continued as usual. Although Yuetshu occasionally intervened to assist Kushina, her situation remained unchanged. Though no one openly spoke of it, many whispered behind her back, calling her a tomato. This infuriated Kushina, leading her to confront those boys who spoke ill of her, delivering a sound thrashing. Consequently, her nickname evolved from tomato to blood-red chili pepper. Nevertheless, Yuetshu remained steadfast, engaging in light banter with Kushina, their camaraderie blossoming. Today marked a significant milestone, as the Ninja Academy finally transitioned from months of theoretical lessons and practice with shuriken to their inaugural practical combat class. Students were to engage in friendly competitions, albeit with a focus on restraint. At long last, the long-awaited system task was activated. Task triggered: defeat Minato Namikaze in the competition. Completion reward: a chance to draw a prize. Yuetshu had eagerly anticipated this system task, recognizing it as the most efficient path to strengthen his abilities. As excitement coursed through him, Yuetshu discovered that his opponent was none other than Minato, with their match scheduled as the final bout. The clash between the genius Minato and the equally talented Yuetshu had the audience abuzz with anticipation. "Yuetshu, give it your all and bring that dainty fellow down." Before the competition commenced, the formidable Kushina had already triumphed over her opponent and was there to cheer Yuetshu on. Her demeanor radiant as she playfully punched the air with her tiny fists, exuding adorableness. Yuetshu glanced at Minato, who appeared somber, oblivious to the fact that someone intended to best him. With the teacher's voice resonating, the atmosphere grew lively as Yuetshu and Minato stepped forward. First, they exchanged a handshake, accompanied by a polite request for guidance, and then Uetsuki and Minato Namikaze began to confront each other. Minato's gaze sharpened considerably, and he appeared transformed. As the instructor's voice faded, the two figures sprang into action. In an instant, they collided, their arms locked in a stalemate. After a brief moment of mutual regard, they resumed their movements, breaking the impasse and engaging in hand-to-hand combat. With straight punches, sweeping kicks, and defensive maneuvers, their techniques were executed with remarkable finesse and astonishing speed. Uetsuki executed a deep squat to evade Minato's sweeping kick, immediately following up with a low kick aimed at his opponent's legs. However, Minato was no ordinary adversary. He swiftly adjusted his posture, leaping on one foot to evade Uetsuki's strike, even managing to retaliate mid-air with a kick of his own. Uetsuki, equally adept, was well aware that he had a martial arts prodigy in his household. He countered with a switch of feet to meet Minato's assault. Their kicks collided, and despite the momentary pain, both fighters bore smiles of exhilaration. In the next heartbeat, they retreated simultaneously, reaching for their ninja pouches at their waists, where shuriken and scrolls awaited. With a swift motion, several black shuriken were launched. The metallic clash echoed as they met in midair, prompting both to charge at one another once more, this time wielding the shuriken as weapons. The sound of clashing metal resonated repeatedly, causing the watching instructor to feel a twinge of alarm. These were shuriken, after all, not to be trifled with. Yet, he sensed it unwise to intervene. Another round of clashes ensued, this time forcing Minato to retreat several steps. Although shuriken were not swords, Uetsuki's mastery of swordsmanship provided him a significant advantage, leaving Minato at a disadvantage throughout the exchange. Truly impressive, Uetsuki. From the moment we met, I sensed your potential as a formidable opponent, Minato exclaimed, his voice tinged with delight at finding a worthy rival. You too, Uetsuki replied, eliciting a smile from Minato. Now, it is time to conclude this, Minato declared, charging forward as Uetsuki braced himself for the encounter. With a burst of momentum, Minato collided with him. Their shuriken clashed once more, but this time, Minato added a kick to his assault. He executed a kick that Uetsuki intercepted with his knee, yet Minato's intent lay beyond that. He leveraged Uetsuki's strength to propel himself skyward. In combat, one must be wary of leaving the ground, but it appeared Minato was determined to take flight. Onlookers watched in awe as Minato hurled his shuriken into the air. Uetsuki effortlessly deflected the incoming projectile, followed by gasps of astonishment from the crowd surrounding them. Gazing upward, one could see the corners of Moontree's mouth curve upward as well, as the ever-surprising Wave-Wind Water Gate unveiled its prowess. The sight of the soaring Wave-Wind Water Gate's swiftly forming hand seals was astonishing. Here was a mere child, freshly minted from the Ninja Academy, wielding ninjutsu. Wind release, great breakthrough. In mere seconds, Wave-Wind Water Gate had completed the seals, and as the words left his lips, his cheeks puffed out. A powerful gust erupted from his mouth, rushing directly towards Moontree. With a hint of a smile, it must be said that Wave-Wind Water Gate had once again astonished Moontree. Is it any wonder that he is regarded as the most formidable genius among the Hokage? Lacking any bloodline limit, he was pure, unadulterated talent. However, Moontree was no pushover. Although Wave-Wind Water Gate's C-rank ninjutsu was indeed impressive, he was ultimately still a novice. And Moontree deftly dodged the attack with a well-timed maneuver. What followed was the inevitable downfall of Wave-Wind Water Gate. In combat, one must avoid being airborne. With ninjutsu failing to yield results, Wave-Wind Water Gate was met by Moontree the moment his feet touched the ground. A wry smile crept across Wave-Wind Water Gate's face as he beheld the kunai poised at his neck, alongside the equally smiling Moontree. It was a splendid battle, despite the loss. Moontree sheathed his kunai, took a step back, and performed a gesture of reconciliation with Wave-Wind Water Gate. Next time, I shall not be defeated. Likewise, the mission, to triumph over Wave-Wind Water Gate in the contest, with a reward of 1 lottery draw. Moontree and Wave-Wind Water Gate shared a smile and exchanged a light clap. In this inaugural clash between geniuses, victory belonged to Moontree. He had bested that effeminate lad. Well done. As the practical combat class concluded, Kushina approached Moontree, while Wave-Wind Water Gate chuckled awkwardly at the side. Well, what a rare occasion to finish school early today. How about we grab a bite? My treat. Moontree, with a smile, suggested an outing, playing the role of peacemaker. Although Kushina appeared reluctant, she eventually followed Moontree and Wave-Wind Water Gate on their excursion. Having recently moved to Konoha, she had not yet explored the village. And naturally, the idea intrigued her. Thus, the trio sauntered through the village together. As dusk quietly fell, Kushina and Wave-Wind Water Gate returned to their respective homes, while Moontree made his way to his own abode. The evening air in Konoha was slightly cool, yet pleasantly warm, a perfect balance. System, lottery draw. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Fire Release Ninjutsu Deluxe Package, S rank, which includes Fire Release, Grand Fireball Technique, C rank, Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique, C rank, Fire Release, Phoenix Flower Claw, C rank, Fire Release, Phoenix Fire Technique, C rank, Fire Release, Grand Dragon Fire Technique, B rank, Fire Release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, B rank, Fire Release, Grand Fire Extinguishment, A rank, and Fire Release, Grand Fire Disappearance, A rank. As well as Fire Release, Dragon Flame Song Technique, A rank. Goodness, have I just struck gold? Moontree was momentarily taken aback. He had merely utilized the lottery opportunity gained from his duel with Wave-Wind Water Gate out of sheer boredom, never expecting such a windfall. Just when he had been lamenting his lack of skills beyond the Rasengan, his weaknesses had been perfectly addressed. Moontree smiled. realizing that his strength would surely soar to new heights. Attributes. Moontree had not assessed his own capabilities for a while, so he decided to take a moment to do so. Name, Jishin Moontree. Status, normal abilities, Spiral Sphere, A rank, 3 Tomo Sharingan, B rank. Senju Bloodline, Awakening Pending, A rank, Mastery of Swordsmanship, C rank. Fire Release Ninjutsu Package, S rank. Combat Power, Chunin. His prowess had ascended from obscurity to that of a Chunin, although he was uncertain of his exact standing among the Chunin. The remarkable progress he made in just a few months was undeniably impressive. It was evident that his advantages were quite beneficial. Gazing at his attribute panel, Moontree felt a flicker of confusion. After all this time, the combat power section still bore several question marks, leaving him puzzled. Unfortunately, the system had proven unreliable, slipping into a dormant state upon its initial appearance. Inquiring now would likely yield no response. Perhaps it was merely a glitch. Nonetheless, Moontree dismissed such thoughts, as he was eager to pursue 2 particular endeavors. One was to seek out a fine sword, allowing his mastery of swordsmanship to flourish. The other was to experiment with the recently acquired fire release ninjutsu, which promised to be exhilarating. As he contemplated this, a melodious voice drifted in from outside his room. It was Tsunade. Moontree, I'm going out for a bit. Would you like to join me? Just a moment. I'll be right there, he promptly replied. Since the end of the Second Shinobi War, Tsunade had developed a phobia of blood. While others might not notice, for a medical ninja like her, it was a dire predicament. Having returned to Konoha several months prior, she had largely been idle, akin to a fish out of water. With Moontree attending to her daily needs, Tsunade spent her time leisurely sipping tea and napping. Make it quick, Tsunade called back, her footsteps light as she departed. Moontree took a deep breath, and in the blink of an eye, his eyes transformed into the 3 Tomo Sharingan. He almost forgot he needed to conceal this power, as being discovered would lead to significant trouble. His Sharingan, currently the least useful, was an exclusive bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan. If Moontree, an ordinary person, were to be found with such an ability, it would spell disaster. As he prepared to leave, he decided to look for something to cover his eyes, as well as a weapon. He blinked again, and the Crimson Sharingan returned to his original dark irises. After tidying himself up, he set out with Tsunade. Is there anything you wish to accomplish? Otherwise, you wouldn't be accompanying me, Tsunade remarked as they strolled through the streets. Well, I suppose I do have a desire for a better weapon, Moontree replied. A weapon? Something like a knife, I assume? Ideally a sword? Indeed. Do you wish to learn swordsmanship? If that is the case, I recommend seeking out Kakashi Hatake. His expertise in sword techniques is quite renowned. Moontree paused, suddenly recalling the man known as the Leaf's White Fang. Kakashi Hatake was famous for his swordsmanship, specifically the Hatake sword technique, which had brought him fame. Realizing he had access to such a remarkable figure felt like a squandered opportunity. In a short while, you shall accompany me to seek out the esteemed Konoha White Fang. Kakashi Hatake. Having resolved her determination, Tsukiyuki intended to pay a visit to this renowned figure, reputed to possess strength second only to the Hokage. As the two made their way to the Hokage's office, guided by Tsunade, the Umbu guards allowed them passage without hesitation. Soon, Tsukiyuki found herself face-to-face with the vigorous third Hokage, who had yet to succumb to the frailties of age depicted in the original narrative. Ah, Tsunade, you have arrived, he declared, his voice resonating with vitality. Master, do you require something? Tsunade responded, her respect for the third evident in her tone. Indeed, there is a matter at hand. The third Hokage replied after a thoughtful pause. I am well aware of your circumstances. However, this does not imply any fault on your part. On the contrary, you are a hero of Konoha. As he spoke, Tsunade's grip on her hands tightened ever so slightly, a sign of her rising tension. Now, I urge you to take the time to rest. You have done more than enough. However, I must impose upon you one more request. Please, do continue, Tsunade encouraged. While Tsukiyuki observed the exchange with keen interest, the third Hokage's words bore both sweetness and sorrow, culminating in a request that Tsunade would likely find hard to refuse. Oh, such depth in the realm of politics, Tsukiyuki mused silently. You are the finest medical ninja in Konoha, bar none. And I hope you will take on the task of mentoring a child, one who you may already know. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Tsunade's eyes as the third Hokage called for someone to enter. Come in. At his command, the door creaked open, revealing a girl with short black hair and a delicate visage, clad in dark attire, appearing to be in her mid-teens. Tsukiyuki recognized her, as did Tsunade. As Tsukiyuki turned to Tsunade, she noted the sudden constriction of her pupils and the tremor in her lips, which threatened to betray her composure. Tsunade's breath grew heavy. She unmistakably recognized the girl before her, Kato Shizune, the niece of her first love, Kato Dan. Upon seeing her, memories of the devastating news concerning Dan and his brother, Senju Rope, flooded back to Tsunade, igniting a despair she wished to avoid reliving. A gentle squeeze on her hand brought her back to the present. Tsukiyuki, with her radiant gaze, held onto her tightly. Rope, Tsunade whispered, calming herself as she momentarily envisioned him, her heart finding solace in that fleeting moment. This little rascal, she thought with a hint of a smile. Greetings, I am Kato Shizune. Lady Tsunade, I humbly request your guidance as I aspire to learn by your side. The black-haired girl stammered nervously. Very well, Tsunade replied softly, reassured by Tsukiyuki's comforting grip. Thank you ever so much, Shizune exclaimed, her voice bubbling with joy as her elation illuminated her youthful face. And from this day forth, Shizune shall be entrusted to your care, Tsunade, the third Hokage affirmed, nodding in approval of the unfolding events. Understood, Master, Tsunade responded with newfound resolve. After a brief exchange, Tsunade and Mitsuki escorted Shizune out of the Hokage's office. Subsequently, Tsunade took Mitsuki to the residence of Konoha's White Fang. At this point in time, Kakashi Hitaki had yet to be born, and Tsukumo Hitaki was a solitary man, surrounded solely by his collection of swords. After explaining the circumstances, Tsukumo cheerfully welcomed Mitsuki into his home, seemingly delighted to have someone who shared his passion for swordsmanship. Notably, Tsukumo gifted Mitsuki a short blade, measuring approximately 60 to 70 centimeters, not too long, yet sufficiently adequate for Mitsuki to hone his swordsmanship skills. In the days that followed, Mitsuki seized the opportunity to seek Tsukumo's guidance on matters of blade techniques. Additionally, Mitsuki's household welcomed a new resident, as Shizune and Tsunade began living with him, considerably alleviating his domestic responsibilities. Life at the academy continued in a steady rhythm, primarily focusing on the use of kunai, while the technique of the shadow clone jutsu had yet to be taught. Under Mitsuki's leadership, the bond between him and Kushina grew stronger, and even Minato Namikaze, who frequently visited, began to cultivate a closer relationship with Kushina. Everything was unfolding in a tranquil and pleasant manner. Fire release, fireball jutsu. Mitsuki expelled a fireball from his mouth, directing it towards Minato. Wind release, great breakthrough. Minato, undeterred, swiftly formed hand signs and unleashed a powerful gust of wind. The fireball and the wind collided, neither overpowering the other, resulting in a mutual cancellation. With a swift movement, Mitsuki drew the short blade from his waist and charged towards Minato. The latter reacted quickly, gripping a kunai for defense. However, Mitsuki's swordsmanship was exceptional. With a single stroke, he shattered Minato's defense, and his blade came to a halt mere centimeters from Minato's eyes. In this match, Minato faced defeat. Once again, I emerge victorious. Next time, I shall prevail. Mitsuki chuckled, observing the slight dissatisfaction on the face of the fourth Hokage. It was quite amusing to see the renowned genius of the shinobi world, celebrated for his pure talent, now being outmatched by him. Mitsuki couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. The two extended their hands to perform the reconciliation seal, thus concluding the day's lesson. This time, Minato had to attend to other matters and did not accompany Kushina and Mitsuki home, leaving the two to wander through the streets of Konoha. By the way, I still don't know your dream, Mitsuki. With your impressive skills, do you aspire to become Hokage? As they strolled, Kushina suddenly inquired. It was dusk, the blue sky transforming into shades of crimson, with clouds drifting lazily like flames. Me? Mitsuki paused, taken aback by the unexpected question. Hokage, you say? He glanced at Kushina's cherubic face and smiled. Rest assured, I have no intention of competing with you for the position of Hokage. Even if you did, I would never concede to you. Kushina puffed up her cheeks, making her round face appear even more adorable. The moonlit tree cast a glance at Kushina, then shifted his gaze toward the Hokage cliff, where the visages of three illustrious figures shone brilliantly. These were the legendary third Hokage of Konoha. A Hokage, indeed, formidable, responsible, embodying the essence of a hero. Is that not so? Yet, I find no desire to become a hero. The moonlit tree turned his attention back to Kushina. As for my dreams, Perhaps I simply wish to run a quaint little shop and enjoy a good life. Is that not a beautiful aspiration? Kushina looked at the moonlit tree, her delicate face drooping, revealing a hint of discontent. I'm going back, she said, her voice drifting toward him. He watched as her crimson hair flowed past, leaving only her silhouette behind. Without a word, Kushina dashed away. The moonlit tree sighed, understanding her feelings. It is only natural for a child to feel emotional when their most cherished ideals are not acknowledged by others. Given the circumstances, pursuing her now would only complicate matters. It would be wiser to wait until school tomorrow to smooth things over. With this thought, he made his way home. Why wouldn't he? I want to be a hero. Fool, fool. Kushina muttered to herself as she jogged, replaying the moonlit tree's visage in her mind. Everyone yearns for understanding. And as the first person to approach and assist her upon arriving in Konoha, the moonlit tree held significant importance in her heart, akin to a dear friend. Yet, her closest friend had failed to comprehend her, leading to a stark contrast in her expectations and reality, which left her feeling disheartened. A sense of estrangement between friends had suddenly arisen, leaving the solitary Kushina at a loss for how to navigate it. Fool. Perhaps fatigued from running, she gradually walked home. Step by step, her red-haired figure silhouetted against the dusk. Hokage is the strongest, most formidable person in the village. Moonlit tree, you fool. It seemed to release. As she shouted at the door in exasperation. Not necessarily, a mature male voice responded from nearby, instantly putting Kushina on high alert. At the very least, the strongest in the village had not noticed them. Just as the words left his lips, Kushina caught sight of several shadowy figures darting past. A wave of helplessness washing over her as her vision darkened. Mission accomplished. With Konoha still oblivious, we must retreat at once. As night descended, shadows emerged, shedding their disguises to don the headbands representing the hidden cloud village. Their purpose in Konoha was straightforward, to locate a suitable vessel for the tailed beast. And Kushina was their ideal candidate. Mission triggered. Rescue the kidnapped Kushina Uzumaki from the hidden cloud village. Completion reward, 1 lottery draw. The moonlit tree had barely returned home and was just contemplating preparing a meal when an electronic voice echoed. Without hesitation, he sprang to his feet and dashed outside. Is it happening now? It has been far too peaceful. I nearly forgot about this. Clenching his teeth, the moonlit tree tightened his fists and set off toward the gates of Konoha with all his might. On the other side, a jarring sensation coursed through her body as Kushina gradually regained consciousness. Upon awakening, she realized that her mouth was gagged, her arms bound, and her body devoid of any strength. Watching the distant Konoha village, still aglow with light, she felt an inexplicable surge of panic as she was being taken away. After a moment's pause, Kushina clenched her teeth, suppressing her fear, and with great effort, she lifted her weakened arms. Though her capabilities were limited, her long hair conveniently reached her arms without much strain. Channeling her chakra with focused intent, Kushina severed a few strands of her vibrant red hair, letting them fall to the ground. The ninjas abducting her appeared to be in a hurry, completely neglecting her, providing Kushina with an opportunity to act. Tears welled in her eyes, but she forced herself to remain calm, periodically cutting her hair and allowing it to scatter on the ground. I am destined to be the first female Hokage, Kushina thought, gazing at the receding Konoha village and the dimming lights. For some reason, she recalled a person who shunned the idea of heroism, the one who had first stood up for her and befriended her. I am not the kind of person who wants to be a hero, the words of Tsukisuke echoed in her mind, darkening her gaze significantly. What? Kushina has been kidnapped. What are you all doing? I was gone for just a moment. What on earth is happening? At that moment, in the Hokage's office, the aging Minato Namikaze wore an expression of fury. Deploy all available personnel immediately. If anything happens to Kushina, no matter who is responsible, I will personally take action. Minato shouted in anger, and the office fell silent. Not even the third Hokage dared to speak. Minato, being a seasoned Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, possessed the ability to harness some of its power. If he were to force the issue, the Third Shinobi World War could erupt once more. And after the recent conclusion of the Second War, no one could bear that burden. Who is it? How dare they commit such an act so soon after the Second War has ended? Sarutobi Hiruzen also felt a surge of anger. But he quickly regained his composure and dispatched all available ninjas to search for Kushina, while sealing the gates of Konoha. Unfortunately, it was too late. Konoha had vanished from sight, surrounded by a dark forest. The light in Kushina's eyes was nearly extinguished as she continuously released strands of hair to signal for help. But it seemed this time, no hero would emerge. They should not be able to catch up at this point. She had thought it would be a difficult task, yet it had been achieved with such ease. The three from Kumogakure exchanged smiles, preparing to cross the border when suddenly, a shadow darted past them. Who? The Kumogakure ninjas immediately went on high alert as a white-blue light flashed towards them. Rasengan. As the words fell, one of the villagers from the hidden cloud was struck and sent flying. How infuriating. The other two ninjas quickly reacted to launch a counterattack, neglecting even to consider Kushina. Seizing this opportunity, Tsukiki made no attempt at defense and charged directly towards Kushina. The shuriken descended, blood splattered, and Tsukiki gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he scooped Kushina into his arms and fled to the side. This is bad. The target has been seized. Pursue them. Within mere seconds, the remaining two ninjas from the hidden cloud began their chase after Tsukiki. Heavy breaths filled the air, and the light in Kushina's eyes reignited as she lifted her head. Her youthful and delicate face glistening with sweat, her gaze fixed ahead. Is he an idiot? Tsukiki glanced at Kushina, freeing one hand to gently remove the bindings from her mouth and hands. How utterly chaotic, blood-red pepper. Cradling Kushina, Tsukiki leaped through the forest with determination. Why you? Kushina's voice was faint, her body still not recovered. Tsukiki offered a smile, the wind whipping past his ears, as two shadows relentlessly pursued them from behind. Why? Because I refused to lose you. Besides, you wished for a hero to emerge, so here I am. As Tsukiki spoke, his expression turned serious. The pursuers from the hidden cloud were closing in, and Tsukiki's speed could not match theirs. If they caught up, alone Tsukiki would stand no chance against the adversaries, especially since he was still wounded after unexpectedly rescuing Kushina from their grasp. It was impossible to confront them head-on. After all, the enemy had managed to infiltrate Konoha and capture a Jinchuriki, indicating they were at least top-tier Chunin, while Tsukiki, just a child, could only muster a strength comparable to that of a Chunin at best. Victory in direct confrontation was beyond reach, particularly against opponents with far more experience. Swish! A shuriken sliced through the air, and Tsukiki, still holding Kushina, found himself unable to retaliate. He twisted his body mid-air, narrowly evading the attack. Though it still grazed his thigh, gritting his teeth, Tsukiki was acutely aware of his precarious situation. Konoha was still quite distant, and he was alone in terms of combat strength, facing seasoned ninjas, starkly different from the injured genin he had previously dealt with. These were genuine Chunin and above. Mission triggered. Survive this rescue operation. Mission completion reward. 1 lottery draw. The system's voice echoed in his mind as Tsukiki landed and took cover behind a tree, narrowly avoiding another barrage of shuriken. But the pursuers were closing in fast. This task. Is there truly no way out? Is a lottery draw meant to motivate me? Tsukiki managed a bitter smile while listening to the surrounding sounds. Hey, kid, there's no escape left, is there? Hand over the girl, or we'll take her ourselves. Be compliant, and we might just make it quick for you. A man's voice resonated from behind the tree as Tsukiki and Kushina were finally caught up to, with no option left but to confront them. He gently placed Kushina down, allowing her to lean against the tree, and smiled reassuringly at her. Be obedient. I shall return shortly. What do you wish to do? A sharp sound echoed. Once again, the familiar sensation washed over her, a wave of weakness flooding her mind. Kushina felt her vision darken, gradually blurring. No. I will surely bring you back to Konoha. We shall return home together. Kushina gazed at the indistinct visage of Moon Tree, her small hand reaching out. But in the next moment, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Moon Tree took a deep breath, revealing his form to the two ninjas from the Cloud Village. Interesting. Have you emerged? Little mouse? They chuckled, licking their lips. To incapacitate one of us while we were unguarded. Impressive for a Konoha prodigy. With kunai gripped firmly in one hand, their eyes reflected a chilling indifference. What I relish most is dragging geniuses like you down to hell, without any shame in overwhelming the few. The two Cloud ninjas charged in unison. Here they come. Moon Tree's heart raced, a flash of crimson flickering in his eyes as he discerned their movements. There was no choice to retreat. Behind him lay Kushina, and he had nowhere to flee. Holding his breath, he narrowly evaded the incoming kunai, seizing the opportunity to counterattack and drive the two Cloud ninjas back. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. He swiftly formed the hand seals, taking advantage of the moment to pursue his assault. Earth style, earth wall. A voice from the cloud ninja echoed as a wall of earth erupted from the ground, blocking the scattered fireballs. Interesting. Those eyes. Are you from the Uchiha clan? The two cloud ninjas noticed the three-tomo Sharingan in his gaze. Fire style. The hand seals are too slow. Without responding, Moontree pressed on, yet one cloud ninja utilized the body flicker technique to appear beside him. The kunai lunged forward, but Moontree's Sharingan, gleaming a blood red, remained calm. With a slight movement of his foot, he deftly evaded the kunai, all while maintaining his hand seals. Great fireball technique. Moontree puffed his cheeks, launching a fireball directly at his opponent's face. In the darkness of the night, the fireball illuminated the surroundings in an instant. Too naive. A voice came from behind, and a wooden block fell before Moontree. It was a substitution technique. The kunai in his hand glowed with a white-blue light as the cloud ninja infused chakra into it, amplifying its lethality. Here is your payback. At the moment the kunai pierced Moontree's back, a plume of smoke arose, and he transformed into a wooden block. Spiral sphere. Wind style, wind blade. A wind blade zipped past. Moontree paid no heed to that cloud ninja, his focus solely on the one before him, who had exposed a flaw through arrogance. With a sharp sound, the wind blade grazed Moontree's back. Enduring the pain, he unleashed the spiral sphere upon the back of the cloud ninja before him. One must commend the renowned Naruto among the Hokage. This strike sent one of them flying. With a thud, Moontree fell to the ground, and once again, the sensation of powerlessness washed over his small frame, overwhelming him. You little brat. Once again, a companion was felled by a child, prompting the last of the cloud shinobi to cry out in fury. Wind release. Great typhoon. A tempest arose, causing the trees to sway perilously. In an instant, a swift gust sliced through, leaving a small wound on Suki's arm. The crimson three-tomo Sharingan gazed towards the cloud shinobi, who had already vanished from sight. A sense of foreboding gripped Suki's heart as he leapt into the air. Earth release. Decapitation technique. In the blink of an eye, the ground beneath him collapsed, and a kunai shot up from below, aimed directly at Suki. Just as he intended to deflect the incoming kunai, he discerned its true nature. It was no ordinary weapon. A tag was affixed to its end, an explosive tag. Suki quickly refocused his mind, forming hand seals. Wind release. Wind blade. He exhaled forcefully, unleashing several wind blades that sent the explosive kunai spiraling away. With a resounding boom, the tag ignited, erupting in flames that illuminated the area. Suki landed gracefully, only to hear the unmistakable whistling of projectiles approaching. Glancing over his shoulder, he saw 3 shuriken hurtling towards him. Time seemed to slow as he observed the incoming shuriken. A realization dawning upon him. One of them radiated a distinct chakra signature. This was no ordinary shuriken. It was a transformation jutsu. Seizing the opportunity, Suki swiftly conjured a Rasengan. As an unmarked ninjutsu, the Rasengan could be executed with remarkable speed, and within moments, a swirling sphere materialized in his grasp. Suki hurled the Rasengan forward. Fully aware of the risk posed by the other 2 shuriken, he understood that if he diverted his focus to evade them, he would forfeit his chance to strike back, allowing his adversaries to close in on him. With a piercing sound, 2 shuriken embedded themselves in Suki's body. A cloud of smoke erupted, revealing the final cloud shinobi, the one who had vanished moments earlier, now standing before him, eyes wide with terror, seemingly astonished at the audacity of this young warrior. The Rasengan emanated a cool, bluish glow as it surged toward the cloud shinobi. But something was amiss. Suki's eyes widened. Unlike the previous 2 instances, he felt no tangible presence of his opponent. It was as though he had struck nothing but air. Another plume of smoke billowed forth, and in the next moment, the Rasengan collided with a wooden object. Substitution jutsu. The Rasengan obliterated the wood, leaving it in splinters. Had you been an ordinary ninja, you might have truly bested me. Well done, little leaf shinobi, a voice echoed from behind him. The same cloud shinobi. Suki heard the words, but had no time to react. Have you ever witnessed the power of a jonin? The voice was soft yet resonant, as if proclaiming the final verdict of a sentence. Lightning release, heavy flow storm. In the ears of Moontree, the crackling sound of electricity resonated. His body finally reacted, and he turned around swiftly, but it was already too late. The three-tomo Sharingan gazed ahead, as a ninja surged forward like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, the cloud ninja was upon him. and Moontree barely had time to react. With a swift thrust, Moontree managed to evade a fatal blow, but the Cloud Ninja's hand pierced through his abdomen. Electricity surged into his body, sending a wave of paralysis to his mind, accompanied by an overwhelming pain. "Well done," came the voice of the Cloud Ninja. As the hand withdrew from his abdomen, Moontree's frail form crumpled to the ground. His vision blurred, and he could feel his heart racing furiously. Was this the final heartbeat? Moontree collapsed, his sight fading. The Uchiha eyes. Never mind, the pursuers from Konoha should be arriving soon. If given the chance, they would undoubtedly seize your eyes without hesitation. Moontree looked ahead as the Cloud Ninja walked away, carrying a red figure over his shoulder. Kushina, gasping for breath. A wave of weakness washed over him, rendering even his fingers immobile. Not so fast. Moontree cried out, an inexplicable surge of strength propelling him forward. I refuse to lose you. Spiraling sphere. He charged forward, only to be side-kicked away by the Cloud Ninja. The ninja glanced at Moontree and then towards Konoha, dismissing him as he began to move. Would release. Moontree leaned against a tree, his three-tomo Sharingan glaring conspicuously. Wood binding technique. What? The Cloud Ninja exclaimed. As a branch ensnared his foot, it was wood release. The bloodline limit of the first Hokage. Surrounding branches began to entangle him, and the Cloud Ninja stared at Moontree in shock. I cannot allow you to live. Lightning release, lightning armor. Lightning release, heavy flow storm. The Cloud Ninja flung Kushina aside once more, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Clad in lightning armor, he charged toward the tree where Moontree was leaning. Die? The Cloud Ninja understood what this child represented, the Sharingan and would release. Individually, they were manageable, but combined, they posed an extraordinary threat that could not be allowed to grow. Otherwise, disaster would ensue. As his vision faded to near darkness, Moontree noticed that the red figure was no longer being carried. He managed a fleeting smile. As for the approaching assailant, Moontree found himself devoid of strength. Moving even a finger felt insurmountable. What do you intend to do to my brother? A familiar, melodious voice pierced his ears, and Moontree sighed in relief. Succumbing to unconsciousness. Back in the present, just as the Cloud Ninja aimed to deliver the final blow to Moontree, he was suddenly struck and sent flying away. A voice, filled with fury, echoed through the air as dust was stirred up in the adjacent forest, and several trees were felled in the wake of a single strike. In an instant, a Jonin-level Cloud Ninja was sent flying aside. It was Kushina. Following this, another figure emerged, an elderly woman with a traditional Chinese-style bun. Despite her age, she retained an undeniable charm. Kushina was embraced by the woman, who visibly sighed in relief. Within mere seconds, shadows darted from all directions, each adorned with a common emblem, the forehead protector of Konohagakure, worn on foreheads or tied around arms. These were the ninjas of the Hidden Leaf Village, whether Jinin, Chunin, or Jonin, all mingling together, demonstrating their unwavering commitment to Kushina's rescue. At the forefront was Kakashi Hitaki, a half-master of swordsmanship, whose distinctive white hair stood out among the throng of ninjas. Even more prominent was Tsunade, her face a mask of rage, her fists clenched tightly, with none daring to approach her. Tsunade-sama, leave this to me. Your condition is not suitable for this, and moreover, the injuries to Yashitsuki are severe. Only you can save him, Kakashi said beside Tsunade, tempering her fury somewhat. In the next moment, he vanished from sight, and Tsunade hurried towards Yashitsuki, who was leaning against the wall. Don't even think about taking your own life. Kakashi's prowess was extraordinary, rivaling even that of the Hokage, and he swiftly prevented his opponent from self-harm with a well-timed body flicker technique. Meanwhile, Tsunade, observing Yashitsuki's blood-soaked form, gritted her teeth and began her healing efforts. Search the surroundings. In a brief span, Kakashi subdued his adversary, capturing them alive, and promptly began issuing commands. Thus, under the mobilization of the Leaf Village, the incident of Kushina's abduction reached a conclusion. Ultimately, only Yashitsuki sustained severe injuries, while everyone else remained unharmed. Mission: rescue the abducted Uzumaki Kushina from the village of Kumogakure completed. Reward: 1 lottery draw. Mission: survive during this rescue operation. Reward: 1 lottery draw. A cold electronic voice resonated in his mind, akin to a relentless alarm clock, jolting Yashitsuki awake. His gaze fell upon a familiar ceiling, the ceiling of his own room. Have I returned? He murmured, recalling the last sound he had heard before he peacefully closed his eyes. He knew who had come for him. and this belief fortified his assurance that Kushina would be safe. Such pain. As he attempted to move, a wave of agony coursed through him, causing him to grimace. I almost died. A faint smile crossed his lips. Despite his grievous injuries, Kushina had been saved, just as he had hoped. That alone was sufficient. Moreover, he had gained much, foremost among which were the 2 rewards of lottery draws. Taking a deep breath, Suki, the moon tree, resolved to conduct a lottery. This time, he recognized his own capabilities, which were merely slightly superior to those of an average chunin. This was wholly inadequate and merely reflected his combat prowess, not an indication that he had attained the rank of chunin. System, conduct the lottery twice. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Kusanagi sword and the title of Swordsmanship Master. Another sword-related acquisition? Is the system intending for me to wield a blade? Suki jestingly remarked. Nevertheless, swordplay is quite delightful. Who does not harbor the dream of being a swordsman? Suki paid little heed to the details. He was quite pleased with his swordsmanship and the Kusanagi sword. Although its rank might not be exceedingly high, it represented considerable strength. Furthermore, he had already intended to practice the Kiba no Tachi techniques, planning to delve into the realm of cold weapons. Regardless of the location, those who wield swords are never in short supply. Even in this ninja-dominated world of Naruto, warriors exist who do not rely on chakra, able to defeat Jonin merely through sheer physical prowess, though they are exceedingly rare. Attributes: Name, Kigurumi Suki. Status, Normal abilities, Rasengan, A rank, 3-Tomo Sharingan, B rank, Senju Bloodline, Awakened, A rank, Swordsmanship Master, B rank, Fire Release Ninjutsu Gift Pack, S rank, Kusanagi Sword, B rank, Combat Power, Jonin. His combat power had once again ascended, rising from the level of Chunin to that of Jonin. Although the system merely provided a measure of combat strength, which does not necessarily correlate to overall capability, this alone was sufficient to astonish the entire Naruto world. It is worth noting that Suki was merely 8 years old. An 8-year-old Jonin had never before been witnessed in the Naruto realm. Even the likes of Kakashi or Itachi, who had advanced through the ranks, had not exhibited such prodigious talent. One can only imagine the extent of Suki's formidable prowess. The term genius was insufficient to encapsulate him. He stood atop the pinnacle of all prodigies. He was an anomaly. Now, he could grow even stronger, no longer needing to risk his life to buy time for the Leaf Village's reinforcements. Suki clenched his fist, regardless of who one is. The desire for greater strength is universal. Suki was no exception. He did not yearn for overwhelming power nor harbor dreams of dominating the ninja world. For him, the aspiration was not to become a hero, but rather to live a leisurely life akin to that before his reincarnation, free from the burdens of this world. In his past life, it was economic might. In this life, it is strength. In this realm, the strong are the undisputed rulers. Suki tightened his fist, and at that moment, the door to his room was suddenly flung open. Feeling quite spirited, are we? Without turning, Suki could discern the speaker merely by the tone of their voice. Who else could it be but the owner of this abode, Tsunade Senju? Well, it still hurts quite a bit. Knowing it hurts, yet still moving about recklessly. Why did you not exercise caution in that moment of impulse? Tsunade seated herself beside Suki, wearing an expression of exasperation. As a medical ninja, she harbored a strong dislike for those who failed to take care of their bodies. There is no way around it. The situation is peculiar, leaving little room for idle thoughts. It seems you are quite concerned about that little girl from the Uzumaki clan. Have you taken a liking to her? Tsunade teased lightly. Of course not. What are you imagining? I'm merely 8 years old. Am I supposed to ponder such matters at this tender age? Who knows? 8 is neither too young nor too old, Tsunade shrugged. Yushu sighed. By the way, did you come in for a specific reason? Surely, you didn't come just to chat about this. Well, I noticed some activity on your end and thought I'd drop by to check on you. Tsunade ruffled Yushu's hair, displaying a carefree smile. TCH. Yushu feigned indifference. Ha ha ha, I won't tease you any longer. You should rest well. That little girl from the Uzumaki clan is quite worried about you. She has come to see you several times and even helped take care of you. Make sure you express your gratitude. Tsunade waved her hand and closed the door as she departed. Yushu sighed again. This Tsunade, always coming by to jest with me. Whether or not there is a reason. However, it was unexpected for Kushina to come care for me. As he thought this, Yushu imagined the clumsy Kushina tending to him, and he couldn't help but smile softly. Unbeknownst to him, Tsunade had not left quickly. Instead, She lingered quietly at the doorway. What is this aura, Yushu? Who exactly are you? Tsunade murmured softly, a whisper meant solely for her ears. She recalled the other day when she arrived at Yushu's side, witnessing him in a state of near demise, yet a vigorous life force continuously sustained him. That life force was familiar to Tsunade, something she had encountered few times in the ninja world. It belonged to a legend of the ninja realm, her grandfather. Hashirama Senju, a pure and pristine would-release essence, teeming with vitality. This aura had not manifested for decades, yet it reappeared in Yushu. It was no wonder the granddaughter of the first Hokage would feel such emotional turbulence. Setting aside Tsunade's feelings, Yushu's emotions were quite complex. Shortly after Tsunade's departure, the main character causing unrest throughout Konoha, Uzumaki Kushina, came to visit him. Can you imagine the so-called blood-red pepper, Kushina, suddenly transforming into a gentle lady? Yushu certainly found it unimaginable, yet there she was before his very eyes. With her striking red hair, Kushina remained a sight to behold. She was not her usual boisterous self. Instead, she appeared somewhat demure, akin to a delicate woman, which opened Yushu's eyes to a different side of her. How are you feeling? Kushina inquired as she sat beside him, her eyes reflecting tenderness. Much improved, despite Tsunade's demeanor. After all, she is the most formidable medical ninja in Konoha, Yushu replied with a smile, indicating that he was not gravely injured. That's a relief. After Kushina spoke, silence enveloped the room. About earlier? What do you mean by earlier? Kushina took a deep breath and gazed into the eyes of Tsukiki. Her small round face flushed, resembling an enticing apple. You came to rescue me, she recalled. Tsukiki was momentarily taken aback, observing the blushing Kushina before bursting into laughter, leaving her feeling quite flustered. What are you laughing at? Oh, it's nothing. It's just that your reaction is quite amusing, Kushina. Not at all. Kushina rarely revealed such a feminine side, a stark contrast to her usual tough demeanor. Well, Tsukiki replied, suppressing his smile, it's all entirely true. His voice, though soft, carried a weight of sincerity. Whether it's the fear of losing you or something else entirely, Tsukiki managed a wry smile. Though I do not relish the idea of being a hero, I would gladly be your hero. What does that even mean? Kushina chuckled lightly. Only your hero? That's rather absurd. However, Kushina looked earnestly into Tsukiki's eyes. I grant you that title. My hero, I look forward to your guidance from now on. She tilted her head, revealing the most beautiful smile Tsukiki had seen since his arrival in the world of Naruto. Really, leave it to me. Outside, the sun shone brightly as a gentle breeze carried whispers from afar. Days passed, and Kushina visited Tsukiki daily, while Minato occasionally found time to check in on him. Aside from them, no one else came to see Tsukiki. Tsunade's healing techniques were indeed remarkable. In just a few days, Tsukiki had nearly fully recovered. Notably, after that day, the bond between Kushina and Tsukiki deepened significantly. Although Tsukiki remained oblivious, Tsunade clearly noticed that Kushina harbored deeper feelings for him, transcending mere friendship or camaraderie, evolving into something more purposeful. The child's heart was still innocent, unaware of what this emotion entailed, merely at the nascent stages of growth. Beyond this, Tsunade began her own investigations, secretly delving into Tsukiki's origins, even reaching out to Jiraiya, who was far away in the Rain Village. Meanwhile, Tsukiki remained unaware that his wood release had been exposed, continuing his daily life as usual. Lady Tsunade, are you working today as well? Shizune entered Tsunade's room, carrying tea, finding her seated in a meditative posture on the tatami mat. Tsunade had been preoccupied for several days now, suddenly busy with matters unknown to Shizune but evidently of great importance, as even her training had been set aside. Thank you, Shizune, Tsunade replied thoughtfully, as Shizune placed the tea down and quietly exited, not wanting to disturb her. Himegami Tsukiki, I have never heard that surname before, Tsunade murmured. An orphan of war surviving in the Rain Village, with a Leaf Village headband wrapped around his thigh. In the room, only Tsunade's soft voice could be heard. In the rain-soaked village of Amigakure, Jiraiya found himself intrigued by Tsunade's newfound interest in the young boy, Ueshu. Typically, Tsunade exhibited little interest in children, and it seemed she had even taken Ueshu under her wing. The names of the legendary Sannin echoed in the shadows. Yet Ueshu remained blissfully unaware that two of them had taken an interest in him. He continued to lead his ordinary school life, undeterred by the commotion that had recently made him a celebrated figure in the ninja world. Following his recovery, Ueshu resumed his studies with unwavering dedication. The incident involving Kushina had propelled him to fame, establishing him as Konoha's most renowned prodigy, even surpassing the illustrious civilian genius, Minato Namikaze. "Ueshu, are you feeling all right now?" inquired Minato, Ueshu's sole male companion and the previously celebrated civilian genius. Rather than feeling envy over being overshadowed, Minato wore a sunlit smile, offering his support. "Rest assured, I'm perfectly fine. No major issues here," Ueshu replied, genuinely fond of Minato for his amiable nature, formidable skills, and handsome appearance. What reason could he have to harbor ill feelings? That's a relief. In a couple of days, we have another practical class, and I intend to defeat you. You must be in top shape. Minato jested lightly. Bring it on. I refuse to lose. Ueshu accepted the challenge with the same spirit as before. However, the disparity in their abilities was evident. While Minato was merely at the level of a basic genin, Ueshu had already attained the prowess of a jonin. The situation resembled an adult besting a child, although Minato remained blissfully ignorant of this reality and felt reassured by his friend's spirited demeanor. "You too. The teacher is already at the door. Are you still going to chat?" Kushina's voice floated in, prompting both boys to realize their instructor had indeed arrived. "I'll take my leave then," Minato said, adhering to the expectations of a diligent student as he returned to his seat, followed closely by Ueshu. "You and that softy are still such good friends," remarked Kushina, teasingly. "If you keep saying that, Minato might get upset." Ueshu couldn't help but chuckle at Kushina's choice of words. Though Minato possessed a somewhat delicate appearance, the label of softy felt rather exaggerated. "Cut it out," Ueshu sighed, realizing that Kushina's perception of Minato was unlikely to change anytime soon. "Quiet down, everyone. Let's commence our lesson," the teacher announced. "You have all been studying diligently for a year now, and your training in chakra refinement, shuriken technique, and taijutsu has been commendable, though a few have been a tad negligent. Today, we will delve into the foundational ninjutsu, specifically the body technique, which encompasses the shadow clone technique, the substitution technique, and the transformation technique." As the instructor elaborated on the curriculum, Ueshu reflected on the passage of time. He had spent a year in school, and the instruction on the body techniques had finally arrived. Days passed as he gradually absorbed the teachings, and life continued on its steady course. Recently, Suki has solidified his position, particularly regarding the title of Konoha's foremost genius. Following the Kushina incident, the practical combat curriculum at the Ninja Academy has significantly increased, leading to more frequent confrontations between Minato Namikaze and Suki. As a result, Suki has been able to firmly establish himself as Konoha's #1 talent. How did he achieve this? Quite simply, Suki has remained undefeated in his matches against Minato, even overwhelming him on multiple occasions. Consequently, Suki's status as Konoha's leading genius has become increasingly secure. Fortunately, Minato is not an ordinary individual. Despite facing numerous defeats, he refuses to concede, steadfastly rising to his feet, unwilling to succumb to despair or abandon his aspirations for advancement. This tenacity has led to Minato's strength being notably enhanced compared to the original narrative, particularly during this period. During this time, Suki has diligently pursued his training. Following the Kushina incident, Konoha's vigilance intensified, swiftly uncovering spies infiltrating from outside. Peace has returned to Konoha, and Suki's system has remained dormant. However, there have been some changes concerning Kushina. Both Suki and Minato, engrossed in their training, have had little interaction with their peers and lack friendships. Yet, recently, Kushina has formed a bond with a girl of her age, and their relationship has been steadily improving. Suki, curious about this development, inquired further and discovered the girl's identity. Mikoto Uchiha, a classmate of Kushina's, possessing mid-length black hair and a gentle demeanor. In stark contrast to Kushina's spirited nature, she appears somewhat reserved and soft-spoken. Suki was slightly taken aback upon learning about Mikoto. Why? Simply put, it is indeed surprising. In the original narrative, Kushina and Mikoto were depicted as close friends, yet it is unexpected that they are only now beginning to interact. Life at the academy continues as usual, but changes have transpired at home. Suki has noticed a shift in Tsunade's behavior. Previously, upon returning home, he would often find Tsunade leisurely reclining or seated with a cup of tea. However, lately, she has become increasingly elusive, with even Shizune, who typically accompanies her, unaware of Tsunade's whereabouts. Yet, Suki does not dwell on this matter, assuming Tsunade is simply on a mission. As one of the legendary Sannin, even with her blood phobia. She remains an elite ninja, and undertaking missions is not unusual. After another day of classes, as Suki returns home, he finds Tsunade already there, as usual, leisurely sipping the tea brewed by Shizune. What's been going on lately? I haven't seen you around much, Suki inquires while tying on an apron. He and Shizune take turns preparing meals, which alleviates the burden on Shizune, and Suki possesses a keen interest in cooking. I've encountered a few matters, Tsunade replies, taking a sip of tea and exhaling a warm breath. Is it significant? In a sense, yes. Really? Be careful then. Suki offers a token expression of concern as he prepares to begin cooking. Suki, may I ask you a question? Tsunade's voice took on a more serious tone. Yet Ueshu remained oblivious, already grasping a kitchen knife to begin slicing vegetables. What? Are you familiar with the First Hokage? Of course, he is the founder of Konohagakure, a legendary ninja revered as the god of shinobi. And are you aware of the First Hokage's unique bloodline limit? Would release, a fact even a 3-year-old would know. Tsunade and Ueshu exchanged banter as casually as ever, though the topic had shifted somewhat. You must know that since the First Hokage, no member of the Senju clan has awakened would release. The sound of chopping ceased abruptly, plunging the atmosphere into silence. I know. Moments later, Ueshu's voice resonated from the kitchen. He resumed cutting the vegetables, albeit at a more measured pace, sensing the underlying probing in Tsunade's words. Is that so? Let me emphasize, if you could wield would release like the First Hokage, what would your thoughts be? Tsunade's voice echoed from outside, and Ueshu discerned the implications. Perhaps he had not fully exposed himself, but he was undoubtedly being observed. That would certainly bring me joy, for it is the bloodline limit of the First Hokage. The god of shinobi, just the thought is exhilarating. Ueshu's voice carried a spark of excitement, but moments later, he regained his composure. Yet, I harbor no grand ambitions. Even if I possessed would release, it would not lead to much. After all, I merely wish to run a small shop and live leisurely. Quite unlike those who aspire to become Hokage. But that is would release. I am aware, and so what? Tsunade listened to Ueshu's calm demeanor, which belied his youth, making him sound rather like an old man devoid of any vigor. You truly resemble an elderly fellow. I wonder who you learned such thoughts from. Tsunade remarked with a hint of exasperation. Well, it is merely my perspective. The position of Hokage seems excessively burdensome, with so many responsibilities. One might not even find time to return home, perpetually entangled in paperwork. And as a result, familial discord ensues, with a strained relationship with one's children. Even a vacation might be interrupted by urgent matters, which sounds exhausting. Ueshu articulated his thoughts, leaving Tsunade momentarily speechless. Come now, it cannot be that dire. The Hokage is a role everyone aspires to, yet you portray it as such a wretched position. A faint smile graced Tsunade's lips as Ueshu's words elicited a chuckle. The illustrious position of Hokage, representing Konoha's strongest ninja, was depicted by him in such a dismal light. One could only imagine how her teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi, would react. In any case, there are myriad reasons. Being Hokage is not as glorious as it seems. It is far more pleasant to run a small shop and lead a tranquil life. Ueshu's voice, interspersed with the sounds of chopping, restored the atmosphere between him and Tsunade to its former ease. You are indeed a peculiar child. Perhaps, but I do not dislike this aspect of myself. Peace is paramount. An incessant conflict holds no appeal. Haha, indeed. Tsunade laughed, taking another sip from her cup. The sunlight outside gradually descends as the night ascends, and the delightful aroma of food stealthily wafts from the kitchen. Peaceful moments linger. Tsukiki glanced outside. Wow, it smells wonderful. Is Tsukuyami cooking today? I've been eagerly anticipating this. The spirited voice of Shizune echoed from outside, the door opening and closing, ushering in another dark figure into the living room. Shizune, come here and help me with this. Coming. The fragrance filled the air, rising high and far, evoking a sense of bliss. Each word exchanged at the dining table floated along with the aroma, accompanying the slow passage of the day. Trees destined to grow will naturally flourish, and flowers meant to blossom will bloom with the seasons. Everything repeats itself. What? Tsukuyami was momentarily taken aback, failing to comprehend what Minato Namikaze had just said. I've already mentioned it. I intend to graduate early. Minato spoke earnestly, his gentle countenance displaying a resolute determination. What suddenly prompted this change in you? Tsukuyami scratched his head, utterly perplexed. A month had passed since that dinner conversation between Tsukuyami and Tsunade, yet everything remained unchanged. Tsukuyami, Minato, and Kushina's little circle persisted, while Uchiha Mikoto had been drawn into this group, expanding their trio into a slightly larger quartet. Given the current state of Konoha, it seemed likely that a prolonged period of peace awaited them. Yet Minato had approached Tsukuyami with his intention to graduate early. It's nothing much. I simply feel that I have learned everything the school can teach me. If this continues, I stand no chance of defeating you. Therefore, to become stronger, I plan to graduate early. Minato regarded Tsukuyami with sincere determination, causing Tsukuyami to feel a touch uneasy. Is this my fault? Tsukuyami mused. In the original narrative, Minato indeed graduated early, albeit at the age of 10. Now, however, he was still just over 8 years old, a full year ahead of the original timeline. Have you truly made this decision? Tsukuyami sighed. He had always believed that others' choices were their own to make, and it was not his place to judge whether they were right or wrong. Yes, I will go find the teacher shortly. Minato nodded affirmatively. All right, I respect your decision. Good luck. Tsukuyami gently patted Minato on the shoulder. Before that, however, I need your assistance with something. Oh, what is it? Tsukuyami inquired with curiosity, only for his expression to darken the next moment. For the last time before school ends, let us have another duel. Huh? Tsukuyami stared at Minato, whose face was set in earnest determination, and he instinctively wanted to cover his forehead in contemplation. What a predicament. Are you so sure you can pass the exam for early graduation? Absolutely, came Minato's unwavering response. Tsukuyami regarded him with a slightly more serious gaze. Very well. I shall duel you once more. Thus, in response to Tsukuyami's words, the duel between him and Minato was firmly established. Time is set for tomorrow, as the school will hold a practical combat course, and according to tradition, pairs will be formed once again. However, what truly concerns Yushu is not this arrangement, but rather the butterfly effect. With the addition of one more individual, the trajectory of the future Hokage is bound to diverge from its original path. Presently, this influence has manifested. Minato Namikaze has graduated over a year earlier than in the original narrative, undoubtedly a significant alteration. Renowned as the Yellow Flash, Minato is the purest genius in the ninja world, possessing unparalleled talent without any external aids. His premature graduation will undoubtedly accelerate his growth and strength, resulting in a fourth Hokage even more formidable than in the original tale. When the Nine Tails incident or the third Great Ninja War occurs, might Kakashi's team escape the fate of death due to the enhanced abilities of the fourth Hokage? If so, will Uchiha Madara and Kagaya's plans falter? Would the narrative of the Hokage even persist? After contemplating these thoughts, Yushu shook his head, casting aside such concerns. He is neither a conqueror of worlds nor a savior. Why ponder so deeply? After reaching this understanding, Yushu resumed his daily life. After class, Kushina and Mikoto, two close friends, hurried over to Yushu, having heard the news of Minato's early graduation. In truth, the information had spread, likely throughout the entire ninja academy. What is Minato thinking? He has only been in school for a little over a year. Is he really graduating so soon? Kushina expressed her surprise, unable to comprehend Minato's sudden desire to graduate early. Who knows? After all, he is a genius, Yushu remarked, prompting Kushina to pause in thought. A genius? She mumbled softly, her words unheard by Yushu, yet caught by Mikoto nearby. Subsequently, Kushina and Mikoto did not engage in further conversation with Yushu, as the next class approached, and they returned to their respective seats. However, Kushina appeared somewhat distracted, and Mikoto glanced at both her and Yushu several times. Although Yushu found this peculiar, he did not dwell on it. Time swiftly passed, and another day concluded. As Kushina and Mikoto walked home together, Minato approached Yushu. Tomorrow, I will definitely defeat you, he declared, igniting a rare spark of enthusiasm in Yushu. I will not be defeated. With that, Yushu and Minato exchanged smiles before heading homeward. The butterfly flapped its wings, perhaps stirring a storm somewhere. The following day, Konoha village buzzed with excitement, as a duel was set to take place between the two most renowned geniuses, Minato Namikaze and Himegami Yushu. Moreover, Minato intended to graduate early. Location: the playground of the Ninja Academy, where a considerable crowd has gathered, both ninjas and civilians alike, to witness the duel between Namikaze Minato and Tsukishiro. In the aftermath of the Second World War, Konoha boasts two remarkable prodigies, known as the Twin Stars of Konoha. Namikaze Minato and Tsukishiro. Now, these twin stars prepare to engage in a duel, a contest to determine whose brilliance shines brighter. Namikaze Minato and Tsukishiro step forward. As their instructor's voice resonates, the atmosphere becomes charged with excitement. They form the opposing seals, locking eyes with fierce determination. For Tsukishiro, Minato is his sole male friend, possessing formidable strength. Indeed, it is unlikely that any student in this academy could surpass him. Don't hold back, Minato encourages, forming the seals. Rest assured, Tsukishiro replies, eliciting a smile from Minato. With preparations complete, the two retreat a short distance from one another, their duel on the verge of commencing. A gentle breeze sweeps through, and the previously lively crowd falls into an anticipatory silence. This is no mere sparring match. It is a genuine duel, where both combatants will exert their utmost efforts. The air hangs still, and both Tsukishiro and Minato can discern each other's rapid heartbeats. Begin. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Wind style, great breakthrough. At the instructor's command, both Tsukishiro and Minato simultaneously begin forming their seals, their speed nearly synchronized as they unleash their jutsu. The fierce wind collides with the blazing fireball, resulting in a spectacular burst that momentarily increases the surrounding temperature. The residual flames obscure their vision, while the sound of slicing wind pierces through the fire, dispersing it. As they evade the shuriken hurled at them, both move with grace, dodging every projectile effortlessly. Wind style, wind blade. In the instant of evasion, Minato begins to form another seal, surprising Tsukishiro momentarily. It is evident that Minato is concealing his true strength, and this time, he intends to reveal it all. Tsukishiro, resolute, grips the hilt of his Kusanagi sword at his waist. Iato slash. In an instant, Tsukishiro draws the Kusanagi sword with razor-sharp precision. The wind blade approaches, but with a swift strike, he cleaves through it, continuing toward Minato. Minato performs a deep squat, nearly touching the ground, narrowly avoiding Tsukishiro's strike. Earth style, mud swamp jutsu. Minato's gaze remains calm, unfazed by the near miss of the blade. Impressive, gasps the crowd, captivated by the whirlwind of action that has unfolded in mere seconds. This is not a battle between seasoned chunin and jonin, but rather a skirmish between two children still attending the ninja academy. Yet, it appears as though two renowned ninjas are engaged in combat. Typically, students at the ninja academy acquire the techniques of the shadow clone jutsu and the use of shuriken by the time they graduate. The more gifted among them may even wield a C-rank ninjutsu. Individuals like Minato, Namikaze, and Tsukishiro are exceptionally talented, despite their tender age of merely 8. Still far from the age of 12 required for graduation. As the effects of Minato's ninjutsu took hold, the ground beneath him and Tsukishiro began to adhere, greatly hindering Tsukishiro's mobility. My apologies, Tsukishiro. Minato charged forward, shuriken in hand, while Tsukishiro found himself stuck in place. Don't lose, kid. Tsunade's voice resonated from the sidelines, prompting Tsukishiro to cast a smile at Minato. This duel was extraordinary, not merely due to Tsunade, but also because of the presence of Kakashi Hatake, Orochimaru, and even the third Hokage, all of whom were intently observing. The shuriken pierced Tsukishiro's form, and a puff of smoke erupted, revealing that Minato had struck a wooden log. A substitution jutsu, perhaps? Minato widened his eyes slightly before a smile crept upon his face. Fire style, dragon flame jutsu. Tsukishiro's figure had already maneuvered behind Minato. Forming hand seals, a straight line of flame erupted from his mouth, hurtling toward Minato. Bang! The flames collided, engulfing Minato within their embrace. Gasps of astonishment arose from the onlookers, who couldn't help but worry for Minato amidst the flames. Naturally, the civilians expressed concern, while the ninjas maintained their composure, their eyes fixed intently on the scene. In the realm of ninja combat, unless one witnesses the demise of their opponent firsthand, there remains a possibility of survival. This principle holds true on the battlefield, where post-conflict strikes are often executed. A quintessential example of this is Uchiha Obito, who appeared doomed, yet ultimately survived, and became a formidable antagonist among the Hokage. Tsukishiro landed on the ground, gazing at the spot where the flames had been, the fire still lingering. Earth style, heart-cutting technique. An ominous sensation lingered in Tsukishiro's heart, and in the next moment, hands erupted from the earth beneath him. Grasping Tsukishiro's feet, the hands yanked him downward. Wow! The crowd gasped as the flames Tsukishiro had unleashed dissipated, revealing nothing more than a gaping hole in the ground. "Well done," the third Hokage exclaimed, observing the unfolding events. He was already well acquainted with Minato and had a modicum of understanding regarding this prodigious talent from Konoha. It was evident that the title of genius was well-deserved. His combat experience and skill were on par with seasoned ninjas. "My apologies, Tsukishiro." Minato emerged from the ground, shuriken in hand, aiming at the head of the now exposed Tsukishiro. Tsukishiro smiled, displaying not a trace of panic, which gave Minato an uneasy feeling. With a sudden burst, Yushu forcefully broke free from the earth, propelling his body upward. With a fierce grip on the Kusanagi sword, his gaze sharpened. As he drew the blade, Yushu arched his body, resembling a tiger poised for the hunt. Bofeng Mizuno momentarily froze, but quickly regained his composure. At that instant, Yushu launched his attack. Like a streak of light, the sword descended with a swift motion. Bofeng Mizuno did not remain idle. He tightened his grip on the kunai and channeled his chakra into it. The tip of the kunai surged with a longer blade of light, a manifestation of the chakra blade. "Come on." Bofeng Mizuno faced the approaching Yushu without a hint of fear. Upon realizing Yushu's exceptional swordsmanship, he had intensified his own training with the kunai, hoping to counter Yushu's formidable skills. In the next moment, the Kusanagi sword clashed against the kunai with a resounding clang. The crisp sound echoed, sending a gust of wind swirling away. The onlookers stood in awe. They recognized the talents of both combatants, yet this surpassed their wildest imaginations. What kind of prodigy could exhibit such prowess at the tender age of 8? They had never witnessed anything like it, and even the third Hokage admitted he had not encountered such talent, although he had trained the legendary Sannin. Both Yushu and Bofeng Mizuno surpassed even Jiraiya at this age. While the Sannin were indeed formidable, none had exhibited such extraordinary capabilities at 8 years old. As the crowd marveled, the clash between Yushu and Bofeng Mizuno was far from over. Following their exchange, Bofeng Mizuno found his strength and technique inadequate and was sent flying by Yushu. He soared through the air, skidding along the ground and rolling several times before gritting his teeth, executing a mid-air turn to forcefully halt his descent with his hands and feet. Wind release. Bofeng Mizuno was not ready to concede. For him, this was far from sufficient. Fire release. This was his ultimate strike. Both Yushu and Bofeng Mizuno sensed each other's intentions and swiftly formed hand seals. "I will win." This sentiment resonated with both prodigies. Their eyes sparkled with fervor, and their sealing speed was remarkably swift. Almost simultaneously, they completed their seals, preparing their jutsu. Hurricane Blade. Dragon Flame Song Technique. Their voices echoed throughout the arena, followed by a tempest of wind and flames. A fire dragon erupted from Yushu's mouth, while an intense wind swirled around Bofeng Mizuno. This spectacle, not only the third Hokage but every ninja present gazed in astonishment at these two prodigies. The Dragon Flame Song Technique and Hurricane Blade were both B-rank jutsu, feats that even seasoned genin might struggle to execute. Yet here were two students wielding such power. "This victory belongs to me." In an unusual display of fervor, Minato Namikaze and Tsukamori, typically composed individuals, found themselves swept up in an unexpected passion. The clash between the hurricane and the fire dragon erupted with a thunderous boom, sending shockwaves and flames spiraling outward. The spectators were momentarily startled, but the vigilant ninja present swiftly intervened, ensuring that the flames did not reach the onlooking civilians. Although the flames nearly engulfed them, the crowd remained unperturbed, their excitement only heightened as they spontaneously cheered for the duel unfolding before them. Eyes were fixed on the arena, eager to discern the victor of this student confrontation. As the flames subsided, a solitary figure emerged, standing triumphantly alone. Who has won? This question echoed through the crowd, resonating with the curiosity of all present. The instructor appeared to recognize the standing figure before others could discern their identity, exclaiming, "Tsukamori." Upon hearing this, Tsukamori raised his hand skyward, embodying the essence of a champion. A smile graced his face as Minato knelt before him, completely exhausted. He had expended every ounce of chakra, revealing all his hidden strengths in this contest. With a wry smile, Minato gazed upon Tsukamori, pondering the futility of his efforts against such a formidable opponent. Like an undefeated general, Tsukamori relished the cheers and accolades from the crowd. Minato gritted his teeth, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes before resolute resilience took hold. He would not concede defeat nor fear failure. To abandon the fight simply due to the strength of an adversary was the mark of the weakest. With this resolve, Minato summoned his remaining strength, aware that although the duel had concluded, he still needed to perform the reconciliation seal with Tsukumori. Yet, he had truly overexerted himself. After a struggle, he found himself unable to rise unaided. An impressive duel, he mused, momentarily taken aback as a hand extended toward him. Looking up, he saw Tsukumori standing before him. With a slight smile, Minato grasped the hand offered. "You too, still unable to best you," he remarked. With a firm pull, Tsukumori effortlessly lifted Minato to his feet. "Next time," Minato declared, extending his hand to perform the reconciliation seal with Tsukumori. "Next time, I shall surely defeat you." Their fingers intertwined, sealing the pact between them. "I look forward to it," Tsukumori replied. Thus, the duel between Tsukumori and Minato concluded splendidly. "Not bad," Tsunade remarked, patting Tsukumori on the shoulder. She had been observing the entire match, thoroughly impressed by his remarkable performance. "Fair enough," Tsukumori replied. The moon tree replied softly, exhibiting little joy. "Did they not win? Shouldn't they be a bit more cheerful?" With a perpetually sullen expression, such demeanor would hardly attract any admiration from the fairer sex. Tsunade reached out her hand, ruffling Moon Tree's hair playfully. Helpless against her antics, Moon Tree let out a resigned sigh, for he currently resided beneath this woman's roof. Just as Tsunade finished speaking, Kushina approached alongside Mikoto. "Hey, when did you become so strong?" "And Minato too. He's merely a soft-spoken fellow," Kushina remarked. Reflecting on the duel she had witnessed that day, she recognized the growing distance between herself and both Minato and Moontree. The two prodigies of Konoha truly lived up to their reputations. Seeing their true prowess unleashed had left everyone in awe. This feeling of being overshadowed was quite unsettling for Kushina, leaving her with a sense of unease. "Congratulations, Moontree," Mikoto offered, although her relationship with him was merely that of acquaintances. Thus, she addressed him with a certain formality. "You can simply call me Moontree," he replied nonchalantly, finding honorifics rather cumbersome. "Oh, I believe I remember your Kushina, and the other one must belong to the Uchiha clan," Tsunade remarked, ceasing her playful ruffling of Moontree's hair as her gaze shifted to Kushina and Mikoto. "Hello, I am Uzumaki Kushina. I apologize for any inconvenience caused before." Kushina introduced herself. "Hello, I am Uchiha Mikoto. It is an honor to meet you, Lady Tsunade," Mikoto added, feeling a bit restrained in the presence of Tsunade, who was well aware of the esteemed status of the woman before her. "Not at all. No need to be so tense. You both are quite the beauties. So do take care around my Moontree. He can be quite mischievous," Tsunade teased, eliciting a sigh of exasperation from Moontree as he found her antics increasingly absurd. Since Moontree had been taken in by Tsunade, her character had gradually diverged from the original narrative. She spent her days idly at home, often teasing him. Observing the two young girls blushing slightly, he sighed again, bemused by Tsunade's peculiar remarks. He was neither desperate nor inclined towards such thoughts, particularly regarding two girls who had yet to fully mature. "Ha ha." Tsunade laughed heartily, seemingly satisfied with her teasing. "Time to head back. I'm starving." Moontree paid her little mind and simply walked away. "Kushina, Mikoto, see you tomorrow," he called out as he departed, his stomach genuinely growling after the recent battle. With no classes left for the day, he decided it would be best to return home for a meal. Uncertain whether Jingyin has prepared the meal, Yushu murmured to himself. "Apologies, this fellow is simply like that. I hope you can take good care of him in the future." Tsunade observed Yushu, who exhibited no signs of attachment, with a sense of resignation. She had initially intended to facilitate a closer bond between Yushu, Kushina, and Mikoto, as humor often serves as an effective means to bridge relationships. After all, what begins as a jest may very well manifest into reality. "Well, that fellow has certainly had his share of such occurrences." Kushina nodded in agreement, having come to understand Yushu's laid-back demeanor over the past year. Mikoto, having spent less time with Yushu, was at a loss for words but decided to acquiesce for the moment. Tsunade flashed a smile. "I shall take my leave now." She waved her hand and, like a youthful girl, dashed towards Yushu. "Why the haste? I've already mentioned my hunger. TCH, there are still classmates around. Do we not bid farewell? Satisfying one's hunger is the utmost priority." Yushu and Tsunade exchanged banter as they made their way home, while Kushina and Mikoto exchanged glances at their backs. Do they truly harbor no thoughts? Both young ladies are quite charming. They will undoubtedly blossom into beauties in the future. After a short distance, Tsunade abruptly spoke. Since when did you start caring about such matters? How peculiar. Yushu cast a sidelong glance at Tsunade. Well, I merely took a casual look for your benefit. You ought to be grateful. Very well, you are always right. Yushu shrugged. At such a tender age, one should strive for better pursuits instead of dwelling on romance and early relationships. This is not commendable. Furthermore, being unable to contribute at home, merely lounging about and sipping tea, while adults entice the young into early romances, is decidedly unpopular. TCH, I am indeed quite popular. That is because they remain unaware of your true nature. Yushu felt a firm grip on his head, instantly changing his tune. I apologize, I was mistaken. You are utterly unhesitant. I had thought you might stand your ground. Why would I do that? It is hardly gratifying. TCH, not manly in the least. Tsunade released her grip on Yushu's head, and they walked side by side. I am certainly not a manly figure. Have you ever encountered an 8-year-old man? Manliness transcends age. Tsunade glanced at Yushu, who barely reached her waist. Manliness is a state of spirit. Alas, a little brat like you would not comprehend such nuances. TCH. Ha ha, you shall surely become a man one day, just like that time before. Tsunade spoke lightly. Yushu cast a sidelong glance, but quickly redirected his gaze. Today, Konoha remains as peaceful as ever, a tranquility achieved at the cost of countless lives. Tsunade and Yushu, a duo of differing stature, walked beneath the sun, their steps synchronizing as they approached home. The sunlight in Konoha was just right, gentle and soft, casting elongated shadows of the pair, a large and a small, upon the ground. The shadows meandered along, their footsteps gradually merging into one. The streets remain much the same, a touch noisy. The duel has concluded, and Tsukiki's daily life has returned to its mundane routine, just as it was before, unremarkable and tranquil. At this moment, Tsukiki finds solace in this simplicity. 2 weeks have elapsed since Tsukiki's confrontation with Minato Namikaze, yet life continues unchanged, save for the absence of Minato in the classroom. Having passed the early graduation examination, he has ascended to the esteemed rank of genin, while Tsukiki remains a mere student, attending classes. This does not trouble Tsukiki, in his eyes. Being a student holds more value than being a genin. The brief hours spent at school are followed by ample leisure time, a luxury he relishes. In his previous life, he was a recluse, devoid of ambition or a transformative personality. The notion that one could traverse into another world and suddenly become driven, relentlessly striving for the pinnacle, is absurd. Moreover, given that we dwell in an era of peace, why impose such pressures upon oneself? Life ought to be lived joyfully. This philosophy embodies Tsukiki's mantra. When the sky falls, let those taller bear the weight. One should not presume to be a savior or protagonist. This world is no game. Every individual is real, and what right does one have to claim the role of the hero? Tsukiki holds disdain for those who, upon traversing to another realm, undergo a personality shift, fixated on becoming stronger and pursuing harems. Such transformations seem akin to evolution. Yet he remains the same 30-something recluse he has always been. Upon returning home from a long-awaited outing, Tsunade finds Tsukiki sprawled on the tatami mat. You're quite lazy, aren't you? Tsukiki yawns, casting a sidelong glance at her. This woman is even lazier than he is, often lounging about, doing nothing. Tsunade remains unperturbed, lying beside him. Don't you have any goals? Like aspiring to be Hokage? You're far too young to act like an old man. My goal is simple, to open a shop. That's it. End of discussion. Tsukiki interjects, leaving Tsunade momentarily speechless. If those who aspire to become Hokage were to hear this, they would surely be disheartened. After all, he is regarded as Konoha's prodigy. Let them pursue their dreams. I'm not hindering them. How utterly unappealing. My sincerest apologies. As they recline on the tatami, the afternoon sun casts a warm glow, and soon they both begin to feel drowsy. Tsunade-sama, Tsunade-sama. Ino's voice calls from outside, dispelling much of their fatigue. With a sudden crash, the door swings open, revealing a cloaked Ino. What is it, Ino? You Haven Tea taught me medical ninjutsu today. Tsunade, a hand pressed to her forehead, suddenly recalls this troublesome task. Very well, let us proceed to the courtyard. Every time Tsunade considered slacking off, the moment she glimpsed Shizun's gaze, she found herself dutifully assuming the role of a teacher, guiding Shizun instead. Keep it up, Ueshu exclaimed. raising a fist before turning to recline once more. Shizun's sparkling eyes lingered nearby, prompting Tsunade to take her to the courtyard. The afternoon warmth was just right. It was sufficiently cozy without a blanket, an ideal temperature for an afternoon nap. Ueshu merely lay there for a moment before his eyelids began to droop involuntarily. Is anyone there? Is there anyone at all? Please, save me. I still wish to live. If there is a next life, how I hope to be a carefree soul, unburdened by the daily grind, owning a quaint little shop where I can prepare my favorite dishes and perhaps have a gentle wife by my side. That would be enough. Oh God, my wish is simply this. Ueshu, Ueshu. The echoes of those two phrases swirled in his mind as he gradually opened his eyes. Shizun and Tsunade were merely a few centimeters away, their expressions tinged with concern. Didn't you go to learn medical ninjutsu? Ueshu inquired. As Tsunade and Shizun gazed at him intently, it was already time for dinner. Shizun remained silent, with Tsunade being the one to speak. Ueshu glanced sideways. The courtyard was now bathed in the crimson hues of dusk, the setting sun casting a warm glow over the yard and tatami mats. Is it already this late? It seems I've slept quite a while. It's my turn to prepare dinner today. Just a moment, I'll get right to it. As he spoke, he attempted to rise. Perhaps you should first wash your face, Tsunade sighed softly, her voice leisurely. I think so too. Also, let me handle dinner tonight, Ueshu. You seem a bit exhausted. Shizun's voice, naturally gentle, was even softer today, akin to a gentle spring breeze. Ueshu, somewhat perplexed, raised a hand to wipe his face, only to discover it damp. Tears had streamed down unconsciously, and his mind had been utterly unresponsive to it. Staring blankly at his moist arm, he felt a disconnection. Rest well, I'll prepare dinner, Shizun said gently, rising to head towards the kitchen, leaving only Tsunade behind. Hey, Ueshu lifted his gaze to Tsunade, utterly bewildered by the sudden changes in himself after just one nap. Those two phrases echoed still, leaving an unsettling ripple in his once tranquil heart. Do you remember? The past? What do you mean? It seemed she did not recall. Tsunade ran a hand through her hair as Ueshu watched. Well, I'm not certain. You'll need to figure it out yourself, she stated with a burst of determination before walking away, leaving Ueshu momentarily stunned. What on earth is she talking about? Ueshu instinctively muttered, but the next moment, silence enveloped him. The past self? The matters of this body? Ueshu whispered softly, just loud enough for himself to hear. The aroma of dinner wafted from the kitchen, and the electronic voice of the system had not sounded for some time. Tonight's dinner was notably quieter, and even the normally boisterous Tsunade had fallen silent. This did not escape the notice of Moontree. Although he was aware that he had been an exercise-loving otaku before his transmigration, he found himself entirely devoid of any thoughts regarding how he had crossed over. Furthermore, the memories of the body he had inhabited were completely absent. Unlike the novels he had read, he did not arrive with the original owner's memories. The system was also quite solitary, rarely speaking and providing no hints or answers to Moontree, for reasons unknown. His recollections of the time before his transmigration were but a haze. This was not a promising omen, or so Moontree believed. A single drop of water is sufficient to disturb the calm surface of a lake, and the same could be said for the world of Naruto. With Moontree as an outsider, everything began to change. The sun had quietly set, and after dinner, Moontree returned to his room. The world of Naruto offered little in terms of entertainment. As was his custom, he lay back, the window wide open, relishing the gentle evening breeze. Let it all unfold in due time. He ceased his restless thoughts, closing his eyes to savor the coolness of the night air. The night in Konoha was serene. It was unlike his previous life, for there was no concept of nighttime entertainment here. No street vendors or karaoke bars existed in the Naruto world. This realization brought a faint smile to Moontree's lips. Hey, Moontree, how have you been? A familiar face appeared before him after a long absence. Minato Namikaze. Aren't you supposed to be on a mission? Moontree inquired, surprised to see him. I just got back. There haven't been many missions lately, so I finally have some free time. Minato smiled warmly as always. So, how's life as a genin? Moontree asked. Not too bad, though the missions are quite simple. Mostly tasks like finding lost items. Well, everything begins with the small things, Moontree replied, noting the wisdom in those words. By the way, who is your guiding jonin? If you graduated early, you must not have joined a graduation team, right? Upon hearing this, Minato's eyes lit up with excitement. You would never guess who my guiding jonin is, he said. Oh, Moontree became curious, intrigued by Minato's enthusiasm. Do you remember the Second Great Ninja War? During that conflict, 3 great ninjas from Konoha emerged, the legendary 3. As Minato spoke, Moon Tree sensed something amiss. My guiding Jonin is one of the legendary 3. Jiraiya? Moon Tree exclaimed, casting a glance at Minato. How did you know? Well, Moon Tree stammered, taken aback. He had not expected it to be Jiraiya, and it caught him off guard. Jiraiya should not be in Konoha at this time. Where is he now? Moon Tree inquired. Master Jiraiya? Just moments ago, we were together. And suddenly, he vanished without a trace. Minato stroked his hair, lost in thought. Ah! A delicate scream pierced the air, drawing both Tsukumori and Minato's attention. It seems there is a lecher about. Tsukumori quickly grasped the situation. Jiraiya had returned, and someone was calling him a pervert. Anyone familiar with Naruto would inevitably connect these two occurrences. Jiraiya's image was not that of a legendary Sannin, but rather that of the infamous perverted sage. Let us investigate, Minato, brimming with a sense of justice, declared, ready to head toward the source of the commotion. Although I felt it unwise to let him go, I decided to follow nonetheless. Tsukumori regarded Minato with pity, thinking, this naive child still believes one of the legendary Sannin is truly a gentleman. Ouch, that hurts. Those little girls could have been gentler. It was merely a few glances. Meanwhile, a man with slightly longer white hair was gently touching his face on the ground. Hey, Hearing someone call from behind, Jiraiya instinctively turned his head. Oh, it's you. Are you the lecher from earlier? Even though he already knew the answer, Tsukumori feigned surprise. Jiraiya-sensei, what brings you here? Surely, Tsukumori couldn't be serious. Jiraiya found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Observing him, Tsukumori noted that his once decent face was now somewhat swollen, resembling that of a pig. By the way, Minato, what are you doing here? And that kid over there, weren't you just a child back then? How's life in Konoha treating you? Jiraiya cleared his throat, straightened up, and attempted to change the subject. I was just wandering around when I ran into Tsukumori. Minato, ever innocent, was easily diverted by Jiraiya's attempt at redirection. Oh, what a coincidence. I was doing the same. Jiraiya quickly adjusted the conversation, while Tsukumori quietly observed. Tsukumori-Heim, how have you been? Konoha is still treating you well, I hope? Yes, not bad at all. Thank you for your assistance back then. That's splendid to hear. No need to thank me. I am the Toad Sage of Myaboku Mountain, Jiraiya. Ah, the perverted sage. Tsukumori nodded, and Jiraiya, striking a pose, promptly fell over. I am not a perverted sage. I am the Toad Sage. My apologies. How careless of me. Tsukumori maintained a calm demeanor, while Jiraiya continued to grumble. Haha, Jiraiya-sensei and Tsukumori seem to have a good rapport. That is a misconception. Tsukumori retorted without hesitation. No hesitation at all. Jiraiya clutched his chest, feigning sorrow. Hee. Minato chuckled, finding the interaction between Jiraiya and Tsukumori quite agreeable. As midday passed, near the baths in Konoha, Tsukumori and Jiraiya, the master and disciple, unexpectedly crossed paths. I never imagined Tsunade would take you in, Tsukumori remarked. In a quaint dumpling shop. The trio sat together, Yushu, Jiraiya, and Minato Namikaze. Jiraiya, in his capacity as a senior, insisted on treating Yushu and Minato to dumplings. The 5-colored dumplings, a beloved delicacy of Konoha, were also the favorite snack of the character Akame in the original story. Is that so? I believe Lady Tsunade possesses a remarkable character. As Minato took a bite of his dumpling, he interjected, "That's not what I meant. Rather, Tsunade's status does not permit her to casually take in just anyone." Jiraiya also sampled a dumpling, and it was evident that the bond between mentor and disciple remained strong, sharing many similarities. I am uncertain about such matters, but I am truly grateful to Tsunade, he expressed. Yushu savored a dumpling, one that Akame had dearly enjoyed in the original narrative. Sweet and slightly sticky, it was undeniably delightful. One could hardly argue that it wasn't one of Konoha's time-honored establishments, boasting commendable flavor at an affordable price. By the way, you previously defeated Minato in a duel. How about it? Are you considering early graduation? Jiraiya shifted the conversation away from Tsunade, turning the focus to Yushu. That's indeed the case, Yushu replied, stealing a glance at Jiraiya, who was also observing him. If you graduate early, I could serve as your guiding Jonin. After all, I currently only mentor Minato. What a rare opportunity, Jiraiya exclaimed. How rare is it? The sage of Mount Myaboku could be your guiding Jonin. That indeed is an exceptional chance. It is indeed, Having the perverted sage as a guiding jonin is quite a unique opportunity. Hey, change that title for me. No, TCH. What an unlovable little brat. Yushu could also graduate early, Minato remarked softly. The thought of working together in the same team, completing missions alongside their teacher, Jiraiya, seemed quite appealing. Minato mused aloud, and Yushu couldn't help but envision that scenario. It must be said, it was indeed a splendid idea. Both Jiraiya and Minato were characters deeply intertwined with the original narrative, each a formidable force, far exceeding the capabilities of those within the confines of the academy. A normal person would likely choose this path without hesitation. I'll think about it, Yushu replied, his earlier resolute refusal now wavering. Academy life was rather dull. And being a genin had its merits. One could afford to be somewhat lazy. Indeed, Minato smiled, for Yushu was his closest friend and his only male companion. The prospect of being in the same team brought him immense joy. All right, Jiraiya suddenly declared, rising from his seat, prompting Yushu and Minato to turn their attention to him. Let us go, Minato. Our next mission is about to commence. Understood. Minato quickly finished his dumpling and prepared to leave. See you next time, Yushu. Until we meet again, little brat, I am genuinely looking forward to your arrival. Yes. Until next time. With that, Jiraiya took the lead, and Minato followed closely behind. Though neither was particularly tall, their silhouettes inspired a sense of admiration in Yushu, evoking a subtle sense of charm. In the world of Naruto, Jiraiya and Minato Namikes are renowned as paragons of masculinity, embodying the essence of formidable heroes and Hokage. Their lives, intertwined as master and disciple, are steeped in a tragic grandeur. As they fade into the distance, for reasons unknown, Suki grasped tightly the hand of Maru, his grip tightening with an intensity that spoke volumes. A new mission was triggered, to form a team comprising solely of narrative characters. The reward for completing this task was a chance to draw a prize. Reclining upon the tatami mat in his room, Suki had grown accustomed to the traditional Japanese setting. Though less plush than a bed, it offered a unique comfort. Since his fateful encounter with Minato and Jiraiya, such moments had become rare. Suddenly, the long-dormant single-player system emitted a sound, revealing a mission that had not appeared for quite some time. The requirement was to be part of a team consisting entirely of narrative characters, a challenge that could be deemed both daunting and manageable. According to the lore of Naruto, a standard team comprises 4 members, 1 guiding instructor and 3 students. Thus, Suki needed to recruit 3 narrative characters to fulfill this mission. With Jiraiya and Minato already present, Suki was left to seek just 1 more character. Contemplating his options, Suki noted that during the Fourth Hokage's era, there were few narrative figures. The only ones he could recall were Kushina and Mikoto. This realization simplified matters considerably. To complete the system's task, he required another narrative character. And the only 2 he was aware of were merely 8 years old, far from graduation. Consequently, Suki needed to choose between Kushina and Mikoto, and assist one of them in graduating early, thereby forming a complete team with Minato and the chosen character. Should he wait for graduation, the school would assign teams. And by then, Minato would likely have already achieved the rank of Chunin or even Jonin. This would render the system's task nearly impossible. And since the system functions solely in single-player mode, any lingering mission might impede the emergence of subsequent tasks. After contemplating the pros and cons, Suki sighed in resignation. It appeared that he could no longer afford to languish at school. He had to facilitate Kushina's early graduation, ideally within a short time frame, without unnecessary delays. Minato was lauded as the purest genius among Hokage, with both Tsunade and Jiraiya asserting that any other genius would pale in comparison to him. Given a modicum of time, Minato would surely ascend to remarkable heights. The prospect of forming a genin team with him seemed like a mere daydream. In other words, the time granted to Suki is rather limited, and within this brief period, Suki is tasked with assisting Kushina in graduating ahead of schedule. Although Suki is unaware of Kushina's combat capabilities, the challenge is undoubtedly formidable. After all, the lower ninjas of Konoha are renowned as some of the most formidable in the entire ninja world. It is noteworthy that the pinnacle of combat prowess in the ninja realm, such as the Uchiha brothers and Naruto, also hold the status of lower ninjas. And this remains true even after the Fourth Great Ninja War. With a sigh, Suki turned over, attempting to set aside such thoughts for the moment. Tomorrow, he would need to bring Kushina over to train her properly. As the day dawned quietly, Suki approached Kushina after school, proposing, "How about we train together?" However, he was met with a classic response. Huh, training? Why so sudden? Kushina was taken aback. Ever since the departure of Minato Namikaze, her circle of friends had dwindled to just Suki and Mikoto. Suki, who typically exhibited a carefree demeanor, now surprising her with a request to train, left her momentarily speechless. What do you mean? She inquired, curiosity piqued by Suki's cryptic demeanor. Well, Suki admitted, I want to train you with the aim of helping you graduate early. Huh. Kushina was even more bewildered, as if a bombshell had just been dropped on her. Why the sudden change of heart? She asked, intrigued. I wish to graduate early alongside you and Minato, and to be in the same team, Suki confided, not bothering to conceal his intentions. As he preferred to speak plainly rather than concoct excuses, Kushina was left in a daze, Suki's words echoing in her mind and igniting a flurry of rather unorthodox thoughts, causing her cheeks to flush crimson, reminiscent of a ripe tomato. Her face, adorned with vibrant red hair, indeed resembled a tomato. Why the sudden interest? Kushina's voice was faint, a stark contrast to her usual fiery persona, often dubbed the blood red pepper. Perhaps it's just a whim, Suki replied casually. After all, we're just biding our time at school. What do you think? Suki gazed at Kushina, but she hesitated. But as she began, though Suki anticipated her concerns regarding her lack of strength. However, Kushina glanced at Mikoto, who had just approached in search of her. The conversation had been overheard by Mikoto, who mustered a strained smile upon noticing the two looking her way. Children's emotions are easily discernible, devoid of pretense. Mikoto's sorrow was laid bare. As a member of the Uchiha clan, she found it challenging to mingle with commoners, often spending her days in solitude with only Kushina as her friend. If Kushina were to graduate early, Mikoto would face the prospect of navigating her school days in isolation. It wouldn't be the same without her, Suki responded promptly, drawing the attention of both girls. The three of us are training together, aiming for an early graduation. Is that truly possible? Kushina found it hard to believe. And so did Mikoto, yet it was evident that both girls harbored a glimmer of longing in their eyes. It is no wonder they felt this way. Throughout the history of Konohagakure, there have been very few who graduated early at the tender age of 8, especially considering they are girls, making it seem even more implausible. Perhaps. Tsukiki's response was resolute, prompting Kushina and Mikoto to exchange a glance. Suddenly, both girls erupted into laughter, their melodious giggles resonating in the air. Then, they exclaimed in unison, "We shall trust you this once." Yes, leave it to me. For some inexplicable reason, as Tsukiki gazed into Kushina and Mikoto's eyes, feeling the weight of their expectations, he felt compelled to assert the possibility of such a challenging endeavor. Perhaps it was a sense of hope. When others entrust their hopes to you, one yearns not to disappoint them. Observing the radiant smiles of the two girls, Tsukiki made up his mind. No matter what, he was determined to ensure that all three of them would graduate early within this time frame. Thus, Tsukiki's training regimen was established, comprising himself, Kushina, and Mikoto. The objective was clear, to graduate ahead of schedule. Not high enough yet, keep going. In the afternoon, Konoha was at its most leisurely. The students had all been dismissed, and the weather was gradually becoming drowsy. The gentle breeze and sunlight often lulled people into slumber, and it was likely that many were indulging in afternoon naps. However, in a small grove near the outskirts of Konoha, the sounds that echoed were not the faint snores of napping individuals, but rather the sharp slicing of shuriken through the air, accompanied by the labored breaths of exertion. Undoubtedly, the loudest among them was Tsukiki's voice. Ever since Tsukiki, Kushina, and Mikoto had resolved to train together for early graduation, the trio had discovered an ideal training location. This grove featured a spacious clearing, complemented by a small lake. And one could not help but admire the picturesque scenery, where the air was refreshingly pure. At this moment, Tsukiki stood there, facing two girls of his own age. The girls donned training attire, eschewing the elegant dresses favored by others, yet their appearances remained striking. There was still half the distance to their goal. Do not overthink it. Approach it as if walking on level ground, and likewise with chakra, draw it in as effortlessly as sipping water. Tsukiki gently instructed. As he observed Kushina and Mikoto, both drenched in sweat, clad in their training uniforms, their delicate faces glistened with perspiration, breaths coming in quick bursts, resembling ordinary individuals who had just completed a grueling run. Surrounding them were numerous trees, their trunks marred with numerous cuts, each mark stretching from the base to the top. Indeed, What Tsukiki was teaching was the art of tree climbing as depicted in the original narrative. It is not the literal act of climbing a tree, but rather the utilization of one's inner chakra to adhere to the tree, allowing one to ascend as effortlessly as traversing flat ground. Of course, this is not an endeavor easily mastered. The control of chakra is not a trivial task. Chakra is not akin to the hands and feet, entwined by nerves. It is a form of energy. Consequently, such energy cannot be manipulated with the grace one might wish for. Moreover, Kushina and Mikoto are merely children. And in the original narrative, Naruto and Sasuke began their training at the tender age of 12. Let us take a break, Tsukisuke remarked, surprised by the diligence displayed by the two young girls in their training. Regardless of their efforts, they remained girls in essence. Tsukisuke considered this. Yet he found solace in the prospect of their early graduation. The examinations for early graduation from the Ninja Academy, while undoubtedly more challenging than standard assessments, are not insurmountable, especially during times of peace, which augurs well for their chances. Initially, Tsukisuke had intended to allocate a modest amount of time to training. But upon witnessing the determination of Kushina and Mikoto, he found himself swept up in their fervor, increasing the intensity of their regimen. Kushina and Mikoto harbored no grievances. Indeed, one could assert that it is characteristic of the ninja world, or perhaps a reflection of their noble lineage, that at merely 8 years of age, they exhibit such ambition, especially remarkable for girls, a rarity on earth. Upon hearing Tsukisuke's suggestion to rest, both girls visibly relaxed. They plopped down, clearly fatigued. "How are you feeling?" Tsukisuke inquired as he joined them on the ground. "Quite well, though I am indeed tired. This method effectively strengthens both our bodies and our control over chakra." "It is rather effective," Mikoto responded, having grown comfortable enough to converse with Tsukisuke without needing Kushina as an intermediary. "Is this the sort of practice you usually engage in?" Kushina asked, directing her gaze at Tsukisuke. "Not exactly," Tsukisuke replied, reflecting on his own training. He was, by nature, a laid-back individual with little desire for rigorous training. Though he occasionally visited Kakashi for swordsmanship practice and to exchange combat experiences. Aside from that, he had rarely pursued training on his own. However, this did not imply that he was incapable or lacking in skill. When Tsukisuke engaged in this particular exercise, he found himself surprisingly adept, despite having no prior experience. His proficiency extended beyond mere tree climbing. He was equally skilled at the advanced technique of walking on water. Tsukisuke did not consider himself a genius. Yet he sensed an uncanny familiarity within his body. Whether it was climbing trees or walking on water, he felt as though he had performed these actions countless times before. Upon my recent arrival in this realm, I found myself in a similar predicament. Despite being merely an introverted individual, Uetsuki, who diligently maintains a rigorous exercise regimen, should not possess such remarkable combat experience. Yet, he has demonstrated this prowess not once, but on multiple occasions, including the daring rescue of Kushina. This inexplicable sensation has surfaced before. Uetsuki himself remains perplexed, attributing it perhaps to some extraordinary ability acquired through his transmigration, or possibly he is indeed a prodigy in disguise. "What is that?" Kushina inquired, her curiosity piqued as she gazed at Uetsuki. He was at a loss for words, embodying a sense of lethargy. With a tousle of his hair, he sighed, "I have nothing to offer. I am merely a lazy soul. You all should focus on your current tasks." With a dismissive sound, Kushina expressed her displeasure, having just witnessed Uetsuki effortlessly climbing trees and wading through water with apparent ease. A gentle breeze wafted through, drying the sweat upon their brows as Mikoto chuckled softly nearby, while Kushina and Uetsuki engaged in light banter. Mikoto found it hard to believe that she could experience such moments. Being a member of the Uchiha clan, she was inherently different from most at birth. Yet she lacked the peculiar sense of superiority that her kin often exhibited. While it is true that the Uchiha possess a natural bloodline limit, Mikoto felt that such an inheritance should not be a source of pride, bordering on arrogance. Her parents were gentle souls, seeming less like the lofty Uchiha and more akin to an ordinary family within Konoha. Consequently, Mikoto's disposition diverged from that of her clan, as she was calm and somewhat introverted. Due to her distinct identity, she found it difficult to forge friendships with commoners, and her temperament made her fellow clan members less inclined to engage with her. Perhaps this is why a sense of solitude often glimmered in her eyes, resonating with Kushina, who shared a similar plight, ultimately forging a deep bond between them. What are you smiling about, Makoto? Kushina's voice broke through her reverie, drawing her attention. She found herself gazed upon by both a young man and woman, their eyes clear and sincere. Makoto's smile brightened further. Nothing, just feeling a bit happy, she replied. Her words laced with cheerfulness, her laughter lingering in the air. The surroundings fell into a serene quietude, as Makoto radiated a unique aura. Unlike the gentle warmth of Minato, she exuded an embrace akin to the fluidity of water. Indeed, Kushina responded, her spirits lifted by Makoto's presence, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. I feel somewhat joyful too. She glanced skyward, increasingly cherishing these moments spent with others, a stark contrast to her solitary arrival in Konoha, akin to a solitary street lamp illuminating the darkness of night. With this thought, Kushina turned her gaze to Uetsuki, who seemed somewhat daft in his expression. Her smile grew even sweeter. Time is relentless, indifferent to all, relentlessly advancing. Yet, within the unfeeling passage of time, humanity finds warmth in the many simple, yet cherished memories. Say, do you think we could graduate early? Certainly, that would be splendid. Recently, my visits have diminished, haven't they? In the Hitaki household, an elderly man with silver hair seated in the living room noticed the arrival of the young Tsukishiro and spoke. I apologize, Brother Kiba. I've been preoccupied lately and may not have much time. Tsukishiro readily acknowledged and apologized, although he felt no wrongdoing. What is there to discuss? If you have matters to attend to, prioritize them. Your training is not urgent. It can be pursued at any time. Despite being a formidable shinobi of the highest caliber, Kiba was surprisingly benevolent, especially towards his comrades. In the entirety of Konoha, few could rival Kiba's commitment to his friends. Who would have imagined that this powerful figure, comparable to the Hokage, possessed a heart softer than most? However, he remained merciless towards his adversaries. It was precisely this trait that led to Kiba being manipulated by the third Hokage and others, ultimately resulting in his guilt over a failed mission, which tragically led to his suicide. This incident also distorted Kakashi's character, culminating in the tragic fate of Minato's team and the birth of Obito, as well as the Fourth Great Ninja War. Such is the chain reaction, every event influences countless others. This world is intrinsically interconnected, and even the slightest deviation can yield monumental consequences. This is also why Tsukishiro refrained from intervening excessively in the plot, though the original narrative had already spiraled into chaos. For instance, when Kushina was abducted, Minato was unaware and did not venture out alone to rescue her. Instead, he accompanied the Konoha forces to support Tsukishiro. Under these circumstances, Minato would have been unable to save Kushina, leading to her successful abduction, which would alter the trajectory of the ninja world. The Third Great Ninja War might have erupted sooner than anticipated. It's nothing much, really. I've just been training ninjutsu with friends. Come on, let us practice our swordsmanship. Tsukishiro began to limber up, his kusanagi sword secured at his back. He prepared to engage in a friendly duel with Shomo Hitaki. Although Tsukishiro specialized in swordplay rather than traditional blade techniques, mastery of swordplay alongside knife techniques demanded not only skill, but also extensive combat experience. Ah, you've arrived. I was wondering when you would speak up, Shomo chuckled, accustomed to this routine. Ever since Tsunade brought Tsukishiro to him, the two had forged a bond over swordsmanship, particularly as Tsukishiro relished these earnest exchanges. What astonished Shomo was that Tsukishiro's proficiency in swordsmanship was commendable, contributing to Shomo's own growth during their sparring sessions. Today, I shall ensure you truly experience the essence of this sword. Oh, are we using the real deal today? I'm indifferent to that. The sparring sessions between Hitaki Kakashi and Tsuki no Ki were initially conducted with wooden swords, yet over time, both grew unsatisfied and gradually began to engage in genuine combat, resulting in a few superficial wounds after their bouts. Their exchanges were, however, always measured, ensuring that serious injuries were out of the question. Following their discussion, both Kakashi and Tsuki no Ki began to move with palpable excitement in their eyes. In a world teeming with ninjas, the use of blades may seem peculiar. However, the Hitaki clan is renowned for their swordsmanship, and Tsuki no Ki harbored a deep fascination for both swords and knives. For some men, it is not merely the allure of firearms that embodies romance, but rather the charm of cold weapons. The exquisite sound of weapons clashing in close proximity is a delightful experience. Are you ready? I have been for a while. Kakashi and Tsuki exchanged a glance, each revealing a smile. Then let us begin. With that, Kakashi drew his sword and strode into the courtyard, with Suki following closely behind. Despite their age difference of over a decade, they surprisingly harmonized well together. Was it due to the allure of cold weapons? Or perhaps Suki's maturity contrasted with Kakashi's youthful spirit? It remains an enigma, perhaps a blend of both. The Hatake courtyard was expansive, adorned with numerous wooden posts designated for sword practice. The wind was not a gentle breeze, but rather a sharp gust, seemingly setting the stage for the encounter between Suki and Kakashi. A few leaves fluttered down, only to be followed by a flurry of their companions as the wind swept through. The fallen leaves decorated the sky as the two faced each other, their gazes penetrating through the foliage, fixating solely on one another. The leaves drifted languidly before finally succumbing to gravity. At the very moment the first leaf touched the ground, Suki and Kakashi had already positioned their hands firmly on their respective blades. With a swift motion, Suki drew his blade. The two figures lunged towards one another, colliding with a resounding clang as the Kusanagi sword met the Hatake ninja blade, producing a crisp metallic sound that reverberated through the air, spreading like ripples in a pond. Progress, indeed. Likewise, as adept swordsman, Kakashi perceived Suki's growth with a single strike. His swordsmanship had improved exponentially compared to previous encounters, not only catching up, but seemingly surpassing Kakashi. This realization was undeniably daunting, instilling within Kakashi a sense of apprehension. It felt as though something was relentlessly pursuing him, akin to a rival gaining ground, provoking both fear and reluctance within him. Kakashi smirked slightly. The White Fang of Konoha was not one to be intimidated by his juniors, nor was he easily surpassed. With a firm grip, his expression turned steely, and in that moment, Kakashi resembled a leopard, his eyes ablaze with the thrill of the hunt. The sword in his hand was deflected, causing Moon Tree to momentarily falter. In previous sparring sessions with Hatake Tsukumo, he had always been the defeated party. However, this time was distinctly different. Moon Tree had ascended from mastery to the realm of the Grandmaster in swordsmanship, and he approached today's duel with the firm intention of victory, to vanquish the renowned Konoha White Fang, a formidable warrior whose prowess in blade techniques rivaled even that of the shadows, would be a source of immense pride and fulfillment for anyone. Yet, Hatake Tsukumo seemed unperturbed by Moon Tree's aspirations. The disparity in age and physical strength rendered Moon Tree at a significant disadvantage, and in an instant, he was thrust aside. In that fleeting moment, Tsukumo's blade surged forth. Seizing the opportunity to strike while his opponent was vulnerable is a principle well understood by every adept warrior. And as the Konoha White Fang, Tsukumo grasped this truth profoundly. The instant Moon Tree was displaced, he exposed a considerable opening, making Tsukumo's strike nearly inevitable. However, Moon Tree was no novice. As a grandmaster of swordsmanship, he was not easily bested. With a firm grip on his sword, he keenly focused on the incoming blade. It was as if time slowed, allowing Moon Tree to observe the strike approaching him. Just before the blade made contact, he swung his sword in response. The Kusanagi clashed with Tsukumo's weapon, enabling Moon Tree to narrowly evade the lethal strike. The ninja's blade grazed past him, mere centimeters away, as Moon Tree successfully averted this perilous encounter. Yet, the battle was far from over. Combat spares no opportunity. The one who strikes effectively has the chance to triumph, making every assault of utmost importance. Moon Tree, having evaded Tsukumo's initial onslaught, remained composed, scrutinizing his opponent. With a swift motion, he executed a backward kick aimed at Tsukumo. As anticipated, this maneuver bore no efficacy against the Konoha White Fang, who effortlessly deflected the attack. TCH, not enough, Tsukumo chuckled, eliciting a displeased grunt from Moon Tree. Another clash of blades ensued, the sharp sound resonating around them. Leaves floated gently to the ground, only to be lifted once more by the gust created by their fierce exchange. Indeed, was it so? Tsukumo observed Moon Tree, who stood defiantly before him. This was no mere illusion. The sensation he had initially perceived, of Moon Tree's swordsmanship catching up to his own, was palpably real. It was truly astonishing. Tsukumo could feel it acutely. A mere child of over 8 years, just days ago, had been easily subdued by Tsukumo's superior technique. Yet, who could have predicted that in such a short span, this young boy would begin to match the pace of a master swordsman? It was almost surreal. Mastery in the art of the sword is often dictated by innate talent. Some individuals dedicate their entire lives to the craft without ever attaining the level of a grandmaster. Yet, Moontree had managed to astonish Tsukumo on more than one occasion. At the tender age of 8, one would have deemed his swordsmanship extraordinary. Yet he has now ascended to a mastery level that few in the entire shinobi world have attained. Kabuki Sumo, feeling a surge of astonishment, could not restrain himself from articulating, "You rascal, could you possibly be some kind of apparition? What are you talking about?" Moontree replied, a hint of confusion evident in his demeanor as he struggled to comprehend Kabuki's sudden eccentricity. "Oh, it's nothing, merely a moment of inspiration. Please, continue," Kabuki chuckled awkwardly, resuming his focus, his eyes regaining their steely resolve. Although Moontree found the situation perplexing, he committed himself wholly to the battle at hand. Kabuki sensed the aura radiating from Moontree, a pure manifestation of mastery, devoid of any falsehood. "I'm counting on you, partner." A glance at the blade in his hand revealed it to be the family heirloom of the Kabuki clan, bestowed only upon each generation's leader. The Kabuki family, renowned for their swordsmanship, had reached the zenith of their prowess in Kabuki Sumo's time, his skill alone sufficient to elevate him to the ranks of the legendary. As if responding to Kabuki's gaze, the blade in his hand shimmered with enhanced brilliance. It is said that swords possess a spirit. Perhaps within every cherished weapon lies a soul waiting to be unveiled. With a subtle breath, both Moontree and Kabuki Sumo sprang into action simultaneously. Their light footfalls barely made a sound upon the ground, as if the scene had been muted, leaving only the whisper of the wind. Clang! The clash of blades ignited sparks into the air. Clang, clang, clang. Within mere moments, their swords danced in a flurry of strikes. Slash, chop, thrust, and feint. The fundamental techniques of swordsmanship were executed with unparalleled finesse by both Moontree and Kabuki Sumo. The sparks flew as their exchanges quickened, the metallic symphony coalescing into a melodious ode celebrating the romance and fervor of their duel. White Fang. Moontree's eyes widened as his sword sliced through the air with a fierce intent. Kabuki Sumo wore a faint smile, his countenance radiating an exhilaration for the battle. "You young rascal." In an instant, Kabuki retracted his blade, intercepting Moontree's strike with precision. "Now, allow me to show you something remarkable." "Remarkable?" Kabuki Sumo paused, eyeing Moontree, who had engaged him in a stalemate. Their skills with the blade were nearly equal. Perhaps Kabuki held a slight advantage, but such nuances would take time to manifest in the heat of battle. "Watch closely," Moontree proclaimed, his aura intensifying as the winds around them whipped into a frenzy. The air howled, as Moontree's sword energy began to coalesce. "Focus it," he called out, directing the surging energy toward the Kusanagi blade in his grasp. The sword energy flowed incessantly into the Kusanagi sword from Tsukumori's body, akin to chakra, and the blade began to emit a faint glow. "Huh!" Tsukumori exclaimed loudly. Konoha Shumo sensed the imminent danger. Despite Tsukumori not being physically superior, he managed to push Shumo back slightly. The Kusanagi sword, radiating a soft luminescence, unleashed its energy, even managing to graze Shumo's arm. A formidable force surged through Shumo's hand, making him feel as if he was retreating step by step. Yet, the most disconcerting aspect was his utter inability to counter this assault, forced to yield ground. It was over. In a flash, the Kusanagi sword propelled Shumo through the air for a moment, his openings suddenly glaring. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Tsukumori redirected the thrust of the Kusanagi sword toward Shumo. The blade inched closer, and victory was tantalizingly near in Tsukumori's eyes. A soft metallic sound echoed as Shumo's white hair fluttered before Tsukumori, whose eyes widened in astonishment. Shumo had deftly parried the Kusanagi sword with his ninja blade, seeming to leverage the force to reposition his body, simultaneously releasing his grip on the blade. In an instant, Shumo adjusted himself, his ninja blade appearing frozen in midair, utterly motionless. However, this was merely a momentary illusion. Gravity had yet to assert its influence. With a sharp clap, it felt as if the entire world came to a halt, leaving only the realm within Tsukumori's gaze in motion. In his bright eyes, a strand of white hair danced. Shumo reached for the ninja blade suspended in the air, that emblem of his identity. "Move, move." In Tsukumori's vision, that figure drew closer, as if in slow motion. Shumo's eyes glimmering with a fierce elegance. Gritting his teeth, the veins in Tsukumori's hand bulged as he gripped the Kusanagi sword tightly. A flash of light from the ninja blade surged through his vision, and in that instant, Tsukumori pivoted the Kusanagi sword. Whoosh! A gust swept by, lifting strands of hair from his forehead. I have one. Shumo's ninja blade had reached Tsukumori's throat, while the Kusanagi sword had yet to complete its thrust, halted midway. In this contest, there was no doubt that Tsukumori had fallen short. It was Shumo's triumph. How infuriating. Tsukumori did not particularly care for victory. He merely endeavored to give his all in every aspect, accepting the outcome if it did not yield success. However, he was unwilling to concede in the art of swordsmanship. Tsukumori could not quite articulate it, but he cherished the sensation of wielding a blade, perhaps influenced by the martial arts fervor of his youth. After all, what man does not harbor a dream of chivalry? The romance of the sword. Tsukumori could not claim to fully comprehend it, yet he undeniably relished that feeling. Oh, there is still much room for improvement. Hatake Shumo set down the ninja blade, revealing a smile akin to that of Minato Namikaze. Both individuals are gentle souls, akin to little sons. Regrettably, they share a similar fate, each a prodigy, yet both meeting an untimely demise. Next time, I shall not falter. Tsukumori sighed, then resolutely declared. Indeed. I await your return, Shumo replied with a smile. In the mundane and tedious days of school, Tsukumori yawned in boredom. The familiar sights of Konoha, the unchanging weather, and the monotonous hours of class induce a drowsiness that feels almost inescapable. Tsukumori mused that perhaps the system's tasks were meant to alleviate his ennui. Initially, he had not felt the weight of monotony, but with the emergence of the system's assignments, his focus shifted towards graduating early, and the tedium of daily existence came rushing back. Tsukumori. Huh, is school over? Unintentionally succumbing to fatigue, Tsukumori drifted into slumber, only to be roused some time later by a voice. It's not that early yet. However, the teacher seems to be calling for you. As he opened his eyes, he was met with a glimpse of crimson hair. Indeed, it was Kushina, seated in front of him. Teacher? What does he want with me? I'm not sure. Perhaps you should go find out, Kushina replied, shaking her head. With a sigh, Tsukumori rose to seek out the teacher. Truthfully, he felt it would have been better to continue sleeping. After several days of guiding the two girls in their intensive training, he felt somewhat weary. Admittedly, he felt a tinge of shame, as the training was for the girls, not himself. Thus fatigue was not entirely warranted. Setting aside these thoughts, Tsukumori yawned as he exited the classroom. You seem quite tired, Mikoto remarked, approaching and standing beside Kushina, observing Tsukumori's retreating figure. Tired? What on earth for? We are the ones training. He merely sleeps most of the time, occasionally waking to instruct us, Kushina retorted, frustrated that while they poured sweat into their training, Tsukumori appeared to be enjoying a deep slumber. Indeed, that is true, Mikoto chuckled softly. However, he proves reliable. He is never asleep when we require assistance. Humph. He does all right, I suppose. Unbeknownst to Tsukumori, Mikoto and Kushina were discussing him behind his back as he approached the teacher's office. He pushed open the door, and the scene within came into view. Well, if at ISNT Tsukumori. Long time no see. Tsukumori paused, taken aback. He had not anticipated that Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze would be in the office. How's school treating you, kid? Jiraiya inquired, turning to greet him. It's about the same. But wait, what are you two doing here? Tsukumori quickly scanned the room, but found no one else besides Jiraiya and Minato. No need to search. I'm the one who requested your presence. Jiraiya's voice echoed in his ears, drawing Tsukumori's gaze entirely upon him. Jiraiya casually tossed an object towards Suki, who deftly caught it. All right, that's done. Let's leave, Minato. Huh. Suki, observing Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato preparing to depart, quickly interjected, what's going on? Just as Suki intended to reveal the object in hand for a closer inspection, Jiraiya's voice interrupted, I believe you can examine that on your own later. With Jiraiya's words, Suki's actions came to a halt. What do you mean? Suki's voice softened considerably, casting a sidelong glance at Jiraiya. That's your concern? You should look at it yourself. After saying this, Jiraiya strode towards the office exit. Minato followed closely behind, offering an apologetic gesture. I'm sorry, I'm not entirely sure either. Jiraiya-sensei, didn't he mention anything? Minato spoke gently, but with Jiraiya urging from outside, he had no choice but to hasten after him, as the sounds of their footsteps faded into the distance. Suki gradually unfolded the object in hand. Before his eyes lay a token, substantial and imbued with a sense of antiquity, exuding an aura steeped in history. Suki's breath quickened, not from the sight of an antique, but because the token bore an inscription, Kishin. That was the surname of Suki's current body. The token was etched with the characters for Kishin, with a dark red hue staining 1/3 of its surface, including the inscribed name. Suki stood frozen for a moment before breaking into a self-deprecating smile. Hey, is this truly the Hokage? This was the first time such a thought crossed Suki's mind. The matters he had previously overlooked now lay starkly before him. When had he crossed over? What was the reason? Why did he only remember the name upon his arrival? After all, Kishin was a surname he had never encountered in his past life concerning the Hokage. At first glance, it might seem ordinary, but now Suki's assumption shattered. Undoubtedly, this body was not that of an average person. What exactly it was remained unclear to him. Since crossing over and experiencing his first battle, Suki had encountered many peculiarities. After he had dispatched a rain ninja for the first time, he genuinely felt the reality of this world. This was not the so-called animated Naruto. It was not a mere fictional world separated by screens and dimensions, but a tangible reality. Suki, what's wrong? What did the teacher say? While Suki was lost in thought, Kushina had already approached him. Kushina, what are you doing here? Why? School's already out. I was getting ready for training. Honestly, what are you doing just standing here without a teacher? Suki silently tucked the token away, and Kushina, unaware of what had transpired, questioned him, noticing his dazed expression. Is school over already? What else could it be? Let's head to training. We don't have much time. Yutri paid no heed to Kushina and proceeded to gently push her away. Wait a moment. Kushina, taken aback, was passively propelled forward, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. You are quite assertive in leading us to intensive training? Kushina's gaze reflected disbelief. Although it was indeed Yutri who had initially suggested their early graduation, half of the time during their training was spent with him asleep, which left Kushina incredulous. How could I possibly not? Yutri replied weakly, continuing to nudge Kushina along. Left with no choice, she acquiesced to his insistence. Unbeknownst to her, the demeanor of Yutri was not the usual languidness, but rather a composed calmness. His eyes sparkled with determination, fixated on the path ahead, revealing more than just the red figure before him. Detached from the original narrative, there were aspects of the story not depicted in Naruto that left Yutri uncertain of his emotions. This body, in a strict sense, did not belong to him. Yet an unwavering tenacity surged from the depths of his soul. This feeling became even more pronounced upon seeing the talisman inscribed with the name of the goddess. Yutri could distinctly sense the rapid beating of his heart, quicker than ever before. He took a deep breath, ultimately resolving to uncover the mystery surrounding the goddess. This fervor, if it belonged to the original owner of this body, was an obligation for Yutri to fulfill. With his resolve firm and his objective set, the next course of action became clear. It was straightforward. Jiraiya, the one who had given him this talisman, must possess some knowledge, however minimal, that could aid him. Contemplating this, Yutri's eyes momentarily reflected an unusual seriousness. Yutri, an excited voice broke through his slumber, prompting him to slowly open his eyes. But in the next instant, he was jolted into an abrupt awakening. Wind style, great breakthrough. The girl's voice echoed in his ears, leaving Yutri momentarily dazed. His eyes still struggling to adjust. Before he could comprehend his surroundings, he was unexpectedly swept away, akin to a kite severed from its string, and collided with a tree. The impact was loud enough to reverberate, causing the tree to sway. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Yutri clutched the back of his head. His eyes still clouded with confusion and the remnants of sleep. What on earth just happened? Slowly, he rose to his feet. Just as he stood, he caught sight of Kushina, her cheeks puffed out in annoyance. Her crimson hair glistened with beads of sweat, and her piercing gaze bore into him, making Yutri feel somewhat uneasy. Kushina, what's the matter? He inquired cautiously, fully aware from his years of experience that reasoning with a girl often leads to one's own fault, regardless of the situation. Kushina huffed, refusing to respond to Yutri. Yushu considers himself somewhat of a straightforward man, having devoted decades of his life to his first love. He has yet to have a girlfriend, nor does he have any close female friends, while in another dimension, his wife seems to change every quarter. Foolish one. Do you not see where Kushina stands now? Just as Yushu was at a loss, Mikoto's voice resonated beside him. Where is she standing? Upon hearing Mikoto's words, Yushu's gaze shifted to Kushina. She appeared visibly upset, her petite frame standing above the shimmering surface of a small river, the ripples from earlier still reverberating. Yushu's eyes gradually brightened, and a smile involuntarily graced his lips. Kushina had successfully completed her water walking training. Since the special training commenced, Kushina's progress had consistently lagged behind Mikoto's, who naturally exhibited superior chakra control as a member of the Uchiha clan. In contrast, although Kushina hailed from a renowned lineage, her chakra control resembled that of an ordinary person. Yushu was aware of the underlying reason. Kushina's identity was not solely that of a survivor of the Uzumaki clan, but also as the vessel for the Nine Tails. Just as in the original narrative with Naruto, the presence of the Nine Tails disrupts the chakra of its host, leading to complications in its utilization. A quintessential example lies in Naruto's struggle with even the most fundamental jutsu, such as the shadow clone technique, which was notably evident in the story. Yushu could still vividly recall those soft, ineffectual clones. Although later on, Naruto wielded the technique as one of his signature moves. He is the quintessential protagonist. Not everyone can utilize clones as a formidable weapon, particularly those who are Jinchuriki. Kushina was not an exceptionally outstanding genius. She may have been respectable among ordinary individuals, but within the context of a prominent clan, she did not particularly shine. Initially, this was acceptable, but as time passed, the disparity in training progress between Kushina and Mikoto became increasingly apparent. While Mikoto advanced to water-walking training, Kushina remained preoccupied with climbing trees. It was no wonder that Kushina felt elated upon completing her water-walking, nor that she grew frustrated with Yushu's lack of reaction. "Kushina," Yushu called out loudly. Observing her sulking demeanor, Kushina subtly shifted her gaze towards him. Yushu flashed a smile, though it could not compare to the radiant smiles of Minato or Shikamaru. It was nonetheless filled with youthful exuberance. "Well done." He revealed his teeth, and Kushina's lips curled into a faint smile in response. "Umph, such a slow-witted fellow." Kushina muttered to herself, gathering her emotions before turning toward Yushu. Mikoto lingered beside Yushu for a moment, as Kushina gradually approached from the riverbank. The gaze of Tsukiki fell upon Kushina, unaware of the blush that adorned Mikoto's cheeks beside her. This smile, unlike any Tsukiki had ever worn, radiated a youthful exuberance that momentarily captivated Mikoto, leaving her spellbound and subsequently flushing with warmth. Oblivious to the profound effect of his unintentional smile, Tsukiki, though not lacking in physical appeal, often appeared languid and somewhat mature for his age. When a boy with an air of maturity suddenly exudes the spirit of youth, it is impossible for those around him not to take notice. It was akin to a fairy shedding her celestial cloak and descending to the mortal realm, drawing the gaze of all who beheld her. "All right." Kushina emerged from the water, prompting Tsukiki to call out to her. Both Kushina and Mikoto turned their attention towards him. "Next week, right?" Tsukiki flashed a natural smile, revealing his teeth. "What? Need I say more?" "Of course, it's the graduation exam." His words brimmed with confidence, instantly soothing the anxieties that had plagued both Kushina and Mikoto. It felt as though they were traversing a dark path illuminated by a guiding light. Kushina and Mikoto observed Tsukiki, whose slender frame was not particularly tall, given that he was only 8 years old. He did not appear robust, embodying the essence of a youthful boy. Yet, the usual languor and lackluster gaze had vanished, replaced by a sparkle of enthusiasm and positivity. Kushina and Mikoto were entranced. Having never witnessed Tsukiki in such a radiant state, an anomaly that shone like a beacon, Kushina's eyes gradually softened, the earlier tension dissipating into the ether. "Honestly, you seem nothing like yourself," she remarked. Mikoto echoed, "Indeed, you don't resemble your usual self at all." Tsukiki's demeanor reverted to its previous state, albeit the brilliance in his eyes remained undiminished, still captivating. It was as if he were gazing upon something extraordinary, a thought shared by Kushina and Mikoto. The first step of the accelerated graduation training program had finally been completed in less than 2 weeks, a commendable pace indeed. Since Jiraiya's last visit to the Ninja Academy, he had vanished once more. Inquiries to Tsunade revealed he had departed on a mission with Minato. The token of Himegami rested within Tsukiki's ninja tool pouch at his waist, the inscription still causing a flutter of trepidation within him. There was something awaiting Tsukiki, an elusive answer he was yet to uncover. Something that had never materialized in the original narrative. As his hand unconsciously tightened around the pouch, it felt as if it were emanating warmth. A heat that gradually spread throughout his body, ultimately coalescing at his heart. Although I am not one to be overly passionate, nor do I desire to be so, I am resolute in my pursuit of answers, for you and for myself. Such thoughts echoed within the heart of Moon Tree, who could feel a profound sense of tranquility emanating from the depths of his being. The ancients spoke of the duality of existence, one part being the soul, the other the body. The body serves as a vessel for the soul, granting the right to exist, while the soul embodies the essence of existence itself. Death, too, manifests in two forms: the demise of the body or the dispersal of the soul. The passing of the body does not equate to true death. The scattering of the soul signifies the extinguishment of a person. The existence of the soul is undeniably real, as demonstrated by the sealing techniques used to contain the undead. To be frank, Moontree was uncertain of his current predicament. If he were to apply the reasoning of his former life, he might conjecture that he had transmigrated, likely inhabiting a body that housed two souls. Of course, it was plausible that the original soul had nearly faded away, leaving behind only lingering attachments. Moontree did not consider himself a paragon of virtue, nor would he meddle in matters that bore no fruit. However, having occupied another's body, he felt an obligation to fulfill the remaining aspirations of its previous owner. He thought it rather shameless not to assist in completing their final wishes. Regardless of whether this was merely a self-imposed rationale, his objective was straightforward: to achieve the resolution of this body's lingering desires. He sought not to become the strongest in the world, nor to attain the title of Hokage. His ambition was simply to accomplish this singular goal. Wind release, Windblade. The voice of Kushina pierced the air, jolting Moontree back to reality as he deftly leaped aside, effortlessly evading her ninjutsu. Fire release, Great Fireball Technique. Wind release, Great Breakthrough. Seizing the moment, Mikoto unleashed her ninjutsu from the side, while Kushina swiftly countered with a wind technique to enhance Mikoto's attack. The wind amplified the fire, transforming an ordinary great fireball into a formidable force. Boom! The fireball collided with Moontree, resulting in a spectacular explosion. Yes, the two women believed they had succeeded, their excitement palpable as they clenched their fists. What a pity! Moontree's voice resounded from above, causing their exhilaration to freeze in place. With a gentle dissent, Moontree uttered a phrase. Kushina and Mikoto, lacking in practical experience, failed to react in time. With precision, Moontree restrained his strength, delivering swift strikes to each of their heads. Ouch! They exclaimed in unison. This round of practice was undoubtedly another victory for Moontree. There remains much to learn. Moontree retracted his hands. In the midst of battle, one must never lower their guard unless they have directly witnessed the demise of their foe. No, even upon seeing an enemy's lifeless form, vigilance must be maintained. Moontree began to instruct the two women. The nature of a ninja's combat is profoundly unpredictable, given the multitude of techniques at their disposal. Thus, one should remain perpetually alert. Maintaining a sense of vigilance is a fundamental quality of a ninja. The Moontree, resembling a wise elder, imparted lessons to the two young women, eliciting a moment of displeasure from Kushina, who responded with an audible huff. "I understand," she replied, albeit reluctantly, her eyes betraying a palpable sense of dissatisfaction and unwillingness to concede. This was to be expected, as the fiery red pepper was inherently headstrong. Had she been docile like Mikoto, she would no longer embody her fiery essence. Kushina was known for her fierce temperament, having once taken down several individuals in secret after overhearing disparaging remarks about her. Nonetheless, she had made progress in terms of cooperation, which was commendable. However, her hand signs could benefit from increased speed. They remained somewhat sluggish. With a hint of a smile, the Moontree offered gentle encouragement, understanding that both sweetness and bitterness must be balanced for optimal results. Time had passed significantly. The Moontree mused as Kushina and Mikoto turned their gazes toward him. It was time. With a smile, he noted that nearly 2 weeks had been dedicated to chakra control training, followed by an additional fortnight of comprehensive training. Whether in physical prowess, ninjutsu, or chakra regulation, both Kushina and Mikoto had undergone a remarkable transformation over the past month. Regardless of the circumstances, the Moontree felt confident that they had met the required standards. "Let us begin," he declared, signaling the commencement of their graduation examination. A glance at the two young women revealed their eyes brimming with excitement. Everyone must succeed. Need I say more? Yes, came their enthusiastic, albeit contrasting reactions, prompting a smile from the Moontree. Throughout this period spent with the two, he had gradually grown accustomed to their dynamics. Kushina was not one to wear her heart on her sleeve, often concealing her emotions while occasionally speaking with blunt honesty. In stark contrast, Mikoto presented herself as a gentle, forgiving and composed girl, embodying the virtues of diligence and grace, a paragon among her peers. Their personalities were nearly oppositional, yet they had forged an unbreakable friendship, akin to complementary angles. Taking a deep breath, the moon tree announced, "Thus, the special training officially concludes." With this proclamation, the curtain fell on their preparatory sessions, leading them into the graduation examination. All were to pass together and graduate early. This plan was finally set to be put into action. The dedication exhibited by Kushina and Mikoto during the month-long training had not gone unnoticed by the moon tree. Despite the need for rest, he was acutely aware of the sweat they had poured into their efforts. While ordinary girls reveled in the joys and beauty of life, Kushina and Mikoto devoted themselves tirelessly to their training, striving to meet the ambitious goals set forth by the moon tree. Even after completing his tasks, they continued to push themselves further. It was only fitting that all should succeed together, as it represented a testament to their hard work and determination. "You both should take a moment to rest," he said, turning to Kushina and Mikoto, who were both drenched in sweat from their exertions. "And what about you?" they inquired. "I shall seek out the third Hokage," he replied. "Seek his application for early graduation." Kukinai and Mikoto gazed at Tsukiki. "Go ahead. No words are necessary. The sweat speaks volumes." Tsukiki glanced at the two girls, then leapt away, departing from the scene. Kukinai and Mikoto watched Tsukiki vanish into the distance, exchanged glances, and could not help but chuckle. Their laughter, reminiscent of silver bells, floated on the breeze, carried by the river's current. "Keep going. Keep going." Kukinai and Mikoto exchanged small, adorable fist pumps. It was indeed rare for them to exhibit such behavior, a pity that no one was there to witness it. Leaves fluttered gently, brushing against the resolute gazes of the two girls. Tsukiki arrived at the Hokage building. Right before her, she pushed open the door, stepping onto a new path. "Next, it is the path of the ninja. Knock, knock. Come in." A robust voice resonated from within. Tsukiki took a deep breath and pushed the door open. Just as she had observed before, the Hokage's office remained unchanged, even through Naruto's tenure. "Tsukiki, what brings you here alone?" the third Hokage inquired. Though his expression showed no surprise at her arrival, it was understandable. After all, this was the Hokage's office, protected by layers of security. Tsukiki's lineage from Tsunade allowed her to enter without hindrance. "I come to apply for early graduation," Tsukiki replied softly. Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes. Tsukiki understood that he had likely observed her closely and was aware of her circumstances. The third Hokage was a quintessential politician, perhaps even more astute than Senju Tobarama, though still in his prime and not yet disappointing as depicted in the original narrative. "Early graduation? Do you wish to follow in the footsteps of Minato Namikaze?" "No." Tsukiki met Sarutobi's gaze directly. "I wish to apply for early graduation for all three of us." The air seemed to still. Both Tsukiki and Sarutobi fell into silence. "Early graduation for all three?" Sarutobi murmured, his eyes locking onto Tsukiki's. It was hard to believe that such a resolute gaze could belong to a child merely over 8 years old. As the third Hokage and a renowned jutsu instructor who had showcased his prowess during the Second War, Sarutobi was in the prime of his life, his presence fully formed. Yet Tsukiki stood her ground, unwavering. "Very well." The third chuckled. "The children of Konoha should embody such vigor." Rising to his feet, he gazed out the window. "I have some knowledge of your endeavors. You all have done well. It is rare for children to train so diligently, especially with the temporary peace leading to a certain laxity among many." The third spoke slowly, while Tsukiki listened intently. It was no wonder he enjoyed imparting wisdom. It seemed he had cultivated this habit from a young age. Wherever the leaves dance, there the fire burns, illuminating and warming the village. This embodies the will of fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to gaze at Tsukamori. "You are the inheritors of the will of fire, the future of Konoha." Tsukamori met Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, acknowledging the depth of his reasoning, finding himself swayed. Setting aside all else, one must admit that Sarutobi Hiruzen genuinely dedicates himself to the well-being of Konoha. His advancing age has compelled him to resort to the most humble means to safeguard the village. Where the leaves flutter, the fire persists. Tsukamori echoed Sarutobi Hiruzen's sentiments, saying, "Thank you for your trust. I shall not let you down." Tsukamori harbored no disdain for Konoha. On the contrary, he held a deep affection for it. The will of fire was a topic often discussed among enthusiasts. The will of fire, you say? Perhaps I shall embody it, fulfilling a fantasy from my past life. Saratobi Hiruzen observed Tsukumori with a smile. Very well. I shall arrange your early graduation examination in the coming days. Prepare yourselves. And I will notify you when the time comes. With a wave of his hand, the graduation examination was set in motion. Although Tsukumori hailed from outside Konoha, even with Tsunade's endorsement, Saratobi Hiruzen felt it necessary to confirm his potential, especially given Tsukumori's remarkable abilities, which surpassed even those of Minato Namikaze. Naturally, such talent was one Saratobi Hiruzen wished to bind to Konoha. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Tsukumori expressed his gratitude and, having nothing further to discuss, departed from the Hokage's office. Himegami Tsukumori? I never imagined he truly existed, Saratobi Hiruzen murmured, watching as Tsukumori walked away. Sensei, is that legend truly real? Saratobi Hiruzen spoke softly, reminiscing about matters unknown to others. Meanwhile, Tsukumori successfully secured early graduation for himself and 2 others, returning to the training grounds. Perhaps fatigued, Kushina and Mikoto were resting against a tree, their delicate noses twitching gently, their slumber harmonizing with the surroundings, resembling a picturesque scene. They must be tired. Tsukumori chose not to disturb them, instead quietly settling against another tree nearby. A gentle breeze caressed his face, akin to a soft kiss upon the forehead, as if whispering a sweet goodnight. Tsukumori glanced at the 2 girls before closing his own eyes. He always found the sunlight in Konoha delightful, not too hot, nor too cold, but perfectly balanced, allowing for a comfortable slumber. The rays of sunlight fell upon him, neither scorching nor harsh, resembling a mother's gentle caress through his hair, both tender and warm. Konoha, in comparison to the other 4 great ninja villages, undeniably boasts superior geographical conditions, and the village atmosphere is equally pleasant. With his eyes closed, Tsukumori began to envision the promising future that lay ahead. As one might hope, to establish a quaint little eatery in the Hidden Leaf Village, preferably a hot pot restaurant, where one could prepare delectable dishes for patrons and witness the smiles that blossom from their enjoyment. Thus, from dawn until dusk, time need not linger long. One could leisurely indulge in moments of respite, retreating to the comfort of a slumber whenever desired. This idyllic existence had been the aspiration of Tsukiki since her journey into this realm began. For various reasons, Tsukiki had lost the memories of her previous life. Yet she believed that as long as she lived well in the present, all would be well. However, before her dreams could manifest, she needed to unravel the significance of the name Himegami, diligently fulfilling the original owner's longings. As Tsukiki pondered these thoughts, a wave of drowsiness enveloped her mind. As was her custom, she succumbed to the allure of sleep. Sunlight bathed the 3 of them, illuminating their youthful, innocent faces. The days of intensive training had drawn to a close, deepening the bonds among them. Tsukiki, Tsukiki, a familiar voice resonated in her mind, and she stirred, her vision gradually sharpening to reveal the familiar faces of Kushina and Mikoto. Good morning, Tsukiki uttered habitually. Good morning? The sun has already set, Kushina retorted. Tsukiki glanced around, and, indeed, the surroundings had transformed into a dusky hue. It was already twilight. Honestly, you sleep so much during the day. And now you can sleep again. You truly are a slumbering deity, Kushina remarked, exasperatedly rubbing her forehead, while Tsukiki managed a sheepish chuckle in response. Let us go home, Tsukiki suggested, attempting to shift the topic to avoid further scolding from Kushina. You know, Kushina picked up on her intent. Let us go home, she echoed, smiling and following Tsukiki's lead. Mikoto observed quietly from the side, maintaining her poised demeanor. Under the twilight sky, the trio walked together, each returning to their respective homes. As usual, they resumed their studies, but 2 days later, an unexpected announcement from their teacher caught them off guard. The graduation exams are ready. Have you heard? Tsukiki, along with Kushina and Mikoto, applied for early graduation together. Is that true? The 3 of them applied at once. That has never happened before. Neither of the 2 has. Let alone all 3. No wonder they had been seen together after school lately. They had been secretly training. Tsukiki might be capable, having bested Minato. But could Kushina and Mikoto truly graduate early? Surely not. Had there ever been female students who graduated early from the Ninja Academy? She had no recollection of such instances. In the small village of the Hidden Leaf, the news of Tsukiki and her companions' early graduation spread like wildfire, reigniting the excitement of the academy. As all the children buzzed with discussions about the trio, 3 individuals have remarkably graduated early, an unprecedented event in the annals of Konoha, particularly notable as two of them are females. Setting aside the reactions of the school populace, Suki, Kushina, and Mikoto have already arrived at the training grounds situated behind the academy. There, Sarutobi Hiruzen stands waiting, easily visible to the trio from a distance. The surroundings are tranquil, contrasting sharply with the earlier hustle of the ninja school. "You've arrived," Sarutobi Hiruzen greeted with a smile as he noticed the three. However, unlike Kushina and Mikoto, who exchanged pleasantries, Suki's attention was drawn to another figure beside Hiruzen. This individual, whom Suki had encountered previously, boasted lustrous black hair and a complexion fairer than that of most women, almost resembling one. Suki recognized him as one of Hiruzen's three disciples, the notorious Orochimaru, a scientific aberration often referred to as Snake Uncle by those from a past life, a figure consumed by a relentless obsession with research, particularly in the realm of Kekkei Genkai. It could be stated that no other ninja matched Orochimaru's fervor for the study of bloodline limits, his singular ambition being the pursuit of a perfect body. Suki's gaze fixed on Orochimaru, who returned the scrutiny with his serpent-like, cold eyes. "You are intriguing," Orochimaru's voice slithered out, low and whispery, as he flicked his tongue, elongated and thin. It was undeniable that Suki found him unsettling, evoking a discomfort akin to witnessing an oddity. Withdrawing his gaze, Suki refrained from further eye contact with Orochimaru. After all, no one would willingly engage in a stare-down with a confirmed deviant. A brief cough from Sarutobi Hiruzen broke the tension, commanding the attention of the assembly, with Orochimaru noticeably restraining himself in the presence of his mentor. At this point, he had yet to become the unhinged being depicted in the original narrative. He still held a measure of respect for Hiruzen, his teacher. "Are you all prepared?" Hiruzen surveyed the trio, who remained silent, their expressions speaking volumes. "Very well. Let me outline the graduation examination. It's quite straightforward," he continued, a smile gracing his lips. "You are to seize a bell from a jonin. As long as one of you succeeds, you shall pass." As the words left his mouth, Suki immediately focused on Orochimaru, the sole jonin present. Orochimaru, attuned to Suki's gaze, acknowledged him with a knowing look. However, Hiruzen interjected once more. "Although Orochimaru is the only jonin here, your opponents are not limited to him." Kushina and Mikoto exclaimed in surprise, while Suki too was momentarily taken aback. "When your opponent is the esteemed elder guiding your future, naturally, if you can prevail." Jiraiya smiled. Tap, tap. The sound of wood striking echoed. The sage of Myaboku. Jiraiya appeared as a shadow leaped from the side, landing gracefully in a poised stance. Indeed, it was Jiraiya, the very figure that Suki had longed for. "Jiraiya?" Suki gazed in bewilderment at the white-haired man before him, and the two girls beside him mirrored his confusion. "Indeed, it is I, Jiraiya." He struck another pose. "Ah, Suki, you are finally on the verge of graduating early." Just as Suki was about to respond, Minato Namikaze dashed in from the side. This was hardly surprising. With Jiraiya present, Minato would naturally be close at hand. "But weren't you supposed to bring Minato along? There are three of us. Wouldn't he that exceed the limit?" Suki glanced at Minato, acknowledging him, then turned back to Jiraiya to inquire. "Who told you that a team consists of only 3 members?" Jiraiya straightened up, no longer striking poses. Suki found it hard to retort. Indeed, no one had stipulated that a ninja team must comprise 3 individuals. "So, if we succeed, we will be Konoha's first 4-person team?" Kushina also asked. Indeed, Jiraiya nodded affirmatively. Mikoto and Kushina exchanged glances, astonished that they were to be part of Konoha's inaugural 4-person team. Well, typically, a team of 3 is more manageable, but Jiraiya insisted on taking all 4 of you. Given his strength, he can certainly handle this responsibility, so I permitted it. Hiruzen Sarutobi remarked, then turned to Jiraiya. "I have matters to attend to with Orochimaru, so I leave this to you, Jiraiya." "Yes, go on, old man," Jiraiya replied. "You should call me teacher instead. We've been at this for quite some time." Hiruzen, with a sigh, vanished in an instant with Orochimaru. Now, only Suki, Mikoto, Kushina, Jiraiya, and Minato remained, surrounded by an eerie silence. "All right, prepare yourselves. I, Jiraiya, shall be your opponent, the sage of Myaboku." Jiraiya smiled, transforming from his usual amiable demeanor into a figure radiating intensity. A powerful aura surged like a tempest, palpable to Suki and the others. It was the essence of a true warrior, forged in the fires of countless battles. Their breaths grew heavier, with Kushina and Mikoto feeling especially tremulous. Before them stood the legendary figure from the Second Great Ninja War, known as one of the Sannin, Jiraiya, a man whose prowess rivaled that of the Kage. Suki smiled, a wave of exhilaration washing over him for reasons unknown. Kushina and Mikoto felt the same, and upon seeing Suki smile, they too began to chuckle, even while trembling. Jiraiya, in turn, delighted in witnessing such a scene. The flames of Konoha do not fear the tempest. Rather, they blaze ever brighter. Disperse. With the commencement of the graduation examination, Tsukishu commanded an immediate retreat. Kushina and Mikoto were no ordinary individuals. They swiftly scattered, concealing themselves amidst the surrounding foliage and behind the trees. Now, only Tsukishu and Jiraiya faced each other directly. Not bad, Jiraiya remarked, as Minato observed from the sidelines. And you? Jiraiya inquired, turning to Tsukishu. Do you believe you can defeat me in a fair contest with such confidence? Tsukishu placed his hand upon the hilt of his Kusanagi sword. Such matters one cannot ascertain without trial. Drawing his sword, he exclaimed, slash. No sooner had he spoken than a brilliant arc of light surged towards Jiraiya. A strand of white hair floated down, leaving Minato momentarily astonished. Jiraiya deftly sidestepped the strike, yet none anticipated the ferocity of Tsukishu's attack. This slash Jiraiya gazed at Tsukishu, his heart filled with astonishment. Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Tsukishu was never one to indulge in idle chatter. He expertly capitalized on every opening presented by his adversary. Jiraiya's evasion revealed a flaw to Tsukishu. The fire dragon erupted from Tsukishu's mouth, scorching the air as it raced towards Jiraiya. Wind release, Great Breakthrough. Kushina's voice rang out from the side. No one expected Kushina to actively enhance Tsukishu's ninjutsu at that moment. The fire dragon, fueled by the winds, intensified, elevating from a B-rank technique to nearly an A-rank level. Jiraiya smiled. These children are truly fascinating. Remaining composed, Jiraiya reached for the ninja tool pouch at his waist. Extracting a scroll. Sealing technique. Fire sealing method. He unfurled the scroll, directing the blank side towards the approaching fire dragon flame bomb. Incredibly, the scroll acted like a vortex, absorbing Tsukishu's fire dragon flame bomb entirely. Here you go. Jiraiya began forming seals once more. Whoosh. Several shuriken flew in from the side, aiming to interrupt Jiraiya's hand seals. Too naive. Jiraiya cast a sidelong glance, continuing his seals while leaping into the air, his wooden sandals clapping against each other. Ninjutsu, Needle Earth Concealment. In an instant, Jiraiya's white hair transformed into long needles, enveloping him entirely. The shuriken struck him, yet proved utterly ineffective. With a clang, they were deflected aside. Fire sealing method. Release. The fire dragon flame bomb re-emerged from the scroll, but this time, its target was not Jiraiya, but Tsukishu. Barrier. Heavenly cover formation. Suddenly, a formation emerged beneath Jiraiya's feet, causing those nearby to feel a sensation of being spied upon. Fire release. Dispersing mist. Jiraiya did not pause. He continued to form seals, expelling several flame bombs towards the ground. Tsukishu, oblivious to Jiraiya's actions, found himself facing the fire dragon flame bombs. With a sharp exhale, Tsukishu leaped aside, evading the oncoming fire dragon flame bomb. The fire dragon's flame orb crashed to the ground, exploding with a resounding bang, sending a shockwave directly towards Tsukumori. The impact caused Tsukumori to sway, and in his peripheral vision, he caught a glimpse of Jiraiya's mischievous grin. A sense of foreboding washed over him, though he could not articulate why. Beware of your surroundings, Tsukumori shouted, but it was too late. Boom, boom. Two explosions echoed, and before Tsukumori could react, the ground beneath him erupted with a violent blast. A fire orb surged upward from below, and despite his timely response, Tsukumori felt a slight burn. The force of the explosion sent him flying to the side. Shadow Clone Technique. Jiraiya hurled a shuriken towards Tsukumori. As it spun, it multiplied from 1 to 2, then 4, gradually filling the air with a swarm of shuriken. The overwhelming pressure bore down upon Tsukumori. Tsukumori, on the ground, Kushina and Mikoto, both struck by fire orbs, lay with ashen faces, yet they could not help but worry for Tsukumori amidst the chaos. Wind release, Great Breakthrough. Fire release, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. The two women rose with determination, swiftly forming hand seals to lend Tsukumori their support. Naturally, Tsukumori would not stand idly by. He gripped the Kusanagi sword tightly, channeling chakra into it, causing it to emit a faint glow. Huh! Tsukumori shouted, swinging the Kusanagi sword, unleashing a massive slash. Simultaneously, Kushina and Mikoto's combined ninjutsu surged forth. The phoenix flowers detonated one after another, cleaving through the onslaught of shuriken. Amidst the cacophony of explosions, the trio managed to thwart Jiraiya's shadow clone technique. Unruly Lion's main technique. Just as one wave subsided, another arose. In the realm of ninja combat, there is seldom a pause for the adversary. And before Tsukumori could catch his breath, Jiraiya's next assault commenced. Tsukumori watched as Jiraiya's white hair elongated, aiming directly for him. The Unruly Lion's main technique. A signature attack of Jiraiya appeared deceptively soft, yet possessed the strength to ensnare and incapacitate an opponent. As the strands surged towards him, Tsukumori raised the Kusanagi sword to defend himself. With a resounding clang, he was once again propelled back by the immense force, his feet scraping against the ground as he retreated, stirring up a cloud of dust. With a flick of his wrist, Tsukumori cleared the haze surrounding him. Jiraiya, observing Tsukumori, prepared to form more hand seals. At that moment, two figures emerged from the shadows, Kushina and Mikoto. One brandished a kunai while the other hurled shuriken towards Jiraiya. With a sharp thud, a cloud of dust erupted as Jiraiya, struck by the shuriken, transformed into wood. It was a substitution technique. Where is he? Kushina and Mikoto landed gracefully, instantly adopting a vigilant stance. Shadow clone technique. The trio turned towards the source of the commotion, and from behind a nearby tree, three Jiraiyas suddenly emerged. Three versions of Jiraiya unleashed shurikens. This maneuver posed little threat to the trio of Tsukiki, yet it allowed the three Jiraiyas to close in. The ensuing confrontation was a test of physical prowess. Tsukiki excelled in close combat, a domain where he showed no weakness. Conversely, Kushina and Mikoto faltered. While Kushina possessed decent martial skills, they paled in comparison to the legendary Jiraiya. Mikoto fared even worse, suffering a crushing defeat. In a moment of carelessness, Mikoto was sent flying by a kick from Jiraiya, and Kushina, distracted, met a similar fate. Tsukiki, feeling a twinge of urgency, swung his Kusanagi sword, severing the illusion of Jiraiya, and sought to assist Kushina. Employing earth release and the decapitation technique, the ground beneath him suddenly split open, and hands emerged, grasping for Tsukiki's legs. The surprise of Jiraiya's unexpected tactic left Tsukiki momentarily stunned. Cursing under his breath, he thrust his Kusanagi into the earth, chakra surging into the blade just as he was pulled down. It felt as though he had stepped into a void, plummeting until only his head remained above ground. With a fierce outburst, the chakra-laden Kusanagi unleashed a wave of energy, blasting open the confines of his imprisonment. Boom! A cloud of dust erupted as Tsukiki soared into the air. Upon landing, he observed that Kushina and Mikoto were bound by ropes, with two Jiraiyas standing guard. From this encounter, Tsukiki deduced that these two were mere shadow clones, while the true Jiraiya lurked in the shadows, ready to strike. Do not underestimate the stealth of a seasoned ninja. Jiraiya could be anywhere, especially with a technique like transformation at his disposal. With his allies incapacitated and an unseen enemy, Tsukiki scanned his surroundings, his vigilance heightened, gripping the Kusanagi tightly. At that moment, the two Jiraiyas, ignoring the captured women, charged towards him. With a swift motion, a shuriken hurtled through the air. Tsukiki's gaze locked onto the projectile. Suddenly, an instinct surged within him, reminiscent of Naruto's transformation into a wind shuriken, catching foes off guard. For Jiraiya, such a tactic was not beyond the realm of possibility. Comprehending this, Tsukiki promptly formed hand seals. Fire release, great fire annihilation. This A-rank jutsu, employed by Uchiha Madara in the original narrative, held immense destructive potential. Flames erupted from Tsukiki's mouth, their vibrant hue inducing a sense of dread. Normally, such an advanced technique would be beyond his capabilities, yet his extraordinary bloodline granted him an unprecedented reservoir of chakra, far exceeding that of ordinary ninjas. The mere extinguishing of the Great Fire technique poses no challenge to the inherent chakra reserves of the Senju bloodline. The flames of the Great Fire technique are exceedingly fierce, incinerating everything that stands in their path. The shuriken that soared through the air were instantly consumed by the blaze, and the two shadow clones of Jiraiya dissipated into a cloud of smoke. Toad oil bomb. The sunlight above was briefly obscured as Jiraiya completed his hand seals, unleashing a torrent of oil from his mouth. Fire release, great fireball technique. A subtle movement beneath his feet caught the attention of Tsukumori, who realized he was under attack from both above and below. One of the ninja incantations. Jiraiya's figure danced through the air, his exuberant smile seemingly radiating with confidence. Tornado. With a powerful sweep of the Kusanagi sword, he unleashed a blade of wind that coalesced into a vortex. Flames erupted from beneath him, while oil bombs rained down from above. Yet, Tsukumori remained unfazed by this dual assault. The sword's aura transformed into a tornado, enveloping Tsukumori like a protective barrier. Both the fireballs below and the oil bombs above were effortlessly cleaved apart by the sword energy surrounding him, allowing Tsukumori to escape from this predicament. Deception is the essence of warfare. Jiraiya's voice echoed in his ears. As the whirlwind of sword energy dissipated, Tsukumori sharply turned towards the source of the sound, directly beneath him. Earth release, decapitation technique. Once again, the same maneuver. I've been waiting for you. Tsukumori was not intimidated. Rather, he chuckled as Jiraiya's unease grew from below. In his hands, Tsukumori cradled a blue and white chakra sphere. Rasengan. He hurled the Rasengan downwards with great force. Boom. A resounding explosion erupted, sending shuriken flying through the cloud of dust. The shuriken soared towards Kushina and Mikoto, precisely grazing the ropes that bound them, severing their restraints. In an instant, both women sensed their newfound freedom, exchanging a glance before readying themselves for battle once more. Dang! Lion's main technique. A fierce gust of wind swept through, dispersing the dust and propelling Tsukumori backward. Jiraiya's white hair ruffled as he countered the onslaught. Upon closer inspection, Jiraiya appeared somewhat disheveled, his once pristine locks now tousled, and his face dusted with grime. Only he understood the precariousness of Tsukumori's sudden Rasengan. Had he not swiftly employed the body replacement technique, the Rasengan would undoubtedly have struck him directly. Casting his gaze towards the impact site of the Rasengan, Jiraiya was taken aback. Its destructive force was immense, qualifying it as an A-rank ninjutsu. Most importantly, it was an unsealed technique, bypassing the cumbersome hand seals, thus offering unparalleled speed that overshadowed other ninjutsu. Jiraiya gazed at the moon tree before him, flanked by two companions. Kushina and Mikoto. Had they just rescued their comrade amidst the chaos? As Jiraiya contemplated this, the more he pondered, the more he perceived the terrifying prowess of the moon tree. With adept combat skills, a composed mind, exceptional individual strength, and the ability to coordinate seamlessly with allies, the moon tree was indeed formidable. Not to mention the prior ninjutsu displayed, and this unprecedented silent technique. It was astonishing enough that a mere child of over 8 years possessed such mastery, but the sheer volume of chakra was equally astounding. Jiraiya had come to fully grasp the capabilities of the moon tree, recognizing him as the most prodigious talent he had encountered in a long while. Beside him, Minato stood speechless, his eyes reflecting a profound sense of unwillingness, yet devoid of surrender. Where did you learn that ninjutsu, kid? Jiraiya inquired, already harboring some suspicions, yet feeling that his conjecture was overwhelmingly daunting. I developed it myself, the moon tree replied calmly. Minato, at his current age, had no possibility of crafting the Rasengan. Jiraiya inhaled sharply, while Minato's astonishment was palpable. To have developed ninjutsu at such a young age had left everyone present in awe. Intriguing, Jiraiya chuckled. It was undeniable that the moon tree had surpassed Jiraiya's expectations entirely. Was it not fitting to say he was indeed the descendant of legends? Jiraiya recalled that tale, a wry smile adorning his face. With the bell still jingling at his waist, the moon tree, Kushina, and Mikoto prepared once more. This time, it would be a direct confrontation. Jiraiya regarded the 3 children before him, reflecting on the remarkable strength of the youth nowadays. Taking a deep breath, he noted, truly, each one surpasses the last. In the blink of an eye, a serious expression filled Jiraiya's eyes. Let the exam continue. The moon tree unleashed a fireball. Fire release, great fireball technique. Although his physique was indeed impressive, there were limits even at his age, having executed numerous ninjutsu alongside a great fireball. The moon tree's chakra was starting to dwindle. Water release, water bullet. Jiraiya, a mature adult, possessed a substantial reserve of chakra, even without any extraordinary lineage. As the moon tree's fireball hurtled toward him, Jiraiya effortlessly countered with a water release technique. The water bullet collided with the great fireball, producing a hissing sound as steam enveloped the area, obscuring everyone's vision. However, Jiraiya remained unfazed. His barrier allowed him to navigate the situation with ease. A smirk graced his lips as he anticipated the outcome. Indeed, the chakra reserves of the moon tree and his companions had been severely depleted, leaving them unable to execute further ninjutsu. Particularly the moon tree, whose chakra was comparable to that of a jonin, left Jiraiya in disbelief. Such a phenomenon typically occurred only within the Uzumaki and Senju clans. Observing the movements of the trio, Jiraiya awaited their approach with quiet anticipation. It was evident that they were about to employ their physical techniques. To the right, a figure darted from the side, and Jiraiya seemed momentarily caught off guard. Success! Kushina lunged at him with a kunai, her face radiating excitement as she neared her target. The second secret of the ninja, Jiraiya spoke softly, and Kushina instantly sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Never let your guard down prematurely. In an instant, Jiraiya shifted his stance and executed a side kick aimed at Kushina. Just as she was about to be struck, another figure emerged from the side. Not a chance. It was Suki, who seized the opportunity presented by Jiraiya's attack. Anticipating Suki's movements, Jiraiya leaped into the air, spreading his legs wide, and with a single kick, he sent both Kushina and Suki flying. The force was formidable. Thud! Suki and Kushina landed with a crash, and Mikoto couldn't help but exclaim. In the next moment, Jiraiya appeared beside her. The third secret of the ninja: never cease to observe and contemplate. Clenching his fist, Jiraiya aimed a punch at Mikoto. Whoosh! Suki swiftly drew a shuriken and hurled it toward Jiraiya. Ah! Mikoto cried out as she was sent sprawling by Jiraiya's blow. Meanwhile, Suki's shuriken flew toward Jiraiya. But it was a moment too late. Jiraiya paid no heed to the shuriken. It posed little threat to him. Mikoto! Kushina's voice rang out. Mikoto, just having been struck down, summoned her strength and, like Kushina, charged toward Jiraiya. Suki also regained her footing and began to form hand seals. Does she still have chakra? Jiraiya slightly tilted his body to evade the shuriken while keeping a watchful eye on Suki. Capture him! Kushina, faster than Mikoto, shouted as she lunged toward Jiraiya. He was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating Kushina's intent. Unfazed, Mikoto followed suit, charging unhesitatingly at Jiraiya. He would not allow them to succeed so easily. Regardless of their physical prowess, Jiraiya was determined not to be ensnared by the two of them. Just as he prepared to fend off the approaching Kushina and Mikoto, Suki began to make her move from a distance. A puff of smoke erupted from Suki's direction, indicating that she had only just completed her hand seals. Jiraiya struck out with fists and feet, sending Kushina and Mikoto flying, yet they would not relent, tossing shuriken and kunai even as they soared through the air. Despite their poor aim, could it be? Jiraiya sensed something amiss. He could no longer feel Suki's presence. As the shuriken from the two girls flew towards him, he turned to look behind him. Too late. As I turned my head, a sword flew towards me. It was the grass-cutting sword of Tsukumori. Jiraiya had initially intended to envelop himself entirely in needles for protection, especially with the threat looming behind him. However, upon catching a glimpse of Tsukumori dashing towards him, he abruptly halted his actions. In his peripheral vision, he saw Tsukumori sprinting forward, one hand empty and the other cradling a blue and white orb. Jiraiya recognized it instantly. It was the very ninjutsu that had nearly injured him moments ago. Drawing a kunai, Jiraiya deflected the sword, then hurled it towards the approaching Tsukumori. The trajectory of the shuriken was far from precise, and Jiraiya felt no need to evade. Rasengan. Tsukumori propelled the Rasengan forward, effortlessly sending Jiraiya's kunai flying aside. Earth-style, triple earth wall. Jiraiya slammed his palm against the ground, raising 3 earthen walls to obstruct Tsukumori's path. Tsukumori's expression remained unchanged, his gaze fixed ahead. With a thunderous crash, the Rasengan collided with the earthen walls, producing a resounding boom. Do not underestimate that orb. Tsukumori intensified the chakra output, causing the Rasengan in his hand to swell in size. This guy? With a forceful impact, the triple earthen walls shattered under the power of Tsukumori's assault, prompting Jiraiya to swiftly retreat. Not a chance. Tsukumori thrust the Rasengan into the ground. With a violent explosion, the Rasengan detonated, sending debris flying and affecting both Tsukumori and Jiraiya. Swiftly, the shurikens thrown by Kushina and Mikoto whizzed past, their aim lacking precision, missing Jiraiya entirely. Jiraiya landed securely. immediately adopting a combat stance. "I have emerged victorious," Tsukumori proclaimed, standing tall with a smile gracing his face. In his hand, he held a bell, gently shaking it to produce a melodious chime. When did that happen? Jiraiya glanced down at his waist, only to find the cord binding the bell had snapped in two. Could it be? He thought, his pupils slightly dilating as he fixed his gaze on Tsukumori. Indeed, it was that trick, Tsukumori chuckled. Using the transformation technique to disguise as a shuriken, while employing a shadow clone to shield Kushina and Mikoto, all the while diverting your attention. Then, launching a surprise attack from behind. Furthermore, as you were preoccupied, Kushina and Mikoto managed to sever the cord, Jiraiya added. Bingo, Tsukumori replied. I had full faith in their shurikens. As he spoke, Kushina and Mikoto, looking somewhat disheveled, approached from the side. The three stood united once more. It is all thanks to our collective effort, Kushina exclaimed, her excitement unmasked. Kudos to Tsukumori, Mikoto remarked, her tone modest yet infused with enthusiasm, consistent with her usual demeanor. Indeed, none of us could have succeeded without the others, Tsukumori declared, grasping the bell and tossing it to Jiraiya. This time, the victory belongs to us. Jiraiya caught the bell and, glancing at the three in front of him, couldn't help but smile wryly. Indeed, it was as he suspected. Impressive, Tsukumori. I must say, I was not mistaken. Upon seeing the outcome, Minato Namikaze rushed over, brimming with excitement. I will not be outdone, he declared. No, I concede, Tsukumori raised both hands. I'm utterly exhausted, completely drained, he sighed. What are you saying? You can't be so complacent. You must continue your training, Minato exclaimed, uttering words that seemed uncharacteristic of him. Perhaps it was Tsukumori who ignited this fervor within Minato. All right. Jiraiya clapped his hands, addressing the four young ones before him. Let us go have some barbecue. It's on me, as a welcome for our new teammate. Jiraiya smiled. Thank you, Teacher Jiraiya. I was just feeling a bit hungry. Tsukumori replied gratefully. Ah, the early morning, the finest hour of the day. Tsukumori recalled hearing this sentiment often in his previous life. Although he was uncertain of its truth, he held a decidedly contrary view. The reasoning was quite simple. Why rise from a snug bed when one could enjoy the warmth of the covers? Thus, when the alarm rang at 7, Tsukumori hesitated for half a second before decisively silencing it and returning to sleep. What? You wonder why Tsukumori set an alarm for 7 o'clock? Do I even need to explain? It was because he had passed the exam yesterday, and Konoha's first four-man team was commencing its official activities. Their first mission was to gather at 7 in the morning. For Tsukumori, the notion of a mission paled in comparison to the importance of sleep. If it were a systematic task, it would be another matter. But this was merely an ordinary ninja assignment. Why sacrifice his precious sleep for that? Thus, Tsukumori vehemently protested the early morning gathering and resorted to actions as a form of dissent. Speaking of missions, Tsukumori suddenly opened his tightly shut eyes. Oh, I remember. Completing the mission grants me a chance at a lottery. He finally recalled that this period of intense training had a purpose, to complete the system's tasks and seize that opportunity for a lottery draw. A fleeting thrill washed over him, yet he promptly shut his eyes again. The lottery can be drawn at any time. I can do it later after I wake up. Besides, such matters require a shower and fresh clothes. For now, I shall indulge in another nap. With that thought, Tsukumori settled comfortably to resume his slumber. Good morning. Good morning. A greeting floated into his ears, and Tsukumori, still half asleep, subconsciously responded. A few seconds later, he jolted awake. Wait, he exclaimed, his eyes snapping open. As expected, he was met with the sight of Jiraiya, his white hair glimmering, accompanied by Minato and Kushina. He anticipated that these individuals would all come rushing to his home. Good morning, he said after a moment of silence, echoing his earlier response. What time is it? Why are you still sleeping? As anticipated, Jiraiya erupted in fury, causing the entire room to tremble. You wretched brat, waking me up so early. You're doomed. The atmosphere grew even more tense as the formidable roar of Tsunade echoed through the house. Jiraiya visibly flinched, his complexion paling at the sound, clearly gripped by a profound fear of Tsunade. We must flee. The urgency in his voice heightened as he hastily grabbed the still slumbering Tsukumori and dashed away. Sensei. Both Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki stood in stunned silence, witnessing Jiraiya's swift retreat. The footsteps echoed ominously, and before they could react, the door to Tsukumori's room was flung open. A tall, displeased woman stood there, a frown etched on her face, with a distinctive mark on her forehead. The dark aura radiating from her sent the three children retreating in fear. It is said that one should never provoke a woman, and Tsunade, roused from her beauty sleep, was particularly fearsome. "Jiraiya, you better not let me catch you," she shouted out the window before departing. Once Tsunade left, the 5 members of Jiraiya's team finally gathered. By the time Minato and Kushina arrived, Tsukumori stood beside Jiraiya, sporting 2 bumps on his head and an expression of resignation. Tsukumori lamented his own lack of strength compared to Jiraiya, and with his weapon left behind in his room, he knew he was no match for Jiraiya's prowess. "Haha, what a look you have there. Quite fitting for you," Jiraiya chuckled at Tsukumori, who appeared in his pajamas, his face a mix of bitterness and weariness. Kushina immediately switched to teasing him, and Tsukumori sighed, acknowledging his lack of control over the situation. Minato and Kushina shared a quiet laugh at the scene. Jiraiya, however, wore a frown, thinking, this kid is barely old enough but acts as if he has been through so much. Clearing his throat to regain their attention, he declared, "All right, our team is officially established, and it is time for our first mission." The 4 looked at Jiraiya expectantly. "Indeed, our inaugural task is to clean the streets." Huh. Both Kushina and Mikoto were taken aback, while Tsukumori let out a sigh of resignation. He had anticipated such a mundane assignment. In the original narrative, it was similar. Upon becoming a genin, one would not immediately face perilous missions. Most tasks involved menial chores within the village. In times of war, one would be dispatched to the battlefield. But with the Second Great Ninja War just concluded, a prolonged period of peace lay ahead. Thus, Tsukumori and his peers were left with such trivial duties, which contributed significantly to his reluctance to rise and assemble. Sacrificing sleep for trivial tasks seems hardly worthwhile. Everything begins from humble beginnings. Even ninjas adhere to this principle. Sweeping the streets is a form of contribution to the village, and it comes with its own rewards. Kakashi Hatake has endured this for a month now and has grown accustomed to it. Given his nature, he might even find joy in it. He was correct. Even the 3rd Hokage traversed this path, and so must we. Jiraiya nodded in agreement with Kakashi's sentiments. "Very well then," Kushina replied, somewhat disheartened. Though Mikoto was not particularly disappointed, sweeping the streets had its merits. As for Suki, he cast a disdainful glance at Jiraiya. It seemed utterly deceptive. The ninja world had been embroiled in chaos prior to this, with the First and Second Great Ninja Wars erupting rapidly and fiercely, resulting in the deaths of powerful leaders from various villages. It must be acknowledged that those wars were indeed brutal, though they paled in comparison to the Fourth. Enough complaints. Every structure begins from the ground up, Jiraiya chuckled. Thus commenced the first task of Jiraiya's small team, sweeping the streets. Jiraiya led the way, with Kushina trailing behind somewhat reluctantly, while Mikoto offered her gentle encouragement. Kakashi and Suki followed quietly. "By the way, I still have a lottery to draw," Suki suddenly recalled. With nothing else to occupy his time, he thought it best to proceed. He dismissed thoughts of bathing or changing clothes. "System, initiate the lottery." "Congratulations, host. You have acquired Shadow Clone Technique, B rank, and Multi-Shadow Clone Technique, A rank." Suki struggled to suppress a triumphant smile. It seemed he had found a way to indulge in idleness. Oh, what a delight. The sunlight in Konoha was always just right, perfect for sleeping in, though perhaps not ideal for sweeping the streets. The scorching sun beat down on their faces as Jiraiya's team dispersed with brooms across the thoroughfare. "This is so dull. Why must it be so hot today?" Kushina complained weakly as she swept the ground. Kakashi and Mikoto, however, maintained their silence and diligently continued their task. The most infuriating sight was Jiraiya, who sat nearby, engrossed in a book, occasionally flashing a lewd grin, which only served to exacerbate Kushina's irritation. She glared at him. Her fists clenched, then resolutely turned away to avoid further aggravation. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and her gaze shifted to Suki, who was also quietly sweeping. This sight astonished Kushina. Suki was notoriously lazy, always opting to lie down rather than sit up. Yet here he was, diligently sweeping. By all accounts, he should be off somewhere avoiding work. "Suki, are you feeling unwell?" she inquired. Huh. Upon encountering Kushina's sudden inquiries, Sukizuki wore a look of utter bewilderment. "You, of all people, can work so diligently?" Having spent ample time together, Kushina was well acquainted with Sukizuki's character. With a sigh, Sukizuki lamented, "I have no choice. Why must that fellow leave all the work to me?" Do shadow clones possess no rights? Sukizuki began to voice her grievances. Kushina, however, paid little heed to the latter part of her complaint, mistakenly believing Sukizuki was referring to Jiraiya, nodding vigorously in agreement. Never mind, let us just finish this quickly. Sukizuki sighed once more, dutifully returning to her tasks. Observing Sukizuki, Kushina sighed in unison, pouting as she continued to sweep the streets. The streets of Konoha were relatively clean, yet the three of them faced a considerable workload in clearing such an expansive area. The sunlight in Konoha was warm and inviting, a pleasant comfort for those on the opposite side. Not far from where Jiraiya's team was sweeping, nestled in a small grove, lay Sukizuki, peacefully asleep under one of the trees. Despite being engaged in sweeping moments ago, Sukizuki now rested here. Seasoned ninjas recognized the occurrence. Utilizing shadow clones to tackle tasks allowed for a bit of leisure. Many had indulged in this strategy. After all, what distinction existed between the original and its clones? It must be said that fate was favoring Sukizuki. She pondered whether she had stumbled upon a stroke of luck, having serendipitously acquired the shadow clone technique at this opportune moment. Regardless of such musings, Sukizuki continued to employ shadow clones in her duties, while she herself remained comfortably ensconced at home, too lazy to rise from her bed. Meanwhile, Kushina and her companions found the situation rather peculiar. As Sukizuki consistently completed her tasks ahead of schedule and appeared genuinely earnest, albeit with a disgruntled expression that conveyed her sense of grievance. As for Jiraiya, he remained as ever, lounging nearby. As one of the legendary Sannin, he had ample resources and found no necessity to engage in such D-rank missions, which were primarily designed to train new genin. For a ninja, the essence of their craft lay in the very concept of endurance. Psychological fortitude and patience were essential traits. Only those who embodied the spirit of endurance could be deemed competent ninjas. Currently, Jiraiya's team was undergoing this assessment, which placed an additional burden on Minato, who had to accompany Sukizuki and her companions in repeating a segment of D-rank tasks, though Minato's disposition was one of indifference. As time passed, Sukizuki adeptly navigated 2 weeks with the aid of her shadow clones. This time, the memories relayed by her clones contained some rather amusing incidents. Unable to withstand the monotony of the tasks, Kushina finally approached Jiraiya to voice her complaints, escalating the matter all the way to the third Hokage. As the little princess of the Uzumaki clan, with the legacy of Uzumaki Kushina behind her, she possessed the clout to do so. Consequently, Jiraiya and Hiruzen Sarutobi found themselves obliged to cater to the whims of Kushina, ultimately conceding to assign her team a C-rank mission. One must admit, your fiery spirit remains as vibrant as ever a C-rank mission? The moonlit tree murmured softly, recalling the first C-rank mission of the original Naruto. It was, in truth, an A-rank task masquerading as a C-rank one. That was decades ago. How could it be possible? The moonlit tree pondered, smiling gently. The original tale belongs to yesteryears. How could such an occurrence transpire now? Shizune, what shall we have for dinner tonight? The moonlit tree shouted into the room, dismissing those thoughts. Indeed, it was Shizune's turn to cook, while Tsunade remained, as ever, solely focused on eating. The moonlit tree could not fathom how this woman could indulge without gaining weight, sharing a similar lethargy. Perhaps this is the essence of aging. Are you contemplating something inappropriate? The aroma of the meal wafted through the air as Tsunade, reclining in the living room, directed her gaze towards the moonlit tree who awaited dinner. Impossible. Am I that sort of person? The moonlit tree replied with a righteous tone, appearing quite serious. Yet, spinning tales with open eyes was another of the moonlit tree's notable skills. Humph, Tsunade responded with a huff, for she could not hear the unspoken thoughts of others. By the way, you've been cooped up at home lately. Aren't you supposed to be on a mission? I have shadow clones. The crafty little rascal. It's fine. I'm not praising you. When did you learn the shadow clone technique? I just suddenly figured it out. You rascal. Tsunade chuckled wryly, bemused by such a response. Dinner is ready, Shizune's voice called from the kitchen, prompting the moonlit tree to rise and assist in serving the dishes. Tsunade watched as the moonlit tree moved away, then, as was her habit, sipped her tea gently. The tea was still warm, exuding steam that floated softly into the air. Unbeknownst to them, the Senju household had transformed from solitude to a lively trio, almost dreamlike in its vibrancy. Be careful. Don't worry. Tsunade observed Shizune and the moonlit tree bringing the dishes, a faint smile gracing her lips. Is it the god of the princess? Indeed. If it is true, our plan shall be simplified. In some underground location, the aging figure of Uchiha Madara, with his white hair, gazed at Kaguya with a wicked smile upon his weathered face. Let us observe for now. Let us see if the god of the princess, renowned for being the direct descendant of the Sage of Six Paths, possesses any unique traits. As you command. As night descended and the wind followed suit, chilling the world. The moonlit tree nestled comfortably under the covers, sleeping soundly. Escort the merchant to the land of water. Kushina softly recited the C-rank mission bestowed upon her by Sarutobi Hiruzen. The land of fire boasts the most favorable geographic conditions among the nations. Everyday items and local specialties, which are costly in other lands, can be found inexpensively here. Thus, many merchants traverse borders, journeying to the land of fire to procure goods for sale in distant lands. For the sake of wealth, one can indeed engage in any endeavor. Traversing a few nations for business is merely a trifling matter, especially considering the relatively small territories of the nations in the Naruto universe, where one can reach another country in merely a few days. Is this truly a C-rank mission? Kushina glanced at Hiruzen Sarutobi. Indeed, do not underestimate this. Although C-rank missions do not typically involve encounters with ninjas, they should not be taken lightly, and besides, you will have the opportunity to explore beyond the village. Will you not? Hiruzen smiled. As the host of the Nine Tails, Kushina would not be permitted to leave the village, even if only a select few in Konoha were privy to this information. Thus, the rationale for allowing Kushina to exit the village was quite straightforward: Jiraiya's formidable strength. As one of the legendary Sannin, and also his own pupil, assured Hiruzen of Jiraiya's capabilities. Furthermore, the matriarch of the Uzumaki clan had also consented to Kushina's departure, alleviating any concerns. In the prime of his life, Hiruzen was far from the impotent figure depicted in the original narrative. He was resolute and capable of bearing the title of the Third Hokage. Well then, when shall we commence? Upon hearing of her chance to leave the village, Kushina's eyes sparkled with excitement, her visage radiating a desire for adventure. You, young lady, Hiruzen chuckled. For there were few in Konoha who dared to speak to him so freely. Let us adjourn for today. We shall gather at the village gate tomorrow morning at 9. Jiraiya announced, and the members of his team dispersed. Tomorrow would mark their inaugural mission outside the village. That night, the members of Jiraiya's team found themselves unable to sleep in anticipation. Even Minato, who had been a genin for some time, felt the same way. Although he had graduated a month earlier than the others, Jiraiya had not taken him on any challenging missions, and they had continued to perform D-rank tasks as usual. This time, however, the prospect of leaving the village filled Minato with excitement, more so than his three companions, even if he did not outwardly display it. Following him in enthusiasm was Kushina, then Mikoto, and finally, the least excited was Izuki. For Izuki, the allure of venturing beyond the village was not particularly compelling. The earth of his previous life was vast compared to this ninja world, and he had already witnessed a great deal, albeit mostly online. Besides, could one still be considered a shut-in if they left home? Izuki remained as lethargic as ever. Yet, once again, a voice echoed in his mind. Mission triggered. Complete your first C-rank mission. Reward: 1 lottery draw upon mission completion. Izuki was taken aback. Something seemed off. The recent missions had grown increasingly difficult, and he could distinctly sense that the novice phase had passed, with the system's tasks now presenting greater challenges. Logically speaking, a C-rank mission should pose no significant issue for a newly minted genin. After all, it is merely a C-rank mission. It has been stated that ninjas will not be present. The disparity between ninjas and non-ninjas is indeed considerable. What circumstances could possibly render a ninja squad in distress? Besides, there would be no other ninjas involved, right? With these thoughts, Suki found himself somewhat speechless. The C-rank missions of Konoha are truly unique. His own mission, along with Naruto's decades later, exemplifies this singularity. Well, that can be addressed later. There is also the lecherous sage to consider. Though he may appear somewhat unscrupulous, he remains a reliable ally. Suki turned over, feeling a sense of indifference towards the matter. Even if the sky were to fall, there would still be someone tall enough to bear the burden, wouldn't he there? As night deepened, Suki's breathing resonated steadily. The moon shone solitary in the night sky, with no other stars to accompany it. Soon, dawn broke. Good morning, Suki yawned as he arrived at the village gate. Members of Jiraiya's small team were already waiting, accompanied by a couple of horse-drawn carts and a man and woman. Good morning? Look at the time, exclaimed Kushina, her frustration evident. Isn't at precisely 9 o'clock? Suki replied, obliviously revealing his punctuality. You idiot. Kushina's anger was palpable, illustrated by the several symbols of irritation appearing above her head. Ahem, Jiraiya coughed to intervene, sparing Suki from any further wrath, though he remained unaware of this. This is the person we are escorting, Mr. Kichimoku Kuroki, along with his daughter, Miss Kichimoku Kei. Jiraiya introduced the man and woman standing nearby. Suki glanced over. The man appeared somewhat older than Jiraiya and was dressed plainly, hardly resembling a merchant. His daughter, however, was striking, her long black hair tied back in a ponytail. Her delicate features were pleasing to the eye, accentuated by a teardrop beauty mark at the corner of her eye, adding a touch of charm. It must be said, this woman was indeed a beauty, exuding an amiable aura. Hello, I am Tsukigami Suki, he introduced himself calmly. Regardless of the woman's beauty, it was of no concern to him. He was not the type to lose himself in the presence of a woman. After all, sleeping, eating, and enjoying anime were far more appealing pursuits. After exchanging pleasantries with their employer, the group took the opportunity to become better acquainted. Thus, Jiraiya's small team officially commenced their first venture out of the village. As the cart gradually rolled out of Konoha, Suki and the others accompanied it, watching as the village slowly faded from view. They had truly ventured beyond the confines of the village, and for several days at that. Upon their departure, aside from Jiraiya and Suki, the others could not help but feel a tinge of excitement. After all, having spent their entire lives in Konoha, the chance to explore beyond its borders was exhilarating. However, Suki felt differently. His predominant emotion was one of concern. Following the triggering of last night's system task, Suki was increasingly certain that this C-rank mission would not be as straightforward as it appeared on the surface. What lay ahead remained unclear to the moonlit tree. Despite the presence of a lecherous immortal at his side, caution was still warranted. After all, Jiraiya was but one man, and the moonlit tree harbored doubts about his ability to protect 6 individuals. How desirable it would be for matters to remain uneventful. Casting a glance at the unmistakable expressions on the faces of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Mikoto, he softly inquired, Sister Jukamuki, what is the land of waterfalls like? On a narrow path within the forest, a carriage passed slowly, accompanied by a silver-haired man and a golden-haired boy. At the helm, Jukamuki Kairi drove the carriage, while inside, the moonlit tree, along with the 3 others, remained in the company of Jukamuki Kei. Minato, displaying his understanding, voluntarily stepped outside to escort the carriage alongside Jiraiya. It must be said that the camaraderie among women is indeed peculiar. In just a few days, Kushina and Mikoto had grown quite familiar with their employer, Jukamuki Kei. Leaning back in the carriage, the moonlit tree observed the animated conversation among the 3 women. The land of waterfalls, you say? Jukamuki pondered for a moment, seemingly lost in recollection. It is an incredibly small place, so diminutive that it hardly warrants the title of a country. It is more akin to a village, perhaps even smaller than Konoha. Jukamuki Kei smiled, her charm undeniable, pure and innocent. To be frank, the moonlit tree held great admiration for Jukamuki Kairi, who, as a merchant, had managed to raise such a pure and innocent daughter. It spoke volumes of his character. Is it truly that small? Kushina was taken aback, while Mikoto listened quietly. Indeed, exceedingly small, both in size and population, Jukamuki replied. But will you still be conducting business there? How can that be? With a smile, Jukamuki responded. Who said we are going there to trade? Because that is what the task states. Kushina and Mikoto replied obediently, their eyes fixed on Jukamuki Kei. The moonlit tree's gaze shifted toward her as well. Are we not merchants? He mused, narrowing his eyes. This mission hardly struck him as a mere C-rank task. Hence his vigilance remained unwavering. In a sense, one could argue that, Jukamuki explained. All the goods in this carriage were purchased collectively by the villagers. My father was a merchant in his youth, which is why he entrusted this procurement task to me. Is that so? She continued. Due to the village's remoteness, its inhabitants are generally simple folk who have never ventured beyond their borders, likely harboring some trepidation about the outside world. As she spoke of her village, a gentle light flickered in her eyes, compelling anyone who beheld her to perceive her as a kind-hearted soul. Truly? Sister Jukamuki, how noble of you! Kushina and Mikoto exclaimed, deeply moved by Jukamuki Kei's demeanor. Even the moonlit tree could not help but feel admiration. To traverse borders for the sake of the villagers was undeniably commendable, yet rather strange. Undertaking such endeavors for everyday necessities seemed somewhat excessive. The rationality of the moonlit tree often emerged with remarkable clarity. Lost in thought, he was suddenly jolted by an unforeseen turn of events. The carriage was compelled to halt, and as it was not traveling swiftly, the sudden stop caused little disruption. The occupants within were jostled momentarily, only to be met with the sound of explosions. Yushu, Kushina, Mikoto, safeguard Miss Kachiki. Jiraiya's voice resonated from outside, imbued with gravity. Though Yushu typically appeared languid, in this moment, he swiftly adopted a different demeanor, a posture befitting a ninja. We must protect Miss Kachiki. Let us venture outside first. He instructed Kushina and Mikoto before leaping out of the carriage. The interior obscured their view of the unfolding events. Thus, stepping outside to assess the situation was indeed the prudent choice. Upon exiting, they beheld Jiraiya entangled in combat with 3 adversaries, while Minato was shielding Kachiki Kairi. Clearly, as one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya possessed the upper hand even when facing 3 opponents simultaneously, yet Minato found himself at a disadvantage, surrounded by foes. Even the prodigious Minato was under considerable duress, compounded by the presence of the ordinary Kachiki Kairi behind him. Multiple shadow clone technique. The circumstances were dire, and Yushu, abandoning subtlety, swiftly formed the necessary seals to unleash the technique. With his command, numerous clones of Yushu materialized, astonishing all present, including Kushina and Mikoto, who had only just stepped outside. Seizing this fleeting moment, Yushu directed his shadow clones to advance. Some employed taijutsu, while others executed simple D-rank ninjutsu. The numerical superiority swiftly restored an overall advantage for Yushu's side, alleviating some of the pressure on Minato. As Minato's foes were repelled, the 3 masked ninjas confronting Jiraiya exchanged glances of silent understanding. Fire style, Dragon Flame Song. Wind style, Hurricane Blade. As if in perfect harmony, 2 of the trio unleashed a combined ninjutsu, prompting the surrounding enemies to retreat in response to the 3rd signal. A fiery dragon, fueled by the wind, surged towards Jiraiya, who stood firm, aware that he could not retreat without endangering those he was sworn to protect. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet. Jiraiya completed the hand seals in an instant. In this arid expanse, he conjured a mass of water, which coalesced into a dragon shape, charging forth to confront the oncoming fire dragon. The 2 collided with a sizzle, steam rising in waves, enveloping the area in a humid warmth akin to a sauna. Indeed, it was no wonder Jiraiya was revered as one of the legendary Sannin. With a single water dragon bullet, he successfully countered the enemy's combined technique. As steam wafted through the air, the atmosphere grew oppressively warm. Yushu and Minato shielded Kachiki Kairi, while Kushina and Mikoto protected Kachiki Mei. Jiraiya exhaled deeply, gazing into the empty expanse ahead. The recent attack came rather unexpectedly. Had it not been for Jiraiya's swift reaction, deflecting the explosive tags hurled at him, the adversaries would have undoubtedly succeeded. Of course, one cannot overlook the remarkable performance of Minato Namikaze without his assistance. He would have been unable to safeguard Kuroha Jukumi. It must be stated that this assault was exceptionally successful. Under ordinary circumstances, even a typical jonin would have faltered. Moreover, it involved the participation of 3 jonin. Jiraiya pondered, his expression growing grave. This was no mere C-rank mission. It bore the weight of an A-rank mission, nearing S-rank status. 3 jonin were involved, after all. With a serious demeanor, Jiraiya turned his gaze towards Kuroha Jukumi. Should I not receive an explanation, Mr. Jukumi? Jiraiya fixed his eyes on Kuroha, who was beginning to perspire under the scrutiny. Allow me to speak, Lord Jiraiya, interjected Kuroha's daughter, Kuroha Sumi, stepping forward before her father could respond. All eyes turned to Sumi, curious as to what she would reveal. The situation is as follows. Long ago, before the concept of hidden villages existed, ninjas lived for their own interests in a chaotic era. It is said that the Sage of 6 Paths established the ninja religion, discovered the methods of chakra usage, and propagated ninjutsu through this religion. Thus, ninjas were born. The sage quelled the chaos, yet turmoil will never truly vanish. One turbulent era will inevitably give rise to another. Even in the present, with the 5 great ninja villages, 2 great ninja wars have transpired. Wars occur with alarming frequency, impossible to halt. The land of waterfalls was once a secluded village, isolated from the world, destined to remain so forever. Yet, stability is not everlasting. The land of waterfalls possesses two treasures that ignite the greed of mankind. Jiraiya's team listened intently as Sumi spoke, their carriage having come to a halt. Eager to glean more information. Two treasures? Kushina and Mikoto echoed, fully captivated. Indeed, Sumi nodded, while Kuroha appeared somewhat conflicted. These treasures are coveted even by Kages, possessing power akin to that of the tailed beasts. At Sumi's words, Jiraiya's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Tsukamori cast a sidelong glance at Jiraiya, while Minato looked equally astonished. Power akin to that of the tailed beasts? This is unprecedented. Tsukamori exhaled slowly, encountering yet another scenario that deviated from the original narrative. A development entirely unforeseen and fraught with peril. This referred to the hero's water, which can amplify one's chakra tenfold, along with the chakra fruits derived from it. Tsukamori inhaled sharply, recalling the hero's water, an artifact from the original story set in the land of waterfalls. However, the existence of chakra fruits was a novel aspect. Amplifying chakra tenfold? Jiraiya was taken aback, while Kushina and the others shared their astonishment. Indeed, Sumi nodded. However, the hero's water harbors side effects. As a cost of enhancement, it consumes one's life force. This seems reasonable, Jiraiya murmured softly. An enhancement that does not come with a price would be excessively terrifying, particularly if it multiplied a person's chakra tenfold. If the individual undergoing this enhancement possessed chakra akin to that of a tailed beast or was a Jinchuriki, the effects would indeed be formidable. And what of the chakra fruit? Spoke Tsukishu, who had some recollection of the hero's water, yet he was intrigued by the chakra fruit, which had not appeared in the original work. If I am not mistaken, that group is likely targeting the chakra fruit, isn't it? Tsukishu ventured cautiously. While Hui and Hailey fell silent, the others directing their gazes toward Hui. Perhaps, Hui said with a wry smile. Hailey sighed. The chakra fruit? Could it possess effects even more potent than the hero's water? Enhancements of that nature. Minato pondered for a moment before providing his answer. No, in truth. We are also unaware of what the chakra fruit truly is. Hui shook his head. The chakra fruit lies beneath the hero's water, and we are uncertain of the circumstances surrounding it. Then how can you be so sure of the existence of the chakra fruit below? We have seen it. Seen what? Tsukishu and Hui exchanged anxious glances, while the others looked on, captivated by their dialogue. The village of Takigakure, not just an ordinary village, but a small hidden village. Tsukishu regarded Hui intently. Hui's lips moved a few times before he began to speak again. In Takigakure, there exists a stone tablet inscribed with a legend. This legend states that chakra was birthed from the fruit of a tree, not discovered by the sage of six paths. All ninjutsu, indeed everything pertaining to ninjas, originated from this fruit, which is referred to as the god tree fruit, while the chakra fruit is merely a smaller version of it. As we concluded, the room fell silent. Tsukishu's eyes were filled with tremors. He was acutely aware of the truth behind the legend of the sage of six paths. The origins of everything trace back to the Otsutsuki clan. Kagaya Otsutsuki brought the seed of the god tree to this planet, and it was only by consuming the fruit of this tree that one could attain chakra. However, this history remains unknown to all, with only Black Zetsu and Tsukishu privy to it. Yet, at this moment, an enigmatic stone tablet subtly hinted at all of this. Furthermore, the existence of the chakra fruit. To be honest, Tsukishu himself was at a loss for what to do next. The god tree fruit, Jiraiya murmured softly, his hand resting thoughtfully on his chin. Is the legend of the sage of six paths false? Kushina asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. Minato and Mikoto also wore expressions filled with doubt. I am uncertain, but the chakra fruit and the stone tablet are undeniably real. If Tsukishu's voice resonated, drawing the attention of the group. If the chakra fruit truly exists, and if that group's objective is indeed this, then why would they seek to attack you? Tsukishu gazed intently at Hui. As previously mentioned, Hailey, the merchant, has a gentle and innocent daughter named Hui. Yet their interactions lack the warmth typically found between a father and daughter. The gaze Hailey cast upon Hui did not resemble that of a father to his daughter. Rather, it was akin to that of a subordinate addressing a superior, reminiscent of how the ninjas of Konoha might regard Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hailey parted his lips, prepared to speak, but was halted by Huey's raised hand. Princess, Hailey softly uttered, rendering the assembly momentarily speechless. Princess, Hui responded to their astonishment with a smile. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Kazuki Hui, the guardian of the chakra fruit. Tsukiki observed Hui in silence as she continued her discourse. The chakra fruit is a diminutive divine fruit. Consuming it grants one power surpassing that of a Kage, and I am its protector. As the guardian, my blood is essential for manifesting the chakra fruit. Without it, the fruit remains elusive. Thus, those individuals seek to acquire this fruit, driven by its unparalleled power. Tsukiki gradually pieced together the current situation. The adversaries were motivated by greed for the extraordinary power contained within the chakra fruit, while Kazuki Hui held the key to obtaining it, meaning that to possess the chakra fruit, one must first procure Hui's blood. Tsukiki found himself at a loss for words, feeling a strong urge to critique the C-rank missions assigned by Konoha. Could it be that all C-rank missions were merely A-rank tasks masquerading as C-rank? Alas, matters have become complicated. This is precisely why I disdain C-rank missions. My first C-rank mission was similarly troublesome, Jiraiya lamented, prompting Tsukiki to grimace. You too are a victim of Konoha's C-rank missions, Tsukiki asserted, citing Konoha's regulations, which afforded them the right to abandon the task. But what about Princess Hui's safety? Hui remained silent, allowing Haley to speak. However, we will not turn a blind eye to peril. I shall accept this mission. Tsukiki's declaration left those present momentarily stunned. What a predicament. Well, the impulsiveness of students falls upon their teacher to manage, Jiraiya chuckled. After all, we are a team. Indeed. Both Kushina and Minato echoed, expressing their agreement. Jiraiya's small team unanimously approved Tsukiki's proposal. Thank you. It was merely a fleeting impulse, Tsukiki replied nonchalantly, unaccustomed to such matters. Hui's gentle smile blossomed in Tsukiki's eyes. The author wishes to convey an original plot and setting. Is the objective to confront the individuals from Takigakure and those entangled with them? As the carriage continued its journey, Tsukiki, as usual, concealed himself within its confines. Just moments ago, Hui had revealed information about the enemy, the radical faction of Takigakure, driven by avarice, led by Haley's younger brother, Kazuki Kurohane, who seeks to elevate Takigakure's status through the chakra fruit, aspiring to gain greater strength and ascend to a higher echelon. Certainly, the village of Takinen is relatively small, and its individual strength is quite feeble. Even for the elite Jonin, Kuchi Moku Kuroha, it remains impossible to confront the entire village alone. Hence, the notion of collaboration emerged. Enticed by the allure of the hero's water, Kuroha sought the companionship of equally avaricious ninjas outside the village. The temptation of a tenfold increase in chakra is something that every ninja covets, particularly those who have attained the Jonin rank, as they constantly gaze at the shadows above, yearning for the day they can ascend. The promise of enhanced chakra instills hope within them, a temptation too potent for these ninjas to resist. Kuroha, indeed, is a cunning individual. He merely assembled a so-called team using the hero's water, which possesses its own side effects, while safeguarding the secret of his true objective, the chakra fruit. He adeptly utilized the strengths of others to acquire what he desired, revealing the depth of his scheming nature. From a young age, Kuroha has harbored a competitive spirit, striving to achieve the best in everything. His brother, Kairi, holds a high opinion of him, noting that he is not merely a straightforward individual. Rather, his thoughts are surprisingly intricate. Originally, he was one of the foremost ninjas in Takinen, yet the specifics of his capabilities remain known only to him. However, for Tsukikage and his companions, the greater the strength of the opponent, the heavier the burden on their side becomes. They are not merely bold but possess a surprising level of astuteness, Tsukikage mused. Perhaps Kuroha is not as simple as he appears, Tsukikage contemplated. From Tsukikage's perspective, if the opponent's prowess is akin to that of the recent ambushers, then they would hardly face any pressure. The small team, led by Jiraiya alone, could withstand the enemy. And with the addition of Takinen's ninjas, everything would be resolved effortlessly. Yet, Tsukikage does not share this belief. This mission will undoubtedly not be as effortless as one might fantasize. You may ask why. The answer is simple. Not long ago, the system's electronic voice reemerged, presenting yet another new task, but this time the two tasks were interconnected. Task triggered. Engage with the energy within the chakra fruit. Completion of the task rewards a lottery draw. This task, related to the previous one, also confirms the existence of the so-called miniature divine tree fruit. In the original narrative, no one was aware of such a divine fruit, yet now a lower-tier version has surfaced. Before the system, Tsukikage had no choice but to accept this astonishing reality. Himegami Tsukikage? Tsukikage pondered, as the voice of Kawet broke through his thoughts. Sukikage turned to look at Keiko, uncertain of the reason behind her call. I apologize. I merely wanted to inquire. Keiko smiled and offered her apologies. Sukikage paid little heed, continuing to contemplate his own matters. Oblivious to the glimmering light in Keiko's eyes, a gaze fixed upon him, yet unnoticed by Sukikage. The carriage progressed slowly, with Minato Namikaze and Kushina Mikoto continually exchanging their roles in guarding it, while Tsukiki remained lazily nestled inside, as always. Conversely, Jiraiya was outside, dutifully on alert. After several days of travel, with numerous stops along the way, they finally arrived at the so-called Takinen village. Nestled within the embrace of a waterfall, the cascading waters served as the village's entrance. This unique isolation, despite its location at the heart of four nations, had spared Takinen village from the ravages of war. Such a secluded settlement reminded Tsukiki of the fabled peach blossom spring. Let us proceed, he beckoned, leading Tsukiki into the waterfall. Even Jiraiya, who was always wandering about, had not noticed this hidden ninja village. The village concealed within the waterfall was indeed captivating. While Minato and Tsukiki took it in stride, Kushina and Mikoto were visibly thrilled. How remarkable! There's even a village within the waterfall, they exclaimed, their eyes wide with wonder as they surveyed the verdant surroundings, with quaint cottages dotting the distance. It felt as if they had stepped into a new world. Passing through the water, they beheld a community, and the scent of humanity began to envelop them. Welcome back, Princess, exclaimed the villagers, their warm smiles greeting Hui, who was held in high regard among them. They called her Princess Hui with affection. Although Hui identified herself as the guardian of the chakra fruit, her status in Takinen village was unexpectedly elevated. Tsukiki and his companions were treated with the same warmth as they followed Hui, and soon, accommodations were arranged for them. May your stay here be pleasant, Hui said before disappearing, reportedly to attend to more pressing matters, a message conveyed to Tsukiki and the others by Mr. Haley. All right, my little ones. Jiraiya began as the team gathered. The upcoming task had escalated to an A-rank mission, assisting Kuchimoku Hui in protecting the chakra fruit. The reward had been agreed upon to be increased by Miss Kuchimoku, and then Jiraiya left them in suspense. You may attend to your own affairs. I shall take a stroll and see if there are any lovely ladies around. His sudden levity caused Tsukiki and the others to feel a wave of anxiety. In retaliation to Jiraiya's frivolity, he soon became more serious. You are all aware that Miss Kuchimoku is the guardian of the chakra fruit. But she is also essentially the Takakage of Takinen village, managing the entire settlement. Your task is to ensure her safety at all times. Jiraiya explained slowly. Mr. Haley will accompany you to meet Miss Kuchimoku. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave now. With that, Jiraiya vanished in a puff of smoke, leaving them in astonishment. That guy, the group led by Yushu remained silent. But they found themselves at the mercy of their teacher. After a while, as Jiraiya had predicted, highly guided Yushu and his companions to find Hui. The A-rank mission for Jiraiya's team had officially commenced. Could it be that Hui was unexpectedly a remarkably capable woman? Yushu observed Hui, who was efficiently organizing the village's affairs, and could not help but inquire of his three teammates beside him. Kushina and the others remained silent, offering Yushu a knowing glance. In that moment, he sensed their looks as if he had posed an utterly foolish question. This feeling surged within him, and Yushu suddenly felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yet, it was but a fleeting moment, quickly extinguished. After all, in his past life, he had been somewhat of a recluse. Though not particularly thick-skinned, he had developed a considerable immunity to the scrutinizing gazes of others. While they were still engaged in their silent exchange, Hui finally completed her arrangements. Noticing Yushu and the others gathered together, she approached them with a gentle smile. What are you all doing? She inquired, her expression radiating warmth. It was the quintessential smile of an older sister, imbued with tenderness that evoked a comforting sensation. Oh, it's nothing. You carry on. We are now your bodyguards, Kushina declared, embodying the role of the big sister with her assertive demeanor. Paired with Yushu and the other three, they exuded an air of leadership. We seemed to recognize this and chuckled softly. Then I shall entrust you with the task. My little bodyguards. Huey's down-to-earth demeanor resonated with Kushina's energy, seamlessly following her lead. Kushina's excitement was palpable as she nodded vigorously. The four exchanged glances and shrugged in unison. Well, for now, let us just stick with our big sister Kushina. Thus began their lives as bodyguards. Hui, the guardian of the chakra fruit, also held the position of the village's administrator. The villagers of Takigakure lived in seclusion, largely untouched by the outside world, still clinging to primitive ways of thinking. This necessitated Huey's guidance and instruction. As 2 days gradually passed, Hui continued her work as usual, while the four remained vigilantly at her side, as her personal bodyguards. They witnessed firsthand the tasks Hui undertook over these 2 days. If one were to describe her in terms from Yushu's previous life, the term strong woman would certainly apply to Hui. However, the tranquility of the past few days struck them as somewhat peculiar. They were tasked with protecting Hui, yet the envious Kuroha had been lurking in the shadows for 2 days. Logically, one would surmise that the past 2 days were not spent idly, as Yushu had, but rather in plotting some scheme. Yet, the four were oblivious to any of this, unaware of when an attack might come. Yushu recalled a principle from his past life known as Murphy's Law, which posited that even the slightest chance of misfortune would inevitably occur. In truth, this adage held merit. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed through the air. A wisp of black smoke ascended to the heavens, capturing the gaze of all present. This occurred at the entrance of the waterfall. Before the members of the Moon Tree could fully comprehend the situation, Hui had already sprung into action, dashing forward. Her flowing, lustrous black hair swept past, and it dawned on Moon Tree that the gentle, smiling elder sister had instinctively rushed toward the waterfall. Wait. Moon Tree grasped Huey's hand tightly, while Bofeng Mizuki and Kyubi Meichin also reacted swiftly. Let go. There are numerous villagers over there. Huey's voice was laced with deep concern, and Moon Tree understood her apprehension. However, he countered, the enemy's target is you. If you run around recklessly now, wouldn't that play right into their hands? He knew that the meticulous Heiyu would not resort to a brazen frontal assault, especially after having previously attempted a direct confrontation. A ninja is not merely a berserker who charges forward without thought. Just as Hui was about to respond, a rush of wind swept past her ear. With a sharp whoosh, the sound of slicing air was distinctly audible. Moon Tree swiftly pulled Hui behind him, while Bofeng Mizuki and Kyubi Meichin assumed defensive stances to shield her. The kunai launched by Bofeng Mizuki was deflected, and the sound that had grazed Huey's ear was the result of his skills. Shadows emerged from every direction, and it was these silhouettes that prompted Bofeng Mizuki to take the initiative. One by one, the shadows coalesced, gradually encircling the 5 of them. This was indeed a grand scheme. Moon Tree sighed ruefully, feeling quite helpless. Without exception, all those surrounding them were rogue ninjas, their headbands marked with slashes that attested to this grim reality. Fortunately, none among this group appeared particularly formidable. It was likely that not a single jonin was present, as Moon Tree and his companions sensed no oppressive presence akin to that of Jiraiya. A loud explosion erupted from beyond the waterfall, and the 5 understood the situation clearly. The truth was simple. The enemy's elite forces had likely engaged with their missing Jiraiya. Kid, hand over that woman obediently, and perhaps we can grant you a swift end. The assailants drew closer, their intentions laid bare. Unsurprisingly, their aim was the hero's water of Takigakure, likely tempted by the prospect of amplifying their chakra tenfold. Moon Tree sighed once more. To be frank, he detested such complications, yet there was no alternative. His gaze shifted, and a silent understanding passed between him and his 3 comrades. In their shared glance, they comprehended each other's intentions. All sides, 1 person each. Up. Moon Tree's voice was soft, but as his words fell, 4 figures surged forth with vigor. The Jiraiya squad was on the move. Once again, to be honest, Moon Tree truly loathed such troublesome predicaments. They were about to engage in battle, and the enemy held a numerical advantage. What an absolute nuisance. Multiple shadow clone technique. Yushu formed a hand seal, and the chakra within him was swiftly extracted. A billowing fog erupted from the surroundings, giving rise to over 100 clones of Yushu. Little ones, charge forth, he commanded, leading the multitude of shadow clones towards the rogue ninjas before them. The commotion on Yushu's side was considerable, and the tumult around them was equally significant. With his exceptional combat instincts, Minato Namikaze faced 10 opponents at once, showcasing his impressive ninjutsu skills in a dazzling display. As for Kushina and Mikoto, although their abilities were not overly formidable, they certainly held their own, despite some strain. They managed to sustain their offensive with the assistance of Yushu's shadow clones. Hui stood in the midst of chaos, surrounded by the fray, while the 4 young spirits fought valiantly on her behalf. Gritting her teeth, Hui felt a profound sense of frustration. She did not wish to be a burden, yet she lacked the talent for chakra. It was truly ironic that, as the guardian of the chakra fruit, she herself possessed no aptitude for it. Standing there, she was engulfed in remorse for her own helplessness, her hands clenched tightly, as if grasping at the very fabric of mortal fate. Suddenly, a loud explosion reverberated, and several figures leapt from the thick smoke. The legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha, perhaps? Yet, they were as formidable as the rumors suggested. Jiraiya gazed ahead, where 3 ninjas stood, all unmistakably rogue. Leading them was a man who bore a resemblance to Kurwa, adorned with a headband from the Takigakure, though its insignia had been slashed away. However, Kurwa spread his arms wide, and the 2 jonin behind him assumed battle stances. 3 against 1. What would the fabled 3 ninjas do? With a chuckle, Jiraiya's expression turned serious. Then prepare to experience the might of the sage of Mount Mayaboku. He propelled himself forward, launching into action. Fire release, great fireball technique. As a seasoned jonin, Jiraiya swiftly unleashed his ninjutsu the moment he moved. Water release, water bullet technique. While charging, he formed seals, and a water technique effortlessly extinguished the soaring fireball. Earth release, earth walk technique. Suddenly, the ground beneath him gave way, and Jiraiya leaned forward. Realizing someone lurked below, mere seconds earlier, this individual had been right before his eyes. The concealed foe thrust a kunai upward. But Jiraiya's honed combat instincts allowed him to evade the assault, the kunai narrowly missing his face. In a swift counter, he executed a flying kick directed at the hidden adversary. Lightning release. Ignoring the safety of his companion below, the foe began forming seals. Jiraiya's kick connected, but the enemy, an experienced jonin and a rogue ninja at that, was not to be underestimated. With a puff, the opponent transformed into a cloud of smoke. The wooden figure, seemingly suspended in midair, bore testament to the fact that the individual had just employed a technique of substitution. At that moment, the 2 other elite shinobi before him unleashed their previously held lightning techniques. A bolt of lightning, akin to a serpent, darted directly towards Jiraiya. With a graceful leap, Jiraiya effortlessly evaded the jutsu. Yet, the adversaries awaited this very moment. Taking advantage of Jiraiya's brief suspension in the air, Kurohane, leading another elite shinobi, surged toward him from both sides. The kunai in their hands emanated a radiant glow, a chakra blade that could only be wielded with a certain mastery of chakra control. However, the chakra blades wielded by the 2 were not to be underestimated. Jiraiya caught a glimpse of the approaching blades, infused with elemental transformation. This was a fundamental lesson for elite shinobi. The infusion of elemental properties into jutsu elevated their potency. A quintessential example of this was the Rasengan, which, when enhanced with wind attributes, could ascend from A-rank jutsu to the level of forbidden techniques. Even ordinary chakra blades, when enhanced with elemental properties, would gain in strength. One kunai gleamed with a crimson hue, while the other shone with a sharp brilliance. These represented the transformations of fire and wind attributes. It was evident that Kurohane and his companion possessed such enhancements. Yet, amidst this perilous situation, Jiraiya remained composed, suspended in midair with threats approaching from both sides, seemingly unable to evade them. It should have been so, but Jiraiya remained unperturbed. The wooden clogs at his feet clacked together, producing a resonant sound that rippled through the air. The attacking Kurohane and the other shinobi found themselves momentarily perplexed by the crisp sound, their chakra blades poised to strike. Hesitation granted Jiraiya a fleeting opportunity. In midair, he extended his leg, executing a split that sent both Kurohane and the other shinobi hurtling away with a powerful kick. Jiraiya landed firmly, while Kurohane and his companion staggered back a few steps. In this exchange, Jiraiya emerged victorious. Fire release, fire dragon flame technique. In the realm of shinobi combat, there are no moments of respite. Every second is fraught with tension. Even after being repelled, Kurohane and his companions swiftly began forming hand seals. Soon, 2 fire dragon flames erupted simultaneously from either side of Jiraiya. Naturally, Jiraiya was not so foolish as to remain stationary. With a powerful push from his feet, he leapt away, evading the onslaught. The 2 fire dragons collided, their flames intertwining and shooting upwards. The searing heat raised the temperature and ignited the air around them, as Jiraiya's battle with his foes raged on. Lightning release, violent current. Just as Jiraiya landed, the crackling sound of electricity reached his ears. A swift glance revealed a third adversary, hands enveloped in electric currents. charging towards him with remarkable speed. Earth release. Jiraiya struck the ground with a mighty palm, and intricate seals erupted from his hand. Multiple earth spike technique. As his words resonated, the earth began to quiver. With currents of electricity still crackling around his hands, the third assailant had already approached Jiraiya, but in the next moment, the ground heaved beneath him. The undulating terrain propelled him upwards, and he found himself facing the sharp spikes that had formed from the very earth beneath him. Remaining composed, he was, after all, a seasoned jonin and a rogue ninja, accustomed to such confrontations. Clenching his fists, the electric currents crackled audibly as he deftly adjusted his position in the air, shattering the oncoming spikes with a fist enveloped in electricity. Wild Lion's main technique. Jiraiya's voice echoed in the air, and as he glanced over, all he could see was a sea of white. A puff of smoke erupted, revealing several streaks of blood on the ground. Quick to react, Jiraiya returned his gaze to the side where Kurohane and two other ninjas stood together, one of whom was already stained with blood, the very ninja struck by Jiraiya's earlier technique. Do you wish to continue? After the exchange, it was evident to any discerning observer that despite being one against many, Jiraiya undeniably held the upper hand. Should one still refer to the legendary Sannin as merely three? After all, their renown was forged in the crucible of war. Indeed, the madman Jiraiya was as formidable as the tale suggested. One could only wonder about the prowess of his disciple. A smile graced Kurohane's face, as though everything was unfolding according to his expectations. What do you imply? Jiraiya's expression turned icy. Unperturbed, Kurohane continued with a grin. We are not limited to just 3 jonin. In an instant, Jiraiya grasped the implication. Their objective was straightforward, to stall him, this high-level combatant. Damn it, Jiraiya thought, intent on rushing toward Sakiki, but Kurohane and his companions swiftly blocked his path. We cannot allow you to disrupt our plans. Do not worry, Kurohane chuckled, it won't be long. Gritting his teeth, Jiraiya charged forward. The battle of the madman raged on. Fire release, Phoenix Fire technique. Tsukiki completed the hand seals, releasing 5 fireballs. Though their might was modest, they served to momentarily deter the foes before him. Out of the corner of his eye, Tsukiki quickly retrieved a kunai from his ninja tool pouch. The kunai soared toward the black-haired girl, who was panting heavily, her form marred by minor injuries, appearing rather disheveled. The kunai struck its target, buying the girl precious time by interrupting an imminent assault. Huh, the girl uttered softly, her strength waning, yet she managed to kick the enemy before her away. Are you all right, Mikoto? Tsukiki inquired. In this dire situation, it was Mikoto who bore the greatest burden. Her physical prowess paled in comparison to Kushina's. Her ninjutsu was similarly modest, and she had yet to delve into genjutsu. Faced with the relentless enemy onslaught, the weight of pressure rested heavily upon her shoulders. Beside them, Kushina appeared somewhat disheveled, yet the title of Blood Red Pepper was not one to be taken lightly. Coupled with the shadow clones of Moon Tree, she managed to hold her ground, albeit with some difficulty. It's fine, I can continue, the girl's voice, though strained, gently echoed. Moon Tree remained silent, casting a glance into Mikoto's eyes, which were filled with unwavering resolve. Moon Tree couldn't help but smirk. How could one possibly deter such determination? Don't push yourself too hard, Moon Tree cautioned, not wishing to dissuade her, and then allocated more shadow clones to Mikoto's side. Rest assured, Mikoto declared, gripping her kunai tightly, her gaze fixed intently on the enemy before her. Wind release, wind blade. With precise hand seals, Minato unleashed a series of wind blades toward their foes. Even without the flying thunder god technique, the promising golden flash of the future proved to be an exceptional talent. On the other front, Kushina was equally formidable. Although her ninjutsu wasn't particularly advanced, she surprised Moon Tree and the others with her own prowess. Sealing technique. Having begun to master the Uzumaki clan's ancestral sealing arts, Kushina showcased her skills in this battle. Chains extended from her back, expertly wielded, functioning as both a whip and a means to ensnare adversaries, resembling a tail. Most importantly, these chains possessed the ability to suppress chakra. With her crimson hair flowing in the midst of battle, Kushina epitomized the essence of the blood red pepper. Everything seemed to unfold smoothly, without the use of the Sharingan. Even Mikoto, the weakest among them, managed to withstand the onslaught of their opponents. However, Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bomb. Just as Minato repelled one enemy, he was taken aback by an unexpected ninjutsu. A dragon's head erupted from the ground, charging towards him with alarming proximity, leaving Minato no choice but to endure the impact. As he prepared to brace himself, he suddenly felt a collision. His mind was momentarily blank, and before he could process what had happened, he was knocked aside. Upon turning his gaze, he saw that it was Moon Tree's shadow clone that had collided with him. The Earth Dragon Bomb struck Moon Tree, who promptly transformed into a cloud of smoke. Before Minato could express his gratitude, he felt a rush of wind as something zipped past him. Reacting instinctively, he raised his kunai. The force behind the blow sent him reeling, dragging him several steps back across the ground. Minato, are you all right? Hui, accepting her current limitations, rushed to the side of the fallen Minato. I'm fine, Minato replied, rising to his feet, his face smeared with dirt. His gaze fixed upon the assailant who had struck him. The figure was clad in the garb of a jonin, adorned with the headband of a Wagakure. Yet the emblem had been slashed through. Undoubtedly, he was a rogue ninja from a Wagakure, and a jonin at that. Onoishi, an A-rank rogue ninja from a Wagakure. Bluffing Shuemin gazed at the individual before him and spoke, revealing the intelligence he possessed. Ah, you are aware of my reputation? Zaiweshi chuckled, his eyes brimming with disdain for Bluffing Shuemin. After all, Bluffing Shuemin was merely a lowly genin. Gripping the kunai tightly, he understood that an arduous battle lay ahead. Yushu effortlessly dispatched another foe. These adversaries were merely untrained, ordinary genin, posing little challenge to him. At that moment, wind release, hurricane blade. A fierce gust surged forth. Yushu swiftly placed his hand upon the Kusanagi sword at his waist. In an instant, the blade was unsheathed, cleaving through the oncoming wind with precision. A B-rank ninjutsu? Yushu surveyed the figure before him. The aura he exuded was distinctly different from that of the previous mediocre genin. This was the presence of a jonin. Clad in simple jonin armor, adorned with the forehead protector of Sunagakure, he bore the mark of a rogue ninja. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Sashishi. Remember this name, little brat. Sashishi's demeanor was exceedingly arrogant, igniting a spark of irritation within Yushu. What if I refuse? He retorted, momentarily stunning Sashishi. The audacity of being contradicted, especially by someone as young as Yushu, caused veins to bulge on Sashishi's forehead. Refuse, he exclaimed, his countenance darkening ominously. Then let me show you what true suffering feels like. As the words left his lips, a palpable aura of killing intent surged forth from Sashishi, which Yushu keenly sensed. The atmosphere around them grew tense, the air chilling as Sashishi's murderous intent permeated the surroundings. A rogue ninja was still a rogue ninja, and a jonin at that. His strength was formidable. Taking a deep breath, Yushu tightened his grip on the Kusanagi sword, his eyes shimmering with resolve. Though Sashishi's killing intent was intense, it paled in comparison to that of Jiraiya. In a flash, Yushu seized the initiative, charging directly at Sashishi. How intriguing! Sashishi laughed, brandishing his kunai in response. Meanwhile, Bluffing Shuemin and Zaiweshi engaged in their own fierce battle. The situation rapidly escalated as Yushu and his companions found themselves besieged. With two jonin among their attackers, danger loomed ominously. The sound of cascading water echoed in the distance, while Jiraiya was also embroiled in strife. Everything seemed to spiral into chaos. Let the turmoil commence. Who would have thought that the God Tree's fruit would still be in play? Although a diminished version, it is sufficient to hasten our plans. In a shadowy corner, devoid of light, the creaking voice of an elder reverberated softly. Run. Do not stop. The taste of blood lingered in the air, an acrid reminder of her plight. Hui continued her relentless flight, devoid of the luxury to pause. This power is magnificent. The pressure from behind grew increasingly oppressive, yet Hui could not resist the urge to glance back. Hey, the blood of the Guardian, what purpose does it still serve? Hui's eyes widened as she beheld the man before her, whose entire being was shrouded in a pallid hue, with two small horns protruding from his head. His name was Jiojimu Heiyu. The wind stirred, causing blood to drip onto the ground with a splatter. Dang. Wind release, 1,000 blades. The clash between Moon Tree and Sandstone Needle unfolded once more, their blades meeting in a fierce encounter. To Moon Tree's astonishment, Sandstone Needle proved to be a master of the ninja blade, exhibiting skill and swordsmanship that matched his own. Wind release, 1,000 blades was a unique ninjutsu devised by Sandstone Needle. The sharp gusts coiled around his ninja blade, representing an alternative application of the chakra blade, and a manifestation of elemental transformation. Under the enhancement of this technique, Each duel of Sandstone Needle's blade unleashed a wind akin to sword energy that assailed his adversary. In this brief exchange, Moontree accumulated numerous minor wounds upon his body. The ninjutsu employed by Sandstone Needle was indeed troublesome. Each swing of his blade felt as though countless invisible knives were cutting into him. Moontree gripped his Kusanagi sword, his gaze fixed upon Sandstone Needle. He appeared as insufferable as ever, and truth be told, Moontree was tempted to deliver a good thrashing. After all, a mere child could withstand him for so long. Indeed, there was something to be proud of. Sandstone Needle nodded, and the wind visibly wrapped around his ninja blade. Unlike the sheer sharpness of the chakra blade, this ninjutsu was both enigmatic and vexatious. Do you know? Sandstone Needle squinted, his voice resonating with intensity. The wind unleashed by 1,000 blades can continuously amplify. Upon uttering these words, Moontree felt the pressure emanating from Sandstone Needle intensify once more. What a delightful surprise. Moontree grinned widely. It was time to witness the power of the wind. Both moved simultaneously, their silhouettes drawing closer. The brilliance of their weapons gleaming as the sound of clashing steel echoed. A symphony of battle commenced. Uft! A gash appeared on Moontree's face, blood spurting forth. Gritting his teeth, he swept his sword horizontally, but Sandstone Needle effortlessly evaded. Blood trickled down his cheek, and Moontree sensed an uncomfortable sensation on his face. How bothersome, he muttered. He appeared quite disheveled now, his body adorned with minor wounds, blood staining a third of him. Fire release, Dragon Flame Song technique. Moontree decided against further reckless engagement, swiftly forming hand seals. In an instant, he expelled a fire dragon towards Sandstone Needle. Sandstone Needle smiled, charging forward without resorting to ninjutsu for defense. Do you know? Sandstone Needle spoke as if addressing someone else, though Moontree felt the words were aimed at him. Ninjutsu, at its core, was merely the manifestation of chakra. Sandstone Needle continued to ramble, propelling himself toward the fire dragon. Swish! Moontree's eyes widened. His ninjutsu was cleaved apart by Sandstone Needle. Thus, with chakra, any ninjutsu could be countered with a single strike. The gravel needle traversed the cleaved fire dragon, charging towards the Moontree. Swiftly, Moontree drew the Kusanagi sword to defend himself, yet in that fleeting moment, he was sent flying. A lack of strength. This was a fundamental flaw in Moontree's essence. Wind release. As Moontree soared backward, his gaze remained fixed on the gravel needle. It must be acknowledged that the gravel needle astonished him once again. With one hand forming hand seals, the other gripping a shinobi blade. He demonstrated a technique not easily mastered by all. It required a profound understanding of ninja fundamentals. Undoubtedly, the gravel needle was among the elite. Great Wind Blade. Upon completing the hand seals, the gravel needle eschewed the customary expulsion of wind blades from his mouth, opting instead for an alternative method. The shinobi blade in his other hand suddenly glinted, and with a swift motion, he swung it into the void. A barely discernible wind blade surged forth from the blade, resembling a cleaving strike. Moontree could hardly believe his eyes. Such mastery with a shinobi blade had never been depicted in the original narrative. Though astonished, Moontree remained acutely aware of his predicament, raising the Kusanagi sword to staunchly block the wind blade. Another wave of impact propelled him further away. Bang! He collided directly with a tree, feeling the anguished groan of his liver within. Blood surged from his mouth. Moontree knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. The force of this impact was overwhelming for his unprepared body. Wind release, cross slash. The gravel needle appeared remarkably calm, forming hand seals with one hand while wielding the shinobi blade with the other. Moontree lifted his head, and the shinobi blade followed suit in its arc. The sight was somewhat unclear, akin to a shadow that flickered in and out of focus, as the cross-shaped wind blades erupted from the edge of the shinobi blade. Converging upon Moontree, the wind parted, as if the very air were being sliced apart, rendering Moontree unable to perceive the breeze before him. Iaijutsu. Moontree remained fixated, the Kusanagi sword responding in kind. A tempest arose, expanding outward in concentric circles. The gravel needle squinted, intrigued by Moontree's move. Could one unleash a cleaving strike without relying on chakra? The gravel needle observed Moontree being swept away by the gale. Meanwhile, Moontree's thoughts were far simpler. He mused that Konoha's Shusui had undoubtedly held back. During their spar, he had not utilized chakra's elemental transformation at all. As one of the foremost masters of swordsmanship in the ninja world, his prowess in infusing chakra into his techniques surely rivaled that of the gravel needle. Yet now, the gravel needle was suppressing Moon Tree in terms of swordplay, albeit with the enhancement of chakra's elemental transformation. Gnashing his teeth, Moon Tree gasped for breath. I refuse to be outdone in swordsmanship. Gripping his weapon with renewed vigor, Moon Tree rose once more, assuming a stance of combat. What a spirited display. The gravel needle called out, charging forward. Come. Moon Tree echoed, meeting him head-on. This was a battle hymn belonging to their weapons. As the two weaved through the notes of combat, their blades narrating the indomitable spirit of their wielders. Cough, cough. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, spat blood. Leaning against a tree, his head drooping in defeat. How infuriating. His hands trembled, his grip on the kunai faltering. Confronted by a rogue ninja of Jonin rank, even he, hailed as a genius, found himself at a disadvantage. Within mere exchanges, he had sustained injuries, and now he could scarcely move. Let go. The voice of Kushina echoed in his ears as he lifted his gaze to see Onishi standing before her. Kushina and Mikoto were besieged, their backs pressed together against a sea of adversaries. Gritting his teeth, Minato hurled the kunai towards Onishi. Yet, the harshness of reality prevailed. Such a feeble attack was effortlessly dismissed with a mere wave of Onishi's hand. With a sickening thud, Minato glanced down at his abdomen, where his own thrown kunai had embedded itself. No. The cries of Kushina, Mikoto, and the clash of blades filled the air around him. His head hung low, his eyelids heavy. Minato sensed his strength gradually ebbing away. In the next moment, darkness enveloped him. Iato, Tsukiyomi, sensing the commotion near Hui, observed Onishi's actions as well. With the target on the verge of being abducted, Tsukiyomi would not remain idle. He unleashed a sword technique, slicing through the air. Little brat, don't get distracted in battle. His strike was intercepted, causing Tsukiyomi to grimace. Before him stood Sandstone Needle, a rogue ninja from Sunagakure, wielding an unexpectedly proficient blade. Tsukiyomi understood that aiding Minato was nearly impossible. However, this was true only for Tsukiyomi, who had yet to reveal his full potential. Chakra surged into his eyes, transforming them in an instant. 3 Tomo floated within his blood-red pupils, lending him a chilling demeanor. The Uchiha's eyes. Sandstone Needle's voice grew colder. Tsukiyomi paid no mind. He gripped the Kusanagi sword and charged forward. Sandstone Needle remained unperturbed, his aura intensifying. I can see. As they clashed once more, Tsukiyomi discerned a fleeting opening in his opponent's stance. It was as though time had slowed, allowing him to perceive Sandstone Needle's movements and every intricate detail. Spiraling sphere. Tsukiyomi had not forgotten this technique. In a moment of brief stalemate, he launched a Rasengan with his other hand, surprising Sandstone Needle. Caught off guard by such a swift and unmarked jutsu, Sandstone Needle could not react in time to draw his blade for defense. The Rasengan struck true, and despite being an attribute-less technique, the force of its rotation sent Sandstone Needle reeling backward, spitting blood as he was propelled several meters away. Tsukiyomi seized the opportunity without hesitation. With a swift motion, several kunai adorned with explosive tags were drawn from his waist, and Tsuki swiftly hurled them towards the sand needles. Fire release, peony technique. In a heartbeat, Tsuki completed the hand seals, unleashing a barrage of small fireballs. One of these fireballs soared towards the sand needles, while the others darted towards Kushina and Mikoto. As the ninjutsu was executed, Tsuki dashed towards Kei. The fireballs erupted, simultaneously triggering the explosive tags, filling the air with a cacophony of explosions that enveloped the sand needles and echoed towards Kushina and Mikoto as well. This commotion caught the attention of Koyoshi, who cast a fleeting glance over. Kei had already been rendered unconscious and was being carried away. In that brief moment, a flash of sword light caught Koyoshi's peripheral vision. With a subtle shift of his body, he effortlessly dodged the incoming Kusanagi sword. In the next instant, Tsuki followed closely behind. Huh! Tsuki shouted, launching a flying kick. Koyoshi, demonstrating impressive taijutsu prowess, caught Tsuki's kick with one hand and effortlessly tossed him aside. Yet, Tsuki was far from defeated. He landed gracefully, tugging at a chakra thread that shimmered in the sunlight, summoning the Kusanagi sword back to his grasp. Hey Uchiha brat, are you? Koyoshi's voice resonated with calm authority. The 3 Tomo Sharingan in Tsuki's eyes was strikingly prominent. Faced with these rogue ninja, seasoned by countless battles and devoid of mercy, Suki knew he had to exert every ounce of his strength. He could not afford to hold back. The consequences of hesitation would be dire. Embracing this resolve, he revealed his hidden Sharingan. That fool is utterly useless, Koyoshi mused, seemingly indifferent to Suki, his gaze drawn instead to the heart of the explosion, where flames continued to blaze fiercely. Put her down. Suki's tone was not one of fury, but rather a concern for Kei. If you desire her, come and take her. Koyoshi gestured dismissively with one hand. In this world, strength was the ultimate currency. His demeanor remained unperturbed, exuding an unspoken authority akin to the vastness of the earth itself. As Suki prepared to weave hand seals for another fire technique, a mere instant was all it took for Koyoshi to react. He swiftly drew a kunai embedded with explosive tags from his ninja pouch and hurled it towards Suki. This reaction was astonishingly rapid. With no choice left, Suki halted his hand seals and countered with his Kusanagi sword, deflecting the incoming kunai. The kunai detonated mid-air, bursting forth like a blossoming flower. The shockwave cascaded down upon Suki, who remained fixated on Koyoshi before him. Stronger than the previous sand needles, Suki noted with clarity. Indeed, Konoha has produced quite a few prodigies of late, Koyoshi remarked. The moonlit tree disregarded him, turning its gaze toward the fallen Minato and the fierce struggle unfolding between Kushina and Mikoto. Fortunately, Minato had collapsed not far from the moonlit tree, and the tense atmosphere of confrontation deterred the enemy from approaching. Otherwise, Minato would surely be in dire straits. The situation was precarious. At that moment, anyone would share this sentiment. It was indeed an exceedingly dire predicament. As thoughts raced through his mind, the moonlit tree suddenly sensed a wave of danger. It was an instinctual warning, prompting him to leap aside. Indeed, just as he vacated his position, the spot he had just occupied was struck. The air shimmered with the glint of blades, marked by a subtle yet menacing sharpness. Sand and stone needles. The moonlit tree's expression grew increasingly grave. This was no longer a mere unfavorable situation. It had escalated to a profoundly dire one. Two elite jonin, battle-hardened and seasoned, were present. It was far from over. The sand and stone needle, grinning, slashed toward the moonlit tree. He swiftly drew the Kusanagi to defend himself. Once again, blades clashed, and the moonlit tree found himself entangled with the sand and stone needle. However, Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet Technique. This time, the sand and stone needle was not alone. Koyoshi wielded one arm to support Hui while executing hand seals with the other to cast ninjutsu. Another one-handed seal. The moonlit tree relinquished his struggle against the sand and stone needle, leveraging the moment to retreat a few steps. The Earth Dragon Bullet barreled past him just in time, allowing him to evade the attack. Wind Release, Cross Slash. Barely dodging, the moonlit tree was immediately assailed by the sand and stone needle. Wind Release, Dragon Fire Song Technique. The Sharingan in the moonlit tree's eyes spun rapidly, and he puffed out his cheeks, unleashing a torrent of flames into the air. Fire and wind collided, each side vying for dominance in a tug of war. Just as he deflected the sand and stone needle's strike, another attack from Koyoshi ensued. This time, the moonlit tree had no time to defend himself. With a resounding thud, he was dragged several meters across the ground before crashing into a tree. Koyoshi's mastery in taijutsu was formidable. That kick left the moonlit tree feeling as though his very insides were about to rupture. The Kusanagi was embedded in the ground as the moonlit tree struggled to support himself, coupled with the nearly depleted Kushina and Mikoto on the other side. Jiraiya's small team had descended into absolute peril. The outcome was already clear. The moonlit tree could even envision the grim fate awaiting the four of them. This is dire. An exceedingly precarious situation. Gasping for breath, blood stained half of his face, a result of a head wound. Dust swirled around him, and his visage was marred with dirt, presenting a wretched sight. The threat of annihilation loomed ominously. Leaf Village was indeed formidable. The moonlit tree deftly evaded the sand and stone needle strike, rolling to the side while not neglecting to harass Koyoshi. Neither the Leaf's white fang nor Koyoshi could be allowed to escape unscathed. Hui remained in his grasp. Yet, Koyoshi seemed reluctant to retreat. Despite the moonlit tree's distractions feeling as light as a breeze to him, he would not budge. In the midst of battle, my heart aches with sorrow. The moonlit tree's Sharingan flickered, and the Kusanagi blade was raised with determination. The ninja's blade clashed against the Kusanagi, the wind's elemental transformation slicing through, inflicting several deep wounds upon the hand that wielded the sword. With a swift motion, the moonlit tree retreated, pain causing his hand to tremble slightly. This was no mere surface wound. He gazed at his right hand, gripped tightly around the sword. He had grown stronger once again. The moonlit tree could distinctly sense that the opponent's wind element had intensified, reminiscent of the full force of the sand and stone needles. Earth release, rising dragon technique. The moonlit tree focused intently on the sand and stone needles, while the small wild stone formed hand seals to unleash a jutsu. As the seals completed, the moonlit tree felt an unsettling shift beneath his feet. Without hesitation, he leapt away. Wind release, double cross slash. In midair, he found himself unable to evade. The Kusanagi was swung with fierce resolve, and the moonlit tree braced himself against the onslaught. The cross-shaped strike was cleaved apart. But the cost was a significant worsening of his hand's injuries. Just as he thought he could breathe a sigh of relief, the Sharingan revealed a different scenario. The sand and stone needles chuckled softly, concealing a second strike behind the first. It was a multi-layered cross-slash. With a sickening sound, a cross-shaped gash marred the moonlit tree's chest, blood gushing forth. But the ordeal was not yet over. A mouthful of blood was coughed up, and before he could recover, a shadow loomed overhead. He widened his eyes to look up, yet saw nothing. With a sudden clap, darkness enveloped him, and his mind was seized. A sensation of gravity weighed heavily, accompanied by a feeling of plummeting. With a resounding thud, the moonlit tree was forcibly driven into the ground, his head striking first. The strength drained from him, and his consciousness slipped away, nearly entirely lost. For every traveler who crosses into another realm, upon becoming the sole inhabitant of that world, an inherent arrogance often follows. The moonlit tree was not inherently self-absorbed, yet it was impossible to escape a hint of such emotions. Despite not harboring excessive pride, one cannot help but feel a semblance of arrogance when one becomes the singular traveler in a world, knowing the future's trajectory, and possessing a unique advantage that facilitates rapid growth. Inevitably, a sense of superiority may arise. They believe themselves to be above all, considering themselves the deities of this realm, arrogantly viewing themselves as the only players while everyone else is merely a character in the game. The moonlit tree had entertained such thoughts at times, though not extensively. In this moment, however, that sentiment was utterly shattered. His vision blurred, silence enveloped his ears, and a damp warmth enveloped him. Even as his mind grew increasingly foggy, he recognized blood, an abundance of blood, confronted by two formidable rogue ninjas, who were nearly at the level of shadows. Moontree found that even with all his trump cards, he could only hold them off for a brief moment. Quite skilled indeed. Who are you? Moontree gasped. The young leaf ninja. Your fate rests solely on your own fortune. Who are you? Moontree lay on the ground, his face pressed against the earth, utterly devoid of strength to lift his head. Will you not kill him? Such a pedestrian approach. Ha ha ha. After all, it is you, Senior Oya. Humph. I shall take my leave. The voices around him slowly echoed. Let us see what schemes that fellow Heiyu is concocting. Another performance awaits. His consciousness began to fade, the sounds around him gradually diminishing. The world darkened, and in the next moment, a curtain of darkness fell over the realm visible to Moontree's eyes. The young leaf ninja. Your fate rests solely on your own fortune. A familiar voice resonated in his ears, imbued with a magnetic steadiness, revealing the voice's owner to be a composed adult. Suddenly, Moontree jolted awake. Blinding white light flooded his vision, rendering everything momentarily invisible. As the illumination gradually dissipated, he beheld Wood. He found himself in a room adorned with wooden decor, seated upon a bed. Where's this? Moontree examined his hands, which were conspicuously bandaged, stained with vivid red. Moontree clenched his fists, memories of earlier events flooding his mind. He felt powerless, his entire team ensnared in a perilous trap. Awake, are you? A voice broke through his tumultuous thoughts. It was a familiar tone. Moontree turned to see Jiraiya, leaning against the door, appearing unscathed unlike Moontree's disheveled state. But then again, it was only natural. A man of his caliber, known as one of the legendary three ninjas, was not so easily injured, let alone gravely harmed. Moontree lowered his gaze. Are they all unharmed? He kept his head bowed, filled with guilt for not being able to protect them, not a single one. Rest easy. Jiraiya, having approached Moontree's side, gently struck his head with a hand. You and Minato suffered the most. Kushina and Mikoto are both fine, nothing more. A man shouldn't be so downcast. The fact that Kushina and Mikoto emerged unscathed, and that Minato is still alive, is all thanks to you. Jiraiya spoke slowly, prompting Moon Tree to look up at him. Wind Blade Sandstone Needle and Earth Dragon Little Oya Stone. Both are opponents of Shadow Caliber, though few are aware of it. Therefore, delaying them for so long was no small feat on your part. Jiraiya ruffled Moon Tree's hair. I apologize for my late arrival. His voice was unexpectedly gentle. Moon Tree gritted his teeth, tears brimming at the corners of his eyes. A wave of discontent surged within him, grasping the blanket tightly. The sunlight outside streamed in perfectly, enveloping the master and disciple in a warm embrace, like a comforting garment draped over them both. Moon Tree would never forget this feeling, be it the bitterness of regret or the warmth surrounding them. He would carry it with him forever. Every instance of personal growth is propelled by emotion. It is precisely this emotion that drives one to forge ahead and ascend ever higher. Moon Tree does not wish to foresee the future, nor does he regard those around him as mere game pieces. This realm is the most authentic world he inhabits. Let go. The girl's voice reverberated through the alarm, yet her gaze perceived nothing. The owner of that voice was but a shadow, eluding his sight. Wave Wind Watergate gasped, acutely aware of the burdens weighing upon his heart. It felt as though a lead weight had been affixed to his heart, the overwhelming heaviness rendering each breath a struggle. His eyes seemed to close off from the world, and Wave Wind Watergate became cognizant of this realization. Suddenly opening his eyes, he was greeted by an unfamiliar ceiling. The wooden surface, warm in hue, failed to soothe his restless spirit. Just moments ago, he had been effortlessly defeated, and the one he was meant to protect had been taken away by those who trod over him. He found himself utterly powerless, lacking even the strength to witness the moment of her abduction. Wave Wind Watergate silently sat up, leaning against the headboard, and quietly gazed at the ceiling. He attempted to take a deep breath, but his hands clutched the sheets tightly. Golden strands of hair fell over his face, and the gentle breeze from the window lifted them slightly, yet the once radiant locks appeared considerably dimmed. Damn it! The stillness of the room was pierced by his solitary exclamation. Ah, it has indeed been a long time, princess. Hui gritted her teeth as she faced the person before her, her hands bound. The man standing before her was none other than Kyuchimu Kurohane, a name she recognized all too well. He was the younger brother of Kyuchimu Korwa, and one of the mightiest in Tekinen village. Unlike his elder brother, who lacked the talent for ninjutsu, Kurohane possessed an unexpectedly strong aptitude for it, which had led to his remarkable achievements. As a competent jonin, his prowess was nearly unrivaled within Tekinen village. What do you intend to do? Hui clenched her teeth, but Kurohane merely smiled, his expression brightening. What do you think? His smile transformed into a sharp gaze. You know better than anyone, Guardian. Kurohane grasped Hui's arm, leaning closer. The bystanders, Shizuko and Koyashi, observed without much concern, while Hui wore a look of disdain. Don't come near me. Her voice brimmed with anger, and her unbound feet could no longer refrain from kicking at Kurohane. However, to him, the kick appeared as though in slow motion, easily evaded. Don't be so angry. Kurohane dismissed her retaliation. After all, she was merely an ordinary person. Even a basic genin would suffice to handle her. As an elite jonin, he had no need to concern himself with such trifles. You hold considerable significance, he stated while gripping her hair, his eyes locking onto hers. Let us go? Heiyu casually tossed Hui aside, sending her sprawling onto the ground, and then turned his back to the trio, striding towards the location of the hero's water. Shushi and Koyoshi exchanged glances before lifting Hui and following closely behind Heiyu. Little did they know, Heiyu wore a broad grin, reminiscent of a devilish smile, unseen by those behind him. Thus, they proceeded towards the site of the hero's water. The tasked target had been abducted, and the manifestation of the chakra fruit hinged upon the blood of this very target, did it not? Jiraiya sat alone at the dining table, pondering strategy. His students lay wounded in their beds, leaving him to contemplate the situation. Such a hassle, truly an immense trouble. With a sigh, Jiraiya ran his fingers through his long white hair. As for strategies, he admitted he was not well versed. Unlike a certain individual named Orochimaru, he approached matters with more recklessness. Throughout his life, Jiraiya had navigated through without significant peril, his luck holding out until old age, when misfortune struck in the form of a wayward apprentice. Moreover, the one he loved did not reciprocate his feelings. Decades of affection had reached a point where he found no opportunity to express it. Let us charge ahead. Just as Jiraiya contemplated a direct assault, a familiar voice echoed his thoughts, one he had just heard moments ago. He turned to see. As expected, it was Tsukikage. Alongside him were the other 3 members of Jiraiya's team. They had not remained resting in their quarters, but had, in unison, risen from their beds to join him. Your bodies are not yet. We will win. This time we must. Jiraiya's words were cut short by Minato. Minato, Jiraiya regarded him, noticing the determination shining in his eyes. Perhaps it was Minato who felt the deepest sense of responsibility for their previous failure, watching helplessly as others moved past him. Drawing a breath, Jiraiya smiled. Then let us move forward together. Indeed, with bandages still wrapped around their bodies, the injured students urged their teacher onward as he led the charge against the enemy. This was Jiraiya's team, a rather unconventional squad. The injured members of Jiraiya's team surged back into action, their bandages still intact, and yet another battle awaited them. How typical of today's youth. Jiraiya, leading the way, could not suppress the upward curve of his lips. This is the hero's water, Heiyu announced. Arriving at a small lake and gesturing towards it, while Shushi and Koyoshi, still holding Hui, stood by his side. The two exchanged a glance, said nothing, and simply pushed Hui towards Heiyu. The water of heroes is undeniably a captivating temptation, offering a tenfold enhancement of chakra, a coveted prize for every formidable warrior. Shushi Jun patted his body and drew forth a water bottle, a gesture mirrored by Koyashi. Observing from the side, Heiyu noticed that Hui had already reached his grasp. The presence of Shushi Jun and Koyashi loomed behind him, prompting Heiyu to tighten his grip with his free hand. This evident vulnerability ignited a desire within Heiyu to act. Yet, as a notorious renegade in the black market, he refrained from impulsive action, unlike the reckless ambush that had dispatched 2 of his peers earlier that morning. Otherwise, Jiraiya might not have made it back in time. Indeed, the reward had been received. Perhaps fate would allow them to meet again. Koyashi and Shushi Jun stowed away their water bottles with a simple farewell. At last, Heiyu unveiled his true nature, his gaze lingering on the unconscious Hui, a wicked smile adorning his face. Your time to shine has come, princess. Moments later, a beam of light pierced the clouds, and the young girl collapsed to the ground. Panting heavily, she urged herself onward, refusing to halt. Her throat felt as if it were bleeding, the metallic taste spreading in her mouth. Hui continued to run, knowing she had no right to stop. This power is magnificent. The pressure from behind relentlessly closed in. Yet we could not resist casting a glance back. What purpose does the blood of the guardian serve now? She widened her eyes, staring at the man before her. His body shimmering with a ghostly hue, small horns protruding from his head. His name was Kojimu Heiyu. As the wind stirred, droplets of blood splattered upon the ground. Time rewound to half an hour earlier. Upon awakening, Hui beheld the towering beam of light and the chakra fruit suspended within it. In a striking moment, Heiyu consumed the glimmering chakra fruit, evident struggle etched on his face as he approached it, even sustaining wounds that bled profusely in the process. The reason for his suffering was simple. The chakra spilling forth from the fruit surged into his body, and it was nothing short of miraculous that he did not explode from the influx. Heiyu managed to endure the overwhelming chakra, absorbing it into himself, claiming it as his own. Through sheer determination, he ultimately secured the chakra fruit, a small yet radiant orb that resembled a miniature sun, which he swiftly swallowed. Then, an extraordinary transformation ensued. Was this a form of evolution? Hui dared not hastily label it. After consuming the chakra fruit, Heiyu's body began to undergo a remarkable change. His skin turned an unnaturally pale white, as if draped in an additional layer. 2 small horns emerged from either side of his forehead, exhibiting a somewhat imperfect appearance. Furthermore, his eyes began to alter. What once were normal orbs gradually became entirely white, even the pupils transforming into a pure alabaster hue. He bore an uncanny resemblance to the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, a unique bloodline limit exclusive to them. Aside from these points, the most striking feature is the conspicuous scar on the crown of Heiyu's head. This marks a facet of human evolution, though it remains undefined. The extraordinary strength emanating from him attests to this fact. The fierce winds of this generation swept through, causing Huey's hair to dance wildly. This is it. Such a sensation. Heiyu's cries echoed through the air, brimming with excitement and a hint of madness. Insanity. This was Huey's initial impression. The chakra fruit, referred to as the fruit of a miniature divine tree, held an enigmatic significance that Hui could not fully comprehend, yet it was undeniably extraordinary. Did humanity possess the right to consume the fruit of the divine tree? Before this thought could be answered, a powerful gust of wind knocked Hui to the ground. Heiyu gradually calmed, and Hui recognized the gravity of the situation, promptly making his way outward. No matter where or how, the only imperative was to run. The consequence of such flight was stark. Blood from the girl stained the ground. No, it was Heiyu's blood. In a flash, the moon tree appeared silently from the side, wielding the Kusanagi sword, which descended swiftly toward Heiyu's hand. Although the Kusanagi sword inflicted minimal damage, it sufficed for the current predicament. Hui was released, and the golden-haired figure swiftly emerged, embracing Hui in a protective manner. Fire release, flame dispersal, Jiraiya's voice resonated, and at that moment, the moon tree sprang into action. With a deft turn in the air, he kicked Heiyu and leapt aside, using the momentum to evade. Meanwhile, Jiraiya's ninjutsu arrived just in time. The ground beneath Heiyu turned crimson, erupting in flames. Wind release, great breakthrough. Fire release, grand fireball technique. Kushina and Mikoto's silhouettes emerged, each employing a jutsu to augment the flaming pillar. The moon tree landed firmly, while Minato rescued Hui. They did not pause, each casting a ninjutsu to further intensify the assault on Heiyu. You all, Hui gazed at Minato and the others, her arms trembling slightly. At that moment, Minato turned to Hui, his eyes seemingly alight with determination. I will definitely protect you. Hui was momentarily taken aback, many words caught in her throat, ultimately coalescing into a singular expression, a pure smile. Yes, I believe in you. Just as her words faded, a gust of wind swept past them, and a figure materialized behind Minato. Hui's smile, once radiant, froze in an instant. Behind Minato stood Heiyu, who should have been engulfed in flames. Like Hui, Heiyu bore a smile, equally pure yet imbued with a sinister essence. With a resounding impact, Minato surpassed his limits, instinctively raising his arms to defend himself. Heiyu's fist descended with tremendous force, sending Minato hurtling backward. Next, Heiyu turned his gaze toward Hui, intent on reaching out. It's your turn. It was not Kuroha who spoke, but rather the moon tree beneath him. In a brief moment, the moon tree successfully made its way over. Kuroha instinctively reacted, his gaze shifting downward just as a glimmer of blade light flashed. It was the upward thrust of the Kusanagi sword, aimed directly at Kuroha. The image of the Kusanagi expanded and loomed closer in his eyes, yet Kuroha remained unperturbed. With a graceful leap, he effortlessly evaded the sword strike. Fire release, oil bullet technique. Jiraiya unleashed a burst of oil into the air, locking onto Kuroha as his target. Kuroha glanced towards Jiraiya, raising a hand to disperse the incoming oil bullet. Jiraiya hastily leaped upward, the ground beneath him shaking as dust clouds billowed. Hyuga's gentle fist. Jiraiya's expression grew serious. The gentle fist was a unique martial art of the Hyuga clan, and now an unknown ninja not only wielded it, but did so with remarkable prowess. Particularly given his appearance, eyes that bore a striking resemblance to the Byakugan. Perhaps they were not merely similar, they may very well be the same. Jiraiya landed firmly beside Kushina and Mikoto, his two female disciples, the weakest in their group. In the face of such formidable opponents, their survival was precarious, and Jiraiya felt compelled to protect them. As for the moon tree and Minato Namikaze, the two prodigies of Konoha, while Jiraiya did not express unshakable confidence, he chose to trust in his disciples. Spiral sphere. The moon tree surged forward, crafting a sphere of blue and white energy. The spiral sphere collided with ease, but Kuroha simply sidestepped, delivering a kick that struck the moon tree. The latter transformed into a puff of white mist. Shadow clone. Kuroha paid little heed, effortlessly batting away the flying kunai. The kunai soared aside before exploding. The moon tree and Minato then revealed themselves, having taken action. Hui had already been whisked away by the moon tree's shadow clone, and now, revenge was at hand. With a resounding boom, another explosion echoed, sending two figures soaring from the rising smoke. Blood dripped from the moon tree's mouth as he clutched the Kusanagi sword, hurtling through the air. Following closely behind was Kuroha, a sinister grin as he reached out towards the moon tree. Fire release, great fireball technique. The moon tree adjusted his stance, deploying a ninjutsu. Not enough, not enough. The great fireball proved ineffective against Kuroha. His voice pierced through the flames, and his outstretched hand reached for the moon tree, who found himself unable to evade. Had the moon tree been alone, he might have truly succumbed. However, he was not alone. He had allies at his side. A golden figure burst forth. Minato Namikaze, wielding a kunai, charged towards Kuroha, aiming to stab the hand reaching for the moon tree. Kuroha, seemingly indifferent to this, continued his actions, perhaps underestimating the threat posed by a mere child-esque kunai. Yet, he was mistaken. A figure with golden hair emerged, shrouded in a veil of smoke. In the blink of an eye, the rushing wave wind water gate transformed into another person. With white hair cascading behind him, he was none other than Jiraiya, the legendary Sannin. Grasping a kunai, he infused it with wind chakra, giving it an appearance reminiscent of a sand needle. The extraordinary physical prowess of Kurohane allowed him to evade Jiraiya's strike in an instant, simultaneously delivering a kick to Tsukiki. The wind-infused chakra was indeed potent enough to inflict harm on Kurohane, as evidenced by his evasive maneuver. Tsukiki was sent flying, hurtling directly toward Jiraiya. Water release, white shark technique. As Kurohane landed, he swiftly completed the hand seals. With a powerful strike to the ground, a rune emerged, accompanied by a shark fin. Whoosh! Jiraiya was not so easily caught off guard. As the shark fin charged toward him, he deftly sidestepped its path. From the ground leaped a white shark, its gaping maw intent on devouring both Tsukiki and Jiraiya. As they narrowly escaped its grasp, Kushina and Mikoto launched several explosive kunai in their direction. The explosions, mere child's play for Kurohane, were akin to swatting at mosquitoes. The detonations resonated around them as Tsukiki grasped his sword with one hand while the other formed a Rasengan. Jiraiya, meanwhile, supported Tsukiki's body. With a foot planted upon Jiraiya's hand, Tsukiki was propelled forward, soaring toward Kurohane. Earth release, swamp technique. Came the melodic voices of Kushina and Mikoto, their support impeccably executed. As Tsukiki hurtled toward Kurohane, Mikoto and Kushina expertly restricted Kurohane's movements. Rasengan. Tsukiki sent forth a swirling sphere, but Kurohane countered with an open palm, sending Tsukiki hurtling away. The empty palm technique, a manifestation of the Hyuga clan's gentle fist, had been utilized to inflict damage from a distance. Tsukiki was struck, blood spewing forth as old wounds reopened, his bandages becoming soaked in crimson. Tsukiki. Wave wind water gate caught Tsukiki just in time, and the two of them tumbled through the air, crashing to the ground and rolling several times. As for Jiraiya, the strongest among them, he bravely engaged Kurohane in a fierce contest to buy time. He was genuinely unprepared for the presence of such a formidable opponent during a C-rank mission. This was no mere A-rank threat, but one of S-rank caliber. Raising both hands to block Kurohane's punch, Jiraiya staggered backward several paces. This force rivals Tsunade's monstrous strength. Jiraiya glanced at Kurohane, and then at the assembled group of Tsukiki and his companions, noting that Tsukiki bore the most grievous injuries, rendering him nearly incapable of further combat. While Mikoto tended to his wounds, Kushina, anxious, looked toward Wave Wind Watergate, who was observing Jiraiya's struggle. Returning, one must ensure that the old man rigorously scrutinizes the C-rank missions. Reflecting on his own inaugural C-rank mission, which had surprisingly morphed into an A-rank task, Jiraiya could not help but utter a curse. Who would have imagined that today C-rank assignments have escalated to a level surpassing even S-rank? The mad demon of Konoha. Heiyu gazed at Jiraiya, opting not to make an immediate move. One of the legendary three ninjas, celebrated for his prowess during the Great War. Heiyu spoke slowly, exuding an air of leisure. Yet, even you are no match for me now. Heiyu shook his finger. Even without holding back, you still cannot compete. His aura surged once more, enveloping the atmosphere with an oppressive weight. Do not frighten my students like this. Jiraiya's expression turned serious. Though his words carried a casual tone, nevertheless, his own presence began to rise in response, confronting Heiyu directly. It was precisely due to this that the pressure on the four members of the Moon Tree was significantly alleviated. Fire style, Toad Oil Bullet. In but a fleeting moment, Jiraiya completed the hand seals and expelled a glob of oil. Multiplication. Heiyu swiftly dispersed the incoming oil bullet, only to discover that the ground beneath him was slick with oil. The brief obstruction in Heiyu's line of sight allowed Jiraiya to prepare his subsequent move. Fire style, Oil Hell. Jiraiya unleashed a torrent of flames, igniting the oil on the ground, which erupted into a raging inferno. Jiraiya did not revel in his success. In battle, one must remain vigilant against unexpected strikes. As predicted, Jiraiya abruptly propelled himself backwards several meters. Just then, a hand reached out from within the inferno. Wind style, empty palm. Just as Jiraiya intended to employ wind style, Heiyu preemptively unleashed his empty palm technique. Great breakthrough. Jiraiya flicked his head, redirecting his jutsu beneath himself. The powerful gust expelled from his mouth lifted him to a considerable height. Heiyu's empty palm struck behind him, with a resounding crash. The might of the empty palm was unmistakable. A direct hit was no jest. Meanwhile, the moon tree remained sprawled on the ground. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Jiraiya hurled a shuriken into the air. The shuriken multiplied into 2, then 4, and soon thousands flew toward Heiyu. It won't be that simple. Observing the rain of shuriken seemingly ineffective against Heiyu, Jiraiya remarked. No sooner had he spoken than explosions erupted. A flurry of shurikens adorned with explosive tags descended upon Heiyu, the detonations resonating like a symphonic orchestra. Seizing this moment, Jiraiya clapped his hands together, preparing to unveil his trump card, the reason he referred to himself as the Toad Sage. Sage Mode. Jiraiya's pupils transformed into elongated slits, with crimson markings appearing at the corners of his eyes. An indescribable aura began to permeate the space around him. The Toad Sage has arrived. It is the wind. It is the tree. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself immersed in a serene forest, where the gentle breeze caressed his skin like delicate hands, bestowing upon him a sense of comfort. Moon Tree felt an inexplicable tranquility wash over him. Where am I? He gazed around, witnessing the uniformity of the scenery, dominated solely by towering trees. No voice responded to his inquiry. Only another gust of wind answered him. The wind stirred the leaves, which fluttered down like rain, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Suddenly, Moon Tree sank to the ground, as though gently nudged by an unseen force. With his hands resting on the earth, he sat there, savoring the moment of stillness. This is quite pleasant. The refreshing breeze enveloped him, and nature seemed to whisper in his ear, immersing him in its embrace. With a sudden clap, Jiraiya intercepted Kuroha's punch. In the next instant, despite Jiraiya's stillness, Kuroha landed a blow. Seizing the moment, Jiraiya pulled Kuroha closer and delivered an elbow strike. It was futile. The sound of the elbow connecting with flesh echoed, yet Kuroha met the strike with a smile. Kuroha's counterattack swept toward him, but Jiraiya deftly crouched to evade it. Sundara Technique. Mighty Fist Foe. Jiraiya launched an uppercut, his chakra enveloping his fist. This technique shared a similar principle with Tsunade's superhuman strength, although her mastery of chakra control exceeded his. Nevertheless, Jiraiya, a renowned figure in his own right, possessed enough power to contend with Kuroha. Without a doubt, this strike inflicted some damage, evident from Kuroha being sent flying and the blood that dripped. Senjutsu. Wild Lion's main technique. Jiraiya swung his white hair, just as Kuroha landed. With blood still trickling from his lips, Jiraiya's assault was already upon him. Kuroha was not foolish enough to confront it head-on. He had grasped Jiraiya's capabilities from the previous encounter. Although Kuroha was unfamiliar with natural energy, he understood that Jiraiya had the means to harm him. With a nimble leap to the side, Kuroha effortlessly dodged the attack. Fire Release. Fire Dragon's Ocean Technique. The markings on Kuroha's forehead began to stir. Soon, the true nature of the markings was revealed. Eyes, resembling the Sharingan, albeit with 5 tomo. Jiraiya noticed this development and quickly began to contemplate its implications. However, Kuroha's assault arrived swiftly. Seemingly awakened, Kuroha's fire techniques surged with formidable power. Fiery dragons surged toward Jiraiya, each worthy of being classified as A-rank ninjutsu, perhaps even S-rank. Water Release. Triple Water Wall. With 4 disciples behind him, Jiraiya had no reason to retreat. As the fire dragons approached, 3 massive water walls erupted from the ground. The fire dragons collided with the water walls, transforming into steam that enveloped the surroundings. Senjutsu. Needle Earth Concealment. Jiraiya's white hair coiled around him, transforming into sharp spikes that shielded him. As he pierced through the steam, Heiyu's fist struck the spines, but the nature-infused needles did not grant him any advantage. Gritting his teeth, Heiyu acknowledged the trouble Jiraiya posed. Unbeknownst to him, Jiraiya's mastery of natural energy provided him with means to harm Heiyu, and as one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya possessed far greater combat experience and techniques than Heiyu. Don't just stand there and watch me. Jiraiya retracted his needles as Heiyu stood before him, momentarily taken aback by Jiraiya's words. At that instant, a golden figure burst forth from the mist. Master Jiraiya. Minato Namikaze collided into the fray. Though his impact was not substantial, it was enough to make a difference. I have received my disciple's wish. Jiraiya smiled, electricity crackling around his hands. This brief distraction from Minato provided Heiyu with a fleeting opening. Senjutsu, lightning release. Jiraiya's eyes sparkled with determination. Raging torrent. As a seasoned traveler, Jiraiya had accumulated a wealth of techniques. His former teacher, the Third Hokage, had bestowed upon him the title of a master of ninjutsu, enabling him to inherit the legacy of the legendary Sarutobi. With a resounding strike, his fist connected with Heiyu's form, natural energy enveloping the blow, causing Heiyu to spit out a mouthful of blood. This punch is for my disciple, Jiraiya shouted, increasing the force of his attack. Wind release, wind-piercing technique. This was Minato's attempt to infuse chakra into a kunai and enhance its penetrating power with an explosive tag, aiming to rupture internal organs. Though Minato lacked the ability to execute such advanced chakra transformation, a slight enhancement in penetration was sufficient. With a powerful punch, Jiraiya sent Heiyu flying, and Minato's kunai followed closely behind. While the kunai did not pierce Heiyu's body, it managed to inflict damage, as Jiraiya's force had compromised Heiyu's defenses. Boom! The explosive tag detonated, releasing a thick cloud of smoke, sending the injured Minato tumbling. Did we succeed? Minato wondered, gazing at the smoke above him. Be careful. Jiraiya's warning reached his ears just as he witnessed the wind disperse the smoke, revealing a massive fire dragon descending upon them, Heiyu's figure vanishing from sight. There's no time. Minato froze, realizing he could not escape in time. The terror of death gripped him, and he felt as though his heart had stopped. Smack. Huh. Minato found himself airborne, glancing back to see Jiraiya having propelled him away. Jiraiya. Boom. The teacher, the fire dragon engulfed Jiraiya, and in the eyes of Minato Namikaze, a figure had vanished, leaving only the flames that blazed forth. Minato extended his hand towards that direction, yet encountered nothing. He fell to the ground, rolling several times before finally lying flat. As he lifted his gaze, the flames continued to burn fiercely, the heat waves caressing his face, imparting a sensation of searing intensity. Jiraiya-sensei, the golden figure cried out, the voice tinged with a hint of cracking. It seemed that upon hearing Minato's call, the flames began to diminish, revealing a silhouette within. Ha! That was unmistakably Jiraiya's laughter. Minato fixated on the flames, and the figure within finally emerged. It was Kurohane. The figure of Kurohane, laughing heartily, stood over the now charred Jiraiya, who lay on the ground. Next, it will be your turn. Kurohane licked his lips, casting his gaze upon the prostrate Minato. His disheveled figure, with blood-stained lips and a face smeared with dirt, appeared ghastly. He laughed, a demon's laughter. Jiraiya, my teacher. Minato lay on the ground, looking utterly disheveled. Slap. Kurohane's foot pressed down upon Jiraiya's head. The unconscious Jiraiya, resembling a doll, was at his mercy, his body now as black as coal, still emanating heat. Mad demon, Jiraiya. Kurohane toyed with his foot, stepping down repeatedly on Jiraiya. The legendary Sannin are nothing but this. Kurohane wore a contemptuous expression, licking his lips. Don't touch Jiraiya-sensei. You bastard. Minato shouted, devoid of chakra, his body reaching its limits, unable to muster the strength to rise. Oh. Kurohane lifted his foot, approaching Minato with a smirk. Truly amusing, you Konoha brats. Kurohane squatted before Minato, lifting his chin with a hand. Despite lacking strength, none of you seem to comprehend fear. Is it courage? Or merely foolishness? Ding. Kurohane expressed mild surprise as he glanced at Minato. His final strength was futilely expended in a desperate attempt to strike back. Yet it was utterly ineffective, failing even to breach Kurohane's defenses. Nevertheless, Kurohane's expression darkened. How intriguing. Kurohane chuckled. Vajra ceiling. Kurohane brought his foot crashing down towards Minato's forehead. Yet chains surged forth just in time to halt the blow. Ah. Kurohane turned to the direction of the chains, where a red-haired girl was shouting, continually draining her chakra. The chains extending from her back relentlessly reached towards Kurohane. Whoosh. Kurohane glanced aside, realizing that Minato, who had been lying there, had vanished. Scanning the surroundings, he quickly spotted the golden-haired figure. He was being carried away by a girl. Furthermore, he noticed a familiar silhouette. The charred Jiraiya was also being lifted by the same girl. That petite frame carried two individuals, yet her speed did not wane. One by one, Heiyu finally erupted in fury, the chakra surging from his body like an unfathomable ocean, swiftly eroding the chains binding Kushina, causing them to shatter. The unique bloodline power of the Uzumaki clan recoiled, and Kushina collapsed, yet her indomitable spirit compelled her to maintain her stance. "Let me go?" she cried out, resolute in her belief. Minato, witnessing Kushina kneeling on the ground, felt a surge of urgency. However, Mikoto, who was supporting him, swiftly halted his call. "Mikoto," Minato ceased his plea, sensing the tremor in her voice. Kushina bore a heavier burden than he did at that moment. Acknowledging this, Minato fell silent. His gaze fixed ahead as Heiyu's assault approached, with Kushina showing no inclination to evade. If this continued, it was undeniable that Kushina would be struck directly, and the consequences would be dire. "Evade!" Minato's mind screamed, but Kushina exhibited a different response. She relaxed her body, her eyes remaining open, still gleaming with brilliance. As always, she wore a smile akin to that of a big sister, unafraid, or at least concealing her fear. "Yushu!" Minato finally shouted, not calling for Jiraiya but invoking his rival, the one he had never bested. He was uncertain of Yushu's current whereabouts. Yet he believed that Yushu had long since lost the ability to fight. Perhaps he, too, could barely stand. Nevertheless, Minato held on to hope. No matter the circumstances, that individual would surely respond. Would style? Would wall technique? Heiyu's figure loomed just 20 centimeters from Kushina when a wooden barrier suddenly erupted from the ground, positioning itself between Heiyu and her. Would style? Would spike technique? With a resounding crash, the wooden wall stood resilient, visibly dented but intact. Following the sound, spikes of wood surged from the earth, forcing Heiyu to retreat. "You've worked hard." A familiar voice resonated in her ears, and Kushina fell limply. "Too late, you fool." Gently caught, Kushina felt Yushu's warmth, her cheeks flushing slightly as she murmured a complaint. She was uncertain if Yushu would save her, yet a year ago, her hero had already become this still somewhat juvenile figure before her. Clumsy, lazy, perpetually sleeping, yet go defeat him. "My hero." Such a daunting request. "But leave it to me." The familiar voice and dialogue brought a secret smile to Kushina's lips. "Rest well." Yushu released her, and nearby branches caught Kushina, whisking her away. As the wooden wall was withdrawn, Yushu and Heiyu stood face to face. "I truly appreciate your care. Allow me to respond. What a delightful surprise this is. It is for me as well." The gazes of Heiyu and Yushu clashed, tension palpable. Rasengan. In an instant, the two combatants engaged in their first clash. Heiyu deftly evaded, launching an elbow strike towards Yushu. Yushu intercepted with his palm and countered with an elbow of his own. The two became entangled in a fierce struggle. It was evident that Heiyu had already been weakened after a prolonged battle, particularly in terms of stamina, as Yushu was now able to keep up with him. Wood release, wood binding technique. With a swift kick, Yushu created distance and immediately formed hand seals. Surrounding branches lunged towards Heiyu. Fire release, fire whirlwind. Refusing to relent, Heiyu formed his own seals, summoning a whirlwind of flames that engulfed the encroaching branches, incinerating them. In a decisive move, Yushu unsheathed his Kusanagi sword and hurled it forward. Heiyu countered with an open palm, sending the sword flying away. When the Kusanagi sword was struck, it transformed into a puff of smoke. As the sword soared through the air, it too morphed into smoke, only for Yushu to emerge wielding the Kusanagi sword from within. Earth release, earth rising dragon technique. Heiyu slammed his palm against the ground, summoning an earthen dragon that surged upward. Focus. Yushu gripped his sword tightly and struck downward. The earthen dragon was cleaved in two, and the two faced each other head-on. Yushu threw the Kusanagi sword with such velocity that the already injured Heiyu could barely react. The sword transformed into Yushu, who held the Kusanagi sword, locking eyes with Heiyu. His blood-red Sharingan eyes began to spin. Jinjutsu. Utilizing the power of his Sharingan, Yushu cast an illusion upon Heiyu. While the effect was minimal, even a brief moment of distraction would suffice. Rasengan, the shadow clone of Yushu, having thrown the Kusanagi sword, charged forward, while the original struck with his sword. Caught between the two attacks, Heiyu was momentarily dazed. In the next heartbeat, he regained his senses, but the simultaneous assault was already upon him. He unleashed his chakra, his body moving in response. The Rasengan and Kusanagi sword were successfully deflected. Reversal. Yushu was sent flying, astonishment filling his eyes. Heiyu had employed the Hyuga clan's ultimate defense, reversal, renowned for its impenetrability. Although taken aback, Yushu did not falter. He quickly began forming seals. Chakra was rapidly depleting, and Yushu struck the ground. Would release. Advent of the tree world. He felt his chakra dwindle to a mere fraction. Towering trees erupted from the earth, their branches reaching towards Heiyu. The reversal could not be sustained indefinitely, and a stalemate loomed ahead. Yushu regulated his breathing, his chakra continuously siphoned away. The branches persisted in their relentless assault, each movement draining his reserves. Though his chakra was nearly exhausted, he was resolute in his determination to win this battle. Clenching his fists, he prepared for the inevitable depletion of his chakra. No matter the cost, victory was imperative. The moonlit tree widened its eyes, gazing at the white vortex before it, the miraculous return of the black feather, steadfastly resisting the encroaching branches. The so-called absolute defense of this return proved to be true to its name. Yet, the moonlit tree was resolute in its conviction it would not succumb. A gentle breeze caressed its face, a tender warmth that seeped into its heart, like a trickling stream nurturing its very essence. A comforting warmth enveloped its being, a sensation that resonated deep within its soul. Heat radiated from its core, swirling throughout its body, invigorating it with life. The moonlit tree marveled at the wonders of existence. The surrounding trees swayed, perhaps stirred by the wind or simply rejoicing. They seemed to exude joy, so remarkable was the feeling that the moonlit tree could sense it. It was akin to a long-cherished dog wagging its tail upon seeing its master, conveying an inexpressible delight. With closed eyes, the moonlit tree reclined, quietly absorbing the moment. Strength gradually returned, as sunlight suddenly illuminated the world in vibrant colors. "Is it you?" the moonlit tree softly inquired. The nearby branches reached out, gently brushing against its cheek, as if to express affection. How endearing! The moonlit tree smiled, fully attuned to that emotion. Nature itself whispered to it, gentle and tender. The trees continuously infused the moonlit tree with chakra, bestowing upon it vitality and vigor. This was the power of wood release, drawn from the supreme forces of nature. Thus, it could never be defeated. The moonlit tree intensified the flow of chakra, determined to conclude this battle. With a resounding clap, its hands came together. This was the moonlit tree's final strike. The realm of trees descended, binding and annihilating. The moonlit tree cried out. The trees summoned forth by this realm trembled with excitement, their branches swaying as if in celebration. This was the end. It poured forth all its strength, along with its very life. The branches swung wildly, crashing against the return. Perhaps the black feather was also exhausted, for in an instant, the return began to falter. But it was not over. The moonlit tree would not overlook this sign. Blood trickled from the corner of its mouth as it pushed its limits. The branches swung once more, returning every wound and pain to its foe. As the words left its lips, the branches lashed out, shattering like a broken mirror. In the next moment, the return shattered as if made of glass. The absolute defense crumbling. The black feather within fell to its knees, bloodied. Yet, the branches did not cease. This was the moment of total retribution. We have triumphed. The moonlit tree felt darkness encroaching at the corners of its vision, collapsing to its knees. In those final moments, as its sight dimmed, it beheld the black feather ensnared by the relentless branches. With a splatter, blood blossomed. The moonlit tree lay upon the ground, eyes closed. Before it lay the blood-stained branches, the earth itself now crimson. Moonlit tree. Kushina crawled over, still feeling the aftermath of her ordeal, yet she disregarded the pain and positioned herself beside Suki. The gentle breeze stirred the leaves of the moon tree, causing Suki's hair to dance, while it also lifted Kushina's crimson locks. "Hero," she murmured softly, "you have indeed triumphed." Tenderly, Kushina lifted Suki and rested him on her lap, leaning her forehead against his. "You truly have won." Her voice was imbued with an unprecedented gentleness. The wind caressed them with the same tenderness, and the fallen leaves drifted around like a delicate rain. The girl and the boy nestled together. Yet the boy could not behold the girl's extraordinarily gentle visage. This time, it was truly over. Suki opened his eyes to find the familiar wooden ceiling once again. "Is it over?" "Indeed, it is." Suki turned his head to see Jiraiya standing at the door, smiling at him. "That's wonderful." This time, it was all thanks to you. My little hero. That title is rather peculiar, Suki sighed, feeling drained. Haha, do take a good rest. You've exhausted your chakra significantly. It's impressive that you managed to hold on. You must let Tsunade examine you thoroughly when you return. She will undoubtedly take good care of me. Suki replied with a wry smile. Indulgence, quite nice. Jiraiya grinned mischievously before adopting a more masterly expression, his smile radiating kindness, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. You've worked hard. So have you. The two boys, one large and one small, exchanged glances and shared a laugh. Ha ha, ha ha. Their laughter echoed, drifting outside. Those guys. Kushina sighed. Makoto chuckled nearby. After all, it's Suki, and Jiraiya-sensei is here too. Honestly, the injured still don't understand the importance of proper recuperation. Kushina remarked, a smile gracing her lips, and Makoto chose not to contradict her. Meanwhile, Minato had stepped out of the room, wandering alone in the courtyard. The gentle wind tousled his golden hair, prompting Minato to close his eyes momentarily. Upon reopening them, he was greeted by the sight of a familiar girl. Kagami, the guardian of the chakra fruit. Miss Kagami, Minato greeted her. She remained as beautiful and gentle as ever, her long hair swirling with the wind as she gazed at him. Thank you. Kagami smiled, recalling the boy who had saved her. After all, it was merely a mission. Aha! Minato felt a flush rise to his cheeks as he scratched his head and smiled. Kagami giggled softly and walked beside him. You are also a little hero of Takigakure, she remarked as she passed by him. She had many responsibilities, and as the one in charge of such significant matters in Takigakure, there was still much to be done. Despite her tender age, she bore the weight of her inherent duties. Minato turned to watch Kagami's petite figure recede into the distance, suddenly realizing just how small she truly was. In a tranquil village bathed in sunlight, the young maiden walked alone, accompanied only by her shadow. Suddenly, Minato Namikaze fell silent, unsure of what prompted him to approach her. Hey, Miss Hui, where are you headed? He inquired. Hui glanced at him, saying, I'm going to see Jiraiya and the others. I must express my gratitude. May I join you? I was just thinking of going as well, Minato replied, quickening his pace to walk alongside her. Hui observed the golden-haired figure beside her, slightly shorter than herself, with a face still bearing the innocence of youth. Shall we walk together? She suggested, a smile unexpectedly gracing her lips, a peculiar sense of joy swelling within her heart. As the boy and girl strolled along, their shadows intertwined in the sunlit village. Suddenly, a splash of water erupted, hitting Minato's face. The chill did little to dampen his enthusiasm. At that moment, Tsukumori beamed with pride at the fruits of his labor from the morning's efforts. Having played a crucial role in a recent battle, Tsukumori had earned the honor of being a wounded hero, prompting the village to extend their gratitude by caring for him. Thus, Tsukumori remained in the village for a while, allowing Jiraiya's team to enjoy a taste of luxury, fine food, drink, and rest, all of the highest quality. This arrangement delighted Jiraiya, who seized the opportunity to prolong his stay under the guise of recuperation. Naturally, his students had no objections, particularly Tsukumori and Minato, who found themselves in a favorable position. Tsukumori was reluctant to return to Konoha, as both places felt equally dull. He preferred to stay and fish, a pastime he was currently indulging in. As for Minato, his motivations were more complex, known only to him. Ah, splendid, Tsukumori remarked, nodding at the fish he had caught. His usual lethargy faded as he discovered a diversion beyond sword practice and slumber. Fishing surprisingly suited his taste. You're here again, a voice called from behind. Turning, Tsukumori saw Kushina standing there, hands on her hips, her red hair dancing in the breeze. Kushina, are you joining us? He asked, waving his catch with a grin. Kushina sighed, taking a seat beside him. Honestly, you've sustained serious injuries, yet you refuse to rest properly. She shot him a reproachful look. This minor injury has healed. Lying around all day isn't beneficial. I'd rather lounge than sit. Tsukumori chuckled awkwardly in response to her gaze. I didn't know about fishing back then. Now that I've tried it, it's surprisingly enjoyable. You're such a character. Acting like an old man when you're our age, Kushina remarked, shaking her head. To suggest that I am an old man would surely sadden me. Yushu set the fish aside into a nearby bucket and cast his line once more. Would you feel sorrow? Perhaps not. Yushu and Kushina engaged in a light-hearted exchange, their words mostly devoid of substance or significance. On another note, what brings you here? Once he secured his fishing hook, Yushu fell into his customary waiting. It was pleasant to converse with Kushina. Is it forbidden to visit without a purpose? Kushina shot him a glare. That is not what I meant. Why would I provoke you without reason? Yushu managed a wry smile. Kushina scoffed, and Yushu found himself perplexed. She often left him bewildered. Lately, Minato has been spending much time with Miss K. Huh. Kushina abruptly shifted the topic, leaving Yushu momentarily stunned. The sudden change in conversation caught him off guard, especially after their prior trivial banter. Indeed, Minato is quite the character. Yushu pondered, likely drawn to someone like K. K. Oh. Kushina suddenly regarded Yushu with a peculiar look, causing him to shudder slightly. Ahem, Miss K. In his previous life, having been Chinese, Yushu had no habit of using honorifics and had grown accustomed to it. Humph. This girl must be experiencing her time of the month. Yushu mused as he observed the oddly behaving Kushina. Though he had little experience with girls in his past life, he understood that female relatives often exhibited emotional fluctuations during such times. Well, the weather is quite nice today. Kushina, unsure of what else to say, offered the remark. For she could not simply state her desire to converse more with him. Despite being a tomboy, she harbored a shyness, particularly regarding such matters. Yushu, having had little interaction with girls in either of his lives, remained oblivious to her feelings. He glanced up at the sky and nodded in agreement with Kushina. It is indeed pleasant. How delightful. Her laughter rang out, catching Yushu by surprise. He could not fathom the reason for her amusement. Thence, Kushina teased him playfully. Just as Yushu was about to respond, he felt a tug on his fishing rod. The fish were biting. This development compelled him to set aside other thoughts, prioritizing the task at hand. Dining on a meal he had caught himself was undeniably a delightful experience. As he mused this, his actions became instinctive. In that very moment, Yushu missed the tender gaze Kushina cast upon him. As the leader of their group, Kushina rested her chin in her hand, quietly observing Yushu. It was this youthful visage that would always appear whenever she needed it, whether in times of abduction or helplessness. Whenever she sought solace, it would manifest before her, akin to a hero from a tale. As Gyo-Xin contemplated, a smile involuntarily graced her lips. Even the blood-red pepper could not overshadow her youthful spirit. Wow! Yushu exclaimed, abruptly awakening Gyo-Xin. It's a big fish. This rare display of childlike wonder broke through Yushu's usual demeanor. Let us have it for dinner tonight. With a gleeful grin, Yushu placed her prize into a bucket and began to gather her belongings. Aren't we going to fish anymore? No need. Tonight's dinner is already secured. Besides, a midday nap sounds delightful at this hour, Yushu yawned. Gyo-Xin sighed gently, then smiled again. Indeed, it was still the familiar Yushu she knew. Fool, lazyhead, always sleeping the day away. Yet, surprisingly reliable. Together, Gyo-Xin and Yushu embarked on their journey home, albeit to a temporary abode. Ah, what splendid weather, Yushu remarked once more. The sunlight cascaded gently, and Yushu savored this moment of tranquility. Indeed, Gyo-Xin responded, as if replying to her previous musings, yet merely echoing Yushu's sentiment. Having been in this world for nearly 2 years, Yushu had been living the life she desired, which could only be described as a leisurely existence. It must be said, Yushu found great enjoyment in this lifestyle, harboring little nostalgia for the past, so much so that she could scarcely recall it. Now, her thoughts were consumed with unraveling the mysteries of her current identity. Yet, there was no rush. I seem to have forgotten to draw my lottery. While walking along, Yushu suddenly remembered this matter. Attributes: name, Himegami, Yushu status, normal abilities, spiral sphere, A rank, 3 Tomo Sharingan, B rank, Senju bloodline, awakened, S rank, swordsmanship master, B rank, fire release ninjutsu mega pack, S rank, Kusanagi sword, B rank, shadow clone technique, B rank, multiple shadow clone technique, A rank, combat power, Jonin. Not too shabby, Yushu nodded, then began to inquire of the system. System, how many lottery draws do I have left? Task, complete the first C rank mission. Reward, 1 lottery draw. Task, absorb the energy from the chakra fruit. Reward, 1 lottery draw. 2 draws, quite a gain. Yushu, still in her room, licked her lips upon hearing the system's response. By the way, when exactly did I come into contact with the energy from the chakra fruit? Yushu pondered, somewhat perplexed. Though the system would not answer him. After all, it had already entered a dormant state. The absorption of the chakra fruit's energy was complete, and the system activated its AI functionality. Due to insufficient energy, the AI function could only be activated for 2 minutes. AI function initiating, AI function activated. Greetings, esteemed host. The Multiverse Lottery System is at your service. The electronic voice of the system echoed continuously, leaving Yushu in a daze. Inadvertently, the AI had suddenly activated. What was this system? Why had she found herself here? Why did she possess no memories? Although an unexpected scenario suddenly unfolded, Yushu was far from dull in this regard. She promptly reacted and began to pose questions to the AI. The sound of electricity echoed from the alarm clock. And for some inexplicable reason, Yushu's heart began to feel a sense of unease. Returning to the host, the anticipated electronic voice resonated, causing Yushu to involuntarily swallow hard. It was all a manifestation of the host's own choices and desires. The system would cling to the host, entirely orchestrated by fate and fortune. The AI did not articulate anything directly, but instead engaged in a roundabout conversation with Yushu. What did it mean? It must be said that Yushu completely failed to comprehend the system's words. The system merely adhered to the host by sheer chance, a mere twist of fate. As for why the host found herself in this world, it was all rooted in her own desires. And the loss of memory was also a consequence of her own actions. Furthermore, there was the influence of the original body. So, why don't you explain these reasons to me? Yushu's voice trembled slightly, her emotions beginning to spiral out of control. The sound of electricity quietly resonated in her mind. And the system did not respond to Yushu's queries swiftly. The database of the system had suffered damage, rendering it incapable of providing the answers the host sought. Stunned, Yushu stood still, never having anticipated such a situation. It was perplexing. This system seemed as though it had endured a severe blow, teetering on the brink of failure. What was said before? Yushu took a deep breath, attempting to calm herself gradually. Returning to the host, the prior words were the fate set by the host herself. Myself? Yushu's eyes widened, utterly bewildered by the system's discourse. If it was indeed her own settings, then for Yushu. Her arrival here had been less than 2 years ago, and this system had been operating independently from the very beginning. Now the system claimed that all of this was due to Yushu. It must be said that this was utterly confounding. The meaning was lost on her, and the system's words left Yushu increasingly bewildered. Insufficient energy, AI functions were shutting down. Host, this is a real world. I wish you great success in your endeavors. The electronic voice grew fainter, penetrating deep into Yushu's heart. For reasons unknown, this cold, detached electronic voice stirred something within her. It felt strangely familiar, as if that frigid tone possessed a subtle warmth, resembling not an emotionless machine, but rather a person struggling to convey their feelings. Yushu did not wish to dwell on this line of thought. It was simply too distressing. If that were indeed a possibility, that the system possessed humanity and emotion, then what did that make her? Yushu's heart trembled. The situation grew increasingly obscure, whether concerning the system, Jiraiya, or the original host. A series of bewildering events, none of which appeared in the original narrative, suddenly emerged. Like weeds sprouting after a spring rain, they were impossible to eradicate, causing an incessant itch in her heart. Sigh. So many words were lodged in her throat, and Yushu found herself unable to articulate anything. 1,000 sentiments coalesced into a single sigh. He did not particularly enjoy overthinking. Rather, he found it more suitable to spend his days devising ways to indulge in leisure. The pursuit of a simple life left Yushu with little choice but to endure these troublesome matters. Well, there were still 2 more draws left. So it wasn't all bad. Yushu consoled himself and proceeded with the lottery as usual. System lottery. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Shadow Shuriken technique, grade A. Yushu was momentarily taken aback. After enduring so much for this draw, he had received such an ordinary ninjutsu. Although it was classified as grade A, even the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had mastered it. Wouldn't it be uncomfortable to seek his guidance? Yet, Yushu's temperament would never allow him to do such a thing. All right then. He sighed, rubbing his forehead, and chose to face reality. Oh, the trials of life. He clapped his hands together. Heavenly Father, although I am uncertain of your existence, considering how arduous it has been to complete my tasks, I implore you for something worthwhile. System lottery. Yushu offered a prayer and initiated the final lottery. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Sage Mode. Wow. A smile broke across Yushu's face. This is something Jiraiya can teach me. He covered his face with his hands. It could be said that this time, the rewards did not quite match the efforts expended. He sighed, glancing at his still bandaged body. What misfortune? Yushu lamented, reminiscent of a certain well-known explosive-haired figure, gazing skyward. At least I won't have to exert much effort to learn these two techniques. That essay silver lining. He tapped his fingers thoughtfully, weighing his gains and losses, and ultimately nodded. As long as his strength could improve, and he could continue to enjoy a leisurely life, it was not in vain. Attributes: Name, Jishin Yushu. Status, Normal abilities, Rasengan, Grade A, 3 Tomo Sharingan, Grade B, Senju Bloodline, Awakened, Grade S, Master of Swordsmanship, Grade B, Fire Release Ninjutsu Gift Pack, Grade S, Kusanagi Sword, Grade B, Shadow Clone Technique, Grade B, Multi-Shadow Clone Technique, Grade A, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique, Grade A, Sage Mode, Grade S, Combat Power, Near Shadow. His strength had increased slightly, which was satisfactory. Yushu nodded in acknowledgement. Yushu, are you ready to return to the village? A voice called from outside. It was Kushina. Just moments ago, Jiraiya had informed everyone that the mission had concluded, signaling it was time to prepare for their return. Thus, the first mission of Jiraiya's team had come to a successful close. Finally, we're back. The red-haired girl, Kushina, stood at the entrance of Konoha, arms wide open, wearing a joyful expression. Yushu yawned, entirely unaware of Kushina's excitement. They had been away for nearly 20 days, yet he felt little difference. If he were to express anything, it would be that he was finally eager to enjoy some delicious food again. He missed Tsunade's cooking. Yushu thought to himself, wishing to return to the Senju residence and lie down immediately. It was peculiar. While the other three showed varying degrees of excitement, he was singularly focused on sleep. Task trigger. Moon Tree suddenly awakened, and that voice was hardly an auspicious omen. It undoubtedly heralded some troublesome affair. I've only just returned. Can we not have a moment of peace? Within 5 minutes, I must return to the Senju residence to complete the task and earn a chance at the reward lottery. Moon Tree had anticipated a challenging mission, yet surprisingly, the system bestowed a benefit. As the electronic voice concluded, a smile uncontrollably graced Moon Tree's lips. There was no denying it. The system was generous, and how delightful it was. All right, task accomplished, everyone. A gust of wind swept through before Jiraiya could finish his sentence. Rest well. As his belated words fell, Jiraiya surveyed the surroundings. 1, 2, 3. Someone was missing. Moon Tree had vanished without a trace. Jiraiya's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. He was not alone in this reaction. Minato and the others shared his astonishment. It was the first time they had witnessed Moon Tree so eager. Perhaps the sun had risen from the west today? Jiraiya mused, glancing up at the radiant sun. That seems highly improbable, Jiraiya-sensei, Minato remarked, noticing Jiraiya's expression with a hint of resignation. Jiraiya ruffled his hair and chuckled. Mikoto, let us go enjoy some Ichiraku ramen. It has been far too long. With Moon Tree gone, Kushina showed little concern, calling out to Mikoto as they headed toward the ramen shop. Wait for me, Kushina. Mikoto hurriedly followed. The two girls departed, leaving only Minato and Jiraiya behind. Jiraiya-sensei. Minato observed Kushina and Mikoto heading to the ramen shop, initially contemplating joining Jiraiya for a meal, only to turn and find the silver-haired figure had already disappeared. I shall gather materials now. Minato, make sure to rest well. Your body has yet to recover. Jiraiya's voice faded into the distance, carried away by the wind. Minato sighed. Jiraiya-sensei, you too bear injuries. Lightly voicing his thoughts, Minato nonetheless ventured out. He intended to stroll, perhaps indulge in some dumplings, and then return home to rest. As he walked, an idea suddenly struck Minato, prompting him to set aside his intention to rest. Was there not a highly skilled medical ninja in Konoha? It would be prudent to pay a visit. A dual benefit indeed. With this thought in mind, Minato quickened his pace. Meanwhile, Moon Tree had returned to the Senju residence. The house was devoid of any presence, and the familiar electronic voice resonated in his mind. Task: return to the Senju residence within 5 minutes to complete. Reward: 1 lottery draw. With the reward successfully acquired, Moon Tree smiled. The sound of a young girl's melodious voice drifted from the courtyard, and Moon Tree immediately discerned that Shizune and Tsunade were engaged in their usual medical ninjutsu training. Although Shizune's talent in medical ninjutsu was not exceptionally high, and her progress was not visibly remarkable, both teacher and student persisted in their daily practice. Perhaps it was a matter of dedication, or perhaps a sense of responsibility and guilt. System: initiate the lottery. Regardless of everything, Yushu longed to draw a prize. After 2 previous unfortunate attempts, he could hardly believe that luck would betray him once more. Nevertheless, reality proved to be quite harsh. The system's voice soon announced the results. Was it a misfortune or a blessing? Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Culinary Master title, S-Class. Splutter. Yushu coughed up a mouthful of blood, albeit merely in imagination. How on earth could he draw a culinary title, and an S-Class one at that? What would become of those A-Class ninjutsu practitioners? Yushu couldn't help but voice his frustrations. Words spilled from his lips incessantly, but the system remained indifferent. He was left alone, babbling like a fool. What are you doing? A soft female voice interjected from nearby, causing Yushu to halt abruptly. Turning to face the source, he found Tsunade gazing at him with a perplexed expression, accompanied by Shizune, who bore a similar look of bewilderment. Their eyes reflected the sentiment of observing a fool. Yushu seemed to grasp the implication, and his fragile heart suffered yet another blow. Farewell, splendid world. He collapsed onto the ground, inexplicably producing a blanket from somewhere and promptly falling asleep. Bang! A cry of distress echoed from the Senju residence. What nonsense was happening upon his return? Had he lost his wits again? Tsunade's fist still smoldered with energy as she wore a benevolent expression, while Yushu lay on the ground, steam rising from his head. It's nothing. I merely felt the call of the African plains. Yushu muttered weakly from his prone position. Honestly, to return with no change at all after such a rare outing, Tsunade sighed. You remain as foolish as ever. I genuinely worry about your future. Perhaps you are the one lacking the right to comment, Yushu replied, casting a sidelong glance at Tsunade, who had suddenly begun to recline. Unbeknownst to him, since moving into the Senju residence, Tsunade had indeed become increasingly lethargic. Both Yushu and Tsunade seemed to possess remarkably thick skins. Shizune sighed, expressing her exasperation at the 2 individuals before her. The pair, one large and one small, spent their days idling away, sleeping without a care. Only during training would Tsunade rise to instruct Shizune, and occasionally she would assist when Yushu prepared meals. At any other time, the 2 were rarely observed engaging in any productive activity. Aren't you tired? Shizune curiously inquired, her gaze shifting to Yushu. Compared to Tsunade, Yushu's level of lethargy was indeed extraordinary. There's nothing to be done. Without a phone or computer, no novels or comics to read, no shows to watch, and no games to play, I find myself at a loss. All my time was previously consumed by those activities, with nothing left to occupy my mind. I have no idea what to do. Exercising seems too strenuous, so I suppose I'll make do with this support. Yushu wore an expression of helplessness, nostalgia creeping into his demeanor as he sighed heavily once more. I have no idea what you're talking about. Shizune was utterly baffled by Yushu's words. Concepts like computers were completely foreign to her. That is a supreme modern creation. You need not comprehend it. For now, I wish to be left in peace. The moon tree turned over, rolling aside to wallow in solitude and sorrow. Do as you please. It is rare for you to return. Allow me to prepare dinner tonight. I shall venture out to procure some ingredients. Shizune, please bring back a few portions of the 5 colors dumplings. Tsunade waved her hand, and Shizune sighed in response. Acknowledging her request, outside the window, the sunlight blazed at its peak, as the moon tree and Tsunade reclined upon the tatami mat. How did this mission fare? Speaking of this matter, there is something I must express first. Tsunade glanced at the moon tree, her breathing slightly labored, revealing her impatience. What is it? Please convey to the third Hokage that he ought to thoroughly inspect the C-rank missions. My delicate heart can hardly withstand it. The moon tree feigned an expression of vulnerability, prompting Tsunade to chuckle. Ah, so your inaugural C-rank mission has transformed into something else, perhaps an A-rank mission? Tsunade's laughter resonated within the room, leaving the moon tree at a loss for words. The C-rank missions of Konoha are indeed fraught with peril. Ha ha ha, it is merely an occasional occurrence. Our first C-rank mission was similarly trivial, originally just a standard escort task that inexplicably escalated into an A-rank mission. Fortunately, our teacher was competent, and our abilities were commendable. Otherwise, you would not be seeing me now. No, no, no. Now we 2 victims find ourselves together. Do you truly believe this is mere coincidence? In truth, Konoha's C-rank missions are invariably A-rank or even S-rank tasks. The moon tree lamented. These C-rank missions are indeed quite detrimental. Well, what matters is that we returned alive. Tsunade maintained a remarkably carefree demeanor, brushing it off with a smile. However, this was merely lip service. The moon tree was acutely aware that this seemingly carefree woman was particularly concerned about others. Indeed, the moon tree's nature was such that she did not dwell on the past. It was all bygone. All right, time for sleep. I had a bit to drink last night, and now my head aches. Good night. Tsunade snatched the moon tree's blanket and promptly fell asleep. Very well, ladies first. The moon tree sighed and reluctantly sought another blanket. It had become a habit to cover oneself while sleeping, even if not under a blanket. Holding onto something was comforting. The tranquil air enveloped them, and the sunlight filtered through the window as the synchronized rhythm of their breaths intertwined. I'm back. We have guests tonight. Pardon the intrusion. Shizun's voice echoed as the golden-haired figure entered the Senju residence, appearing somewhat awkward. It seems tonight's dinner at the Senju household will be lively. By the way, what brings you here? The moon tree observed the golden-haired figure with a puzzled expression. I initially intended to return home, but since I am injured, I thought to drop by and see you, and perhaps have Lady Tsunade tend to my wounds. Minato swallowed his food and scratched his head with a sheepish grin. No, something is definitely amiss. The moon tree scrutinized Minato. As for the reasons behind his thoughts, it is undoubtedly due to the peculiar behavior of Minato Namikaze. Renowned as the Golden Flash, Minato would never engage in any behavior akin to mooching, and since Tsunade was not well acquainted with him, there was no justification for Minato to seek her out. Are you injured? I'll take a look shortly. Before Getsu could utter a word, Tsunade preemptively addressed his concern. Wait, you two know each other? Getsu stared in bewilderment at Minato and Tsunade. Is that even a question? Tsunade glanced at Getsu. Jiraiya is always telling me he has a remarkable apprentice. He introduced us long ago. However, Minato is indeed impressive. Tsunade nodded in agreement. Well, Lady Tsunade, you are overly generous with your praise, Minato said, raising his hand somewhat bashfully, especially with Getsu, who had effortlessly bested him nearby. Oh, don't mind this guy. He is not human, Tsunade remarked, seemingly aware of Minato's sentiments. Hey, what do you mean I'm not human? I am exceedingly curious about the reasoning behind that. Getsu chuckled, looking at Tsunade. What normal person can maintain such lethargy while steadily improving their abilities? Tsunade regarded him with a look of incredulity. Consider his feelings. A genius shouldn't be treated as though he is an ordinary individual. Well, even I can get injured, Minato interjected, feeling a surge of irritation for being unnecessarily targeted. What gives you the right to say that? Getsu retorted, asserting that Tsunade's consideration of feelings might not surpass his own. What did you say? I didn't quite catch that, Tsunade responded, raising her fist as Getsu placed his chopsticks down. Instantly, he fell silent, realizing that this formidable strength was not something to be trifled with. Jiraiya had ample experience in this regard. Both you and Lady Tsunade must learn to consider others' feelings. It's truly important. Minato, eat more. There's plenty left, the gentle voice of Shizun interjected, bringing an end to the conversation at the table. Thank you, Minato replied, possessing a strong mindset and not overly concerned about the jest directed at him. After all, it was the truth. He would not make excuses for his perceived weakness. His sole focus was on surpassing Getsu through relentless effort. Did you hear that? Shizun has spoken, Getsu remarked, casting a glance at Tsunade. Oh, I thought I heard your voice in there too, Tsunade replied as she and Getsu exchanged glances. The two, one tall and one short, resembled children. And Shizun could no longer contain herself, landing a chestnut on each of their heads. 2 puffs of steam rose, mingling with the heat of the food, as both Tsunade and Getsu sported a bump atop their heads. Honestly, it's always such a commotion at mealtimes. Unbeknownst to them, Shizun's status within the Senju household was gradually rising, now even commanding Tsunade's attention. Getsu could only deem the situation unrealistic. In the original narrative, Shizun often appeared helpless, trailing behind Tsunade in a rather passive manner. Perhaps it was the influence of Getsu that was transforming Shizun into the maternal figure of the Senju household. Indeed, the character of Minato Namikaze has undergone a considerable transformation, now imbued with a more pronounced masculinity. The prowess of Lady Shizun is truly remarkable. Observing the two individuals before him, who had just been bested, Minato couldn't help but commend her. One of them is renowned as one of the legendary Sannin of the ninja world, while the other is his rival, a foe he has never triumphed over. Although Shizun is slightly older, her strength is not to be underestimated. Yet, she has managed to subdue both of them, earning Minato's admiration. It seems rather amusing. These two are behaving like children, akin to siblings. As Shizune and Minato engaged in light-hearted conversation, Tsunade and Yashikage continued their quarrel nearby, utterly failing to heed any lessons learned. You two, there are guests present, can't you settle down? Tsunade, why are you arguing with Yashikage? Shizune interjected, attempting to quell the discord. You're right, Yashikage nodded in agreement. You are at fault too, Minato observed with a bemused smile as he watched the trio interact. This scene stirred a wave of warmth within him, a sensation he longed for in his solitude. What's the matter, Minato? Yashikage suddenly addressed him, catching Minato off guard. Just eating. Make sure to have plenty. Yashikage pointed to the spread on the table, and Minato regarded it with a look of uncertainty. Tsunade had fallen silent, watching Shizune and Yashikage. Minato, Yashikage continued, and Minato was at a loss for how to respond. How is your culinary skill? Well, it should be decent, Yashikage mused, resting his chin on his hand, then breaking into a smile. All right, it's settled then. Minato, you shall dine with us from now on, morning, noon, or night. Wait a moment. Yashikage's sudden declaration left Minato flustered and anxious. Of course, you'll be the one cooking. We will take care of eating. As for the ingredients, let Shizune handle that. Yashikage seemed oblivious to Minato's protests, continuing unabated. Hold on. What about you? Shizune interjected, while Tsunade simply smiled, content not to be involved in the labor, as long as there was food to enjoy. What are you talking about? Does it even need to be said? Clearly. We have very important matters to attend to, Yashikage expressed, wearing an expression that suggested Minato was contemplating something absurd, drawing a series of exasperated lines on Shizune's forehead. Pray tell, what do you consider this important matter to be? Lying around as usual? Lying around is an art. You know, an ordinary person would be bored to tears, Yashikage retorted. As Shizune's exasperation grew, while Tsunade nodded in agreement with Yashikage's sentiment. Bang! Yashikage was again rewarded with a bun. Wait, why the sudden invitation to dine here? Minato finally managed to interject, having been largely ignored until now. Yashikage, balancing two buns, glanced at Minato. It's a spontaneous whim. After all, it's Yashikage. We don't mind at all. The three individuals before him wore expressions of calm, while within the heart of Namikaze Minato, a tempest of emotions surged. Yet, he maintained a veneer of rationality as he began to speak. However, his words were abruptly interrupted by Tsukiki. In fact, it's quite beneficial. Having an extra person to rotate will allow for longer periods of rest. Since you are new, how about you take 3 days while we take one? It's a splendid idea. Tsukiki's demeanor was somewhat eccentric, leaving Minato at a loss for words. Since their first encounter, Minato's impression of Tsukiki had been one of strength coupled with a certain laziness, and an oddity that set him apart from others. The likes of Tsukiki were rare. He had only ever encountered one such individual, this very person before him. Well, you might as well give in, Tsunade interjected, taking a sip of her drink. Her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. For this moment, you can consider him as my proxy. The Senju clan defers to him. Tsunade-sama, Minato murmured, glancing sideways at Tsukiki, who was observing him intently. For reasons unknown, he felt a sudden urge to weep. The sensation was different from his time with Jiraiya, yet equally warm. Are you about to cry? Absolutely not. The golden-haired boy, lauded as a genius, responded with an unexpected display of pride in the face of Tsukiki's teasing. Tsunade-sama, you've been sneaking drinks again. Today is a momentous occasion. How could I possibly refrain? The table erupted in lively banter, and Minato couldn't help but smile. An inexplicably mischievous brat and a genius. This home has certainly grown a tad more vibrant. Tsunade took another sip, her cheeks flushed, her gaze sweeping over the trio before her. Was it the alcohol? A smile involuntarily crept upon her lips, a realization she remained blissfully unaware of. Where am I? Kushina opened her eyes, only to find herself submerged in a pool of water. The orange-red liquid had a hue reminiscent of blood. She did not sink, but stood upon the surface, as she had practiced in her previous drills. All around her was void. Nothingness enveloped her, revealing only an expanse of emptiness. Sensing something, the crimson-haired girl glanced behind her. There, she beheld an enormous cage, its iron bars towering before her, each as large as she was. The interior of the cage was shrouded in darkness, devoid of anything discernible. Her obsidian pupils fixed upon the bars, peering into the abyss beyond. In that moment of stillness, a pair of blood-red eyes emerged from the shadows. Ah! Kushina screamed, jolting upright. Her fiery locks were drenched, and both her back and forehead glistened with sweat. Huff, huff. She gasped for breath, wrapping her arms around herself. In the pitch-black night, she clutched her own form, feeling an emptiness within her heart. Tsukiki. For reasons unfathomable, she uttered that name, the boy who always appeared by her side, becoming her hero. Time rewound itself, returning to 5 days after the completion of their first mission, when Jiraiya had granted everyone a period of respite. Everyone naturally returned to their respective homes to savor the holiday after completing the arduous task. It was the first time venturing out of the village and the first major mission accomplished, leaving a lingering excitement in their hearts. Kushina was no exception. After enjoying a few days of leisure with her close friend Mikoto, she visited Suki's home once more. To her surprise, she found Minato, clad in an apron, cooking in Suki's kitchen, while the person she sought was blissfully napping in the yard. This object, known as a hammock, was brought out by Suki, who was basking in the sun, feeling the gentle breeze, and squinting his eyes in contentment. Life was undeniably pleasant, especially with a certain individual by his side, the esteemed Lady Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. Both Kushina and Mikoto were taken aback. They had not anticipated that Suki's condition had also affected Tsunade. Ah, Kushina, Mikoto, are you here to see Suki? Minato greeted the two girls with a smile, while Shizune was busy in the kitchen. Indeed, but what brings you here, and in that attire? Kushina inquired, scrutinizing Minato from head to toe. To her surprise, he actually suited the apron quite well. I'm quite curious as well, Mikoto chimed in. Minato scratched his head, chuckling softly. There are many layers to this, and I'm not quite sure where to begin. Minato, are you part of their team? How about joining us for a meal? Shizune turned, having noticed the commotion. Kushina and Mikoto, bewildered, found themselves sitting down and agreeing to share a meal. Welcome, welcome. The dining table at the Senju residence welcomed 2 more guests, and adding a few extra chopsticks was hardly an issue. After a somewhat dazed meal, Kushina and Mikoto began to understand the reason behind Minato's presence. It was indeed Suki's doing. However, they found themselves quite supportive of the situation. If you both wish, you are welcome to come often. Minato will gladly prepare a feast for you, Suki generously invited. While Minato sighed in resignation, knowing he was the one doing the labor. Thankfully, having lived alone for quite some time, his culinary skills were commendable, though they still paled in comparison to Shizune's expertise. Well, do come by whenever you can. Meals are better enjoyed with company, Tsunade agreed, feeling increasingly cheerful as the Senju residence became more vibrant. Unlike the past when the house felt lifeless, now it resembled a home, filled with warmth. The house had lost its vitality when war claimed the lives of her loved ones, but now it seemed to have regained its spirit. Thank you, Lady Tsunade. Kushina and Mikoto expressed their gratitude, promising to visit often. After the meal, Kushina and Mikoto bid farewell, leaving Minato behind, as it seemed he would continue his role as chef for the evening. What Kushina did not expect was that her own unique responsibilities were about to begin. Kushina. Kushina was summoned to the Hokage's office. Upon her arrival, she found her only relative, not a biological grandmother, but one who was as dear as a grandmother, Uzumaki Mito. Present. The Hokage's office was filled with several individuals, including 3 elders, the 3rd Hokage, and Mito. A hint of sorrow clouded Mito's eyes, her voice lacking vigor. Her countenance displayed a profound sadness, a stark contrast to the gentle and forgiving demeanor Kushina was accustomed to. Mito, what troubles you? A wave of unease surged within Kushina. Kushina, you are a strong child, Mito said, tenderly caressing Kushina's cheek. Then the 3rd Hokage spoke. Uzumaki Kushina, a task has been entrusted to you. One only you can fulfill. You are to become the next Jinchuriki of the 9 Tails. The 3rd Hokage's voice was soft, devoid of the coldness typically associated with those in power, yet Kushina felt an undeniable chill in his words. The Jinchuriki of the 9 Tails? Kushina murmured to herself, bewildered. Mito closed her eyes. This was a burden Kushina must bear, as the orphan of the Uzumaki clan. She understood that a princess must not only relish in her privileges, but also shoulder the responsibilities that accompany her status. The same was true for the princess of the Uzumaki clan. At that moment, the 9-year-old red-haired girl grasped the weight of the obligations she would carry throughout her life. She lay in her bed, her face buried in the covers, remaining in that state ever since returning from the Hokage's office. The sudden turn of events left her at a loss. The 9 Tails, a beast with 9 tails, was a harbinger of calamity. Kushina was well aware of its tale, a malevolent Jinchuriki seemingly existing solely for destruction. Yet now, Kushina was destined to become the host of this beast. Even if not immediately, the sense of dread loomed over her. No one wished to coexist with a beast, least of all a young girl. Yukitsuki, the name slipped from her lips. The name of her hero residing in her heart. Perhaps she hoped that her hero would descend once more to save her. However, the girl's wish remained unfulfilled. The night was cool, and she curled up, burying her face in her arms. Kushina, a voice called from outside, the soothing tone of her beloved Mido. Without responding, Kushina sat quietly on her bed. After a long while, the fading footsteps echoed outside, accompanied by a soft sigh that penetrated through the door into Kushina's ears. Tonight, the girl remained alone. Yukitsuki, it seems tasks are starting again soon. So soon? This was early morning, at the dining table in the Senju household. Minato Namikaze had little to occupy his time and was preparing to return to work. Yukitsuki replied disdainfully to Minato's remark. Undertaking missions was truly not suited for him. They were either too trivial and tedious or overwhelmingly difficult, leaving him exhausted. He pondered why he had chosen the path of a ninja in the first place. Time has passed slowly. It has already been 6 days of rest. I just encountered Master Jiraiya, who mentioned that we are to convene at the 9th training ground tomorrow. TCH, Minato Namikaze gazed helplessly at the unmasked reluctance displayed by Suki. After a prolonged respite from their previous mission, 6 days had indeed sufficed. A ninja must undertake missions, both to sustain oneself and to contribute to the village. For Minato, a native who aspired to become Hokage, the notion of serving the village was embraced with eagerness. However, for Suki, his sentiments towards Konoha were rather indifferent. It merely offered the finest environment among all the ninja villages, unlike others plagued by sandstorms or blood mist. In comparison, Konoha's advantages were glaringly apparent. Such is the path of a ninja. Tsunade, seated nearby, patted Suki on the shoulder, chuckling. She recalled her own beginnings, having completed numerous missions that ranked among the village's finest. What a hassle, Suki remarked, resuming his breakfast. He genuinely found it bothersome. The key players of this period were all in the same squad, and he doubted that the missions would be as effortless as they might hope. It could easily turn out like last time, where they were faced with a deceptively simple task that turned perilous. Just recalling their previous encounter, he was left battered and exhausted. A single misstep could lead to utter annihilation. This was no game. There was no resurrection after defeat. It was final. After finishing his meal, Suki returned to his usual routine, idly observing the master and apprentice engaged in medical ninjutsu, training from his hammock. Oh, and now there was an additional golden-haired figure. It seemed Minato had already been instructed by Jiraiya on tree climbing and water walking, and now he was diligently practicing his fundamentals. In the original story, Minato was the only civilian Hokage in Konoha's history, and his achievements were indeed commendable. Not only was he endowed with talent, but his discipline and dedication to training far surpassed that of his peers. Watching the golden-haired figure before him, Suki had yet to witness Minato slacking off. He spent nearly all his free time training, contrasting starkly with Suki's demeanor. Alas, Suki had the upper hand, and it seemed Minato would be unable to surpass him. By the way, Suki, could you teach me that ninjutsu of yours? Minato's voice suddenly broke through Suki's thoughts as he lay there. What? Suki glanced at Minato, who had approached with an innocent smile. The one without hand signs, the one that resembles a sphere. You mean the Rasengan? Yes, that's the name. Quite a nice one. Though Thunderstorm Impact Sphere would be even better. Suki sighed, bemused by Minato's excitement. Your naming remains as it always has. Thankfully, the current jutsu already have their names established. Konoha's very own Minato Namikaze embodies the essence of a warm-hearted gentleman, possessing both a charming demeanor and striking good looks, alongside an exceptional intellect. Yet, unexpectedly, within his heart lies a rather juvenile spirit. The names he devises for his techniques are excessively long and rather pretentious, exuding an unmistakable air of youthful exuberance. However, it may not be as severe as it seems. When Tsukamori casually remarks about himself, Minato, rarely one to retort, cannot help but defend his choice of nomenclature, genuinely believing it to be quite impressive. In Tsukamori's mind, perhaps this is what it means to be subtly passionate. Very well, I shall teach you, Minato says. Really? Thank you. Tsukamori replies, and Minato beams with delight. By the way, why do you want me to teach you this jutsu? Tsukamori suddenly inquires. Minato anticipated such a question and begins to ponder. After a moment, he responds, "It's just an instinct. I feel this jutsu is perfectly suited for me, though I can't quite articulate why. Is that so? You truly have a remarkable intuition." Tsukumori chuckles softly, recognizing the validity of Minato's instinct. The Rasengan is indeed a formidable technique, capable of continuous evolution and transformation, and when paired with Minato's mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique, it becomes extraordinarily powerful. The legendary Sannin of Mount Myaboku are all adept in this technique. As the one who was meant to pioneer the Rasengan, Minato has inadvertently created an astonishing ninjutsu, a task he no longer needs to fulfill. Tsukumori, of course, does not hesitate to impart the Rasengan, for it rightfully belongs to Minato. He merely seized it first. Minato is Tsukumori's inaugural friend, and Tsukumori is more than willing to bolster his strength, ensuring he surpasses his original fate and avoids an untimely demise during the Ninetales incident. No one wishes to witness the death of a friend, after all. Thus, Tsukumori elucidates the teachings of Jiraiya from the original narrative. Looks like I need to venture out to buy some balloons, Tsukumori muses. Go ahead, and please pick up dinner as well. So that Shizen doesn't have to make another trip, Minato responds with a resigned smile before preparing to step outside. Minato is brimming with anticipation for the Rasengan. He yearns to practice it immediately. He cannot quite pinpoint the reason, but it is a gut feeling that compels him to choose this particular technique. Minato chooses to disregard any confusion, following the example set by his dear friend Tsukumori. Let us set aside those concerns for now and focus on what needs to be done, he resolves. Living in the moment is a lesson Minato has gradually learned from being by Tsukumori's side. In Minato's eyes, perhaps no one in the entirety of Konoha lives as joyfully as his dear friend, Tsukumori. He indulges in his desires, sleeps when he wishes, and bears few worries, all while possessing ample strength, rendering relentless effort unnecessary. Minato is acutely aware of the father-son duo clad in green spandex, training tirelessly day and night. Their intensity enough to instill fear in the hearts of onlookers, a level of commitment Minato has never encountered. Wolfing Watergate expressed his admiration and gratitude towards two individuals who imparted to him the invaluable lesson of relentless perseverance, encouraging him to eschew idleness. As for Moontree, it is only natural for an ordinary person to harbor jealousy, a sentiment that Wolfing Watergate once experienced himself. However, he refrained from succumbing to such emotions, deeming them unworthy. He resolutely prohibited himself from nurturing any feelings of envy that were inappropriate. Since his acquaintance with Moontree, Wolfing Watergate had never emerged victorious. While the original narrative depicted the Golden Flash navigating the battlefield with an unblemished record, all his defeats in this life were attributed to Moontree. The golden-haired boy inhaled deeply and advanced towards his future, despite the presence of an elusive prodigy that seemed perpetually unattainable. This epitomized Wolfing Watergate's ninja way, pursuing the path of another. The Ninetales, one of the calamities of the ninja world, wreaked havoc upon the realm, symbolizing malevolence, destruction, and hatred. Kushina gazed upon the legends she had discovered regarding the Ninetales, recognizing this as her inescapable fate. Kushina concealed herself within her room when suddenly, the voice she yearned to hear filled her ears. It was tender yet imbued with boundless hope. Moontree. She descended from her bed and drew back the curtains to peer outside. There stood 4 figures, 1 large and 3 small. The one who had called her was leaning languidly against the wall. It was no surprise. After all, his nature was such. At least his voice had managed to reach her, hadn't he it? Time for a mission, Kushina, Mikoto called, waving her hand gently. To her astonishment, it was yet another C-rank mission. There shouldn't be any surprises this time, right, Jiraiya-sensei? Wolfing Watergate glanced at Jiraiya, who was surveying the surroundings. Jiraiya gestured dismissively, exuding an air of confidence that suggested everything would be fine. Absolutely not. C-rank missions in Konoha are not all perilous. The last incident was merely unfortunate. Although that unfortunate event had occurred during your very first mission, Moontree interjected lightly. Wolfing Watergate cast a skeptical gaze at Jiraiya, while Mikoto shared a similar look. Kushina prepared to join them. Ahem. Surely, I wouldn't deceive you. This time will be without issues. Moreover, the previous incident was not my fault, Jiraiya asserted, adopting a righteous demeanor. After all, he himself would struggle to endure another such experience. An S-rank mission was no jest. Facing 3 enemies of the shadow level would pose significant challenges, even for Jiraiya, despite his ability to escape. Moontree shrugged, while Wolfing Watergate and Mikoto appeared considerably more at ease. After all, if Jiraiya had assured them, it was unlikely there would be further complications. Meanwhile, Moontree remarked, "It's impossible to rely on that guy. He is only occasionally dependable." Although Jiraiya was indeed quite unreliable, Moontree held a certain level of respect for him. Heroic Tales. This was the saga of Jiraiya's life. Alas, it is a pity that this story lacks a perfect conclusion. Thank you for your patience. At that moment, Kushina emerged, fully dressed and exuding an air of delightful charm. She was undeniably a beauty, with her slightly rounded face adding to her overall cuteness. "Well, since everyone is here, let us embark," Jiraiya proclaimed, embodying the role of a leader, while his students responded listlessly. Their first task, though exhilarating, left them feeling a mixture of confusion and unquenched ambition. Meanwhile, Suki remained quietly observant, casting furtive glances at Kushina. Among the group, Kushina had spent the most time with Suki, and he could easily discern the subtle changes in her demeanor, not in her attire, but in her spirit. Today, Kushina surprisingly refrained from her usual exuberance, adopting a serene disposition. Compared to her friend Mikoto, who was gentle and demure, Kushina was a vibrant, spirited leader, brimming with energy. Yet, at this moment, she seemed unusually composed, a fact Suki noticed right away. What Suki failed to notice was that Jiraiya's gaze lingered on Kushina as well, albeit briefly. Soon, he redirected his attention, leading the four toward the village gate. This mission was yet another escort task, Before Jiraiya could finish his sentence, someone interjected. "Another C-rank escort mission, how terrifying. Fear not. This time it will not be like before. We shall remain within the land of fire. Escorting to a hot spring resort nearby. You may even indulge in a soak afterward." Jiraiya chuckled, a hint of mischief in his demeanor. "A hot spring, how splendid, right? Kushina?" Mikoto mused, glancing at Kushina. Kushina, lost in thought, suddenly roused. I'm sorry, what did you say?" Mikoto expressed concern, noticing Kushina's pallor. "Are you all right? You look rather unwell. Perhaps you should return to rest." As Kushina was her first and only friend, Mikoto's worry was palpable. "I'm fine." Kushina waved her hand dismissively, attempting to assure them, but Suki interjected. Maintaining his languid demeanor, he squinted at Kushina. "If you're unwell, you should rest properly. Why push yourself? We can visit the hot springs together another time." Suki closed his eyes and spoke languidly. "Who feels unwell? I'm perfectly fine. You're the one who looks unwell." Kushina's voice rose with vigor, and Mikoto smiled, her spirits lifted. "Is that so?" Suki shrugged and fell silent again. TCH. Kushina clicked her tongue and cast a soft glance at Suki. She understood his clumsy attempt at comfort, though his words were misguided. Nonetheless, the sentiment behind them was unmistakable. Kushina glanced at her abdomen and gently patted her belly. "Let us go," she said to Mikoto, and the two joined the group. The second mission of Jiraiya's team had commenced. Mission triggered. Safeguard the next Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. A familiar electronic chime echoed in her mind, causing Tsukiki to pause momentarily. "What's wrong, Tsukiki?" Minato, sensing her hesitation, turned to inquire. "It's nothing. Let us continue," Tsukiki replied, taking a deep breath before resuming her pace. Beside her, Kushina was engaged in cheerful conversation with Mikoto. The wind playfully tousled their hair, brushing against their faces. Tsukiki understood. There was a reason why Kushina appeared different from her usual vibrant self. The girl was still youthful, yet the weight of responsibility rested upon her shoulders. It was a burden both hers and not hers. The Nine Tails, she mused silently. In the early chapters of the original story, the Nine Tails was undoubtedly an antagonist, only later to be swayed to the side of good by Naruto. Not to mention, the Nine Tails indeed served as a formidable power. However, it also bore its drawbacks. The Nine Tails embodied a collective of negative emotions, and even in the absence of intent, that very negativity could burden the Jinchuriki. This aspect was indeed one of the most challenging for a Jinchuriki. After pondering for a moment, Tsukiki formed a notion in her mind. It was both simple and complex, encapsulated in a single thought. If her future son could achieve it, why should she, as his mother, be incapable? Tsukiki gazed at Kushina, a wave of trust enveloping the figure of the red-haired woman. Wait, this mission seemed to hold further complications. Realizing the significance of this thought, Tsukiki acknowledged the weight of the situation. Well then, Once the mission concludes, let us all enjoy the famous hot springs of the Land of Fire, she suggested. Standing at the entrance of the resort, surrounded by shops, Jiraiya's group had just bid farewell to their mission target. The mission had unfolded unexpectedly for Tsukiki. Devoid of any major incidents or encounters with elite ninja, as had occurred previously, their current task involved merely escorting an ordinary merchant. Unlike the unusual identity of the previous client, and aside from a few thieves, they had encountered no significant threats. The mere sight of the Leaf Village headbands had sent the thieves fleeing. Ninja were always the pinnacle of combat power, a fact well understood even by the most petty of criminals. It was a standard mission. Minato breathed a sigh of relief, as did the others, for they all harbored unpleasant memories of the last assignment. Miss K's remuneration was quite generous. You all received it, I presume? We shall rest here for 2 or 3 days. Feel free to explore the area. I have matters to attend to, so I will take my leave. Jiraiya remarked with a grin, promptly turning to depart. This guy is off to spy again, Tsukiki thought, fully aware of Jiraiya's nature. When he claimed to have business, it often entailed mischief. Jiraiya-sensei, perhaps, might not. As Minato spoke, he found himself losing confidence. Initially, he felt elated when Jiraiya came to mentor him. But as time passed, he began to discern the true character of this peculiar individual. Well, it matters not. I shall take a moment to rest at the inn. Speaking of which, it seems he has yet to secure accommodations for us. Tsukiki turned away, eager for a respite. Then, the voices of Kushina and Mikoto echoed from nearby. Kushina, this is a rare opportunity. Let us indulge in a hot spring together. Indeed, let us go. Wait. Tsukiki halted. Suddenly reminded of the task he had almost forgotten amidst the smooth escorting these past few days. Kushina was undeniably a volatile force, capable of igniting chaos at any moment. What is the matter? Aren't you returning to the inn? Minato inquired, noticing Tsukiki's pause, as he too wished to rest. The conditions for escorting these past few nights had been far from ideal, and a chance to catch up on sleep would be welcome. I've changed my mind. Huh, Kushina. Which hot spring are you going to? I shall accompany you. Tsukiki sighed, feeling an overwhelming sense of annoyance, yet he could not allow Kushina to run amok, leaving him with no choice. Upon hearing his words, the 3 present turned their astonished gazes towards him. What is going on? Are you truly Tsukiki? I think so too. They expressed their doubts, leaving Tsukiki feeling quite exasperated. It was not as though he desired this situation. If given the option to rest peacefully, he would undoubtedly choose to avoid the hot spring entirely. Yet, circumstances compelled him to comply. To suggest that she should obediently stay put was foolish. After all, the title of Blood Red Chili Pepper was not mere embellishment. And so, Tsukiki found himself reluctantly following along to the hot spring, accompanied by Minato, who had decided to join him. Initially, he sought rest, but with Tsukiki attending, Minato naturally followed, for he was already present, and such an opportunity was rare. Is something the matter? Minato gently inquired, as Kushina and Mikoto walked slightly ahead. Nothing, just be cautious, Tsukiki replied, choosing not to disclose his concerns, as there was no solid evidence to warrant alarm. Minato nodded, readying himself for whatever might transpire. He suspected there could be some troublesome events ahead. Thus, maintaining a vigilant mindset was imperative. Thus, the troubled Tsukiki and the somewhat alert Minato trailed behind the 2 women toward the hot spring. Then, how delightful. Tsukiki appeared utterly relaxed, immersed in the warm waters, his entire being enveloped in bliss. Beside him, Minato too appeared at ease, shedding the earlier tension from his demeanor. This was a renowned hot spring. Tsukiki and Minato enjoyed the men's bath, while Kushina and Mikoto occupied the adjacent area. The hot spring was indeed splendid. Konoha's Minato lamented that during his solitary moments, he seldom had the opportunity to indulge. Wealth is one matter, but time is another. Indeed. Similarly, Tsukiyuki found little chance for enjoyment. Despite the spaciousness of the Senju residence's bath, the allure of an open-air hot spring is undeniably enticing. He chuckled softly. The delicate voices from the adjacent women's bath floated over, accompanied by the laughter of Kushina and Mikoto, causing the faces of several seasoned patrons here to flush with embarrassment. TCH. As a self-proclaimed otaku, Tsukiyuki was well aware of the thoughts of the lecherous individuals surrounding him, merely indulging in their fantasies. However, considering the scene, it was quite likely that a certain white-haired individual was nearby. Tsukiyuki scanned his surroundings, his instincts hinting that the aforementioned character might be lurking close by. After all, This place is renowned for its hot springs. Eureka! Tsukiyuki's eyes landed on a familiar white-haired figure, Jiraiya, who had just clambered atop the hot spring. A wooden tray floated by, and a mischievous grin spread across Tsukiyuki's face. Jiraiya-sensei, he called out, seizing the tray and hurling it with force. Huh! Thud! The white-haired man turned just in time to be struck squarely, tumbling into the women's bath. Pervert! The commotion erupted next door, and Tsukiyuki reveled in his triumph, while Minato sat across from him, exasperated. In the next moment, Jiraiya was sent flying out, his head adorned with lumps. The stars shone brightly. Tsukiyuki felt quite content. Jiraiya soared across the night sky. What a lecherous teacher he was. The red-haired girl, Kushina, clad in a bathrobe, remarked about Jiraiya. Thank goodness we haven't gone down yet. Wrapped in our scarves. Mikoto chuckled beside her. Tsukiyuki lounged on the table, while Minato faced him. All four had just emerged from the hot spring, adorned in bathrobes and gathered in one room. Their recent mission had been of S-rank caliber, turning the four of them into minor affluent individuals. Sharing a larger room was indeed pleasant. Honestly, Jiraiya-sensei, the ever-kind Minato couldn't help but mutter. It's the same old story. Tsukiyuki waved his hand dismissively. Accustomed to it by now, the sage of Maboka Mountain was notoriously known for his lecherous tendencies. Outside, night had fallen, yet the resort remained lively. Its brightness a stark contrast to the dimness of Konoha. Business in Konoha dwindled at night, with only a few stalls open, but here, activity thrived. Since Tsukiyuki's arrival, this was the first time he had witnessed such a vibrant night, though it paled in comparison to those of his past life. Let's have dinner, Tsukiyuki yawned. Sharing his thoughts, the other three nodded in agreement, as this nightlife was a novel experience for them, inevitably sparking their curiosity. The Jiraiya squad gathered, planning to explore shortly. The night was just beginning. In the shadows, hatred festered and spread, ultimately gathering within the hearts of men. The blood-red night cast its hue upon the ground. The streets emptied of life. The echoes of anguished cries reverberated in the air, yet no one could be seen. The red-haired girl curled up in the corner, hugging her knees. The fox's 9 tails danced wildly, and the Sharingan gleamed in the creature's eyes. Help me. Is there anyone? The sigh of the red-haired maiden drifted softly from her lips, as if dissipating into the air the moment it was uttered. What a lively scene, exclaimed Kushina, observing the bustling shops and the throngs of people around her. Indeed, such sights are rare in Konoha, agreed Mikoto. The two girls, akin to sisters, clasped hands as they strolled together. Trailing behind them were Tsukiki and Minato, who appeared considerably more subdued. Minato, filled with curiosity, sought topics of conversation, while Tsukiki responded with an expression of calm indifference. Compared to the grandeur of his past life, this scene seemed trivial. The city's back, then, were all worthy of being called pearls of the night. That looks nice. Should I buy it? Minato remarked, displaying a rare moment of youthful exuberance. His expression bright. Well, why not? Tsukiki thought it best not to dampen Minato's spirits and allowed him to indulge in his childlike nature. Tsukiki's gaze drifted towards the golden-haired figure in the distance before shifting back to the two girls ahead. Just as he was about to speak, his words caught in his throat. No one, not a soul in sight. Not only were Kushina and Mikoto absent, but the bustling crowd had vanished as well. An illusion? Tsukiki turned to Minato, only to discover that he too had disappeared. Alone now, Tsukiki stood amidst the bright street, quickly forming a hand seal. He began to unravel the illusion based on his recollections. As the chakra surged forth, Tsukiki blinked and the scenery transformed once more. The clamor of the crowd returned to his ears, and Minato appeared, carrying 2 portions of snacks. Was the illusion cast solely on me? No, wait. Kushina. Tsukiki recalled his mission and immediately turned towards Kushina's direction. True to his fears, her figure was gone, leaving only Mikoto, who lay unconscious on the ground. Tsukiki dashed over, and Minato followed suit, alarmed by the sight. What is this? Minato's grip on the snacks tightened. Their target was Kushina. Mikoto was merely unconscious. Tsukiki's expression darkened. The person he had been watching was taken right before his eyes. That illusion was not just aimed at me. Tsukiki realized that the illusion had likely affected all 3 of them, allowing for Kushina's abduction. Damn it! What is happening this time? Minato gritted his teeth, while Tsukiki furrowed his brow. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He reached out towards Mikoto. If the illusion targeted all 3 of them, why had they deliberately rendered Mikoto unconscious? Yushu deftly turned Mikoto over, revealing a detonating tag affixed to the area obscured by her hand. At that moment, the tag began to emit a faint glow. Without a moment's hesitation, Yushu tore it off and flung it skyward. Wind release. Great breakthrough. The ever-alert Namikaze Minato reacted swiftly, forming hand seals upon perceiving the tag. He trusted that Yushu could handle the situation. The detonating tag floated in the air, swept away by the powerful gust unleashed by Minato. However, time was insufficient. It had barely traveled 5 meters before it erupted violently. Was this a ploy to lower our guard? If it were not an illusion, there would be no need to assist in unraveling it, thus avoiding detection. This way, they could ensnare us all. Yushu shielded Mikoto beneath him as the explosion surged forth, unleashing a wave of heat. Smoke billowed upward, and the din surrounding them intensified. "Are you all right, Yushu?" Minato inquired, leaning slightly forward. "I'm fine. You did well," Yushu replied. Minato had indeed performed admirably, without his efforts. The three of them would not have been able to stand here unscathed. "That's a relief," Minato remarked, just as Yushu's expression shifted dramatically. The crowd around them began to disperse, revealing various figures emerging slowly. Their footsteps were almost inaudible as they gradually unveiled their identities. "Ah, the little brats from Konoha." A voice called from atop a building, belonging to a towering figure. "Who are you? What do you want?" Minato immediately queried. "What do we want?" A shadow appeared beside the towering figure, nearly matching his height, cradling a familiar face. "Kushina," Minato exclaimed in shock. "Indeed, it is your beloved companion," the towering man chuckled. "Look at that vibrant red hair, how lovely. So unmistakably a member of the Uzumaki clan. She is perfectly suited to be a Jinchuriki." The man spoke of matters beyond Minato's comprehension, while Yushu interjected, "What do you intend to do with her?" The towering man regarded the composed Yushu with a grin, snapping his fingers. "Excellent question. I shall reluctantly enlighten you, for I do not enjoy deceiving children." He stretched his neck. "Naturally, we intend to use her as the Jinchuriki for the Ten Tails. The princess of the Uzumaki clan is quite a coveted prize, and encountering her must surely be divine favor." Yushu's breath hitched momentarily. "You speak of the Ten Tails?" He was well aware of this entity. The Ten Tails was the embodiment of the god tree, a fusion of the nine-tailed beasts. It was the ultimate weapon in the original narrative, with the infinite Tsukuyami plan predicated upon the existence of the Ten Tails. My apologies, this must be utterly incomprehensible to you, as you are likely only familiar with what is referred to as the tailed beasts." The man feigned an apologetic demeanor. "Fear not, I am quite benevolent. I shall ensure a swift resolution, with minimal suffering." The mirth in his previous statement rapidly morphed into a palpable aura of menace. The air was thick with a chilling sentiment as the words hung in the atmosphere. The older man and the individual cradling Kushina began to retreat. "Wait!" Minato Namikaze called out upon witnessing the scene, but a shuriken that whizzed past his ear silenced him. The encircling figures had already begun to mobilize. Suki shielded Mikoto, while Minato grasped a kunai, preparing for the impending conflict. There were 8 of them, their strength indeterminate, but likely formidable. Their intentions were starkly clear, echoing the earlier pronouncement of the older man, to grant Suki, Minato, and Mikoto a swift end, sparing them from prolonged suffering. Thus, the battle commenced anew. The moon above glowed unexpectedly crimson, casting a sanguine hue over the landscape, as if every surface bore a layer of blood. Minato, golden-haired and resolute, carried Mikoto on his back, his legs propelling him forward in a desperate flight. The sounds of combat reverberated behind him, punctuated by bursts of flame, yet he pressed on, gritting his teeth, placing his faith in the person he left behind. He believed not only in their ability to hold off the attackers, but also in their return. "You better keep your promise," he muttered, hastening his pace, intent on escaping swiftly. Once Mikoto was safely arranged, he could ensure Suki would not face the ordeal alone. At least he would be there to shoulder some of the burden. Behind him, flames flickered ominously as figures closed in, their hands reaching out, attempting to pull Minato back. Yet, not everyone was inclined to allow that. A flash of steel cut through the air as a young warrior stood before them, sword in hand. "Minato." Suki subtly unsheathed his Kusanagi. The mission from the system weighed heavily on him. The Kusanagi was an inseparable companion. An adept ninja would never venture unprepared. "Take Mikoto and go," Suki urged. "What did you say?" Minato instinctively retorted, though his words trailed off. Suki's gaze bore into Minato's. A fleeting moment that conveyed unwavering resolve. "Please," he implored. The glint of the sword danced before him as the adversaries surged forward. What ninja would allow their opponent to finish speaking before launching an assault? Minato cast a glance at Mikoto, gritted his teeth, and charged ahead. Shadow clone technique, Suki declared, forcefully repelling the foe before him, his hands swiftly forming seals. A cloud of smoke enveloped the area, and the shadows multiplied. An army of Sukis emerging to fill the space. Time to engage. Little ones, Suki commanded, and countless echoes responded. Each clone executed their techniques, engaging in close combat. One after another, they created opportunities for Minato. The incoming ninjutsu and the enemies were systematically thwarted by Suki's overwhelming numerical advantage, aided by the fact that the opponents were generally not exceptionally powerful. After all, elite ninjas were scarce. It was improbable that several high-ranking shinobi would emerge simultaneously. "I leave it to you," Minato declared, hoisting Mikoto onto his back before sprinting away. The moonlit tree swept past him, and the air, carrying the whispers of the tree, slipped into the ears of Minato Namikaze. "Leave it to me." Minato naturally understood the underlying reason. His own strength was insufficient. Otherwise, it would have been him delaying the situation, not the moonlit tree. Fire style, Twin Dragon Hurricane Jutsu. Upon seeing Minato attempt to flee, his opponent immediately formed hand seals, unleashing a fiery assault. Two fire dragons intertwined, swirling around and rushing forth like a tempest. The roaring flames consumed everything in their path, rendering the moonlit tree's figure diminutive in comparison. Fire style, Great Fire Annihilation. The moonlit tree did not hold back, employing an A-rank jutsu, a renowned technique of Uchiha Madara. Pure flames, imbued with penetrating force, erupted from the tree's mouth, charging towards the approaching twin dragons. Like a sword piercing the heart, the Great Fire Annihilation sliced through the twin dragon whirlwind, aiming directly at the enemy. Boom! The Great Fire Annihilation detonated with the ferocity of an explosion, sending the adversary hurtling away. The crackling sound of electricity resonated as the moonlit tree swung down its sword. The Kusanagi blade was mere centimeters from the opponent, but the attempt to harness lightning to propel himself forward and confront Minato's enemy faltered, nearly costing him dearly. Fortunately, he managed to halt just in time. This little brat. The rivals' 8 members began to take the situation seriously, especially one among them who appeared astutely aware. "Apologies, but passage is prohibited here." The moonlit tree's gaze was icy as he regarded the 8 before him, the shadow clones converging around him, seemingly presenting an advantage. Yet, the opponent recognized the gravity of the situation. The moonlit tree's power was formidable. Even the pressure emanating from him was palpable. Among the 8, 1 Jonin and 7 Chunin. The Jonin had previously been unable to best the moonlit tree. It seemed he truly held the upper hand. Interesting. Are all the young ninjas from Konoha this formidable now? The leader stepped forward, even clapping his hands in amusement. Talents are indeed terrifying, wouldn't you agree? He regarded the moonlit tree with a hint of mirth, while the 7 behind him remained eerily silent, suggesting no immediate intent to attack. "Don't look at me with those eyes." He chuckled lightly, his tone relaxed. "You are part of the group led by that maniac, Jiraiya, one of the legendary 3, correct?" The moonlit tree's expression shifted slightly as he focused on the speaker. That individual was undeniably powerful, far beyond his capabilities. The fool has undoubtedly been delayed by various means. It was clear that Jiraiya had a reason for not being present. Otherwise, given his strength, he would have arrived long ago. With such a formidable teacher, what of you? His student? The moonlit tree scrutinized the man before him, narrowing his eyes in disdain. In his heart, he contemplated the technique of decapitation. Suddenly, he felt a lightness beneath his feet, as if he were losing his footing. The leader with whom he had just conversed dissipated into a wisp of smoke. It was indeed just moments ago, during their dialogue. Yushu promptly reacted, driving his sword into the ground as the remaining adversaries unleashed a flurry of shurikens. He had answered half correctly. Yushu, momentarily taken aback by the lack of tangible impact, paused slightly. Suddenly, one of the shurikens transformed into the leader, who lunged at Yushu with a shuriken aimed at him. Without a hint of hesitation, Yushu gracefully bent aside to evade the strike. Not a chance. With a keen eye catching the slightest movement, Yushu swiftly hurled a detonating shuriken. It embedded itself into the earth, poised to explode. At that moment, the leader attacked once more, his limbs moving in unison. A kick aimed at Yushu while another shuriken adjusted its angle for a sweeping strike. rather than stand firm. Yushu chose to retreat a step, just as the thrown shuriken detonated. From the explosion, a figure emerged, obstructing the leader's path toward Minato Namikaze. Yushu cast a glance, noting fresh movement above him. The individual who had attempted to charge forward was now ensnared in currents of electricity, a blade descending from above. Just as Yushu intended to block, the surrounding assailants began their advance, each brandishing shurikens as they rushed forth. The situation was dire. Moreover, the leader was beginning to weave hand seals. Concentrate. In a fleeting moment, Yushu plunged the Kusanagi sword into the ground, recalling previous encounters. The rogue ninja named Tsuneshi had a profound mastery of chakra infusion. Memories flooded his mind, and Yushu resolved to attempt something. It was a matter of instants. Leaving no room for contemplation, he had to act decisively. Fire release, great fire annihilation. This A-rank fire technique, used by Uchiha Madara to elevate it to S-rank, would require dozens of water wall techniques to counter. Yet, Yushu was different from Madara. Instead of a vast inferno, there was a surge of chakra, restless and alive, which Yushu masterfully directed toward the Kusanagi, sword in his grasp. The sword itself was a conduit for chakra, and with its superior quality, Yushu found his chakra flowed more easily than anticipated. Whoosh! Flames erupted from the Kusanagi, soaring high into the sky. The adversary above failed to react in time. The crackling of electricity mingled with the roar of flames, but soon, the sounds of retreat echoed above. This was not the end. The oncoming assailants halted abruptly. Yet Yushu's flames would not be so easily subdued. The fire, ascending like blooming petals, began to spread outward with formidable pressure. Fall back, use water wall. The opponents, seasoned in battle, swiftly issued commands. The intensity of the flames could be gauged by their appearance and sound. In that fleeting moment, it was clear whether the raging inferno posed a threat. Ultimately, experience prevailed. Aside from those above and the leader, 6 adversaries quickly retreated a few steps, their hands beginning to weave seals. Water release, water wall. Those endowed with the water release chakra began to utilize their abilities, while those lacking it resorted to the earth-style wall. Those with neither merely sought refuge behind their comrades. The leader completed a series of hand seals, and the ground beneath Suki's feet suddenly felt amiss. Boom! Flames erupted once more, and Suki's figure leaped forth. The fire that should have spread was unable to do so in time. Sharp spikes erupted from the ground, relentlessly targeting Suki. With a swift swing of the Kusanagi sword, he severed the incoming spikes one by one. Moments ago, these very spikes had surged from beneath him, but Suki had redirected the flames downward before their emergence, culminating in a fierce explosion. Thanks to this, the 6 defenders were granted a moment to breathe. This technique, great fire destruction, indeed wielded immense power. Although Suki did not possess the strength of Uchiha Madara, it was sufficient. Impressive, little one, the leader spoke, astonished by Suki's prowess, which exceeded his expectations entirely. No passage permitted here. Suki raised his sword and reiterated his earlier declaration. Surrounding flames blazed fiercely, crackling audibly, with occasional gusts of hot wind sweeping through. Though Suki appeared diminutive, he stood as a titan. Here, there are no wild spirits, no legendary 3 ninjas. There is only me. Suki's gaze locked onto that of the leader. Their eyes met, and the tension in the air intensified as their auras collided. No passage permitted here. The world before his eyes turned a deep crimson. It felt as if everything was swirling, all surrounding elements swaying disorientingly. Despite gripping his kunai with all his might, he felt utterly powerless, as if devoid of any support. Bang! The golden-haired figure of Minato Namikaze was sent flying backward. His bloodied form appeared fragile, as if it could be shattered by the wind. Minato rolled across the ground, ultimately collapsing in a disheveled heap. Gasping for breath, he strained to look up. The black-haired girl who should have been at his back lay on the ground, while the foe approached her deliberately. Don't touch her. Minato summoned the last vestiges of his strength to hurl the kunai. I beg you. This was the task entrusted to him by his dearest friend, Suki. Yet now, he felt he had utterly failed. Damn it, damn it, damn it. The kunai flew sluggishly, as if it had been ages since it had been thrown. The adversary noticed. Casting a glance, and with a wave of his hand, sent the kunai back to Minato. Instinctively twisting his body, the kunai found its mark in Minato's shoulder. A fresh wave of pain surged through him, and his vision darkened. A fleeting awareness lingered, tainted by guilt. Why am I so weak? The scenery before Minato blurred as he saw Mikoto being lifted from the ground. The cold visage of the monkey emerged clearly in his mind. Before him stood a striking visage, with skin as pale as porcelain, leading all to perceive the individual as merely a handsome youth. Yet, this very person effortlessly vanquished Minato Namikaze, leaving him powerless to retaliate. Do you wish to save her? The figure before him revealed a wicked grin. A smile bright, yet sinister emerging from that charming countenance. I shall grant you an opportunity. I will restore a modicum of your physical prowess, and in return, you shall procure her eyes for me, and I shall release both of you. Naturally, both parties must remain conscious. Delicate, alabaster hands clasped Minato's golden locks, gently lifting him. The disorienting weakness ebbed slightly, and he gradually regained some strength. How generous of me, don't you think? A mere monkey should express his gratitude. You wretched beast. The piercing gaze bore into Minato as he uttered words he had never spoken before. Hurry more swiftly. Minato slowly distanced himself from the site of conflict. All he needed was a secure place to lay Mikoto down before returning to aid Tsukiyomi. As he turned a corner, a sudden change transpired. Caught off guard, Minato was propelled backward, Mikoto flung aside. The adjacent wall crumbled upon impact, and he was sent crashing into a nearby house. Coughing violently, Minato was taken aback by the unexpected assault, nearly losing consciousness. He spat blood and began surveying his surroundings, soon spotting the man standing calmly not far off. Garbed in what resembled a yukata, the man was unnaturally pale, his hair tinged with white, his eyes devoid of color, an embodiment of whiteness. Greetings, monkey. I have come to reclaim the power of the divine tree. The man's tone was unsettlingly calm, as if he regarded Minato with utter disdain. Rasengan. Minato wasted no time. He summoned his energy, the Rasengan materializing in his hand as he charged forward. Mikoto lay incapacitated nearby, and seizing the moment, he readied himself. Air palm. A sense of foreboding washed over Minato, and he instinctively sidestepped. The force behind him was obliterated by a rush of air, completely annihilated. Minato's anger surged. But the man delivered a swift kick to his abdomen, sending him flying. In an instant, Minato was propelled from one room to another, skidding across the ground before colliding with an object, both soaring into the air before crashing down. The world around him blurred. A familiar sound echoed. Minato's breath quickened inexplicably. As his vision shifted, he beheld a sight that left him utterly stunned. At the end of his gaze lay a gruesome scene, a horrific body laid bare before him. The figure, drenched in crimson, bore only the semblance of a human, as if it had traversed the very depths of agony. Those abyssal eyes pierced into Naruto Uzumaki's soul, reverberating within him, striking relentlessly at his heart. Naruto found himself unable to withstand the horror, and his cries erupted. The sight was utterly unbearable. What a grotesque form it was, he mused. A hint of mirth laced the voice of the white-haired man as he approached, step by step. This was the handiwork of that fiend. Naruto turned his back on the abomination, the ground soaked in blood, obliterating any semblance of the floor's design. The man was entirely clad in white, devoid of any bloodstains. Despite his handsome visage and near-perfect form, a smile that seemed just right adorned his face. Yet, to Naruto, he felt as if he were confronting a demon that had crawled up from the depths of hell. Who are you? The white eyes offered Naruto a glimmer of insight. Yet he dared not ascertain the truth. Oh, does the monkey wish to know my name? The man regarded Naruto with a hint of intrigue. Naruto's stance faltered, his body betraying him, unable to stand tall. The man's smile broadened, rising higher than before. Otsutsuki, Kinshiki. As Naruto's mind processed the name, a momentary haze enveloped him. It is an honor to know my name. The man vanished, whispering softly into Naruto's ear, drawing so close. Naruto's eyes darted, yearning to glimpse the figure, but he realized he was unworthy. Suddenly, a golden-haired silhouette soared into the air, illuminated by the moonlight, akin to a marionette severed from its strings, drifting gracefully. A sickening sound followed as crimson stained the golden locks, and Naruto collapsed to the ground, a pool of blood seeping from his form. His mouth parted slightly, yet no sound emerged. He yearned to wail in anguish, to release the torment within, but he could not. He wished to succumb to unconsciousness, to escape the relentless pain. But alas, he could not. He felt as though stripped of his corporeal form, left with only his essence. He could see and hear, yet he could not move an inch. Such power is commendable. If only controlled and harnessed properly, it could achieve the impossible. However, You wretched lepers are tainted by forces not meant for you. The self-proclaimed Otsutsuki's words echoed in Naruto's ears. I wonder how adeptly you monkeys wield your ocular powers. Allow me to witness. Gasping for breath, Naruto lifted his gaze with great effort. The black-haired girl, who should have been at his back, lay on the ground. As that fiend approached her slowly, this group of fiends, Jiraiya caught his breath, dust coating his visage. Before him lay fallen ninjas, peculiar in their appearance, devoid of forehead protectors or any distinguishing marks, merely clad in identical cloaks. They bore no resemblance to rogue ninjas, but rather appeared akin to a religious sect, vanishing into the earth upon death. However, Jiraiya had no time to dwell on these matters. He had been delayed for far too long. It was imperative to set off immediately. With a powerful push from his feet, Jiraiya hastened towards the streets of the town. Previously, after gathering material at the bathhouse, he had arrived near the town to conduct investigations. Jiraiya was on a covert mission, as the resort had recently experienced a series of inexplicable disappearances, which had only escalated in frequency. Reluctantly, the local authority had to send a request for assistance to Konoha. Yet, Konoha was short on manpower, and the nature of the task remained unclear. Coincidentally, Jiraiya had received a C-rank mission to escort someone to this area, and he decided to take on this task as well. However, it appeared that this situation was far from straightforward. Jiraiya recalled the individual who had delayed him. Their strength was neither high nor low, and they exhibited a complete lack of fear towards pain or death, almost like a machine. A troubling thought crossed Jiraiya's mind, an exceedingly absurd and discomforting possibility. It was crucial that everything turned out fine. He quickened his pace, sprinting towards the town. What a surprise! Even a mere monkey can exhibit such intense emotions. Otsutsuki held the head of Namake's Minato, appearing almost childlike. So what will it be? Make your choice. Otsutsuki leaned closer. Minato was merely 20 centimeters away. Sage art, lightning release, thunderstorm. Otsutsuki halted momentarily before swiftly retreating a few steps. At that moment, a figure plummeted from the sky, accompanied by a tremendous surge of electricity, resembling a bolt of lightning. Shinzu, the black-haired girl, was whisked away by a small creature, allowing Minato to finally discern the identity of the person before him. An all-too-familiar voice and a silhouette with flowing white hair. Jiraiya-sensei? Sorry to keep you waiting, Minato. Jiraiya turned to glance at Minato, offering him a reassuring smile. However, the sight of Minato's condition made Jiraiya's expression sharpen with concern. No teacher could remain indifferent to their disciples' injuries. Intriguingly, Shinzu brought Mikoto to stand beside Minato before returning to Jiraiya's shoulder. Hurry and treat the boy, would you? On Jiraiya's other shoulder rested another toad, and before Shinzu's words had fully settled, it had already begun to heal Minato. Possessing formidable sage techniques, they undoubtedly had the means to heal others, but Minato's injuries were severe, and the gravity in Jiraiya's eyes was palpable. How could a mere monkey inflict such harm upon me? Otsutsuki brushed off some dust from his attire, displaying an intrigued smile. This power is quite fascinating. Sage art, toad oil bomb. Jiraiya refrained from further dialogue. His anger had already propelled him into action, forming hand seals with precision. A toad oil bomb infused with natural energy erupted from his mouth, hurtling directly towards Otsutsuki. With no hint of panic, Otsutsuki stood calmly, extending his palm forward. Jiraiya observed intently, particularly enhanced by the sage mode, as he noted the eye at the center of the man's palm. Suddenly, a fissure appeared in the palm, and an eye emerged. Fire release, ashen burning technique. Jiraiya exhaled a cloud of embers and smoke, igniting the oil bomb, which transformed into a massive fireball blazing towards the Otsutsuki. He halted, casting his gaze across the way. The incendiary projectile, trailing fierce flames, collided with the man. In the next instant, the fireball struck the palm of the Otsutsuki, and flames began to erupt, the trailing fire growing larger. Yet, the fireball remained utterly motionless, as if frozen in place. Truly, it is exquisite. Such power. A raucous laughter erupted from the flames, and Jiraiya's brow furrowed slightly. In the next moment, the fireball seemed to vanish as if drawn away, slowly revealing the figure of the Otsutsuki. Remarkable indeed, you. Have you absorbed natural energy? Shinsaku, perched on Jiraiya's shoulder, could hardly believe it. When it comes to natural energy, Shinsaku was more familiar than most living beings. Aside from the sages of the three great sanctuaries, he understood it better than anyone. A mere careless touch could lead to petrification, Yet the opponent effortlessly absorbed such a vast amount of natural energy. This is somewhat concerning. Jiraiya managed a wry smile. He was acutely aware of how dire the situation had become. Sage Mode was his ultimate trump card. Let us continue. The Otsutsuki licked his lips, prompting Jiraiya to prepare immediately. If ninjutsu proves ineffective, then it shall be. Taijutsu. Jiraiya charged forward. Shinsaku. Very well. Sage Art. Frog Croak. Shinsaku leaped from Jiraiya's shoulder, and a frog began forming seals to unleash ninjutsu on its own. The secret to your ninjutsu absorption lies within that eye, does it not? Jiraiya hurled several shuriken. The Otsutsuki observed the two, displaying no signs of panic. Earth Release. Mud Marsh. Jiraiya formed seals in his hands, never halting his sprint. The moment the seals were complete, the ground beneath him began to shift slightly. Before long, the area ahead transformed into a marsh, continuously sinking downward. Simultaneously, Shinsaku's croak surged forth. If the Otsutsuki absorbed it, he would be unable to fend off the shuriken, which were rigged with explosive tags. Moreover, the mud marsh technique ensnared the Otsutsuki's feet. This was the combat experience that earned Jiraiya the titles of the Toad Sage and one of the legendary three nin. Jiraiya leaped into the air, but the Otsutsuki remained unperturbed, leisurely raising his hand. Heavenly Return. What? Jiraiya, suspended in midair, was taken aback. Heavenly Return is one of the secrets of the Hyuga clan. And coupled with those Byakugan eyes, Jiraiya could ascertain with certainty that the opponent belonged to the Hyuga clan. But wait, the Hyuga clan would never produce someone like this. Jiraiya, having a close relationship with the Hyuga, felt emboldened to assert this. So, who is the one invoking Heavenly Return over there? Sage Art. Lightning Release. Heavy Flow Storm. Jiraiya propelled himself forward, his fist enveloped in crackling electricity. A fist struck forward, a hard steel against an unyielding force. Yet, there was no choice. Jiraiya could sense he was outmatched and retreated. This was troublesome. He returned to the side of Minato Namikaze, uttering a phrase. The opponent's prowess was far from trivial. Even Jiraiya, a formidable figure at the level of a Kage, could profoundly appreciate such strength. His absolute defensive techniques proved ineffective. Ninjutsu was futile, and Jinjutsu was not his forte. At best, he could merely dispel illusions. He was almost entirely suppressed, with his chances of victory exceedingly slim. Jiraiya, this fellow. However, I can confirm he is not from the Hyuga clan. Shinsaku also returned to Jiraiya's shoulder. The child's father, Jiraiya, this child is gravely injured. I fear my efforts alone may not suffice. Behind him, Shima began to speak. Jiraiya cast a glance over. Remarkably, Minato had yet to lose consciousness, his willpower undeniably formidable. How is the danger period? For now, it appears to have passed. Yet if we do not act swiftly, there could be lingering repercussions. We must conduct a thorough examination. Shima ceased her actions, turning to Jiraiya. He fell into silence, while the towering Otsutsuki also halted his advance. Is there anyone else in this town? Regrettably, Jiraiya. It seems that most have already. Shinsaku shook his head. Jiraiya's breath grew noticeably heavier. He was aware. From the moment he arrived, he sensed it, the overwhelming stench of blood emanating from the houses, infused with a vengeful aura that chilled the air. Truly, it felt like a battlefield. Jiraiya raised his hand, biting into his own thumb. Summoning technique. A plume of smoke arose, revealing a figure of moderate stature. Where's this? Jiraiya, is that you? Sage Mode. And Lord Shinsaku and Lord Shima. A toad, similar in size to Jiraiya but perhaps slightly larger, emerged. Frog Kata, there is no time for lengthy discourse. Our mission is singular, to escort my two students back to Konoha. Jiraiya refrained from specifying the location, as this area was nearly deserted. Tsukumori had not accompanied Minato, indicating something must have transpired on his end. Otherwise, they would not have split up. It was highly probable that Tsukumori had delayed to allow Minato's retreat. Yet they encountered this adversary along the way. Thus, there was no place to turn now. Your task. Frog Kata abruptly halted. I implore you. Jiraiya's gaze remained fixed ahead. That man had not moved, seemingly waiting for Jiraiya to finish speaking. Truly, Frog Kata muttered, rushing to Minato's side to lift him along with Mikoto. Jiraiya-sensei. Minato, still somewhat conscious, gazed at Jiraiya and uttered softly, please don't die. Ha ha. I will utilize the reverse summoning technique when the time comes. Have no fear. Jiraiya chuckled lightly. And Minato. Jiraiya did not turn his head. Leave it to your teacher. Jiraiya's tone this time was uncharacteristically grave and cold, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Well then, let us depart. The loyal toad began to move, leaving Jiraiya standing alone. Is that all you have to say? Otsutsuki flashed a smile, clearly waiting for Jiraiya. Was he merely waiting? Such arrogance indeed. To think that just a couple of monkeys could provoke me, though I do have some business with that female monkey. Yet, the existence of such an incomplete bloodline is nothing short of an affront to us. I'm sorry, but I cannot comprehend what you are saying. Jiraiya had roamed the ninja world extensively, yet he still could not grasp the words of the person before him. Never mind, after all. You are merely a monkey worshipping that woman's hybrid offspring. Otsutsuki sighed, adopting a pitying expression towards Jiraiya. Then allow me to indulge myself. With that, he swiftly launched an empty palm strike. Jiraiya was far from foolish. He immediately leaped aside. The force of Otsutsuki's attack was undeniably destructive. As a building behind Jiraiya crumbled to the ground. TCH, Jiraiya gritted his teeth. A formidable martial artist with ineffective ninjutsu. What manner of monster is this? The sound of the collapsing structure echoed ominously. The battle between the three legendary ninjas and the white-haired man had commenced. Rasengan. Tsukamori unleashed a Rasengan, knocking one enemy to the ground. Now, only two adversaries remained. Tsukamori took a breath, surveying the two before him, an upper ninja and a middle ninja, standing in formation. Your strength is unimaginable. Then descend and contemplate that. Tsukamori gripped the Kusanagi sword. His mastery of swordsmanship combined with the Rasengan rendered him nearly invincible, at least in this setting. However, facing 8 opponents proved challenging, and he sustained minor injuries. Yet, these were trivial. What might fell another was merely a scratch for Tsukamori. Thanks to the awakening of his Senju bloodline, which endowed him with remarkable regenerative abilities, Wood release was similarly potent, as his vibrant life force enabled him to sustain prolonged combat. Young men must learn humility. The leader spoke slowly, while the other 7 remained silent throughout. Humility is commendable, though not required for you. Tsukamori retorted, not one to hold back, for they were formidable foes, not the sort with whom one could jest lightly. Well, time is of the essence. The vessel for the tailed beast has been secured. Upon finishing, the opponent intended to depart. Hey, don't think you can just leave. Tsukamori prepared to pursue, but another enemy stepped forward. Kid, let me impart a piece of wisdom. Tsukamori was intercepted, ready to strike, while the departing individual paused momentarily. You should consider yourself fortunate. This world is far more complex than you imagine. Here is another piece of information for free. The adversary spoke leisurely, and Tsukamori's gaze remained fixed intently upon him. It would be wise to pay a visit to your companion, although I harbor a strong aversion towards that individual. Nevertheless, it is undeniable that he possesses formidable abilities. Your friend must exercise caution, for he has come to ensnare us, and his prowess is indeed commendable, that peculiar individual. As I bid farewell, do express your gratitude for the intelligence I have provided. The adversary has leapt away, leaving another to linger here and delay. Infuriating. Tsukiyuki is preoccupied and cannot attend to this matter, hastily making his way towards the direction of the Fourth Hokage. Meanwhile, the one attempting to stall watches helplessly as Tsukiyuki departs. This is utterly incomprehensible. Tsukiyuki quickens his pace, choosing to believe the words just spoken. Everything remains shrouded in mystery, and all of the unknowns have erupted around him. Even if the original narrative did not depict such events, Tsukiyuki cannot fathom that his current predicament could occur. It appears that he is not in the world of Naruto, but rather in an entirely new realm. Damn it! Tsukiyuki curses. It is impossible to envision things as they once were. It seems that most elements have transformed, rendering previous predictions of the storyline less relevant. Under the silver moonlight, the earth is bathed in its glow, as the young man rushes towards a singular direction. With another attack thwarted by the opponent's defensive maneuver, Jiraiya retreats, gasping for breath. This is infuriating. He has yet to even touch him. Jiraiya gazes at the ever-calm figure of Otsutsuki before him, offering a bitter smile. There seems to be no opportunity whatsoever. From Jiraiya's perspective, the opponent's strength is such that it extinguishes any hope of victory. Are you all right? Shinzaku inquires, resting a hand on Jiraiya's shoulder. Sage mode has its limits. One cannot be certain of Jiraiya's natural energy reserves. He is likely experiencing some fatigue. Jiraiya, Shizuma whispers. Jiraiya glances over. This is your only chance. What do you mean? Shizuma's words are startling, even causing Jiraiya to flinch. realizing that there might indeed be a method to confront the monster before him. The adversary's movements have grown somewhat sluggish. Is it possible that Shizuma and Shinzaku are in agreement, while Jiraiya remains bewildered? What are you all discussing? Air palm. Jiraiya swiftly dodges to the side. This individual cannot fully absorb natural energy. The remnants within him are still at play. It is akin to petrification, though not entirely so. Shinzaku quickly articulates his hypothesis, while Shizuma nods in agreement. As the child's father stated, natural energy is distinct from chakra. It does not belong to a singular type of energy. It is likely that the child's absorption is limited to chakra alone, and any mingling with natural energy, even if it can be absorbed, is merely a struggle. Shizuma continues to elaborate on her analysis, and indeed, as she suggests, Otsutsuki's exterior has begun to show signs of gray, a precursor to petrification. Taking a deep breath, Jiraiya steadies himself. Indeed, it is splendid news. However, our natural energy is dwindling, and the Sage Mode cannot be sustained for long. Jiraiya flung a kunai to create a distraction. Yet, such an attack could be effortlessly swatted away by Otsutsuki. Very well, let us proceed. With a swift motion, Jiraiya charged forward. Sage Art, left and right gate. Alongside Jiraiya, Shinozaki and Jima simultaneously formed hand seals. Jiraiya would conjure oil, Shinozaki would summon wind, and Jima would wield fire. The amalgamation of these three ninjutsu birthed a sea of flames that surged relentlessly towards Otsutsuki. Would this effort prove futile once more? A monkey is indeed a monkey. Otsutsuki maintained his expression, lifting a hand. That singular eye in his palm opened, absorbing the flames that surged towards him. Now, behold the performance of the monkey. Jiraiya continued his advance, releasing ninjutsu as he walked. Such a feat required remarkable chakra control, a skill that Jiraiya evidently possessed. Hold steadfast. Otsutsuki's brow furrowed momentarily, a fleeting expression that Jiraiya observed with clarity. Now is the moment. Jiraiya intensified his efforts, closing the distance to Otsutsuki. The oil ceased from his mouth, and the flames extinguished. The red marks indicative of Sage Mode at Jiraiya's eyes began to blur. Hold on. He resolutely absorbed the natural energy, with Shinozaki and Jima assisting in his guidance. It was evident that this was the pivotal moment. Yet even so, Jiraiya began to feel the stiffness creeping through him due to the depletion of natural energy. He too was on the brink of petrification. Drawing a kunai from his waist, he infused it with natural energy, ready to execute his next move. In the next instant, the flames were wholly absorbed, and Otsutsuki stood merely steps away, his form cloaked in dust, appearing somewhat petrified. At long last, Jiraiya shouted, descending with a single leap that covered vast ground. Monkey! Otsutsuki, realizing he had been toyed with, exhibited a tone laced with anger. Jiraiya was undeterred. Otsutsuki stood before him, unable to respond to the impending attack. No, he had registered it, but found himself immobilized. With a thrust, Jiraiya plunged the kunai into him, targeting the palm, and Otsutsuki had no time to close his eye. Blood gushed forth from his palm, and time seemed to freeze in that moment. But it was not over. Jiraiya drove the kunai deeper, using the momentum to deliver a kick to Otsutsuki's chin. The impact sent Otsutsuki flying, while Jiraiya's kunai remained embedded within. Fire release, Dragon Flame Song technique. In an instant, Jiraiya completed the hand seals, unleashing a fire dragon from his mouth. Sage Art, Frog Call technique. Shinozaki was no longer perched upon Jiraiya's shoulder, but had ascended into the air. Otsutsuki gritted his teeth and raised his other hand. The eyes are never merely one. They perceive the world in duality. Jiraiya's fire dragon soared from below, while Shinzaku's sonic waves surged forth from the front. Two forces approached from distinct directions, and Otsutsuki, lacking a second pair of hands, was unable to fend them off. However, the velocities of the two phenomena differed. Otsutsuki first absorbed the sonic waves before commencing the absorption of the fire dragon, hidden within the flames. The shuriken did not escape Otsutsuki's keen perception. A wounded hand complicated the execution of taijutsu, significantly diminishing Otsutsuki's prowess. Just as the fire dragon began to be absorbed, the shuriken that brushed past suddenly erupted in a cloud of smoke, revealing Jiraiya's figure at Otsutsuki's flank. Ah, a monkey, Jiraiya observed, one of his arms already beginning to petrify, with the crimson mark at the corner of his eye still refusing to fade. Otsutsuki stood momentarily stunned, unable to react in that fleeting instant. With a swift motion, The shuriken embedded itself into the palm of Otsutsuki's other hand, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Senjutsu, Toad Sage's raging lion's mane. Jiraiya kicked Otsutsuki away and pressed on. His silvery hair began to lengthen, transforming into numerous needles that embraced Otsutsuki. In midair, Otsutsuki forcibly removed 2 shuriken from his palm and brandished them anew, invoking a counterattack. This time, the counterattack was tinged with crimson. Jiraiya's technique was undoubtedly thwarted. Trouble loomed. Jiraiya landed and knelt on one knee. One of his arms had turned to stone, dangling as if severed. Cease the sage mode. You will be beyond salvation if this continues, Shima cautioned, with Shinzaku returning to his shoulder. Jiraiya exhaled, the red mark at his eye beginning to dissipate. Yet he felt himself on the brink of collapse, teetering dangerously close to the ground. His trembling legs struggled to uphold his form as he gasped for breath. He had reached his limits, having attempted so many times before, and now he seized this singular opportunity. What about that guy? Jiraiya inquired, raising his gaze to Otsutsuki, who stood there. Originally an attractive man, now he appeared transformed. Blood surged forth, and Otsutsuki began to metamorphose. Crimson patterns emerged, his Byakugan activated, veins bulged prominently. And even his teeth sharpened. This guy, is he even human? Jiraiya mused, incredulous at such a transformation. This is dire. His aura is escalating, more formidable than before. Shinzaku's voice trembled with unease. This was to be expected. Their side possessed little combat capability while the adversary continued to evolve. Hurry and use the reverse summoning technique, Jiraiya. Gamabunta must have retreated far. How could it be that swift? Jiraiya retorted, exasperated with Shinzaku and Shima. Konoha is not nearby. Even if Gamabunta were to hasten his journey, it would take considerable time. Do you wish for your demise? Who would wish for death? Jiraiya chuckled lightly. However, to perish for the sake of one's disciples is unexpectedly quite commendable. For someone of my ilk to meet such an end is, indeed, a fitting conclusion. Jiraiya had no intention of fleeing, a fact not lost on Shinozaki and Shimada. Behind him were Minato and Mikoto, should he vanish at this moment. It was uncertain whether he would be pursued. Jiraiya would not gamble on such a possibility, as it is a fundamental duty of a teacher. With hands hanging down and still trembling legs, he stood upright, resembling a general on the verge of death. Shinozaki, Shimada, I must trouble you once more. Hold the loyal Toad a little longer. Really now, don't die so quickly. Jiraiya raised his petrified hand. With one hand, he formed a seal. A technique he was also capable of. The chakra within him was nearly depleted. He was at the point of exhaustion. What remained was merely this life, seemingly of little worth. Monkey. The furious voice of Otsutsuki pierced through to Jiraiya's ears, causing his head to spin. 80 gods, air strike. Earth release, earth flow great wall. Jiraiya struggled as he formed seals with one hand. Sage art, totem wall. Shinozaki and Shimada joined him in forming seals, unleashing a sage technique for defense that had never been utilized before. The wall before them was Jiraiya's, while the one behind was that of Shinozaki and Shimada. The 80 gods air strike surged forth. This was the essence of the Hyuga-s taijutsu, unleashing a multitude of punches in an instant, akin to a barrage of countless empty palms. The air pressure compressed and transformed into an invisible onslaught directed at Jiraiya. He stood there, hands down, appearing frail, much like a dying man. Surrounding dust and debris were lifted into the air. The unseen attack approached with a terrifying momentum. Ah, truly. Take care, mother of the child. And you, father of the child. This oppressive aura weighed heavily upon him, with the scent of death already enveloping his being. Such an assault was insurmountable. Could this truly be taijutsu? It was beyond the capacity of mere mortals. Wood release. Advent of the tree world. The wind brushed against his face as Jiraiya closed his eyes, prepared to embrace death. Yet, a youthful voice whispered in his ear. In the next moment, saplings erupted from the ground, instantaneously growing into towering trees that lifted Jiraiya high above. Bang! It was all a matter of an instant. The 80 gods' air strike swept past, annihilating everything in its path, while the elder lifted Jiraiya and hurled him into the sky. The 80 gods' air strike passed beneath him, narrowly missing Jiraiya. Bang! Bang! Jiraiya plummeted, entangled by a small tree. What is this? Would release? Jiraiya could scarcely believe it. The once extinct bloodline limit had resurfaced. Moreover, he had survived. Turning to look behind him, it was as if a monster had passed, devouring all in its wake. Everything had been reduced to dust, scattered by the wind. Jiraiya had survived such an onslaught. Wood release. Advent of the tree world. Once again, trees emerged one after another, heralding the reappearance of the bloodline limit at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Truly, it is a sight to behold, the lecherous sage. Tsukumori effortlessly hoisted Jiraiya onto his back and retreated without a hint of nostalgia. This profusion of trees served a singular purpose. The rationale was simple. If even Jiraiya, a figure of the Hokage caliber, could not swiftly subdue his opponent, what chance did he have? Despite possessing commendable skills, they remained unrefined, mere rudimentary techniques. Take the Senju bloodline, for instance. Though awakened, it lacked the immediate familiarity characteristic of other ninjutsu, necessitating personal practice to master. What is this? Jiraiya pondered incredulously. Unable to believe that his own student could wield would release the bloodline limit of the first Hokage. This suggested that Tsukumori might indeed be of the Senju lineage. However, Tsukumori bore the surname Kaigenshin, a rather enigmatic name. Previously, he had stumbled upon a token belonging to the Kaigenshin clan. There was no time for lengthy discussions now. Their pursuer was closing in rapidly. Tsukumori glanced back, compelled to admit that the opponent was truly relentless. One could only wonder what Jiraiya had done to provoke such fervent pursuit. Multiple shadow clone technique. Tsukumori released his grip, leaving Jiraiya half hanging on him, nearly extinguishing the old sage's life in the process. This was a high-speed escape, after all. Tsukumori was unable to perform hand seals with one hand. The hand seals for the multiple shadow clone technique were remarkably simple, requiring only a single gesture, allowing for swift execution. Otherwise, Jiraiya would have been flung away. Puffs of smoke arose from all directions, but the number of shadow clones was limited this time. Tsukumori had expended considerable chakra earlier. Even the Senju bloodline could not replenish chakra that quickly. I entrust you with this, Tsukumori urged as he darted past the shadow clones. Leave it to us. The clones responded, each bearing their own consciousness, smiling at Tsukumori. Air palm. Fire release. Great fireball technique. The clones, with minimal chakra reserves, could only resort to such ninjutsu, a result of Tsukumori intentionally reducing their numbers. One great fireball was insufficient, hence they conjured multiple. The clones pooled their chakra, and together, these fireballs transcended the mere C-rank ninjutsu. The air compressed, and the air palm surged forth, clashing with the fireballs. In an instant, the fireballs erupted, flames scattering like stars across the sky, yet the air palm was successfully thwarted. The 8 trigrams air palm, perhaps? The consciousness of the shadow clones returned to Tsukumori, causing a momentary daze. However, he had grown somewhat accustomed to the sensation of so many thoughts converging at once. The disorientation swiftly dissipated. Observing his opponent's technique, Tsukumori surmised they must belong to the Otsutsuki clan. Only they would employ the gentle fist techniques of the Hyuga clan. With each step forward, Suki could find no reason to halt. Thoughts swirled in his mind, occasionally causing moments of disorientation. The shadow clones of Suki could not effectively impede the relentless pursuers behind him. Yet, it was only natural. If the Otsutsuki were so easily deterred, they would not hold the title of formidable adversaries. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he sensed the encroaching danger. This was not a sustainable situation. Suki, there is still a means of escape, spoke Shinsaku, who remained perched upon Jiraiya's shoulder. No, Jiraiya interjected, fully aware of the proposed method but acutely aware of the uncertainties involved. Taking such a risk was inadvisable. What? Suki disregarded Jiraiya's concerns and turned to Shinsaku. The reverse summoning technique. It can transport us to Mount Myaboku. However, the safety of Minato and the others remains uncertain. Shinsaku elaborated slowly, only to be interrupted by Jiraiya. How do we perform it? Suki wasted no time in asking. Both Shinsaku and Jiraiya were momentarily taken aback by Suki's unwavering resolve. We can bring others with us, right? Suki pressed on. Indeed, but we must forge a contract with Mount Myaboku. I can establish a pact with you, requiring only a drop of blood, Shinsaku explained. Then it would be acceptable for the perverted sage to return alone, correct? Suki's audacity left them both stunned. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? A mere child should not presume to assist me, Jiraiya retorted, obviously reluctant, while Shinsaku observed curiously. After living alongside his mother for so long, this is the first time I have encountered a child so audacious. Time is of the essence. Quickly, Reveal the hand seals to me, Suki urged, casting a glance behind him, which Shinsaku understood perfectly. No. Shinsaku. His mother. All right then. Jiraiya found himself silenced by Shizuma, unable to protest. Meanwhile, Shinsaku began to articulate the hand seals for the reverse summoning technique. Suki grasped the concept swiftly, halting in his tracks. He turned Jiraiya to face him and initiated the necessary actions. Taking control of Jiraiya, Suki manipulated his body to form the seals while supplying the necessary chakra. With one of his hands petrified, Shinsaku thoughtfully provided the seals for a single-handed execution. The ominous presence closed in, prompting Suki to hasten his movements. Reverse summoning technique. Suki channeled his chakra, directing Jiraiya's hand to strike the ground. A seal began to unfurl. Take care, teacher Jiraiya, Suki murmured softly, just as Shizuma released her grip, allowing Jiraiya to speak. Yet, he had no time to respond. A plume of smoke erupted, and Jiraiya's figure vanished, leaving behind only an unfurled scroll on the ground. Alone now, Suki stood, as the Otsutsuki closed in without warning, delivering a powerful strike. Not so fast. Suki leaped aside to evade, swiftly beginning to form the hand seals. Wood release, wood dragon technique. A majestic wooden dragon materialized, coiling protectively behind Suki. Sage mode. The corners of the moon tree's eyes began to flush a deep crimson, its pupils transforming into a narrow slit. Much like the visage of its progenitor, the moon tree gazed upon the Otsutsuki. The aura of that woman enveloped the air. The Otsutsuki's voice had mellowed, and chakra surged forth incessantly, magnifying its oppressive presence. The immature moon tree was utterly outmatched. Even mere eye contact was nearly overwhelming. It pondered how Jiraiya had managed to withstand such pressure, perhaps having endured a similar weight upon the battlefield. Hey, bullying the young ones is rather unbecoming, don't you think? A familiar voice resonated in the air, and suddenly, the burden on the moon tree lightened considerably. Following the sound, it beheld two old friends, Suna Shizuku and Konoha Ishii. These two had posed the greatest hindrance during its last mission, formidable figures of considerable strength who had bested the moon tree and its companions. This aura. The Otsutsuki hesitated, halting its advance, allowing the moon tree a moment's respite. Are you the guardians of the divine tree? It inquired. Apologies. But we have long since abandoned that role, replied Suna Shizuku, with Konoha Ishii remaining taciturn. The Otsutsuki Yunshin narrowed its eyes, seemingly contemplating its next move. I advise against impulsive actions. Even being one of the Otsutsuki, your hands bear the marks of injury. Konoha Ishii finally spoke, locking eyes with Yunshin without an ounce of trepidation. Did you hear that? You are presently a crippled individual. It's no wonder we were compelled to strike you down. Much simpler that way. Suna Shizuku unsheathed his ninja blade, his prowess in swordsmanship nearly rivaling that of the White Fang. Particularly excelling in chakra conduction, a skill few could match. The Otsutsuki Yunshin scrutinized the duo, then glanced at the moon tree, which remained beside a modest wooden dragon. Interesting. Little one, today shall suffice. You have piqued my interest, Yunshin chuckled, casting a final glance at the moon tree before leaping away. The sudden turn of events left the moon tree somewhat bewildered. However, the situation had not changed. Despite the shift in adversaries, they remained foes, and still its last enemies. As Yunshin departed, the moon tree turned its attention to the two figures beside it. Clad in the same attire as before, they regarded the moon tree with keen interest. What is your purpose? After a prolonged silence, the moon tree finally broke the ice with its inquiry. Konoha Ishii remained silent, turning away, while Suna Shizuku spoke. You should be grateful for our whim. No sooner had the words left his lips than Konoha Ishii took his leave, followed closely by Suna Shizuku. The moon tree remained rooted in place, the wooden dragon still at its side. No one could predict whether more challenges would suddenly arise, and the moon tree could not afford to lower its guard. After a while, the moon tree finally comprehended the absurdity of the unfolding events. As chakra ebbed away, the wooden dragon disassembled, and the moon tree sank down to the ground. Truth be told, it longed to succumb to slumber, yet it could not afford such a luxury. Fool! Yushu struck his chest a few times, inhaling deeply, his mind occupied by the image of the crimson-haired figure. His body bore no significant injuries. Only a slight depletion of chakra, yet he felt relatively well. After a brief self-examination, Yushu resolved to embark on a mission to rescue Kushina. After all, the system's task was quite clear. He justified his actions to himself and, shaking out his limbs, set forth once more. The journey was far from over. Long ago, the world was home to only two nations, one of which was known as the Land of Ancestors. Within this land resided an emperor, a youthful sovereign. He led a modest contingent, tirelessly expanding his territory while earning the adoration of his people. By chance, the other nation declared war upon the Land of Ancestors. The emperor took to the battlefield himself, leading his soldiers into combat. This marked the dawn of conflict in the world. Ultimately, the Land of Ancestors triumphed, and the young emperor became the first to unify the realm. In time, the emperor wed a woman said to be a celestial fairy who had descended from the heavens, and he fell deeply in love with her at first sight. After a prolonged courtship, the emperor finally won her heart, and they entered the sacred bond of marriage beneath the divine tree that symbolized the gods. This majestic tree towered into the clouds, spanning 10 miles. A treasured relic from the fairy's homeland. What do you think? The man before her gazed intently at Kushina, who was momentarily taken aback. Such a tale was unfamiliar to her. What are you saying? I'm merely recounting a story, the older man continued. Bound in a corner, Kushina found herself constrained on all sides. After the fairy and the emperor wed, she revealed to him that the divine tree was a precious artifact from her homeland, and that her people would send emissaries to retrieve her, along with the tree. Upon hearing this, the emperor resolved to protect his beloved wife and confront the intruders. Utilizing the power of the divine tree, he established guardians to safeguard it, while his wife undertook the mantle of protector and journeyed to the sacred land, ultimately mastering the techniques of the sages and transforming into one herself. The old man approached Kushina, meeting her gaze directly. The subsequent chapters of this tale have not been passed down through time. All that remains is the knowledge that the divine tree vanished, and a figure known as the Sage of Six Paths emerged in the world. Some claim the Sage of Six Paths was the emperor himself, while others assert he was a descendant of the emperor. Those familiar with this narrative hold varied interpretations. And what of you, little girl? What do you think? The old man regarded Kushina with unwavering intensity, his eyes radiating a profound yearning. Unable to withstand such a penetrating gaze, she averted her eyes. Perhaps this is the first time you are hearing this story, he remarked, retreating slightly, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. The shell of the 10 tails now lay abandoned upon the moon. Only those possessing the Rinnegan could summon it. The old man continued to speak, lost in his own thoughts. Meanwhile, Kushina listened intently. The 10 tails was a beast she had never heard of before. In the realm of shinobi, there were 9-tailed beasts, a fact well known to all. Each tailed beast is a strategic level weapon, referred to as calamities among the monstrous creatures, with the 9 tails being the most formidable. However, the existence of the 10 tails has never been acknowledged. This poses a dilemma, for the Rinnegan is not a gift bestowed upon everyone. Without profound practice with the divine tree, one remains utterly incapable. The elder raked his fingers through his hair, seemingly troubled. At that moment, an unforeseen event transpired. With a resounding bang, dust filled the air. In the next instant, the veil of smoke was lifted, revealing a wooden dragon, majestic and imposing, upon which a figure was seated. Wood release, the world of trees descends. Moon Tree leaped from atop the wooden dragon, which charged directly towards the elder. Oh dear. The elder's demeanor exhibited little fluctuation, merely a hint of surprise. To find oneself here is quite fortunate indeed, he remarked, only to be struck head-on by the wooden dragon. Meanwhile, Moon Tree landed on the ground, channeling chakra into the earth, prompting trees to sprout forth in abundance. Moon Tree, Kushina exclaimed joyfully, for once again, the girl beheld the hero she longed for. Oh! Moon Tree's legs trembled subtly, his chakra and physique slightly drained, yet he concealed this from the girl before him. How have you been? I have arrived, he said with a smile, instilling a profound sense of reassurance in Kushina's heart. Without further ado, Moon Tree dashed forward, swiftly drawing the Kusanagi sword at his waist. With a single stroke, the chains binding Kushina's limbs shattered. Hurry, follow me. Though Moon Tree was unaware of the opponent's capabilities, he was certain they were formidable. There was no possibility of confronting them head-on in such a scenario. The descent of the world of trees was a strategic maneuver, one that Moon Tree had envisioned from the outset. Kushina nodded in agreement, keeping pace with Moon Tree. In truth, Moon Tree was also uncertain of his surroundings. He had merely discovered the markings left by the falling sand needles during his search. It was indeed peculiar that this adversary inadvertently aided him in locating this place. Nonetheless, Moon Tree, disinclined to meddle in affairs that did not concern him, silently expressed his gratitude amidst the urgency. Perhaps the earlier confrontation had been worth it after all? Moon Tree sprinted along the path he had entered, confident in the fundamental skills of climbing trees and wading through water that both he and Kushina had mastered, thus untroubled by the terrain. "Ah, where are you headed?" A strange male voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Moon Tree reacted swiftly, slashing with his sword. In mere moments, the elder had approached him, silent as a whisper. Everyone was aware of this individual's formidable strength. "Are you also of the Otsutsuki clan?" Moon Tree inquired, brandishing the Kusanagi sword at the man hovering in the air. "Ah, you are familiar with the Otsutsuki?" The man replied, "Indeed, I am Otsutsuki Kaze." "You are not from the main branch of the Otsutsuki, are you?" Moon Tree asked again, intrigued by the implications of the man's name. The Otsutsuki family is divided into two branches. One is the original lineage, represented by Kaguya from the source material, while the other consists of Kaguya's descendants, including the figure residing on the moon and the progeny of the Sage of Six Paths. The names of those from the original lineage typically follow a certain format. Yet the gentleman floating across from the Moon Tree does not conform to this naming convention. Intriguingly, are you aware of this aspect? Where did you hear about it? Yufeng squinted, gazing at the Moon Tree. What are you all discussing? Kushina withdrew her kunai, preparing for battle. Yet she could hardly comprehend the conversation exchanged between the Moon Tree and the others. You truly are fascinating, carrying such a palpable maternal aura. No one responded to Kushina's remark. Yufeng, however, began to speak. Never mind, the 10 Tails is still up there, and the Rinnegan remains unfound. Yufeng had no intention of engaging in combat and began to retreat. Take her away, she is not required for now. We must first locate the Rinnegan. Yufeng cast a sidelong glance at the two before continuing to withdraw. I apologize, but not only now, you will not need her in the future either. Even if you find the Rinnegan, do not expect to have her. The Moon Tree did not seize the moment to depart, but instead continued speaking. As if affirming her resolve, Kushina listened, her heart racing with a mix of fear and shyness. Ha. Yufeng paid little heed, her figure gradually fading into the distance. If you could truly follow through on your words back then, I would gladly accompany you at any time. Yufeng's voice rode the wind, dismissing the Moon Tree's comments. The Moon Tree watched his retreating figure, lingering in thought. Honestly, what are you contemplating? What if he refuses to let us go? Kushina remarked. Yet her smile was unmistakably bright. Well, the outcome is positive, isn't it? A momentary lapse in control. The Moon Tree sheathed his Kusanagi sword and shrugged. Kushina. The Moon Tree sighed. Let us return to the village. He gently stroked Kushina's crimson hair. All right, let's go back. The situation had concluded without dire consequences. And Kushina's expression radiated warmth, despite her ignorance of the troubles that lay ahead after her abduction. At last, it is over. I suppose it could be considered all right. The Moon Tree led Kushina outward. A notification echoed from the system. Mission: safeguard the next Jinchuriki completed. Reward: 1 lottery draw. The tension within the Moon Tree dissipated instantly. Are we safe now? This system complicates what should be simple. The Moon Tree nearly stumbled, almost collapsing in front of Kushina, which would have been quite embarrassing. He managed a wry smile as he continued towards the village, accompanied by the girl with red hair. The resort had transformed into a tragedy, and the Moon Tree would not allow Kushina to encounter it. Regardless, this truly marked an end. Moon Tree, we are almost there. Where to? To the village. Where else? At the entrance of Konoha, a boy and a girl were leisurely strolling towards them. These two youngsters were none other than Kushina and the Moon Tree. Fortune favored them, and without much exertion, Suki and Kushina found themselves on the path back to their village. Of course, the two were not particularly familiar with the route, and they traversed for several days, nearly matching the duration of their escort mission. At long last, they arrived. Suki let out a weary sigh. The day spent outdoors with Kushina had indeed been arduous. He had been compelled to learn the art of sleeping in trees and to remain vigilant even in his dreams. Additionally, he acquired the skills necessary for foraging, for sustenance was essential. Thus, Suki emerged as a survival expert, albeit this was merely foundational training for a ninja. Hey! Kushina exclaimed with palpable excitement. After such a prolonged absence, she was finally returning home, and her small frame dashed ahead, waving toward the village gate. Did you hear that sound? One of the guards at the gate exchanged glances with his companion before turning to look outside. A red-haired girl, Kushina, was sprinting toward them. The two guards gasped in astonishment at the sight of her. An hour later, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded Suki and Kushina with an inquisitive expression. "How did you return?" he inquired. Just days prior, after Namikaze Minato and Mikoto were brought back by Jiraiya's loyal toad, Konoha became aware of the unfolding events. The third Hokage had promptly ordered a rescue mission. However, according to reports, upon arriving at the resort, they found it deserted. Every household was a scene of carnage. The sight of its inhabitants was too harrowing to behold. The remnants of battle were evident, as nearly half of the resort lay in ruins, a testament to the ferocity of the conflict. The search party conducted thorough investigations, yet not a single survivor was found, and those who had accompanied Minato were untraceable. Even Jiraiya, a disciple of the third Hokage, had vanished without a trace. With the search yielding no results, the support troops had no choice but to return, leaving the entire ninja world in shock. The hot spring resort had transformed into a tragic tableau, and neighboring resorts began to grow desolate. Not only guests, but even the local inhabitants began to evacuate, hoping to evade the looming peril, wondering if their own homes would be next. The identity of the assailant remained a mystery. Konoha had gleaned fragmented information from Minato. Sarutobi Hiruzen was acutely aware that a formidable force was clandestinely emerging, one so powerful that it had decimated an entire resort, leaving his own disciples' fates uncertain. Furthermore, Konoha was in the midst of transitioning its Jinchuriki, yet the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki had been abducted. This loss was catastrophic for the village. Not just anyone could serve as a Jinchuriki, and an unsuitable host would be akin to unleashing a tailed beast upon the world, essentially a self-inflicted wound. "That's how we made our way back. What else could we do?" Suki replied nonchalantly, displaying little emotion. Sarutobi Hiruzen found it improbable that any valuable intelligence could be extracted from Sarutobi's inquiries. Kushina was not privy to much information, primarily what Tsukiki and Jiraiya had encountered. Minato, however, possessed slightly more knowledge than the two women. Observing Tsukiki's demeanor, Hiruzen was about to speak, but the door swung open before he could utter a word. "Hey, are you all right?" A youthful voice called, accompanied by the more aged tone of an elderly woman, each summoning a different individual. The door opened wide, leaving Hiruzen's questions unspoken. Entering were familiar figures to Kushina, Lady Tsunade, and Granny Mito. Tsukiki had not previously met Mito, but upon first sight, he was compelled to acknowledge her undeniable grace. Despite her advanced age, her vitality was palpable, distinctly different from that of an ordinary elder. "How could one so robust perish so easily? If you refrain from cursing me, I dare say I could live for another century," Mito quipped. Tsunade promptly tousled Tsukiki's hair, prompting him to gently swat her hand away. "I'm fine, really," Tsukiki reassured, glancing at Mito, who seemed to be inspecting him as if to ascertain his completeness. Kushina lamented the plight of the Uzumaki clan, a once great lineage now reduced to a mere handful. The two remaining members were among the few left in the ninja world. Thank goodness, Mito smiled, her concern for Kushina evident. "Tsukiki, are you all right?" A golden-haired head peeked through the doorway. It was Minato. His injuries had largely healed, and Mikoto followed closely behind. The members of Jiraiya's small team were now gathered, albeit without their leader. Hiruzen, recognizing the significance of Jiraiya as one of his prized disciples and a vital asset to Konoha, was quick to inquire about him. "Rest assured, the perverted sage is unharmed." A gust of wind announced Jiraiya's arrival as he bounded into the room. Tsukiki, taken aback, had not anticipated Jiraiya's swift return. "Jiraiya, are you all right?" Hiruzen sighed in relief, only to notice Jiraiya's drooping hand. Although the petrification had been reversed, his hand had yet to recover fully. Natural energy was not something to be trifled with. "All is well, no major issues," Jiraiya replied, attempting to lighten the mood with a grin, waving his movable hand. "It's just the perfect time for a little vacation. I've been waiting for this." "You rascal, I will settle the score with you later," Tsukiki jested, alleviating the atmosphere considerably. This was a matter known only to the two of them, unbeknownst to the others. "Old man, let them return. After all they have endured, they need rest. Should anything arise, I will inform you." Jiraiya and Tsukiki exchanged glances before turning to Hiruzen. "Very well," Hiruzen acquiesced. Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally agreed, and soon, Tsunade and the others unanimously exited the office, leaving only Jiraiya and Sarutobi Hiruzen behind. "Jiraiya, I'll take a look at you in a moment," "Come over here," Tsunade remarked, not turning back, her back facing Jiraiya. Jiraiya responded with excitement, and as the office door closed, their conversation became inaudible. The subsequent time naturally belonged to the others. Tsunade unexpectedly proposed the idea of going out for barbecue, using the excuse of gathering together to firmly set everyone in place. As for Mito, being Tsunade's grandmother, how could she refuse a meal with her granddaughter? "Tsunade, you've changed," Mito remarked to Tsunade, who was engaged in conversation with the 4 little ones nearby. For Tsunade, Mito was her own granddaughter, and she could not be indifferent to her well-being. Mito felt sorrowful for Tsunade's past troubles, and seeing Tsunade now rejuvenated and no longer melancholic brought her joy. However, she also sensed that her granddaughter had become somewhat more laid-back, yet that was inconsequential. "Thank you, Grandma," Tsunade replied, fully aware of Mito's concern. "You really resemble Rope Tree," Mito noted, glancing at the reluctant Yagitsuki, who was compelled to participate. "Just a bit lazy," she added, prompting an immediate smile from Tsunade. This remark resonated deeply with her. Yagitsuki, observing from the side, seemed to have caught on to something, perhaps sensing that they were speaking about him. Surprisingly, Yagitsuki had a keen intuition in this regard, even if he was indifferent. The gathering soon concluded without any significant events. After finishing the barbecue, the group began to disperse, each returning home. Yagitsuki and Tsunade headed towards the Senju residence, while Mito lived elsewhere with Kushina. Not at the Senju home. Shizune was still at home, and Yagitsuki wondered if she had prepared dinner. The thought of entering and claiming to have already eaten seemed too cruel for Shizune. With a slight shake of his head, he felt a smidgen of sympathy for her. That feeling was quite delightful. Before long, Yagitsuki and Tsunade arrived at the Senju residence. Upon entering, they found that dinner was indeed prepared, and Shizune was already eating. To their surprise, there was another person seated across from her. With long white hair, he was devouring his meal with one hand. It was Jiraiya, who had arrived earlier than Yagitsuki and Tsunade. "Ah, you're back," Jiraiya greeted, his mouth full. "Is everything all right, Lord Jiraiya?" Shizune inquired, while Yagitsuki yawned, settling into the rhythm of his daily life. "Who knows? Probably nothing to worry about," Yagitsuki replied, lounging on the hammock, while Shizune commenced her daily training in medical ninjutsu, albeit without much enthusiasm at the moment. Just moments ago, as she finished preparing the meal, Jiraiya arrived, only to be informed that Tsunade and Yukisuke were dining outside. Initially perturbed, his irritation dissipated upon the sound of his own stomach growling. Observing Jiraiya devouring his food with one hand, despite his apparent nonchalance, Shizune could not shake off her innate concern. "Trust in your master, for she is the finest medical ninja in the ninja world, is she not?" Yukisuke cast a sidelong glance at Shizune, who appeared utterly distracted since earlier, a rather bothersome demeanor. Indeed, Lady Tsunade must have a solution. Yukisuke's words seemed to have a calming effect, as Shizune's face reflected a noticeable reduction in worry. After a considerable time, Tsunade and Jiraiya concluded their medical procedures. "Lady Tsunade, how did it go?" Shizune hurriedly inquired, her gaze dimming upon noticing Jiraiya's drooping arm. "This fool is perpetually reckless. The encroachment of natural energy is insurmountable. I have essentially healed the injuries, but he must disperse the natural energy himself." "Natural energy?" Shizune clearly did not comprehend the term, yet Tsunade's words resonated. Meanwhile, Jiraiya approached, using his only movable hand to gently ruffle Shizune's hair. "Are you the niece of Dan?" "Quite adorable," Jiraiya chuckled, only to receive a swift punch from Tsunade to his head. "Thank you," Shizune replied calmly, surprising both Tsunade and the oblivious Jiraiya. After all, Shizune's only family was Kato Dan, and mentioning him was not merely a scar for Tsunade, but also for Shizune. Strangely, when Jiraiya uttered that name, both Shizune and even Tsunade seemed to gradually lose their profound sorrow. Perhaps there remained a hint of helplessness, but the pain was no longer unbearable at the mere mention. "Are you all right?" "I am fine. It is you, Lady Tsunade, who took me on as a disciple because of Uncle Dan." Shizune's bright laughter caught both by surprise. Tsunade smiled, affectionately ruffling Shizune's hair and leaning closer. "Indeed, that was once the case, but now I truly wish to take you as my apprentice." Jiraiya observed this scene with a smile. Everything was beginning to improve, and the past sorrow was slowly fading. He glanced again at the sleeping Yukisuke, a look only he understood. Suddenly thud. "Ouch. Regardless of circumstances, you're either foolish or at fault." "Huh. That is utterly unreasonable," You just want to hit me. As long as you know. Deny it, will you? Jiraiya clutched his steaming head, gazing pitifully at Tsunade, who stood with clenched fists. What followed was a chaotic exchange of blows. Tsunade released a contented sigh, while Shizune watched helplessly, and Jiraiya found himself sprawled on the ground. As an injured individual, he endured a good thrashing, yet Tsunade exhibited remarkable control, inflicting only pain without any further injury. As the finest medical ninja in the ninja world, Tsunade naturally possessed such prowess. On the other side, in Mito's residence, which is situated near the Hokage office, she, as the wife of the first Hokage, still commands great respect and influence, even surpassing that of Sarutobi Hiruzen within the village. The boy named Uzumaki, Mito began to speak, holding his hand beside her. As anticipated, her words caused Kushina to become somewhat flustered. "Grandma, what are you saying?" Kushina had not expected Mito to suddenly bring up such a topic and promptly began to defend herself. At that moment, Kushina appeared particularly endearing, resembling an ordinary girl, devoid of her usual fiery and bold demeanor. "Ha!" Mito chuckled, finding this side of Kushina a rare sight. Even she had not encountered it before. But the contrast was striking, especially as Kushina's round little face slowly began to blush, rendering her utterly adorable. "What are you laughing at, Grandma?" Kushina retorted, slightly annoyed. Mito ceased her laughter, maintaining a gentle smile. "Oh, I'm just a bit happy. You have company now, and that brings me joy." "Grandma," Kushina paused, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She understood Mito's implication. As the next Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, the transition of the Jinchuriki signified the end of a life. Mito, who had accompanied her, had also arrived at this juncture. Kushina immediately embraced Mito, burying her head in her grandmother's embrace. "Ow!" Mito softly exclaimed, tenderly stroking Kushina's crimson hair. The strands flowed through her fingers like water. Mito cherished this sensation. "Such beautiful hair. Has that boy ever told you how lovely it is?" Came a muffled voice from her embrace, tinged with the beginnings of tears, prompting Mito to caress her hair with increasing tenderness. She was acutely aware that her time was dwindling, and as a Jinchuriki, Mito could feel the impending change. "Is that so? That's wonderful. Kushina's red hair is the most beautiful in the world. It's my favorite." Mito was aware of Kushina's experiences at school, as she had personally mentioned them upon arriving in Konoha, never anticipating that Kushina would establish quite a reputation there. "Kushina," Mito gently called, but Kushina did not respond. "We are Jinchuriki, vessels for tailed beasts, to put it bluntly," Mito continued, sensing Kushina trembling in her arms. Fortunately, they were nearly home. Being in the vicinity of the Hokage office, a significant area within the village with minimal passers-by, otherwise, they would surely have attracted attention. "People like to call us vessels." "Haha, I was referred to as such in my youth as well." Mito chuckled lightly, her words laced with nostalgia. "Back then, I was reluctant, just like you. And I ended up teaching those who spoke ill of me a lesson." Mito's tone held a playful lilt, and it was the first time Kushina had encountered such a look in her grandmother's eyes. "I was once like you, a little nostalgic," she mused, reflecting on the passage of so many years. Kushina lifted her head, no longer burying it in Mito's embrace. "Back then, someone told me that my red hair was quite beautiful. That person was rather foolish, blissfully unaware. In my irritation, I ended up giving him a beating, only to discover he was unexpectedly weak. That was my initial thought. Yet, I did not realize that he was merely looking out for me. During those tumultuous times, before the establishment of Konohagakure, he was already the young clan leader of the Senju clan. Impressive, isn't it? A close kin to our Uzumaki clan." In her grandmother's eyes shimmered an infinite tenderness, as if in that moment she had reclaimed her youth, her aged form gradually transforming into that of a youthful maiden, radiating a brilliant light. "Grandfather?" Kushina sniffled, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Yes, it was indeed grandfather. He was an exceedingly foolish man. Whenever others commented on my hair, he would secretly confront those I couldn't overpower. Truly, he was remarkably naive." Mito affectionately ruffled Kushina's hair, bending down to meet her gaze. "We are Jinchuriki, vessels. Yet your grandfather filled this vessel to the brim with love. He was both foolish and innocent, delegating all matters to his younger brother. Yet he poured all his affection into a single vessel. Therefore, even if one is merely a vessel, as long as it is filled with love, that is all that matters." Mito pressed her forehead against Kushina's. "Do you feel it? I am sharing my love with you." "Yes," Kushina responded, her nose still sniffing as tears brimmed in her eyes. I'm not crying. She protested shyly, laughter bubbling forth. Mito took Kushina's delicate hand in her own aged, wrinkled one, reminiscent of reclaiming her past self, as the two, one old and one young, entered their home, smiles brightening their faces. Time transcended countless years, flowing like water to the sea and then drifting back to the mountaintop. The figures from her memories once more revealed their smiles, speaking again. Your hair is truly beautiful. In a world ravaged by conflict, a single phrase rode the currents of time, sailing on a paper boat to the hearts of the next generation. Kurizetsu, what is happening? In the depths of shadowy recesses, a solitary figure sat quietly. His white hair cascaded down his back, emanating an aura of unspoken authority. Anyone who had lived long enough would recognize the man before them, one of the twin stars of the Warring States period. Standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world alongside the legendary First Hokage, Uchiha Madara, the highest combat strength of the Uchiha clan. At this moment, he was nearing death. Appearing frail, yet beneath this fragile exterior lay an undeniable power. This was Uchiha Madara, one of the mightiest forces in the ninja realm. Why are they seeking the Rinnegan? Who are those Otsutsuki people? Madara narrowed his Rinnegan eyes, gazing at the shadowy figure before him. He was suddenly approached by Black Zetsu, who revealed to him the plan for the infinite Tsukuyomi. It must be said that this played directly into Madara's hands. Having endured the agony of war, Madara witnessed his brothers perish before his very eyes, breeding a loathing for conflict that surpassed that of anyone else. Compared to Hashirama Senju, Madara's ideology was markedly more extreme and frenzied. Yet, without a doubt, Madara despised war and yearned for peace. The infinite Tsukuyomi could fulfill his desires. In a world conjured by illusion, humanity would lose the capacity for warfare. Consequently, Madara embarked upon his own scheme, the infinite Tsukuyomi plan, though the time was not yet ripe. The Otsutsuki clan served as the guardians of the Ten Tails, safeguarding its seal through generations. Black Zetsu spoke with unwavering composure, having orchestrated a millennium-long deception. After countless years, he had finally identified Madara, a reincarnation of Indra and a suitable ally. Thus, it was inconceivable that he would allow this plan to come to ruin. Madara was his king, a piece that could not be forsaken. Guardian of the Ten Tails, indeed? Madara regarded Black Zetsu, seemingly attempting to discern something, but alas. Black Zetsu remained shrouded in darkness, a mere human form, his voice perpetually calm. Very well, anyone will do. They are merely stepping stones for me. I shall personally craft a world of peace. Just wait, Hashirama. Madara exuded arrogance, dismissing these figures entirely. Although he could not reveal himself at present, the pride belonging to Uchiha Madara had never waned. The view from the pinnacle is indescribable. Even an aging lion remains the king of beasts. I look forward to the success of your plan. Let us usher in a world of peace devoid of strife and sorrow, Black Zetsu remarked, seemingly accentuating Madara's presence. Madara paid little heed to this, as Uchiha Madara, being revered, was only natural. The echoes of their voices gradually faded away. In this shadowy realm, devoid of light, the two figures slowly melded into the darkness as their voices dissipated. In the dark corners of the ninja world, there were those who propelled the light. How dreadfully dull, Kushina lamented, sprawled upon the tatami mat, with a sleeping Yatsuki beside her. This was the Senju residence. A glance around revealed that all 4 members of Jiraiya's team were present. It was summer, a rare occasion to return and relax in the village. Yatsuki intended to leisurely enjoy the breeze, neglecting the trivial matters surrounding him. After all, the first and second missions had been so arduous, having narrowly returned alive. Konoha had shown some compassion, granting a well-deserved break. Naturally, Yatsuki would not squander his vacation, opting instead to indulge in rest and relaxation at home. However, Yatsuki was overestimating his luck. Fate had a penchant for playing tricks on him. Yatsuki, we've come to play. We? The voice of Minato Namikaze echoed into the room. Yatsuki initially anticipated a visit for cooking or training, unaware that the words concealed a menacing intent. Yushu feigned absence, for to not pretend to be dead at this moment would be tantamount to actual demise in his eyes. What amusement could there possibly be? There was nothing entertaining at all. This was Yushu's most genuine sentiment. Given the gravity of recent events, he yearned to pry open their minds and ascertain whether something was amiss. Would it not be advisable to simply rest and allow his fragile spirit a reprieve? Yet, Yushu could not evade the inevitable. Kakashi was the appointed chef of the Senju estate, and although his culinary skills paled in comparison to those of his peers, he was on the verge of surpassing Shizune. As the royal chef, Kakashi naturally possessed the key to the Senju abode, a key that Yushu had willingly bestowed upon him when he extended the invitation. Regarding this, Yushu felt the need to have a word with his former self. Indeed, I was aware of it. The golden-haired figure entered, observing Yushu reclining in the hammock with a hint of exasperation. After so many years of friendship, Kakashi had come to know Yushu intimately. The companions who had accompanied him the longest were Tsunade and Shizune, followed closely by the golden-haired boy before him, with Kushina being the next in line. Still sleeping, are we? Honestly, one could sleep all day and still not be satisfied. Be careful not to sleep too deeply, remarked the red-haired figure, Kushina, as she trailed behind Kakashi, accompanied by Mikoto. Apologies for the interruption. Mikoto maintained a more formal demeanor, perhaps a reflection of the Uchiha upbringing. Well, this is a rare sight. What brings you all here? Has something significant occurred? Yushu inquired, casting a glance in their direction. Not at all. We merely came to visit you, Kakashi replied. What is there to enjoy in this era devoid of cultural entertainment? If only we had Boruto, Next Generations. At least there would be video games. What are you talking about? Nothing, merely expressing my gratitude for the present circumstances. The trio of Kakashi, Mikoto, and Kushina took their seats as Yushu dashed into the living room, only to resume his repose. Let us not dwell on this. Shall we go shopping instead? It seems everyone is present, Kakashi suggested, expertly bringing forth snacks as the four settled down. Kushina instantly began to propose ideas with enthusiasm. Opposed, what a hassle. As soon as the words left his lips, Yushu's protest swiftly followed. Meanwhile, Kushina widened her eyes, glaring at Yushu with intensity. Your glare is futile. It is a rare moment of leisure. One ought to enjoy a proper rest. Homeward bound, my warm bed awaits me. I would rather perish than become like you. It is not that dire. It certainly is. Indeed. Yushu and Kushina began their usual banter, and at this juncture, Kakashi and Mikoto nodded in agreement with Kushina's sentiments. I feel like crying, Yushu remarked nonchalantly, showing no signs of sorrow. Alas, Yushu sighed, gazing at the sulking Kushina. All right, have you agreed to go out? The trio cast a glance at Yushu. What are you all pondering? Yushu, with a playful demeanor, asserted his commitment to the joys of staying home, determined to infuse a touch of excitement into this era lacking in entertainment. He was eager to showcase something remarkable. Playing cards, he proclaimed, a novel term that left his companions perplexed. 15 minutes later, with the agility of a ninja and the ingenuity of a modern mind, Yushu swiftly crafted a deck of cards from sturdy paper, which felt delightfully tactile in his hands. A wave of nostalgia washed over him as he gazed at the familiar objects before him, while his companions looked on with curiosity. Yushu then embarked on elucidating his self-imposed rules. The first game was quite straightforward, colloquially known as 13 cards. The number of players was perfectly suited for 4, neither too many nor too few. Thus, the inaugural game of cards in the ninja world commenced with a 7, 2, big, 3. With a flourish of skillful maneuvers, Yushu left his increasingly adept companions momentarily bewildered. Brother, you have all 4 twos. Feel free to play, he teased. Oh, so that's where they all were. No wonder I had none. One of them exclaimed, marveling at Yushu's extraordinary fortune. The latter chuckled exuberantly, reveling in the fact that his friends were yet unaware of the art of card manipulation, an insight derived from another realm. Perhaps next time, we should be the ones dealing, suggested the quiet beauty, breaking the silence and causing Yushu's laughter to falter. Upon hearing her, both Minato and Kushina realized something amiss. It seemed improbable that one person's luck could remain so consistently favorable. You are cheating. What nonsense. Such matters of intellect cannot be deemed as cheating, Yushu retorted. To which Kushina chimed in, but you don't study. Ah, therein lies your misunderstanding, Yushu countered, their banter echoing throughout the Senju residence. However, from that moment onward, Yushu's luck began to wane. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, a gathering of ninjas had assembled. If Yushu were present, he would have recognized a familiar face among them. Their teacher from the Ninja Academy, the one associated with Obito, whose presence was somewhat understated. Indeed, it is that time, remarked Hiruzen Sarutobi, gazing out at the tranquil village, a sense of peace enveloping him. Such tranquility is owed to the sacrifices of Lord Hokage and the valiant heroes of Konoha. The will of fire shall never extinguish. It will continue to burn brightly. His voice grew somber as he turned to the assembled ninjas. Indeed, it is time. However, we shall permit an exception this time. We cannot hinder the emergence of genius, Hiruzen declared with unwavering resolve, causing all present to pause in contemplation. Understood. I shall notify the others, one of the ninjas replied before they began to disperse. After ensuring everything was in order, Hiruzen began to bid farewell, hoping that no ill fortune would arise. His gaze fell upon 2 mission reports resting on the table. Both times were missions led by Jiraiya's team during the Chunin exams. Minato Namikaze was overjoyed. In this era of peace, Konoha generally refrains from allowing children to graduate prematurely, opting instead to nurture these budding talents. Yet, this Chunin exam resembles those of wartime, permitting younger participants to compete. So, we might become Chunin? It seems so. Kushina and Mikoto, too, were filled with excitement. Regardless of who they were, the desire to ascend is an inherent instinct of humanity. However, there are always some who stand apart. What a hassle! Jiraiya gathered the 4 early in the morning, and Suki believed they were embarking on another perilous mission, only to be informed of this news. Suki, however, was indifferent to the notion of becoming a Chunin. He was content being a Genin. Little did he know that 2 Genin would eventually surpass all ninjas in the shinobi world. As the saying goes, one might contend with a Kage, but when encountering a Konoha Genin, it is advisable to draft a will beforehand. This illustrates the formidable nature of Genin. Can I opt out? Suki quietly raised his hand, and 4 gazes immediately turned toward him. Sighing, Suki understood the inevitable outcome. His earlier hope was merely a fleeting whim. If it were possible, he would have avoided the previous 2 missions, for by then, Jiraiya's team would have likely met an untimely end. Truth be told, Suki felt as if he had boarded a pirate ship. He was merely fulfilling system tasks, yet each experience proved more exhilarating than the last. The system was certainly leading him astray. All right, since everyone agrees, I shall register you all, but we are a unique 4-person team. During the team battles, there may be additional conditions, yet given your abilities, it will surely pose no problem. With one hand incapacitated, Jiraiya could only give a thumbs up with his other hand. Fear not. I shall deliver a punch for each foe, then I will handle the cover. Suki observed the 3 before him, who were already brimming with enthusiasm, completely disregarding his input. What about my thoughts and opinions? Suki sighed softly, accustomed to the situation, having realized he had indeed boarded a pirate ship. The Chunin exams appeared unavoidable. An unsettling feeling lingered within him. His intuition warned him that matters would not unfold simply. Since he had gathered nearly all the key figures of this era, it was evident that the world's trajectory would lean in his favor. Why do key figures hold such status? The answer is simple. They possess extraordinary stories. It is precisely the remarkable experiences that elevate them to prominence. These fated encounters must come to pass. The world's corrective force remains, albeit as a mere conceptual entity. For now, it would be prudent to hone his skills, striving to become a Chunin in one breath. Very well. The weak voice of Yushu was entirely overshadowed by the excitement of the 3 individuals, revealing their heightened enthusiasm. So, why do you all choose to hone your skills at my home? Yushu lay in the hammock, bewilderedly observing the trio in the courtyard. Because it's spacious. Because it's convenient. Because Kushina brought me here. Huh, what kind of absurd reasons are those? Am I not allowed to enjoy a peaceful sleep? Yushu retorted. The scene unfolding since the morning had been quite relentless. Rising early, he had envisioned a delightful breakfast followed by a sunlit nap, an utterly blissful prospect. However, upon entering the living room, he was met with an unusually boisterous atmosphere. It was not only Tsunade, Shizune, and Minato who were present, but 2 additional guests were also enjoying breakfast. Aside from Mikoto, who appeared somewhat reserved, everyone else acted as though they were in their own home, radiating an air of casual familiarity. Why must I be subjected to this torment again? Yushu's voice echoed across the roof of the Senju residence. From this moment forth, the tranquil existence of Himegami Yushu was irrevocably shattered. The warmth of the sun was replaced by the relentless training of the trio, accompanied by one unwilling participant. He felt utterly despondent, moving through the motions in a state of numbness. Yushu could only express one thought. Genin are the most terrifying beings. Abandon your futile pursuits of becoming Chunin and let me return home to my peaceful life. Yet, more often than not, Yushu's contemplations were disrupted by a certain red-haired girl. The infamous blood-red chili pepper, indeed, lived up to her reputation. Yushu's forced participation stemmed from the notoriety of this fiery figure. What splendid weather we have today. Indeed, it is. Observing this group of youthful individuals made him feel rather aged. Bang! Who is old? Jiraiya raised his operational hand, steam still rising from his head. My apologies. We are all still quite youthful. Speak properly, Tsunade said, taking a sip of tea, her voice softening instantly, transforming her from the fierce figure she had just been. Jiraiya, too, had his struggles. The sunlight continued to pour down, and the hammock beneath the tree was now vacant. Amidst the sweat of youth, Jiraiya's team embarked on their journey anew. Fate has a penchant for tormenting those on the path, only to reveal the essence of life. The Rinnegan? It has been found. A being from the moon smiled gently, gazing at the world with translucent eyes. Even the divine gaze could not escape the scrutiny of those all-seeing eyes. Within those pale orbs lay the clarity of the path ahead. The Ninja Academy, the venue for the written examination of the Chunin exams, was now bustling with ninjas from various villages. So many people, Kushina remarked, glancing around. Wow, it seemed her gaze had attracted attention. As a pair of fierce eyes shot back at her. What are you glaring at? Kushina, feeling defiant, returned the stare with equal fervor. The older girl, never one to back down, met the challenge head-on, but at that moment, Jiraiya intervened, extending a hand to halt her. The war has only recently passed. There still exists a rift between the villages. Let us not concern ourselves with them. We shall focus on our own tasks. Jiraiya elucidated the reasons, and Kushina ceased her commotion. As the sole survivor to escape from the land of whirlpools, she had endured a brutality that rivaled the horrors of war. Fully comprehending such anguish, a pain that, indeed, would never fade away, Jiraiya led the four of them onward, with scarcely a word exchanged. The others nearby also clustered together in quietude. Finding a vacant spot, Jiraiya and his companions congregated there, as the written examination had yet to commence. Presently, everyone was essentially in a state of readiness. All right, you all focus on your examination. Regardless of the circumstances, as your teacher, I have the utmost confidence in your capabilities. Furthermore, although I am uncertain as to why this Chunin exam permits your participation, we shall seize this opportunity without hesitation. Let us press on with fervor. Jiraiya's encouragement invigorated all but Tsukiki, who diverted his gaze elsewhere. In a somewhat secluded corner, a few frail individuals had gathered. Yet among them were a few notable figures, a red-haired boy, a brown-haired boy, and a girl with purple hair. The first two were boys, while the latter was a girl. They were slightly older than Tsukiki, and each bore the forehead protector that Tsukiki recognized all too well. It was the forehead protector of the range shinobi, the very one he had encountered upon his arrival in this world. To his astonishment, the trio before him comprised Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan. He had not anticipated their presence here. Jiraiya's voice broke through his contemplation, prompting Tsukiki to cast a sidelong glance at him. Do you know them? Tsukiki was indeed aware of their identities, yet at that moment, he had no inclination to engage with them, thus lacked any reason to acknowledge their acquaintance. The three young range shinobi were orphans of war, and Jiraiya's tone bore a hint of sorrow. Tsukiki remained silent. It's entrusted to you. Jiraiya's voice floated gently toward him. Tsukiki refrained from responding. The third Hokage was no fool. Initiating the Chunin exams at this juncture was perilous, as the repercussions of the war lingered. This Chunin exam might not unfold peacefully. Therefore, I leave Nagato and the others in your care. Jiraiya's tone grew unusually earnest. What a perplexing place to find such a serious mentor, Tsukiki sighed. I am aware, even without your prompting. After all, we are a team. Indeed, Jiraiya smiled knowingly, oblivious to the presence of Minato, who was discreetly observing from the sidelines. I shall take my leave now. Do your best in the exam, Jiraiya declared before departing. In the corner, Nagato and his companions sensed his departure, turning their gazes toward him. Nagato's Rinnegan stood out conspicuously. Fortunately, their position in the corner afforded them some anonymity, though they were not entirely unnoticed. Task triggered. Survive the Chunin exam along with any member of your team. Completion rewards. 2 lottery draws. Task triggered. Protect the Rinnegan during the Chunin exam. Completion rewards. 1 lottery draw. Task trigger. The replacement of the Ninetales Jinchuriki for protection, with a reward of 1 lottery draw upon completion. Ding ding ding. The Chunin exams have commenced, and the candidates have entered the examination hall to begin the first phase of testing. Moon Tree is utterly bewildered, lost in confusion. The electronic voice of the system suddenly blares out, and after a while, the announcement for the start of the exam follows. Moontree is dumbfounded. Just moments ago, they were speaking sweetly, and now reality comes crashing down. The tension is palpable, as Moontree feels the hairs on their necks stand on end. The previous tasks had been daunting enough, but now, 3 consecutive ones have emerged, each laden with significant implications. Merely surviving the first task, a requirement to stay alive, is enough to drive anyone mad. Moreover, it includes the entire team, implying a high likelihood of total annihilation. What are you doing, Moontree? Have you left? Minato Namikaze speaks from the side, while Moontree remains in a daze. They are still confused about when they were brought to their designated seats in the examination hall. It feels as if a death sentence has been pronounced. What to do? The system has unleashed a bombshell, and anxiety mounts, urgent, waiting for a response. As the bell tolls once more, the first phase of the written examination officially begins. A stifling atmosphere spreads, akin to a heavy cloud pressing down, making it hard to breathe. Ahem. Everyone, please put down your pens. The written portion is nearing its end, with one final question remaining for all to answer. It is said that if you can pass this question, regardless of your previous performance, you will qualify for the next round, with scores awarded by our evaluators. Moontree and the others glance towards the proctor, a ninja with numerous scars on his face. Clearly someone not to be trifled with, although such characters tend to meet their demise swiftly in anime. Wait, what does scoring entail? Now, the final question begins. With a time limit of 5 minutes. One candidate raises a question, but no one responds. Only a cold, mechanical voice answers him. With the proctor's command, confusion ensues among the candidates. There is no question presented, no explanation, nothing. They are simply told there is a final question, and it begins abruptly. Hey! Frustrated candidates start to voice their grievances, only to be silenced by a piercing glare from the proctor. Truly, as expected of a supervising examiner, their presence is commanding, effortlessly quieting the troublemakers with just a single look. For minutes remain. The proctor remains composed, slowly articulating a statement. Time slips away quietly, and the atmosphere in the examination hall grows increasingly oppressive, especially with the prohibition on speaking or communicating. Only the exam paper before them and their restless hearts. Damn it! Curse Konoha for playing tricks. A murmur arises, and Moontree glances over, noticing the headband worn by a candidate, a sign of the Cloud Village. No wonder. It turns out to be an irritable fellow. Moontree smirks slightly, albeit cautiously and discreetly, for if discovered, it could lead to further complications. 3 minutes remain. As a side note, if the score for the final question is not passing, the proctor scanned the room, revealing a smile that appeared quite sinister. It was reminiscent of someone who relished in torment, exuding an air of sadistic pleasure. Most likely, he was yet another warden. Yushu observed the individual before him, nodding in self-approval. In stark contrast, the others were far from at ease, their emotions intensified, gestures becoming increasingly exaggerated. The grip on their pens tightened, with some even breaking their writing instruments in frustration. The fluctuations in their emotions were palpable. Yet, the proctor remained oblivious, persistently reminding everyone, 2 minutes remaining. What a vexation. What could the final question possibly be? Some individuals began to lose their composure, their fists striking the tables with resounding thuds. Remove this one, disqualified. The proctor, unfazed, commanded the individuals stationed at the door to escort the recently unruly participant away. Consequently, an additional weight descended upon the hearts of the remaining candidates. Yushu surveyed his surroundings, entirely unruffled. Drawing from his knowledge of the original narrative, he understood that Konoha often indulged in chaos. The more relaxed one remained, the less there was to fear. After all, even Naruto, a slacker and fool, had managed to navigate through it all with sheer foolishness. Konoha had a penchant for granting favors to the naive. Before Yushu lay a blank sheet, yet he was far from anxious. Although he had felt a slight apprehension prior to the unveiling of the so-called final question, he was indifferent to the outcome of the Chunin exams. His primary concern lay in not flunking the written assessment, as it would tarnish his reputation, an undesirable mark on his record. More importantly, there was the task set by the system. The Chunin exams had already indicated that significant events were bound to transpire. Should he allow himself to become disconnected from the unfolding events, the consequences could be tragic. Furthermore, though reluctant to admit it, Yushu was not one to merely speak of his inner thoughts while harboring a different reality within. A glance around revealed that the majority were steeped in unease. The members of Jiraiya's team were scattered throughout the room, sharing a common trait: they did not readily display their emotions. Take Minato Namikaze, for instance. Despite facing relentless setbacks, he never succumbed to despair, but rather pressed forward with determination. Truth be told, had it not been for the chaos brought about by the Nine-Tails incident resulting in his untimely demise, the protagonist of the story might very well have been him rather than his son. In terms of being a Jinchuriki, it was evident that Minato could easily have fulfilled that role, possessing not only a commendable disposition, but also being renowned as a genius. It must be said that Minato Namikaze truly exemplified the archetype of a hero, and he was not lacking in physical appeal either. Yushu watched Minato for a moment, letting out a sigh. Fate is cruel to the gifted. Reflecting on the future of Minato, Yushu could not help but lament. However, this time was different. With Yushu present, he would ensure that Minato would not fall victim to the narrative's demands. Upon observing Mikoto and Kushina once more, it is evident that although they are merely young maidens, their dispositions are remarkably refined. Not to mention Kushina, who is soon to become a Jinchuriki. Mikoto, being of the Uchiha clan, demonstrates a heart of considerable virtue, as gleaned from their previous dialogues. Meanwhile, Kushina captivated Tsukiyomi's attention for a while longer. The system's tasks clearly pertain to Kushina, with an unmistakable focus on her. Since arriving in this realm, the number of missions arising from Kushina surpasses that of anyone else, leaving Tsukiyomi somewhat astounded. Oh, Kushina, you truly are the engine of this narrative. All significant events revolve around Tsukiyomi, with a multitude of system tasks concerning Kushina. It seems that in this era, Kushina might indeed be regarded as the protagonist, with Minato merely playing a supporting role. It appears that for generations, the Uzumaki clan has been at the helm of the narrative in the world of Naruto. At this juncture, Kushina, followed by the spirited Naruto, and later Boruto, make one ponder how the land of whirlpools could be so vibrant, which explains why Kishimoto might have orchestrated the downfall of this nation. With each generation causing such upheaval, one can only imagine the chaos that ensues. Lost in these musings, Tsukiyomi entertained himself by critiquing the unfolding events. Meanwhile, the proctor issued a final ultimatum, 1 minute remaining. At this pronouncement, some could no longer contain themselves. The impatient contingent from the Cloud Village erupted. Table slamming, they stood in unison. These individuals were quite formidable, orchestrating plans with precision and synergy. A trio promptly rose, having already formed hand seals beneath the table. Lightning style, violent stream. The three leapt forth, charging directly at the proctor. Their actions were evidently premeditated, yet the proctor exhibited no signs of alarm. With a resounding thud, the proctor executed a body flicker technique, vanishing from his position as the podium was obliterated by the trio's assault. The examination hall fell into a hushed silence, broken only by the sound of splintering wood hitting the ground. Ninjutsu, binding technique. Another body flicker technique, and the proctor reappeared above the trio, demonstrating remarkable audacity. Grasping the heads of 2 of the 3, he addressed the last one. Ultimately, they were merely Genin at best, perhaps reaching the level of Chunin. Such candidates stood no chance against the examiner. The disparity between each rank of ninja is substantial, especially as one ascends. The gaps grow increasingly pronounced. An elite jonin from a village is deemed the pinnacle of combat prowess, while their subordinates are often primarily chunin, with many trapped in this tier for their entire lives. One can easily fathom the chasm between chunin and jonin. Now, one might ponder the sudden emergence of such thoughts, perhaps an assault on me, for instance. The proctor's voice, though soft, resonated with an ominous chill, sending shivers down the spines of all present. The occupants of the examination hall watched in hushed anticipation as events unfolded. The so-called final question, devoid of any title or methodology, left us with no choice but to discover the answer ourselves. Thus, we shall seek it on our own. Our conclusion is simply to overthrow you, which might very well be the essence of this final challenge. There is nothing to fear. The inhabitants of Yunying Village may be a bit reckless, yet they embody a certain fortitude. The proctor sensed subtle movements in the 2 heads he held, clearly indicating that the individual before him was indeed speaking the truth. I must admit, their initiative is commendable. They dare to experiment. The proctor watched the trio with keen interest, their thoughts remaining a mystery known only to him. Perhaps the three from Uniying Village had already surmised the nature of the final question. Others, too, seemed to have come to this realization, their hands beginning to stir, possibly anticipating a surge of activity in the next moment. Regrettably, you are mistaken. The proctor understood that if this group truly surged forward, he might struggle to manage them. No matter how skilled one fears the chaos of a brawl, provided the disparity in strength is not akin to that of men and ants. Who knows if what you say is deceitful? Others began to take action, charging forth. What are ninjas? They are cunning and scrupulous and merciless. They do not adhere to the Bushido spirit as samurai do, and deceit is commonplace among ninjas. Suki looked at the speaker and couldn't help but smile. The individual was someone he recognized, someone he had just seen. It was Yahiko, the spirited leader of the future Akatsuki trio, characterized by a certain protagonistic flair. One wonders if Madara has already set his plans in motion, attempting to manipulate Nagato's Rinnegan and successfully brainwashing him into becoming a mere tool for the infinite Tsukuyomi. However, Yahiko is still alive, so that is likely not the case yet. Regardless of Suki's chaotic thoughts, Yahiko's words rekindled the restive energy in the previously subdued crowd. After all, nobody wishes to fail. It is human nature to aspire for greater heights, and someone like Suki is indeed a rarity in the world of Naruto. The atmosphere in the examination room grew increasingly charged, with the trio from Jiraiya's team glancing at Suki, seemingly inquiring whether they should align with the crowd. If the final question truly is as they suspect, then they too must join forces, lest this examination be for naught. Suki, understanding the unspoken intent of his companions, surveyed the surroundings, then looked towards the proctor, ultimately shaking his head at the three. As it stands, Suki had not detected anything amiss. He did not believe that the so-called final question would align with the words of the Uniying brother. Time was up. The candidates began to react. Yet the proctor remained unperturbed. No one anticipated that he would declare the end of the time at that very moment. Bang! The window beside them shattered. Shards of glass flying through the air, accompanied by the sound of cold weapons slicing through the atmosphere. Suki, too, found the situation utterly astonishing. The shuriken and kunai, true to their nature, struck the candidates, blood gushing from their wounds. The anguished cries that filled the air were all too genuine. This inexplicable ambush was equally authentic. Was it the intention of Konoha to instigate the Third Great Ninja War? Before the words had fully escaped, shadowy figures darted in, their faces obscured, and without uttering a word, they began to assault the candidates. Yet, the candidates, being ninjas themselves, some having attained the level of Chunin, were not caught off guard. Although their reactions were not immediate, each individual prepared themselves for the sudden onslaught. However, this was not the case for the majority. The bewildering circumstances left some candidates already under considerable stress, frozen in place, leading to the elimination of a few. Kunai pierced thighs and shoulders, and only then did they begin to react. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. Soon, some began to retaliate against these mysterious assailants. The result was a torrent of ninjutsu that swept through the shadowy figures, ultimately consuming them. The scene gradually stabilized, and at that moment, a voice resonated, announcing the end of the first stage of the exam, calling for both sides to cease hostilities. This proclamation was loud and commanding, momentarily stunning everyone present. Exam? The kunai in hand is about to be delivered to the mysterious figures, some began to question. The proctor at the podium nodded with a smile. With the proctor's gesture, the shadowy figures began to dissipate in a cloud of smoke. They were mere shadow clones. This revelation clarified why no large-scale damage had been inflicted with ninjutsu. Being a ninja was not merely childish play, it was a life-or-death endeavor. One of the ninja codes states, one must never let down their guard at any time. The proctor dispelled the jutsu of the three from Kumogakure and slowly began to speak. The final question of the first stage of the Chunin exam, the ability to respond to a sudden ambush from the enemy. A ninja must remain calm and composed. If a minor surprise attack can throw you into disarray, then regrettably, you shall be the first to perish on the battlefield. The proctor's voice was somber, delivering a harsh reality to all present. The final question of the first stage had concluded, and those who performed well would advance to the next round of the exam. All right, you three may return. Your courage to strike was commendable, and you too have advanced. The proctor released the three from Kumogakure and began to announce the names of those who would proceed. The list was not extensive, but neither was it insignificant. Jiraiya's team had all survived, and approximately several dozen others remained. Well then, I leave the rest to you. After reading the list, the proctor began to depart, just as a figure emerged from the back of the examination area. All right, your proctor is over here. Turning their gaze to the back, Tsukiki was no exception. There stood a man adorned with a fox mask, exuding an air of nonchalance as he reclined in his chair. Remarkably, a significant number of participants remained. It seemed this year's cohort was commendable. The man surveyed the crowd and began to speak. Consider yourselves fortunate. You are competent ninjas, and I welcome you to the second test. You have 10 minutes to reach the Forest of Death. This serves as your preliminary round. Thus, the countdown commences. As his words faded, he transformed into a cloud of smoke, revealing it to be merely a shadow clone. TCH. Without further ado, the challenge commenced. The others gritted their teeth and set off towards the Forest of Death. The distance was not insurmountable. 10 minutes was ample time, yet unforeseen circumstances could arise. The Chunin exams in Konohagakure do not adhere to the ordinary, implying that this so-called preliminary round undoubtedly harbored complications. Let us proceed quickly. Jiraiya's team gathered together, with Suki suggesting the next course of action. The proctor had just uttered a statement regarding the relatively high number of passers, indicating that this was indeed a preliminary round. Though Suki was uncertain of the exact definition of a preliminary round, it could be interpreted as a signal that the exam had commenced, much like the initial written test. The preceding phase and the subsequent ambush seemed to hint at the proctor's desire to eliminate more participants. Suki cast a glance around, noting the gathering of teams, each exchange laden with ominous undertones. What do you think, Suki? Minato, too, sensed the disquiet and inquired, as the quartet began to move. An unsettling feeling lingered in the air, as if the gaze of the other participants held malice. Kushina chimed in, let us take a detour. We should avoid a direct path. If all goes as anticipated, we shouldn't prolong our journey excessively. Suki took the lead along the proper route, with the other three following closely, their trust in him unwavering. If all proceeds as expected, this so-called preliminary round would indeed result in eliminations based on the order of arrival. Then why are we taking a longer route? Suki pondered aloud. It's quite simple. All participants share the same starting point and timing, with comparable abilities and speeds. Thus, how can one arrive first if they cannot increase their own pace? By interfering. Minato elucidated, providing the answer to Suki's conundrum. Indeed, by causing disruptions that impede the speed of others, one's relative velocity is effectively enhanced. This interference can manifest in various forms. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted, thick smoke billowing into the air. The conflict ignited simultaneously with the conclusion of his statement. Let us hasten our pace, avoiding a direct route. The trio nodded in agreement, quickening their steps. What of this year's genin? At the entrance of the Forest of Death, the shadow clone proctor awaited them, maintaining that same aura of apparent lethargy. Yet, none would underestimate his prowess. He donned a mask familiar to many. This was a mask of the Umbu, and he was indeed one of their elite members. The wind whispered softly in the air as the proctor gazed into the distance, where several individuals were already approaching, despite the mere passage of about 5 minutes. The journey from the school to the Forest of Death typically takes an ordinary genin approximately 7 minutes or so, yet these individuals had already arrived in just 5, indicating they possessed abilities surpassing that of the average genin. How peaceful it seemed. The earlier arrivals divided themselves into 3 small teams, each comprised of elite members. Yet all 3 groups exhibited a remarkable sense of camaraderie by refraining from engaging in combat. One team consisted of the recently encountered trio from the Hidden Cloud Village. Another was a trio from the Hidden Sand Village, and the final group hailed from the Hidden Mist Village. Among the 5 great ninja villages, 3 had already made their presence known. The Great Ninja Village, undoubtedly, showcased a more pronounced strength. Through his fox mask, the proctor cast a glance before shifting his focus elsewhere. At that moment, other teams began to converge as well. The proctor looked on with mild surprise as 2 newcomers approached, one from the Hidden Stone Village, and the other caught the attention of everyone present. The forehead protector of the Hidden Rain Village, the most significant victim of the Second Great Ninja War, was conspicuously displayed on the foreheads of Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan. Both teams bore traces of dust upon their faces, clearly indicating a recent conflict. How despicable! You resorted to underhanded tactics. The trio from the Hidden Stone Village exclaimed upon their arrival, evidently having been duped by the members of the Hidden Mist village quite severely. Well then, if you can endure, just buy me some time, the Hidden Mist trio retorted nonchalantly. What did you say? The tension escalated as the factions from the Hidden Mist and Hidden Stone began to clash, the atmosphere thickening with hostility. Behave yourselves. It is not yet time for the examination. If you choose to fight amongst yourselves, it will certainly complicate matters for me, the proctor interjected, compelling both sides to momentarily set aside their grievances. You can wait for it, if you fear not for your life. The proctor observed with interest as he regarded both parties. At that juncture, the 4 members of the Suki Tree team also arrived, not from the front, but rather emerging unexpectedly from the side, drawing the gaze of the crowd, noting their forehead protectors and their noticeably smaller stature. A smile began to form on the proctor's lips. The Suki Tree team was indeed a unique assembly, differing from the customary trio format, as they comprised 4 exceptionally talented individuals capable of graduating early, even without being a member of the Umbu. The proctor had heard of their esteemed reputation. The Suki Tree quartet exhibited no signs of distress, appearing to have traversed the path with ease. Oh, it seems I am not too late, one remarked as they stretched, while the others curiously surveyed the already assembled participants. Gradually, more teams began to arrive, primarily from the Great Ninja Village, interspersed with a few from smaller ninja villages. As time steadily progressed, the countdown dwindled to a mere 40 seconds. At the entrance of the Forest of Death, numerous teams have gathered, with only 4 remaining unscathed. The others, to varying degrees, find themselves in disarray. 30 seconds remain. The proctor begins to speak, and in the brief interval, 10 seconds have already elapsed. A gust of wind sweeps past, and all eyes turn to the final group of arrivals. 30 seconds should suffice. Without any obstruction, approximately 12 seconds would be adequate for passage. But is that feasible? Impossible. Only 2 spots remain. The proctor's voice rises unexpectedly, and the meaning is clear to all. Such cruel irony. Yueshu, undeterred by the dirt, leans against the side, involuntarily smirking at the proctor's expression and mutters a sarcastic remark. The last batch comprises perhaps 7 or 8 teams, yet there are only 2 openings. Everyone begins to mobilize. There is no way they will allow this opportunity to slip by, nor will they permit their opponents to advance so effortlessly. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. As the proctor's words resonate, all teams yet to arrive commence their interference. Water style, Water Bullet Jutsu. A chaotic battle is imminent, as 8 teams, totaling 24 individuals, initiate their strategies. Each participant showcases their prowess. Ah, how exhilarating. Yueshu observes the swirling elements of water and fire, accompanied by the gusts of wind. Every team is exerting themselves to the utmost for these 2 coveted spots. Their appearances are indeed disheveled, having faced numerous underhanded tactics before this moment. It is highly likely that they have fallen victim to treachery akin to that of a Wagakure by Kirigakure. Yet, not all possess the caliber of a Wagakure. Their misfortunes have left them at a disadvantage, merely trailing slightly behind the leading echelon. How infuriating. This group of individuals. The most affected is the team at the forefront, as everyone desperately seeks to hinder their progress. Having failed to secure their own passage, they will not permit the others to glide through effortlessly. So, who will emerge victorious? The proctor observes, knowing the outcome will soon be revealed. 30 seconds, a fleeting moment, yet this particular 30 seconds feels unexpectedly prolonged. 10 seconds, 5 seconds, 3 seconds. Ninjutsu continues to soar through the air. No one wishes to grant their adversary a concession. Ah, a cry resounds, coinciding with the proctor's announcement that time is up. Of the 8 teams, a mere single individual has reached the destination. The proctor gazes at this solitary figure, contemplating for a moment. This poses quite a dilemma. Having only one person, even 2 would have sufficed. Please, proctor. The individual, face ashen, pleads upon hearing the proctor's remarks. However, ninjutsu is not governed by sentiment. Apologies. The proctor ruffles his hair, genuinely regretful. It is a matter of heartless judgment. In the end, none of the 8 teams succeeded. All were eliminated. Is this to be regarded as fortunate or unfortunate? Witnessing the discontented expressions and voices of those who had failed, everyone shook their heads in unison. Such is the nature of strength in a world governed by the law of the jungle. If one desires to escape this bitterness, the solution is simple. One must exhibit their own prowess, ensuring that such grievances do not arise. Had his strength been sufficient to overpower the other 7 teams, Would he still harbor this sense of discontent? Yushu cast a glance at him, then closed his eyes, choosing not to observe further. He too had experienced this sentiment, albeit briefly, for Yushu was not the type to dwell in bitterness. Beside him, Namikaze Minato observed him for a considerable time. Perhaps this golden-haired boy was the one who understood this feeling most profoundly. The examination officials began to escort those who had been eliminated away. It seemed they were destined to return to their villages, having arrived with excitement, but leaving with feelings of discontent and disappointment. The second test was about to commence, and I shall now elucidate its content. Yushu and his companions had no time for lamentation. Their journey continued, their path ever extending. The second test was imminent. The forthcoming details are straightforward. Shortly, you will each receive a Heaven Scroll or an Earth Scroll. Your team must collect 2 scrolls and reach the designated endpoint to pass. As for the quartet over there, your task is more demanding. You must gather 3 scrolls, specifically 1 Heaven and 1 Earth Scroll, while the third may be any scroll of your choosing. The proctor announced, and all ears turned towards Yushu when his name was mentioned. The notion of a 4-member team was unprecedented, and the diminutive stature of Yushu and his companions rendered them rather peculiar amidst the crowd. Yushu felt a tinge of surprise. He had not anticipated that the second test would mirror the original narrative so closely. Next, you will have 10 minutes to prepare. You will be taken to different entrances and will commence simultaneously, with the objective of reaching the endpoint within 3 days. During this time, you may do as you please. We shall not interfere. May fortune favor you, the proctor concluded, and an air of heaviness enveloped the gathering. It was as if the specter of war lingered, with the present ninja bearing an unmistakable aura of lethality. A silent plea to the heavens emerged. May you not cross our paths. Konohagakure and Kirigakure began to engage in dialogue, having previously established animosities. You may find that your opportunity has already slipped away before it even began. Who knows? Cleanse your necks. Do not perish so soon. This message was clearly directed at you. The proctor observed with keen interest as tensions escalated, not only between Kirigakure and Konohagakure, but among numerous teams engaging in verbal sparring. It was evident that the preliminary rounds served a dual purpose, not only to eliminate participants, but also to provoke rivalries among them. It has been mentioned before. We are now in the aftermath of war, where the ninjas from various villages bear a palpable aura of hostility. Unlike the ninjas of the original era, these individuals have been tempered by the crucible of bloodshed. After such provocative interactions, the tension escalates dramatically. The unseemly adults. Tsukiki observes with keen clarity the methods employed by the proctor, unwittingly stirring a cauldron of confusion. While this group may remain oblivious, Tsukiki, with the wisdom of 2 lifetimes, perceives it distinctly. What is the matter? Inquires the young prodigy, Minato Namikaze, at her side. Nothing significant, merely a moment of reflection. Prepare yourselves well. Beside them, the spirited Kushina is already in an excited state, while Mikoto is reluctantly engaged. The second test is on the verge of commencing. The staff begins to enter, guiding 27 teams toward various entrances. Surprisingly, there is no shortage of participants. Setting aside such thoughts, Tsukiki and her companions arrive at their designated entry point, confronted by a foreboding forest that exudes an oppressive gloom. Good luck, remarks a staff member, perhaps due to their shared affiliation with Konohagakure. Moments later, the bell tolls, heralding the commencement of the examination. Let us go, Tsukiki commands, leading the way into the forest. The ominous death forest resembles a demonic grin, enticing all who venture within. What Tsukiki could not have anticipated was that this survival exercise would draw many into its clutches. Like a game of do-di-ju, a sudden explosion catches everyone off guard. At that moment, those lurking in the shadows begin to make their move. In this unmonitored death forest, death seems to manifest, inching ever closer to the unwary participants. Leaves from the trees flutter down, igniting as the flames of conflict engulf the surroundings. Hello, may I borrow your eyes for a moment? Nagato gasps heavily as he sits on the ground, while Yahiko and Konan lie motionless in a pool of blood. Their fate's uncertain. Before him stands a man with a jovial demeanor, his clothing stained with blood, causing Nagato's body to tremble uncontrollably. So powerful, not even a match. He realizes, as the 3 of them succumb to this formidable opponent within mere seconds. Fire style, great fireball technique. A strange rumble emanates from beneath, and the man senses it, an overwhelming chakra surging forth as he begins to retreat. Nagato is swiftly swept away, as a torrent of flames erupts from the ground, akin to a volcanic eruption. Interesting, the man muses, retreating to a branch as a massive tree nearby ignites, creating a scene of breathtaking grandeur. Then who are you? He squints, gazing at the inferno below. Uchiha Madara, at your service. A figure with long hair gradually becomes visible, appearing as an elderly man. Yet within him lies an aura of terrifying power. Uchiha Madara, how intriguing. Though I have not heard many tales of you, it is astonishing that you still live. You need not concern yourself. Simply depart quietly and do not draw his attention. Leaving is permissible, but only if you are willing to offer me those enchanting eyes of yours. As the elder's words fell, his gaze met that of Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan. Those very eyes, which he so ardently desired, possessed the power to summon the 10 tails. Should you manage to seize them, feel free to attempt it. Madara remains the same, his tone exuding unwavering confidence and arrogance, even in his aged state, with vitality waning significantly. Madara, be cautious. Your body cannot sustain itself for long. Even with my assistance, you cannot exceed 15 minutes, lest your life be jeopardized. Half of Madara's form was enveloped by Ju, who provided him with the vitality needed to stretch his limbs. Fortunately, he is not yet a mere relic of age. 15 minutes is ample, Madara declared, charging directly at the elder. The two commenced their duel, with the blazing giant tree standing out remarkably. Our celestial scroll requires an earthly scroll, and perhaps one more at random. It matters little. Remaining idle should attract some visitors. Yushu shrugged. With such a physique, it was evident that many would consider him an easy target. Coupled with the fact that he had taken advantage of the preliminaries, no one had witnessed his true strength. Thus those seeking to prey on the weak would surely be plentiful. Should fortune favor him, the scroll in his possession might align perfectly, allowing for a swift victory, as it would be for those individuals. No one would fear a quartet of children a few years their junior. Just as expected, it wasn't long before others arrived, seemingly having memorized his position. The sound of slicing wind echoed. Not just Yushu, but all three discerned the shuriken hurtling toward them. Namake's Minato acted first, intercepting the incoming shuriken with one of his own. So, will you surrender voluntarily, or shall I take matters into my own hands? The intruders were a small ninja village's team, not a formidable one, yet their demeanor was surprisingly arrogant. And what if I refuse? Yushu was disinclined to intervene, as Minato, Kushina, and Mikoto had already sprung into action. I shall leave it to them. How intriguing, they were courting disaster. The adversaries had not fixated on Minato and his companions. Just as Yushu had anticipated, they merely sought to view him as an easy target. However, they were oblivious to the fact that they were up against a formidable opponent, not a mere soft fruit. Yushu observed from the sidelines as the battle commenced. How shall I put it? The opposition was unexpectedly weak, with Minato dominating the encounter, even Mikoto managing to suppress them. In no time, the skirmish concluded effortlessly for Minato's trio. An earthly scroll, secured, just in time. Kushina promptly began her search, swiftly uncovering an earthly scroll that perfectly matched her celestial one. Now, they merely needed one more at random. Fortune indeed smiled upon them. Yushu nodded in agreement. This could be deemed a fortuitous start. All right, let us continue our journey. Perhaps someone will come to our aid. The members of the Moon Tree are remarkably calm, especially in comparison to the thrilling experiences of our previous missions. The feeling of life and death was palpable during those encounters. Moon Tree and Minato had faced such peril twice, while Kushina and Mikoto encountered it once. This is not an experience afforded to just anyone. Notably, besides Moon Tree, the others possess remarkable talents, and having faced mortality, they are now more attuned to their own strength. Minato has grown significantly stronger since the days when he was nearly overwhelmed by adversaries. To be honest, it feels rather anticlimactic. The thrill is lacking. The blood-red chili pepper began to jest about the earlier trio, while Mikoto chuckled, watching Kushina. I wish it were all like this. Such was the sincere voice of Moon Tree. Alas, this simplicity does not exist, as the system's tasks are firmly in place. Far from being trivial. How dull. The leader, having taken a brief respite, seemed to have forgotten the helplessness she felt during her first mission, a time when she nearly perished. One must not let their guard down. Formidable foes are surely lurking, and others are not to be underestimated. Moon Tree regarded Minato, the one who approached this examination with utmost seriousness, followed closely by Mikoto. Meanwhile, Moon Tree remained vigilant against the so-called system tasks. With such significant activity, one must remain cautious. Surprisingly, the next 2 days unfolded without any major incidents. Everything proceeded smoothly. Encounters with others were scarce, save for one brief encounter with a small hidden village, during which Moon Tree refrained from engaging and swiftly subdued the opponent. With the scroll secured, the conditions for passing were effortlessly met. Moon Tree mused at their extraordinary fortune, as the subsequent time was spent leisurely making their way to the finish line. Akin to a camping expedition, the Death Forest was eerily quiet, punctuated only by the occasional faint explosion, while others were embroiled in fierce battles. Moon Tree and their companions appeared to be playing. Just as Moon Tree thought they would glide through unscathed, fate had other plans. On the final day, with the finish line in sight, a colossal flame erupted into the sky, igniting a giant tree, which donned a fiery crown, the spectacle drawing the eye. The flames were alarmingly close to the fore, and the sudden force of the explosion sent them reeling. It was then that the scent of blood began to permeate the air. Moon Tree realized the system's task was about to commence. Anyone capable of producing such fire techniques was certainly no ordinary foe. What could this be? Minato crouched down, eyes wide with astonishment, and Kushina and Mikoto mirrored his reaction. It was no wonder, for the scene was indeed spectacular. Moon Tree had no desire to engage. The first instinct was to leave. Yet, a familiar figure emerged before them. A flash of red hair akin to Kushina's appeared, leaving Moon Tree momentarily stunned. Moon Tree gazed as the red-haired figure, Nagato, passed by, lost in disbelief. Hey, someone help us. It appeared that the opposing party had also noticed the four from the Moon Tree, prompting Nagato to immediately begin shouting for help. This plea for assistance unsettled the quartet, particularly Kushina, who, upon spotting the same hair color, could no longer contain herself and rushed forward without hesitation. Was it truly him? Nagato had been captured, and Moon Tree keenly observed the enigmatic figure cloaked in black and white. Without a moment's pause, Kushina charged ahead, fully aware of the peril she faced. Moon Tree followed suit, accompanied by the others as they hastened to Kushina's side, driven by instinct rather than choice. Diamond Ceiling. Kushina swiftly tapped into her unique abilities, chains emanating from her being, to reach for Nagato. Is this a child from Konoha? With red hair? A Jinchuriki, perhaps? Zetsu cast a glance at Kushina, promptly cataloging her information. As a millennia-old entity, he was well acquainted with the intricacies of the shinobi world, and it was imperative to grasp significant intelligence, particularly concerning Kushina, as a candidate for the Jinchuriki. Doton, Earth Pillar. Zetsu remained composed, forming a hand seal, and a colossal earthen pillar erupted from the adjacent giant tree, thrusting toward Kushina. She barely evaded disaster, narrowly escaping as the chains ensnared a nearby branch, forcing her to wrench herself aside to avoid the strike. Given Zetsu's presence, had Uchiha Madara commenced his assault on Nagato? The trio refrained from recklessness, for the opposing strength had been unmistakably revealed in that moment, proving formidable. They approached Kushina's side, pausing momentarily while Nagato was still being taken away. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Don't even think about escaping. A familiar voice caused the corners of Moon Tree's mouth to twitch, and the same reaction was mirrored by Minato beside him. As expected, a figure leaped forth, and in midair, his visage became unmistakably clear. It was the same man who had previously abducted Kushina. Moon Tree would never forget that individual, despite having been spared in the end. How troublesome. Zetsu had no choice but to halt, preparing for combat. He understood that Uchiha Madara was entangled with him, but given Madara's current state, it was not surprising to be subdued by this descendant of the mother. Hey, what are you looking at? In an instant, a figure flashed past, colliding with the man, sending both crashing into the massive tree. Boom. The impact was akin to an explosion, causing a section of the tree to cave in. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. A powerful fire technique erupted from his mouth, resembling a torrent of flames. Reversal. The flames shot forth like spears, while the man within the tree unleashed a technique that the four from Moon Tree were all too familiar with. Was that again reversal? A member of the Otsutsuki clan? Moon Tree stood stunned, recalling how helpless he had felt against that prior adversary. Yet here he was, stirring trouble once more. Who was the one attacking him? Possessing such strength? The flames collided with reversal, and astonishingly, the flames did not pierce through but were instead deflected, dispersing outward. What is happening? After a long period of inactivity, one must readjust to the sudden burst of motion. The figure dashed towards Ju, and only then did Yushu discern his silhouette. Hey! Hey! Yushu was utterly astonished. This was no jest. Yushu, is this really happening? Bo Feng Shui Min also recognized the figure, who, despite appearing significantly aged, was still unmistakably identifiable. Why was Uchiha Madara here? Yushu's exclamation left Kushina equally stunned, while Mikoto stood in silence, possibly having recognized Madara from the very beginning, as he was a legendary figure within the Uchiha clan. A few little brats, Madara remarked, casting a glance their way, and the four felt an overwhelming pressure akin to a mountain pressing down upon them, a palpable suppression. It was as if a general, having traversed through rivers of blood and mountains of corpses, stood before mere mortals, the former like a king among wolves, the latter just a common mutt. 8 trigrams air palm. In an instant, flames erupted, creating a wave of pressure that surged forth. Unfazed, Madara swiftly drew the fan from his back. Fire release, dance of the wind. As the air palm approached, the fan met it, igniting the very atmosphere, creating a whirlwind of flames that advanced relentlessly. The fiery vortex wreaked havoc, leaving all spectators in rapt attention, witnessing a clash of unparalleled intensity, both magnificent and explosive. Speaking of explosions, in the next moment, the whirlwind detonated, sending flames shooting outward. Double lion fist, point of connection. Come now, it's merely a form of soft technique. Madara laughed maniacally, his aged visage still radiating the arrogance of a formidable warrior. The figure before him, adorned with a lion's head, charged at breakneck speed, chakra enveloping his palms. Let me show you the power of a god. Shinra Tensei. Madara unleashed a palm strike, facing the terrifying onslaught without a hint of trepidation. Get down, defend. Naturally, Yushu heard Madara's command, and the words Shinra Tensei resonated clearly in his mind. This was one of the abilities of the Rinnegan, possessing immense destructive potential, capable of obliterating the entirety of Konoha in a single blow. With a thunderous boom, a tempest arose, the winds howled, and the air was filled with the sounds of rushing gales. Dust swirled chaotically as Yushu and his companions took cover, nearly swept away. To their astonishment, they remained unscathed. The aftermath of the clash between the two titans had not adversely affected them. Before Yushu could ponder the phenomenon, the swirling dust was abruptly dispelled. 80 Gods Air Strike. An ultimate technique within soft martial arts, the 80 Gods Air Strike summoned a multitude of fists, coalescing and compressing with immense chakra at lightning speed, hurtling towards Madara. As the dust cleared, Yushu could scarcely believe his eyes. Unlike the original text, the formidable Madara unleashed his Shinra Tensei in a singular direction, creating a colossal shockwave that uprooted even the mightiest trees, while leaving no disturbance on his other sides. Even Nagato and Zetsu, positioned a short distance behind, remained unscathed, with Nagato rendered momentarily speechless. Come forth. The adversary before him appeared somewhat beleaguered, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The man who had been suppressing the four beneath the moon tree now found himself in such a disheveled state. Fire style, Purgatory 9 Dragons. Madara swiftly brought his hands together, channeling a substantial portion of chakra into his mouth. In but a fleeting moment, he unleashed a torrent of flames. The dark crimson fire was unlike any other, exuding an ominous aura. The flames coalesced into the form of dragons, a 9-headed serpent that surged forth. The 80 Gods Air Strike clashed with the 9 dragons, the fire erupting chaotically in all directions. Now is the time. The moon tree glanced at his 3 companions. Aren't we here to save him? This is our golden opportunity. His eyes darted to Kushina and the others, noticing that Mikoto seemed particularly out of sorts. Time was of the essence. He urged, let us commence our actions. We only need to retrieve him. With determination, the moon tree slightly braced himself. Begin. He was the first to charge forward, his speed remarkable. Fire style, Flaming Blade. The training he had undergone was not in vain. Inspired by the exquisite chakra techniques of the sand and stone needles, he had diligently explored this art. Now, it was time to showcase his progress. Oh no. Madara was engrossed in his confrontation, oblivious to what was transpiring behind him, while Zetsu watched the moon tree with a hint of surprise. Zetsu, too, was formidable. With a subtle movement, he evaded the attack. The flaming blade struck the branches, causing a cascade of destruction. Move. The moon tree caught a glimpse of Nagato, who seemed to grasp his intent, nodding in agreement before springing into action. Don't even think about it. Zetsu's voice was calm as he began forming hand seals. You too. The moon tree's Kusanagi sword glowed faintly red as he thrust it upwards. Yet, Zetsu was no ordinary foe. With a single hand, he effortlessly grasped the blade, holding it firmly without yielding an inch. My apologies, but I am not alone. The moon tree smiled at Zetsu, who stood before him. Meanwhile, the other three figures began to emerge in response to the moon tree's call. Rasengan. The first to advance was Minato Namikaze, skillfully wielding the Rasengan, charging directly at Zetsu. Naturally, Zetsu would not remain idle. Relinquishing the Kusanagi sword, he retreated a step. Wind style, Rasen Shuriken. In that instant, as Zetsu withdrew, Kushina's chains ensnared him, binding him tightly. Fire style, Dragon Fire technique. Mikoto also joined the fray, releasing a flame resembling a dragon, amplifying Kushina's offensive. The razor-sharp winds spiraled along the chains, the dragon fire igniting them with a fiery hue, as fiery dragons trailed behind. Another combined ninjutsu was unleashed. Kushina and Mikoto exhibited remarkable synergy, their combined ninjutsu having been deployed on numerous occasions. Bang! Zetsu calmly met the assault head-on. As the explosion reverberated, the four members of the Suki family regrouped. Remain vigilant. That foe is not so easily vanquished. Zetsu, after all, is an ancient entity, and the Suki family would not be so naive as to believe he could be so effortlessly subdued. Can he still move? Suki glanced at Nagato beside him. Yes, I can still manage, Nagato replied after a brief pause. I have two comrades over there. I entrust you with their rescue. Rising to his feet, Nagato sought assistance from the group. Yahiko and Konan? No wonder they were caught up in this chaos. Fear not. We shall aid you, Suki declared. Though it was actually Minato and Kushina who spoke first. Suki and Mikoto naturally joined in. One does not allow a teammate to battle alone. Do not linger. Let us first locate his companions. Minato and I will provide cover. Act swiftly. Suki was well aware of the formidable nature of the three individuals before him and knew that a protracted battle was not prudent. If confrontation was not an option, then retreat was the wisest strategy. Having been together for an extended period, Suki and his three allies shared a profound understanding, while Nagato, a veteran of the Second Great Ninja War, possessed commendable ninja skills. There would be no delay. As soon as the words fell, everyone sprang into action. Time is of the essence. This phrase aptly encapsulated the current predicament, with Nagato's two comrades' fates uncertain and a powerful adversary seeking to capture him. Both rescue and combat had to proceed concurrently. Where do you intend to go? The group could not fly. The ninja's mode of movement was straightforward, relying on chakra to traverse between trees by stepping and utilizing momentum. At that moment, Zetsu, who should have been at the center of the explosion, emerged from the branches beneath their feet, as if he had melded into the very environment. This fellow is truly troublesome, Minato lamented, having encountered Zetsu who had unexpectedly appeared. The current Zetsu was indeed a formidable challenge, emerging from everywhere, slippery as mud. One could not capture him, and instead, he would ensnare your feet. Multiple shadow clone technique. Suki began to form hand seals. If numbers were the key to victory, then he would rely on quantity. Over there, Nagato, Kushina, and Mikoto advanced ahead. Having narrowly evaded Zetsu's stealthy appearances on multiple occasions, they were now pressed for time. Following Nagato's indicated direction, they spotted two individuals lying on the ground, blood pooling around them. Though considerable, it was thankfully not yet life-threatening. Hurry! Kushina, ever compassionate, could not bear to witness their plight and quickened her pace. Just then, a tremendous explosion erupted, ringing in their ears as a scorching wave of heat surged toward them, propelling Suki and Minato through the air, crashing into a massive tree. Hunin and the others did not fare any better. They were swept off their feet and dragged along the ground for quite some distance. Their ears rang with a deafening buzz, and it was precisely during this moment that Zetsu began to emerge. Several Zetsu, including Kazuki, sprang into action. Zetsu emerged and began to envelop several individuals, slowly spreading its influence. In this state of auditory disturbance, not only Kazuki but everyone felt a sense of dizziness, rendering them completely powerless. Wood release, the technique of the interlocking branches, came into play. Branches moved as if they were hands, reaching out towards Zetsu. Thanks to his strength and wood release affinity, Kazuki quickly regained his composure and initiated a counteraction against Zetsu's encroachment. Once Zetsu completely enveloped a person, that individual would begin to succumb to its control, which is the true horror of Zetsu. This was not even the original body. If it were, even Uchiha Madara would struggle against its dominion. Wood release, intriguing. Who exactly are you? Zetsu was well acquainted with wood release. The Rinnegan is a fusion of wood release and Sharingan, and the Rinnegan on Madara's body was of his own design. Originally, after the first Hokage, wood release had vanished. Yet it had unexpectedly resurfaced. Just a lowly leaf village Chunin. Kazuki responded, gazing at the expressionless Zetsu before him. Very well. That child shall remain in your custody for now, as a special concession. Surprisingly, Zetsu did not cling to Nagato, but instead began to relent, leaving Kazuki almost incredulous. What is your intent? What intent? Who knows? Kazuki observed the unusual behavior of Zetsu. Logically, Zetsu needed Nagato as a pawn, yet it was now voluntarily relinquishing that hold. If Zetsu were serious, Kazuki would stand no chance. Then, until we meet again, little one. Zetsu gradually sank into the earth, and Kazuki refrained from making a move. It was undoubtedly preferable to avoid further complications. For the time being, evading the crisis was sufficient. Maintaining a low profile is never a misstep when one's strength is still lacking. Hey! The others began to recover from their state of dizziness. Kushina's fiery temper flared as she shouted at the retreating Zetsu. Unfortunately, Zetsu paid her no heed and soon vanished completely into the ground. That guy is truly repulsive. Kazuki sighed as he regarded Kushina. Let us hurry and check on those two. For now, we have managed to escape calamity. Kazuki exchanged a glance with Namikaze Minato and approached the unconscious Yahiko and Konan. Meanwhile, the terrain had transformed entirely, becoming an expansive void, where a white-haired elder sat cross-legged in the center of a vast pit. Have you let him go? He mused. It matters not. One day he will comprehend the darkness and cruelty of the world. And what of this battle? That fellow proved unexpectedly troublesome. I sustained minor injuries, nothing serious. Blood stained Madara's form, yet his face remained serene. It is time to depart. Those Leaf Village ninjas are arriving. Indeed. Madara's figure began to sink into the earth alongside Zetsu. Only the world of infinite Tsukuyami holds true peace. Madara's voice was soft, yet it drifted far away like a whisper on the wind. In the next moment, the legend of the ninja world once again descended into darkness. Who on earth is that? The four members of the Moon Tree gathered alongside Nagato, not far from their destination, only a short distance away. At this moment, Yahiko and Konan had been safely placed, and to their surprise, Mikoto possessed some healing ninjutsu, which allowed them to barely endure the ordeal. Yet, it was merely a temporary reprieve, fortunate that their injuries were not severe. Mikoto, where did you learn that? Moon Tree inquired curiously, attempting to lighten the somber atmosphere. I've been at your house for a while now. I saw Sister Shizune and Lady Tsunade training, so I took the liberty to learn a bit myself. Although it's only the basics, Mikoto replied with a smile. Those basics saved 2 lives. You truly are remarkable, Moon Tree complimented. Though Nagato and the others remained enveloped in gloom, Yahiko and Konan lay in a deep slumber, their blood-stained clothes serving as a stark reminder of the harsh reality they faced. Is it all my fault? Nagato finally spoke, aware of his unique circumstances. His eyes widened as he extended his hand. If these eyes had not been bestowed upon me, we would not have encountered such peril. His trembling hand betrayed the turmoil within him, a child grappling with complex emotions, unable to manage his feelings. Nagato was inherently kind. Otherwise, he would not have been swayed by Naruto, ultimately betraying Obito. What are you saying? Minato Namikaze interjected, recognizing the immense guilt weighing on Nagato. Moon Tree remained silent. Those who are not special cannot comprehend Nagato's plight. The innate Rinnegan was a burden not everyone could fathom. It is often said that with great power comes great responsibility. Moon Tree pondered, isn't it excessive? Why must those with abilities bear such a weight? Why can't they live quietly like ordinary individuals? Yet, this was merely a fantasy. The truth was that extraordinary individuals could never lead lives akin to the commonplace. Why would you even say, what if I weren't here? Those who utter such words are the most pathetic. You're a boy, yet you're acting like a coward. Take responsibility. Since you were born into this world, you must fulfill your obligations. Kushina Uzumaki had remained silent for a while, but finally erupted. This was the first time she had encountered a fellow clansman in so long. Yet the events unfolding filled her with sorrow. The Uzumaki clan had lost many. Those who survived were left to endure countless torments. Just as she was destined to be the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Nagato too was bound by an inescapable fate. As Kushina spoke, she clenched her small hands, her eyes reddening. Fate often bestows unknown trials upon strangers, while those who endure them remain, at their core, just children. Why not simply accept it? Moontree softly suggested. Why blame yourself for your abilities? Embrace the gifts bestowed upon you by fate. Moontree did not fully understand why he spoke thus. It felt instinctual, a phrase that burst forth unbidden. Fate delights in imposing challenges on strangers, neglecting to recognize that these individuals were once children. And it also forgets that not everyone encounters adversity. Well, in this world, one cannot escape certain helpless situations. Yushu possesses an admirable outlook on life. This quality sets him apart. Otherwise, he would have long sought to claim the title of Hokage, much like Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. Yet, would he truly pursue such a path? Perhaps not. It would be exhausting. Just look at Naruto. His days are often consumed with paperwork. In his past life, he was merely a reclusive homebody, and in this life, he finds contentment in leading a tranquil existence, running a small shop to enjoy his remaining days. However, many circumstances are beyond one's control. Otherwise, Yushu would not find himself here. You are quite like that, Minato remarked with a smile. Initially, they were at a loss for words, but Yushu's comment gradually warmed the previously somber atmosphere. Why overthink things? Isn't sleep delightful? Yushu shrugged. Delightful? Nagato's mood began to stabilize, and he exhibited a more normalized demeanor. No need to worry. This is Yushu's usual way. He often expresses his discontent through peculiar remarks. Minato felt pleased to see Nagato recovering. He understood the depths of dissatisfaction, but was less familiar with the nuances of exceptional experiences. To speak candidly, Minato was merely an ordinary citizen, lacking parents. With a singular chakra affinity for wind, unlike the diverse abilities of his teammates. Aside from Yushu, he had been taken in by the Senju clan, benefiting from their family prestige. Let us set aside idle chatter for now. We must reach our destination and ensure that the current situation is communicated to Konoha. Yushu stretched and glanced at Nagato. Have you gathered enough scrolls? No problem. They are all with us. That is good. Let us move out. The females can carry the girls, and you, Minato, can carry either one of the boys. I'll lead the way. Yushu's words were quintessentially characteristic of him, decisive yet lazy. The other three, aside from Nagato, understood and complied. Time was of the essence. Today marked the third day of their 3-day limit. If they wished to avoid elimination, even if it meant one of them had to shoulder the burden, they had to reach the finish line. Thus, Yushu and his companions began their journey, with Yushu walking ahead unencumbered, followed by the group carrying their loads. 2 men and 2 women alternated in carrying 1 male and 1 female, distributing the effort evenly. As Yushu strolled, he surmised that few teams would remain at this hour. Most would have arrived at the destination well ahead of time. System, initiate the lottery. Indeed, Yushu had saved a lottery draw. After completing his previous task, he had refrained from using it immediately. However, the time had come to take a gamble. With Madara's emergence, everything had become unexpectedly urgent. A single draw could significantly enhance his strength. Yushu had to bear the greatest burden, as he was undeniably the strongest among the group. Ironically, he had previously lamented why those with power could not lead peaceful lives. Yet now he silently accepted the responsibility. Congratulations, host. You have drawn Kazan Demon Transformation, a one-time use ninja enhancement card. Huh. Yushu was once again taken aback, bewildered by the nature of his draw. Kazan, one of the demonic deities in DNF, is bound to the hand of the demon sword master, necessitating the sealing of his own hand to prevent Kazan from manifesting. The Kazan demonization, a one-time use enhancement for the Kage ninja, grants the user the power of Kazan, amplifying the nature of their chakra, albeit at the cost of their sanity. Caution is thus advised. Yutri felt exasperated, grappling with the absurdity of the situation. What kind of bizarre entity had he drawn? Despite the system's nature as a universal lottery, he had rarely witnessed anything beyond the confines of the Naruto realm, making this unexpected revelation at such a critical juncture all the more bewildering. Was this fortuitous or unfortunate? Regardless, he resolved to make the most of it. What did you say? Nothing. As Yutri and his companions continued their journey, the Chunin exams had only just commenced. The colossal tree had been reduced to ashes. With a few embers stubbornly flickering, occasionally flaring up mischievously. Is this a dream? 20 minutes later, masked figures began to emerge in the forest of death. The commotion had attracted the attention of Konoha, who swiftly arrived to investigate. The scene was nothing short of astonishing. What kind of battle could have so drastically altered the landscape? Onlookers gasped in disbelief at the sight before them. A vast crater dominated the area, the terrain now leveled, with sunlight piercing through, creating an eerie contrast in the foreboding forest. Conduct a thorough investigation. This mission is of utmost importance. Check for any discrepancies or missing candidates. Leave no one unaccounted for. Had Yu Tree been present, he would have recognized a familiar figure, his striking white hair rendering him unmistakable. White Fang, the strongest force beneath the Hokage, was widely acknowledged. Now serving as the leader of the Umbu, Konoha remained formidable, and White Fang held the esteemed trust of Sarutobi Hiruzen. A stark contrast to the future. This is somewhat troublesome. I hope no ill fortune befalls us. White Fang offered a slight self-reassurance as the personnel around him began to mobilize. The flow of time would eventually reveal to those lost in fantasy an undeniable truth, a harsh reality of the world. With a roar, crimson chakra manifested, radiating like the energy coursing through ninja tools. The sanguine glow spread from a humanoid monstrosity. White bones erupted from its joints, sharp fangs gleaming as the creature surveyed its surroundings with blood-red, frenzied eyes. Mysterious utterances escaped the creature's maw, echoing as if the flames of hell had begun to spread through the realm of men. Yu Tree, a dark-haired maiden, lay on the ground, one eye shut, feebly calling out a name. Her form was stained crimson, the tomo swirling in her blood-red irises, as her Sharingan transformed her from an innocent girl into a figure of dark allure. In the heart of the flames, a diminutive creature stands resolutely, its long grayish-white hair billowing in the air. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The monster emits laughter from its mouth, reverberating into the atmosphere, while wisps of despair burgeon from the inferno. Surrounding them, the edifices of Konoha lie shattered, resembling shards of glass, and the golden-haired boy's whereabouts remain unknown, as does that of the crimson-haired girl. Let the first wave of reckoning commence, inhabitants of the earth. One figure stands atop the Hokage rock, arms outstretched towards the village of Konoha. In the next moment, a chorus of hateful screams begins to resonate. 9 tails lash wildly, utterly disregarding their surroundings, as the colossal orange fox howls at the heavens. The tailed beast, emblematic of hatred and calamity, stands amidst Konoha, its 9 tails igniting the flames of war, gradually scorching the drifting leaves of the village. Come, humanity, acknowledge your sins. A sinister smile blossoms quietly, as the cries of the fox and the creature reverberate through the universe. Indeed, we are the last remnants. The group, led by Suki, has just reached the endpoint, where the assembled teams are nearly complete. You have arrived. Were you affected? An investigation into the flames has already commenced, and medical ninjas shall arrive shortly. The examiner who wore the fox mask is present here. Everyone witnessed the flames unleashed by Madara clearly. Now the examiner is addressing this matter. After all, it bears significant implications, both internally and externally. Konoha must thoroughly investigate this incident. Suki's group is the last to arrive, and upon seeing them, the examiner promptly inquires about the situation. Did any of you witness that flame? No, we were just nearby, caught in the aftermath, and then we left together, Suki answers, preempting the others from divulging information, prompting the group to glance at him curiously. Is that so? Then please rest well. The final round of individual tests will commence in a week. The examiner nods and organizes Yahiko and Conan before turning away without further inquiry. Why not disclose that person's information to him? Kushina poses a question, while Minato and Mikoto remain silent. He is Uchiha Madara, Mikoto interjects, advocating for Suki. The strongest among the Uchiha, one of the 2 legendary figures who stood alongside the first Hokage during the Warring States period. A legendary figure who stands at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Yet, he has been dead for a long time, long before our birth, Minato adds. Nagato quietly observes the conversation among the group, while Suki remains silent. Madara's premature revelation of himself can only spell trouble. The issue is that we are entirely unaware of his intentions. I will not believe it. Claims that Uchiha Madara is still alive are futile to communicate to an ordinary Umbu. We must seek out the Hokage directly. Tsunade and the perverted sage may also be consulted. Suki states, bringing the conversation to a close. The second examination has concluded, and the candidates begin to exit, preparing for the final test. Meanwhile, Suki and his companions also make their way out, leaving Nagato to observe Yahiko and Konan. Unbeknownst to them, the proctor who had just questioned them stands vigilantly, his gaze fixed on Suki and his group as they depart. Upon exiting the Forest of Death, Suki encounters an old acquaintance, Jiraiya, their guiding teacher, who stands there waving. "How did the exam go? Why do you look so glum?" Jiraiya, feeling somewhat bored and unable to undertake any tasks due to his injuries, opted to be present to offer encouragement to his disciples. After all, he considers himself a good teacher. "Let's head back. I'm feeling a bit tired," Suki suddenly remarks, prompting a swift change in Jiraiya's expression and demeanor. Observing the reactions of Minato and the others, Jiraiya nods silently. "Come on, Tsunade is waiting at home, and Shizen seems to have prepared a meal for us." Jiraiya leads Suki and his companions toward the Senju residence, while behind them, a pair of eyes continues to watch intently. "We're back," Jiraiya's voice resonates, bringing joy to the two women at the Senju household. Tsunade is eager to finally enjoy a meal, while Shizen anticipates the triumphant return of the group. "Welcome back. The food is ready." The atmosphere among the group feels somewhat stifled, and Shizun's chatter ceases. "Apologies, Shizun. Let's eat first. I have something to discuss." Jiraiya gently ruffles Shizun's hair before stepping into the living room. Tsunade regards Jiraiya with curiosity, having already shed her usual laziness to adopt a more serious demeanor. Having heard his previous remarks, "Obito Uchiha is still alive?" Tsunade exclaims with excitement. Once seated, the conversation commences, and upon hearing this, Tsunade's voice rises considerably. "Calm down, Tsunade," Jiraiya interjects, fully aware of her agitation. The Senju and Uchiha clans have historically been adversaries, their enmity epitomized by the legendary battle between Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha at the Valley of the End, which represented the pinnacle of conflict between their two clans. Now, with the Senju clan in decline and the Uchiha clan neglected, Tsunade has long ceased to care about past rivalries, which is why she and Mikoto can sit together harmoniously, as Mikoto is also unconcerned with such matters. However, the question remains, why is that man still alive? Tsunade's emotions settle somewhat after being addressed, yet she remains visibly agitated. Madara Uchiha, who co-founded Konoha alongside her grandfather, later sought its destruction, leading to the Valley of the End battle, after which her grandfather passed away not long after. Tsunade vividly recalls Mito's sorrowful expression. Having lost her parents in her childhood due to the ravages of war, Tsunade was raised by Mito, and as a member of the founding Senju clan, she had devoted herself to Konoha, only to see much of her clan perished, leaving them in their current predicament. The initial source of turmoil is Uchiha Madara. Had he not instigated trouble, Tsunade's grandfather would not have met his demise so swiftly, and Mito would not be so sorrowful, left in isolation. If Hashirama had not passed away as early, what would the present-day Konoha resemble? Indeed, it is a valid query. Suki spoke leisurely, captivating the attention of all present. His confidence in his words dispelled any doubts others might harbor. Uchiha Madara would not meet his end for another decade or more, bequeathing his will to a young boy who would emerge years later. His name was Uchiha Obito, whose love for a girl would incite turmoil across the ninja world. Is there evidence for this? No, yet I possess unwavering conviction. How so? You may attribute it to intuition. Suki and Jiraiya exchanged thoughts, drawing the gaze of onlookers. Suki's assertions were remarkably steady, momentarily rendering others speechless. "I too believe Uchiha Madara still lives," Mikoto interjected suddenly, capturing the attention of those around her. "I comprehend the weight of the name Uchiha Madara, thus I believe. Moreover, I do not wish for him to bring misfortune to Konoha. I long for an absence of sorrow." Under Tsunade's scrutinizing gaze, Mikoto articulated her sentiments with a pallid countenance, unexpectedly taking center stage in the discussion. Indeed, Jiraiya chuckled. "If my dear student believes so, then I see no reason to doubt." He turned his gaze to Tsunade. "What are you looking at? I will assist and ensure that he does not continue to target Konoha. The deeds of my grandfather will now fall to me." Tsunade retorted sharply at Jiraiya. "So, the question is regarding the mysterious individual who battled Uchiha? Is he the one who abducted Kushina last time?" Jiraiya pondered thoughtfully. "I suspect it is more complex than that." Suki spoke again. "The adversary infiltrated Konoha undetected, which speaks to their formidable strength. However, that individual is certainly not alone." "What leads you to that conclusion?" "Intuition," Suki replied, causing Jiraiya to fall silent once more. Meanwhile, Minato and Kushina began to understand why the proctor had not been informed of the intelligence earlier. Were you concealing this information from the proctor due to suspicion? Kushina inquired. Indeed, there is something amiss with him. As a proctor, he should have rushed to the scene immediately, yet he chose to wait at the finish line. His subordinates displayed similar behavior. Do not forget, he is also a member of the Umbu. Minato's eyes brightened with realization. This implies that the individual could very likely be an accomplice of Uchiha Madara or another party. The delay in reaching the scene was perhaps to conceal Madara's identity. Being part of the Umbu, the art of disguise comes naturally, and they might not even possess an identity as outsiders. Minato continued to articulate his thoughts, laying bare his deductions. Suki glanced at him, remaining silent, as he deemed their ideas to be aligned. In this current period, the likelihood is indeed substantial. Jiraiya and Tsunade exchanged a glance and nodded. In the aftermath of the Second Great Ninja War, conflicts and frictions still simmered between the ninja villages, fueled by the bitterness of the defeated and the greed of the victors. Were those individuals attempting to incite a third war? Tsunade clenched her teeth. If the faction that abducted Kushina could be considered a force, then the power dynamics at play were far more complex than merely 2 or 3 parties. Makoto interjected, her keen intellect allowing her to perceive the underlying truths. Meanwhile, Kushina observed her companions, bewildered. Why was it that she was the only one left in the dark? Though not particularly inclined to overthink, she grasped the gravity of the situation. It seemed that Konoha faced an offensive, besieged by both internal and external threats. Shizen, do you not understand? No, I'm listening intently. I'll need to compile an intelligence summary later. Kushina and Shizen exchanged whispers, and it was evident that Kushina remained the sole one bewildered by the discourse. Thus, the meal turned into a strategic discussion rather than a feast. Naturally, 2 individuals were exceptions, Tsukiyomi and Kushina. While the others engaged in serious matters, Tsukiyomi, uninterested in the conversation, relocated her food outside to the courtyard, with Kushina following suit. Since strategies were already in motion, Tsukiyomi felt no need to exert her mind further. For now, she preferred to enjoy her meal and rest. Aren't you the least bit worried? Tsukiyomi asked, glancing at Kushina, who was also indulging in her meal. Worry about what? Let's eat our fill first, otherwise, the food will be disheartened. Well, that's not too bad, Tsukiyomi chuckled. Moreover, Kushina remarked, surveying Tsukiyomi and then the others in the living room, I trust you all. No matter what happens, I have faith. Tsukiyomi was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such a declaration from Kushina. Tsukiyomi laughed. What are you laughing at? Oh, I just think your child will undoubtedly resemble you. Goodness, what nonsense you speak. Kushina's round face flushed slightly as she playfully complained. Kushina would not comprehend. In the years to come, she would establish a family and give birth to a remarkable child, one who would prove to be the most resilient in the ninja world. And that child, if present, would surely mirror his mother, for both were delightfully naive. The sunlight cascaded down, as unwavering as ever. My impression of Kazan is still rooted in the DNF animation from many years ago, which I found quite captivating. In this narrative, I have chosen to depict him as a deity capable of enhancing the nature of chakra, while also embodying the spirit of the blade, thus allowing the Kusanagi to be augmented. I intend for all these elements to originate from this book. I do not wish to simply replicate the plot. Consequently, I have infused many original ideas into the story. As we progress into the later arcs involving Naruto, I will maintain this approach. Generally, I strive to remember to resolve the narrative threads I create, but should I forget, I hope for your understanding, as the undertaking is quite substantial. This work is destined to reach at least 1 million words, and I am diligently working to ensure that the characters align with the designs I have established, aspiring for them to feel genuinely alive. I hope my fan fiction truly embodies the essence of being a derivative work. Are we all prepared? Jiraiya's hand has largely healed, and he appears to be in high spirits. It has been a week since the last incident concerning Uchiha Madara reached the ears of Jiraiya and Tsunade. The specifics of this matter remain unclear to Getsu. Presently, he faces a rather troublesome situation. The final segment of the Chunin exams is at hand, and whether it will unfold as it did in the original narrative is uncertain. In the original, the final individual battles comprised 2 rounds, a preliminary and a final, with a considerable gap of 1 month in between. This was due to the large number of participants, and this time, Getsu and his companions are no fewer in number. totaling 19 individuals, with 6 teams having successfully navigated the forest of death. "We are all set," replied Minato. "Jiraiya will soon escort them to the examination venue, which is said to be public, akin to the original, where spectators will be present." Upon hearing this, Getsu felt a sense of unease. In the original story, this led to the Konoha collapse plan. It remains to be seen what will transpire this time. "Let's expedite the process and have everyone become Chunin," Jiraiya exclaimed, raising his fist in excitement. At this juncture, it is only natural to feel a surge of exhilaration, except for Getsu. This examination will undoubtedly not be peaceful. Getsu can sense it deeply within, and the system has already alerted him. Several tasks still lack any indication of completion, implying that everything has yet to commence. It is hoped that Konoha is adequately prepared, for there is little more he can do. Getsu gazes at Jiraiya's retreating figure, who is leading the way. "Oh, lecherous sage, please be reliable this time. Otherwise, it could become quite troublesome." In terms of strength, he has yet to surpass Jiraiya, thus he must rely more on others. Meanwhile, Tsunade, having seen Jiraiya and his party off, now bears a significantly serious expression. "Shizune, are you ready?" "Yes, Lady Tsunade. It seems many will require medical attention, but caution is paramount." "Understood." Just as Jiraiya departed, Tsunade began to mobilize as well. Regarding the information about Uchiha Madara and the mysterious individual, both Tsunade and Jiraiya have reported it to Hiruzen Sarutobi in their personal capacity. Naturally, Hiruzen wasted no time in taking action. Subtly, it was discovered that the Umbu squadron was diminished, and at that moment, all the Umbu monitoring the Death Forest were absent from the formation. Additionally, a portion of the Umbu personnel had gone missing without a trace, and numerous aspects of the information regarding the Umbu had been altered. The adversary had indeed infiltrated Konoha with audacity, almost brazenly. Their objective was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, a fact they had explicitly stated. Yet it appeared they harbored ulterior motives as well. The emergence of Uchiha Madara had startled Sarutobi Hiruzen, being a man of that era. He was acutely aware of what the name Uchiha Madara signified. Too many unaware factions had already infiltrated Konoha, compounded by the Chunin exams, which attracted numerous shinobi from various villages. The overwhelming presence of outsiders complicated the efforts to track down the intruders. "I hope your thoughts are correct, Sensei," Tsunade mused, recalling Hiruzen's words from a few days prior. With the enemy concealed and the multitude of bystanders, it seemed unlikely that they could uncover the intruders' true intentions through mere search efforts. In his youth, Sarutobi Hiruzen had been robust and decisive. Unlike the indecisiveness that marked his later years, he immediately resolved on a course of action. During the Chunin exams, he would inform the Umbu and various divisions to position themselves, blending in among the ordinary citizens, utilizing all available security resources to await the adversary's move. Given that they were approaching Konoha, he would extend a hearty welcome, ensuring they would not return. Hiruzen's eyes glimmered with a sharp intensity, exuding the aura of a formidable leader. This was Hiruzen's confidence, emboldened by his mastery of all 5 chakra natures, earning him the title of Doctor of Ninjutsu. And it had been long since he had encountered a worthy opponent. Only the Kage of other shinobi villages could be considered rivals to Hiruzen in this era. Even the legendary Sannin, who rose to fame during the Second Great Ninja War, had yet to truly catch up to or surpass him. After all, the Sannin had only just begun to establish their renown, and their prowess had not yet reached the heights depicted in the original narrative. Such a powerful Sarutobi Hiruzen exhibited no signs of panic regarding the impending assault. This was a testament to his self-assurance in his abilities and the decisive nature of a leader. After all, it was illogical to expect the adversary to surrender upon making contact. Setting aside the situation at hand, Tsunade hastened with Shizune to the hospital to prepare the medical team. While on another front, Suki and her companions arrived at the examination grounds. This was an open area on the outskirts of Konoha, where a massive structure stood resolutely. The arena lay at the center, surrounded by spectator seating, immediately visible upon entry. While not excessively large, it was indeed smaller than its counterpart in the original tale. Have so many already gathered? Despite the remote location, the enthusiasm of the crowd remained undiminished, with eager hands waving upon entry. The Chunin exams were a grand event that consistently drew large audiences. This occasion seemed somewhat less crowded, as the usual spectacle would take place at the dojo in the village center. Jiraiya chuckled, having witnessed such scenes numerous times before, and unlike Minato and his companions, He was not overly excited. We are here to showcase our strength and aspire to become Chunin, aren't we? Kushina's eyes sparkled with excitement. She relished the grandeur and liveliness of the scene. Victory is imperative. Minato took a deep breath, fully prepared for battle. What a nuisance, Tsukisaki sighed, feeling overwhelmed by the multitude of events that lay ahead. Mikoto glanced at Tsukisaki and smiled gently. Tsukisaki, you're here. The familiar voice reached them, prompting Tsukisaki and his companions to turn around. It's you, Nagato. Kushina responded first, recognizing Nagato, who belonged to her clan, accompanied by the now-recovered Yahiko and Konan. Greetings. I've heard it was you who saved us earlier. Thank you. Yahiko, assuming the role of the elder brother among the trio, stepped forward to express gratitude to Minato. I am Yahiko, and this is Konan. Though we are grateful for your help, we will not hold back when the time comes. That suits me just fine. We shall not show any mercy either, Minato replied with a smile. And also Jiraiya-sensei. Yahiko turned his gaze toward Jiraiya, as did Nagato and Konan. Jiraiya regarded the trio with a complex expression. It has been a long time. We shall become Chunin and fulfill our promise to bring peace to this world. This was the shared aspiration of the three, having developed a deep-seated hatred for war after the Second Great Ninja War at their doorstep, while yearning for peace. Jiraiya looked at Yahiko and smiled. Yahiko had gradually transformed into someone dependable, shedding his previous vengeful mindset. As for Nagato, Jiraiya observed him closely. The delicate features beneath his crimson hair and the striking Rinnegan were captivating. It was those very eyes that led Jiraiya to believe he was the child of prophecy, and he had personally guided the trio during their formative years. Konan stood quietly, merely exchanging greetings with Jiraiya, reminiscent of Mikoto in her demeanor. Both were rather reserved, preferring not to speak excessively. Tsukisaki regarded Nagato, whose Rinnegan drew many gazes, even attracting the attention of those coveting such divine eyes. All candidates for the exam. Please gather at the waiting area. The announcement echoed, signaling that the final Chunin exam was about to commence. Let us proceed. Soon, we shall face our adversaries. Yahiko began to lead Nagato and Konan away, while Tsukisaki and his companions followed suit. Jiraiya watched their departure, then turned his gaze to the highest point, where Sarutobi Hiruzen sat wearing the Hokage hat. Unlike in the original narrative, there were no other village leaders present. When would the tension finally break? Jiraiya retracted his gaze, scanning the surroundings. The individuals around him appeared similar, each displaying a hint of excitement, with nothing amiss. Meanwhile, Tsukisaki's group had also gathered together. Ahem, everyone gather around. I shall now elucidate the rules of this examination. The few gathered around Moon Tree noticed a change in the proctor. It was not the masked figure from the Umbu, but rather an old acquaintance of Moon Tree. Uncle Chimu? Moon Tree did not anticipate his presence here. The striking white hair gently swayed, and his handsome visage radiated warmth and cheer. Ahem. Clearly, Chimu Shumo did not wish to conduct personal matters during work hours, and Moon Tree understood his intent. Following a brief cough, silence enveloped the room, and the white-toothed proctor commenced his explanation of the rules. This examination's regulations are straightforward. Soon, all participants will simultaneously enter the arena and must defeat everyone else, save for themselves, within the confined space. Upon finishing his explanation, a palpable restlessness stirred among the attendees. Naturally, Chimu was aware of the cause for their agitation and continued without allowing anyone else to speak. Each participant is considered an individual entity, and for every opponent defeated, corresponding points will be awarded. Once a participant accumulates sufficient points, they shall be deemed successful, in addition to vanquishing others. One may also demonstrate their talents in unique ways to earn points, such as showcasing strength equivalent to a Chunin or even exceeding that level, or exhibiting exceptional tactical acumen and mastery of ninjutsu. The specific scoring criteria will be determined by a panel of judges, though I cannot divulge their identities. Surely, you will be among them. Moon Tree regarded the elder with mild exasperation. Was he not fabricating tales? It was hard to believe Chimu was unaware of Moon Tree's prowess, as he possessed strength rivaling that of the Hokage, and with such power came considerable authority and status. Very well. Chimu did not afford Moon Tree and the others much time. The countdown begins, 1 minute. As he spoke, the 18 individuals present were momentarily caught off guard. Just like that, the event was set to commence. By the way, if you fail to arrive at the venue within 1 minute, you will be immediately disqualified. This statement sent shockwaves through the crowd. Fire release. Absurd. The remaining participants were all from the 5 great ninja villages: Sunagakure, Iwagakure, Kimogakure, Kirigakure, and 1 from Amigakure, alongside Moon Tree and his 3 companions. It was unexpected that this cohort from Konohagakure was not particularly formidable. The 5 great villages had outstripped them, leaving only Moon Tree and his companions to uphold their reputation. This graduating class from Konoha seemed rather unfortunate, as both the second round of the preliminary and the main events had begun with a stroke of ill luck. Returning to the present, the final round of the Chunin exams had commenced. The instant Chimu finished speaking, he executed the body flicker technique and vanished. Earth release, dog gate. A wall abruptly rose, blocking the path to the arena, and the individual who initially attempted to utilize fire release was sent flying by a single punch. At such close quarters, his hand-sealing speed could not match the swiftness of his opponent's strike. In summary, the speed battle of the minute is about to unfold. Obstructive. Lightning release, thunderstrike. A dirt wall stood before them, adorned with a dog's head at its center, provoking the ire of the seasoned comrades from Yunin village. By mere coincidence, these 3 individuals were the same fiery characters encountered during the initial round of written examinations. Electric currents danced around one's hand, and before he could sprint forward, he unleashed a bolt of lightning into the air. The surrounding crowd hesitated, choosing to wait, for time was of the essence. They could strike once they reached the entrance, perhaps even ensnaring others in their wake. The lightning struck the dirt wall, and everyone anticipated an effortless breach. Considering that the earthen barrier was not a formidable ninjutsu, and the user was merely a genin with limited mastery. Speaking of mastery, one must mention Madara, whose prowess in ninjutsu reached the pinnacle, particularly in fire release, where he could elevate an A-rank technique to an S-rank level. This demanded not only ample chakra, but also profound control over the technique itself. Returning to the present, the lightning from Yunin struck the dirt wall with a thunderous sound. Yet remarkably, the wall remained largely unscathed. Lightning release, heavy flow burst, the Yunin elder declared defiantly, launching another formidable lightning technique. This fist, enveloped in potent currents, was no trifling matter. It promised both searing and penetrating force. With a shout, the fist collided with the wall, yet the anticipated result failed to manifest. The wall merely trembled for a moment before returning to its original state. Give it up. This is our Iwagakure's secret technique, capable of absorbing your chakra, the caster proclaimed, commanding the attention of those around him. The young man who had been knocked back also rose again, eager to rejoin the fray. This individual was yet another member of Yunin, known for his impatient demeanor. Upon hearing the cue, he became filled with excitement, resulting in his swift defeat. Hurry over. Let us take them on together. The failure of their heavy flow burst incited the Yunin elders' fury. Their mindset was rather simplistic. Akin to a Spartan-s, if one approach failed, they would simply escalate their efforts. The Yunin clan had a penchant for resolving matters through sheer intensity, particularly during the era of the Fourth Hokage, who possessed the extraordinary ability to engage tailed beasts in hand-to-hand combat, and astonishingly, he often emerged victorious. A testament to his physical prowess. Here they come. The trio from Yunin prepared to strike, and the onlookers were more than happy to spectate. Though a minute may seem brief, every second counted. They were ninjas, and the distance of merely 10 meters was surmountable in an instant. They're expending their own energy to aid us. Yuyuki mused, amused by the notion of self-sacrifice for the benefit of others, deeming him quite the altruist, albeit not particularly astute. Kushina leaned in to whisper to Mikoto, who responded with a knowing smile. The Moon Tree observed with keen interest. From his perspective, there was no need for any confrontation. He doubted that the opposing side would maintain this stalemate for long. With merely 10 seconds left, it was likely that they would succumb to impatience and unravel their own bindings. After all, having endured such arduous trials, no one would willingly squander their hard-earned efforts. If the gains were easily acquired, it would be different, but what one labors to achieve is rarely cast aside so readily. Hey, hold on. There's no need to expend such energy, he remarked. The members of the Rock Hidden clan were equally bewildered, confronting a united front. He alone could hardly withstand them. Ultimately, the absorption of chakra was futile, and the moment the intensity increased, it shattered like glass. I am quite frustrated, he exclaimed. Clearly, this individual was the leader from the Cloud Hidden side, and the other two were cooperating well, though it was also possible that all three shared a sense of discontent. Lightning release, heavy flow storm. The trio unleashed their attacks simultaneously, illuminating the surroundings with a brilliant flash of electricity. Is this truly happening? The elder of the Rock Hidden clan lamented, nearly in tears. With a resounding crash, the earthen wall collapsed, scattering dust and debris everywhere. The three from the Cloud Hidden, while reckless, were not lacking in intelligence. They charged forward immediately after breaching the barrier. The light at the entrance beckoned them, and all began to move. Wait! The Moon Tree called out, halting the advancing trio. Naturally, they complied with his command, and soon the reason for his intervention became apparent. Though the Cloud Hidden trio acted rashly, they were still capable individuals who had reached this stage. Lightning release, earth walking. Lightning release, lightning net. Lightning release, electrocution. The Cloud Hidden trio, having gained the initiative, leaped and began forming seals at the entrance. With the threat of elimination looming if they did not reach the opposite side within a minute, they sought to ensnare their opponents. While the lightning release lacked many binding techniques, and the two had not mastered them, they could still create distractions. The lightning net enveloped the entrance. Earth walking spread across the ground, and electrocution pursued relentlessly. Their teamwork was impeccable, and the series of techniques left their pursuers in dire straits. The power of earth walking was minimal, but it did possess a slight paralyzing effect, while electrocution struck one individual directly, sending him flying. The lightning net at the entrance posed another dilemma. Although not overly powerful, its paralyzing effect could be fatal, especially at such close range. Even a moment's paralysis could be catastrophic. These rascals! The elder of the Rock Hidden clan ground his teeth in frustration. They appeared unexpectedly clever. Kushina recalled previous remarks and chuckled lightly. Mikoto exchanged a knowing glance with Kushina, realizing that they were not lacking in cunning. Indeed, they had swiftly seized the advantage. Everyone came to a halt. The individual who had just been struck by electrocution was still smoking. Fortuitously, he was one of the Rock Hidden clan, and his tough exterior seemed to have spared him any serious harm. Goodness! It seemed as if this examination had turned into a contest between the Rock Hidden and the Cloud Hidden clans. The Moon Tree observed the unfolding scene with amusement, while the others were momentarily at a loss for words. However, there was no time for idle thoughts, as the clamoring from outside had begun, and the appearance of Yun-In ignited excitement among the spectators. The three individuals crouching had no choice but to remain hidden. Such a splendid opportunity was too good to miss. I propose a temporary truce. Let us wait until we are outside to commence our engagement. One of the mist ninjas suggested, glancing at the others. Time was of the essence, and he could not afford to wait any longer. Everyone, let us make a unified charge and scatter them in one swift motion. Half a minute had already elapsed, and his words came swiftly. The idea was indeed quite astute. If they all surged forward together, the three waiting outside would likely suffer a significant setback. It seems feasible, Kushina remarked, while Minato and Mikoto nodded in agreement. This truly appeared to be the most effective strategy at present. Shall we? Let us proceed. Without wasting any time on lengthy discussions, all participants exhibited exceptional tactical prowess. Each one was concocting clever strategies, yet a temporary alliance posed no harm. Meanwhile, the three crouching outside remained blissfully unaware that they were about to be outmaneuvered. The audience's cheers reached a fever pitch, electrifying the atmosphere. Do these fellows intend to remain hidden forever? The trio mused while observing the lightning barrier. At that moment, the individuals they had been watching began to unleash a series of incantations. Wind release, great breakthrough. Earth release, rock bullet. With a resounding crash, the lightning barrier shattered like glass, and a throng of individuals surged forth. What on earth? The three from Yun-In were left utterly bewildered as they beheld the rush of opponents. At that instant, the Chunin exams had truly commenced. The audience's fervor soared to new heights, brimming with enthusiasm. The final round of the exam begins. With a thunderous explosion, the arena erupted, signaling the onset of thrilling action. Earth release, rock fist. I shall return what was taken. In a moment of vulnerability, the individual previously struck by lightning surged forward, weaving hand signs with remarkable speed. This jutsu was extraordinary. The earth element coalesced in his hands, enveloping his arm in a protective layer akin to armor. The trio from Yun-In could not react quickly enough. This maneuver was entirely unexpected, and none had anticipated such a coordinated assault from within. The rock fist collided with one of them, sending him flying. Damn it! Two of his companions swiftly regained their composure, drawing their ninja tool pouches with practiced ease. One deployed an armored arm to block the incoming strike, while another from Yun-In retaliated with fervor, but the Avenger was unable to parry the assault, retreating instead. The abrupt onset of battle thrilled the spectators, particularly as they realized they were witnessing a chaotic brawl. Traditionally, the Chunin exams consisted of individual combat. This unique scenario offered an unexpected plethora of excitement. In the blink of an eye, a minute had already passed, and everyone had safely exited without anyone prematurely departing due to prior reasons. Just during this brief moment, the assailant from the rock-hidden village had retreated, only to discover that the group had already established their positions. Although it was a chaotic individual battle, they had naturally formed alliances, for there were no rules prohibiting such unity. Under a scoring system, collaboration was not only permissible but encouraged. It was only in the final moments, when scores fell short, that they would turn against each other. This provided ample room for development, encompassing not only individual prowess but also the strength of teamwork. "Are you all right?" The two from the cloud-hidden village stepped back to their comrade, who had been sent flying. Everyone had already formed lines. They could not afford to scatter. In the current situation, even a slight distance between them could spell disaster. With so many participants in a relatively confined space, each one an elite from their respective villages, the principle of attacking a vulnerable opponent was well understood. Should anyone lag behind, they would likely become the target of concentrated fire. "Are you okay? That guy hits pretty hard." "Damn it, it was your electric shock," muttered the beleaguered comrade, blood trickling from his lips, his face filled with resentment. He had merely attempted to create a diversion, but ended up taking the blame for his companion's predicament, suffering considerable pain as a result. If it weren't for the cloud-hidden village's emphasis on physical resilience, he would have likely been knocked out by that punch. Meanwhile, the true culprit of the electric shock chuckled awkwardly at his comrade's misfortune. At that moment, the atmosphere on site was grave. No one dared to make the first move, all waiting to see who would strike first. Konan, Yahiko, and Nagato stood firm in their positions. Yahiko spoke softly to those behind him, conveying unspoken intentions that Konan understood perfectly. Though she was a girl, Konan was no mere ornament. She possessed her own unique mastery of ninjutsu. As her hands began to weave intricate seals, all eyes turned towards her. No one anticipated that a member from this small village would make the first move. The familiar forehead protector on her brow caused a wave of nostalgia among many. The rain-hidden village, once a battlefield during the Second Great Ninja War, had now seen someone from the cloud-hidden village participate in the Chunin exams so soon. What does she intend to do? The first to act was indeed a girl, one familiar to their side, as Kushina watched with curiosity. Tsukumori observed as well. Konan's ninjutsu was distinct and exceptionally impressive. With her seals completed, sheets of paper began to emerge from her petite form, transforming into the shape of butterflies. Increased the intensity, Yahiko's voice was calm as his gaze swept over the surrounding individuals. This time, they aimed to take the lead, striking unexpectedly. Alone, he could not achieve this, but Konan and Nagato were far from ordinary. "Those are explosive tags," Tsukumori pointed out as more paper butterflies began to swirl around the trio of Yahiko. "What now?" The trio was momentarily taken aback, for they had never encountered such a peculiar ninjutsu before, manipulating explosive tags to engage in combat. The atmosphere remained tense, with the paper butterflies multiplying. An impatience began to rise among the onlookers. At last, the paper butterflies took flight and began to speak. "Enough with the theatrics," exclaimed the irritable elder from the Cloud Village, who had no intention of indulging the likes of Yahiko and his companions. Without hesitation, he unleashed a jolt of electricity, striking the paper butterfly directly. In that instant, the secrets concealed within the paper butterfly were laid bare, culminating in a resounding explosion. Water release, water bomb. Yahiko swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring a sphere of water. As the paper butterfly detonated, a wave of restlessness swept through the crowd, signaling the commencement of chaos. At that moment, Yahiko's water wave arrived just in time, crashing against the fiery explosion of the paper butterfly and generating plumes of mist. This was Yahiko's illusion technique. The three of them simultaneously executed a unique ninjutsu, an oddity indeed, causing their footsteps to vanish into thin air. Water release, hidden mist technique. The mist produced by Yahiko's group was minimal, but at that juncture, the villagers of the mist began to assist. Both sides shared a common objective, to create an environment that obscured visibility, leveraging their strengths against their adversaries. The fog thickened, prompting everyone to heighten their defenses. Simultaneously, some individuals began employing wind release to dispel the mist, thereby marking the primary target, the creator of this environment. Two members of the Sand Village stood back to back, vigilant, while one commenced forming hand seals. Wind release proved effective against such an environment, as it was merely artificially generated, making it relatively easy to disperse. Just then, a sharp glimmer sliced through the air. The formation of hand seals abruptly halted, as kunai clashed against one another. The mist villagers had initiated their assault on the sand. Concealed intentions, muttered a sand villager, clearly aware of their adversary's aim, which was undoubtedly focused on them. Given their familiarity with wind release, the mist villagers naturally sought to engage them first. Apologies, it may sting a bit, but fear not, I shall ensure you remain oblivious. As a blade glinted, another sand villager swept through with a kunai, infused with chakra. It was indeed perilous. They were all of comparable strength, and the mist villagers adeptly evaded the attack. TSK. Quite nimble, the sand villager remarked, acknowledging the agility of their opponents. At that moment, the other two adversaries from the mist revealed themselves, and the clashing of weapons echoed, a declaration that the sand and mist had entered into direct confrontation. Are we the first to engage? How intriguing. I am curious as to why such a choice was made. A member of the rock village blocked an incoming strike with an earthen fist, observing the surroundings with keen interest. The assailants were none other than Yahiko and his two companions. There was no need for you to know this. Have you not been informed that your assassination skills are still lacking? With a mere twitch of his ears, Iwakoshi unleashed a powerful punch behind him. The strike was unerring, and it indeed connected with the girl. Remarkably, despite the force of the blow that seemed to embed itself into her abdomen, Conan remained utterly unmoved. This fellow. His companions quickly grasped the situation. This girl was no ordinary individual. She possessed a unique ability. Earth Release, Earth Dome Technique. As Iwakoshi struck, he was forced to retreat, prompting his allies to provide support. The earth surged upward in response to a palm strike, enveloping Conan in mere moments. Then, with a thunderous crash, the ground erupted. Just as the men from Iwagakure had surmised, Conan was merely a shadow clone, and her distinctiveness rendered this clone exceptional. Clods of earth flew chaotically, catching the enemy off guard. Wind Release, Gale Palm. A powerful, piercing gust of wind coalesced and shot forth. Once again, Yahiko initiated a surprise attack. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. With a swift strike, the earth wall rose, allowing the gale to slice through, but providing just enough time for the trio from Iwagakure to gain some distance. One must concede that Yahiko's strategy was sound. The Iwagakure ninjas lacked any widespread high-damage attacks. The enemy remained concealed while they were exposed, making them easier to contend with, especially since their strengths lay in defense, leaving them at a disadvantage. In the realm of ninja combat, once a battle turns against you, it becomes increasingly arduous. How infuriating. The Iwagakure ninjas recognized this predicament and gritted their teeth in frustration. In the world of shinobi, there are no reckless individuals devoid of strategy. Even the brash ninjas of Kumogakure exhibit cunning, as evidenced by their recent maneuvers. Water Release, Flowing Blade Technique. Yahiko's voice rang out, prompting the Iwagakure ninjas to brace themselves. Yet, remarkably, when Yahiko's kunai struck, the adversaries did not mount an adequate defense. The kunai, imbued with a blue chakra blade, indicated that Yahiko had indeed mastered the art of chakra conduction. While others utilized chakra conduction merely to enhance the sharpness of their weapons, Yahiko's application was distinctly different. As Iwakoshi intercepted the kunai, the blue chakra began to spread ominously toward his side. What? This was entirely unexpected, causing the Iwagakure ninjas to momentarily panic. In this world, where chakra reigns supreme, the possibilities of resurrection and creation abound. If one's abilities align with their imagination, they can forge their own ninjutsu. Unlike the rigid constraints of the original narrative, here, the application of chakra is far more versatile, akin to a universal remedy. As long as one possesses sufficient chakra control, one can accomplish a myriad of unimaginable feats with chakra, even invoking forms such as the Nine-Tails mode, albeit utilizing one's own chakra. Ninjutsu serves as a tangible manifestation of chakra, with a plethora of techniques already crafted for individuals to master, alongside many ingenious or formidable warriors who, during combat, spontaneously conjure novel jutsu. These are mere expressions of imagination. By forming hand seals to channel the chakra within, one can transmute this chakra into a succession of potent ninjutsu. This represents the essence of a ninja's combat style. The arm of the rock ninja began to be invaded by Yahiko's chakra, an exceedingly perilous situation akin to a mental invasion. These chakras could detonate at any moment. A sharp pain surged into the mind, causing the rock ninja's arm to shatter. The protective layer of his arm crumbled under the strain. Paper jutsu, binding. A gentle voice resonated, that of Conan, as Yahiko's breach in defense provided her with an opportunity. Branches formed from explosive tags stretched incessantly from various directions, both from above and below, advancing relentlessly. The other two rock ninja, naturally unwilling to allow their comrade to be harmed, positioned themselves protectively in front of him. As the branches surged forth, they too began to form hand seals. Earth style. Triple earth flow wall. A standard earth flow wall would not suffice to withstand the onslaught of explosive tags, hence the astute decision to employ a triple layering. Meanwhile, the previously silent Nagato commenced his actions. Wind style, for winds of fury. This represented a concentrated assault, as the rock ninja found themselves encircled by four formidable whirlwinds, each swirling ominously at their cardinal points. Bang! The explosive tags detonated, sending tremors through the earth flow wall, and the ground quaked in response. The force of this wave of explosions was undeniably formidable. Earth style, quagmire. Yahiko pressed his advantage, ensnaring the three rock ninja in place, while Nagato's four whirlwinds continued to rage. Utilizing earth style to confine the adept rock ninja was indeed a notable achievement for Yahiko. At this moment, Conan followed suit with Yahiko, further intensifying the onslaught, quite literally adding fuel to the fire. The paper butterflies crafted from explosive tags were swept into the whirlwinds, leading to a catastrophic explosion. The resulting blast filled the air with flames, igniting the whirlwinds into a fiery tempest that exponentially increased their power. Once again, a combined jutsu was unleashed, revealing the seamless synergy among Yahiko, Conan, and Nagato, surpassing expectations. The interplay of elemental forces reflects the inherent balance of nature. All things are relative. With a profound understanding of knowledge, even one lacking in advanced ninjutsu mastery can forge formidable techniques. Perhaps this elucidates the abundance of theoretical classes within the Ninja Academy. As the fiery whirlwind surged forth, the three rock ninja found themselves ensnared like trapped beasts, utterly isolated. However, they were ultimately the elite of their village, so how could they easily succumb to defeat? Passive defense has never been the most effective strategy. The finest defense is an active offense, for the strongest shield can also serve as the mightiest spear. What transpired next was beyond the expectations of Nagato and his companions. The combined ninjutsu, at its core, merely represented the complementarity of elemental forces, yet the trio from Iwagakure executed a truly synergistic ninjutsu. Simultaneously, the three from Iwagakure formed hand seals, and the surrounding heat waves approached without causing them the slightest hesitation. Earth release. A radiant glow emanated from the eyes of the Iwagakure trio as they exchanged glances, their energies intertwining to form a bridge. Their chakra flowed through this bridge, merging into a singular force. Earth Dragon. The trio did not complete the final hand seal. Instead, they pressed their palms together, and the individuals on either side struck their hands against the ground. Runes erupted from both locations, extending and ultimately converging. All of this transpired in a mere 2 seconds. While the fiery whirlwind loomed just a few meters away, yet the Iwagakure members remained unperturbed. What could these individuals possibly be plotting? Yahiko, being a composed individual, sensed something was amiss as he observed Iwagakure's enigmatic actions. All the peculiar behaviors displayed in the face of a life-or-death crisis suggested an audacious confidence, unless they were madmen. But it was evident that the trio from Iwagakure were anything but. The ground beneath their feet trembled violently, producing a cacophony of noise. The fiery whirlwind, undeterred, surged forth from all directions. The Iwagakure trio remained steadfast, and in the next moment, the flames collided, merging into a far more colossal and oppressive vortex. No, it ought to be referred to as a tornado. The heat swirled with the wind, the air being drawn into the tornado and subsequently expelled, raising the temperature by several degrees, even evaporating the dense mist, which began to dissipate. Roar! A thunderous sound erupted as the fiery tornado began to exhibit unusual movements beneath it. In an instant, the tornado shattered, releasing a torrent of scorching waves. The mist was swiftly cleared, unveiling the entire battlefield. The heat swept across the arena, even reaching the spectators, who erupted into cheers, finally able to witness the exhilarating clash. The previous mist had cast a pall over the audience, who could only hear the fierce sounds within but were deprived of the visuals, leaving them with a sense of unease. This is Yahiko and his companions huddled together, gazing at the formidable entity before them, a colossal earth dragon, soaring in the air. Its body connected to the ground. The dragon opened its mouth, revealing the figures of the Iwagakure trio within. Indeed, they were not madmen, but rather individuals emboldened by their confidence. Reflecting on the earlier actions of the Iwagakure trio, Yahiko clenched his fists. It must be said, this maneuver was undeniably impressive, turning the tide of the confrontation. Meanwhile, in another part of the battlefield, the Mist Village faced off against the Sand Village, while the Cloud Village engaged with the four from the Moon Tree. On this occasion, Yushu did not exert much effort himself, primarily allowing the three members of his team to engage with the opposing side. This was due to two reasons. Firstly, his own abilities were far beyond the level required for such a skirmish. Secondly, he aimed to hone the skills of the two girls on his team, both of whom possessed exceptionally high talents, bordering on genius. As for Minato Namikaze, his innate brilliance, coupled with a greater diligence and a wealth of experiences beyond those in the original narrative, naturally rendered him stronger than his predecessor. At this point, he had already surpassed the rank of a mere genin and entered the realm of chunin. In an era of peace, for an ordinary citizen to achieve such prowess is indeed commendable, and Minato's strength among the chunins was remarkably distinguished. Although this accomplishment may seem modest, it should be noted that the later figures of Kakashi and Itachi Uchiha were exceedingly formidable. However, Minato's overall capabilities undoubtedly eclipsed theirs. Ultimately, he was regarded by Yushu's online acquaintances from his previous life as someone who rendered all other geniuses pale in comparison to him. Furthermore, at this moment, Minato had yet to acquire his ultimate trump card. Once he obtained the Flying Thunder God technique, the golden flash that instilled terror throughout the ninja world would be born. However, unexpectedly, the trio on Yushu's side found themselves at a disadvantage against the three from the Cloud Village. Minato needed to occasionally attend to the two girls, whose strengths were theoretically comparable to their opponents, so they should not have been at a disadvantage. The crux of the issue lay within the mist. The Cloud ninjas excelled in lightning techniques, and the fog served as an excellent conductor. It could be said that the environment was exceedingly favorable to them. Now that the mist was dissipating, the battle could revert to its initial dynamics, making it difficult to ascertain who held the upper hand. Thus, a new round commenced. The three from the Rock Village gazed at the trio of Yahiko and spoke. Consequently, spectators witnessed three separate battlefields, each engaged in intense combat. The five elemental ninjutsu, lightning, fire, water, earth, and wind, were displayed in a dazzling array, with the elite showcasing their learned skills in spectacular duels. An intriguing phenomenon unfolded. A certain individual sat leisurely at the rear of the battlefield, where Konoha confronted the Cloud Village, completely disregarded by the Cloud Ninjas. With the mist cleared, Konoha, bolstered by Minato Namikaze, undoubtedly the most formidable force on the field, gradually seized the advantage. The Cloud Ninjas began to exhibit signs of decline. Yet the presence of the two girls allowed the opposing side to capitalize on this point and launch a vigorous counterattack, once again leveling the playing field. Aside from this confrontation, the other two battles remained relatively balanced, with neither side exerting undue pressure on the other. However, on Nagato's side, he refrained from utilizing his ocular powers, perhaps due to a lack of understanding or a reluctance to do so, considering that his eyes had previously brought his two closest companions to the brink of death. Although Yushu had remarked that he appeared to be faring better, the psychological barriers in his heart would not easily dissipate. While the young combatants battled fiercely, the seasoned veterans on the field engaged in their own conflicts. White Fang and Jiraiya convened, both privy to the unsettling truth. Intruders had infiltrated Konoha, and their numbers might be considerable, particularly during the Chunin exam period when outsiders flocked to the village. Surely, the adversaries had capitalized on this circumstance. "Have you made any discoveries?" Jiraiya inquired, his expression grave. White Fang, assigned as an examiner, merely shook his head, indicating that no anomalies had been detected. Jiraiya's demeanor grew increasingly somber. The absence of enemy detection suggested they had ample time to execute malevolent plans against Konoha. His gaze swept across the arena, landing on Suki, who was seated calmly while the others, including Minato, valiantly engaged in combat. Minato, whom Jiraiya regarded highly, was perceived by him as one of the prophesied children. Alongside him were Nagato and Suki. In addition to Minato, there was Kushina, the last survivor of the Uzumaki clan, a princess of her lineage, and Mikoto, a thoughtful young woman with a perspective that diverged from the Uchiha ideals. The Chunin exam represented a pivotal moment for them, and Jiraiya harbored a deep concern for this occasion, as they were all his students, akin to his own children. Suddenly, a realization struck Jiraiya, his eyes widening. "White Fang Sensei," he exclaimed, inhaling sharply. "Have you seen Granny Mito?" The implication dawned on White Fang as well. Her profound concern for Kushina, especially during the latter's Chunin exam, while absent from the venue, was utterly implausible. As they mulled over the gravity of the situation, Jiraiya asserted, "Mito is the current host of the Nine Tails. If someone intends to target her, it signifies an interest in the tailed beasts." Coincidentally, the intelligence provided by Suki indicated that the adversaries had indeed set their sights on Kushina as the next host. If they were fixated on the future, what of the present? The logic was undeniable. If they sought the Nine Tails, it was essential to target the current Jinchuriki. This woman, aged and having lived since before Konoha's inception, was now in dire straits. "I must go check on her. You stay here and keep watch, White Fang Sensei." Jiraiya sprang into action, for if their suspicions were correct, Konoha was undeniably in peril, with a significant likelihood of the Nine Tails being unleashed, plunging the village into chaos once more. "Let there be no grave misfortune," he murmured to himself, quickening his pace. White Fang watched Jiraiya's retreating figure, fully aware of his own responsibilities and placing his trust in the younger generation. These successors had grown increasingly formidable, surpassing their predecessors, and the reputation of the legendary Sannin was steadily being reaffirmed. After a moment, Jiraiya's silhouette faded from his view. As his gaze returned, the countenance of White Fang appeared somewhat grave. Thus, it was time to attend to his own affairs. White Fang held no belief that amidst such a throng, there would not be a single adversary lurking in ambush. Such a notion was simply implausible. Consequently, the very existence of surveillance upon him and his companions was undeniable. Given this reality, it was certain that the encounter between the two individuals and Jiraiya's subsequent flight had not gone unnoticed. As a watcher, armed with intelligence, how could one remain indifferent? His sharp eyes scoured the surroundings, as though searching for a concealed blade within. For the moment, those around him exhibited no unusual behavior, prompting White Fang to continue his patrol. Meanwhile, Jiraiya had already fled the examination grounds, hurrying towards the residence of Mizuho. To be candid, it was a moment of confusion for Jiraiya and his companions. Upon receiving this information, it became evident that the high-level combatants had predominantly gathered in this locale, while the Umbu and other shinobi remained stationed within the village. Their presence served two purposes: to prevent the enemy from exploiting any vulnerabilities for a direct assault, and to ensure that certain matters remained undisclosed. After all, it was already known that the Umbu had infiltrated by the enemy. Although this had recently come to light, there was no guarantee that another wave of invasion would not occur, especially given the last instance had been executed with utmost stealth and formidable strength. Jiraiya quickened his pace towards the village, the cheers behind him fading into the distance. In stark contrast to the surrounding revelry, his emotions were rather complicated. "What are you doing? How about taking me along?" Within the Chunin exam arena, a figure abruptly vacated their seat, rushing towards the restroom, where they commenced hand seals. Just then, someone interrupted. The individual turned and spotted a flash of white hair. White Fang. Bang! White Fang showed no mercy, offering no opportunity to his adversary. In an instant, he was upon them, seizing their face and smashing it against the wall. Cracks resembling a spider's web began to spread, the force of the blow substantial. Blood erupted from the individual's mouth, staining White Fang's hand crimson. "Now, speak. Who sent you, and what is your purpose?" White Fang leaned closer, whispering in a low tone. Despite his typically gentle demeanor, he exhibited no compassion when confronting foes. To show leniency towards an enemy is to be cruel to oneself, and it may inadvertently endanger those nearby. As a top-tier combatant among the Hokage, White Fang had long understood this truth. For a ninja is invariably faced with blood and darkness. "Ha ha ha, you need not inform me. The one who fled will undoubtedly be discovered. We have more than one vantage point." "Is that so?" White Fang dragged the individual out and delivered another forceful blow, causing the spider-like cracks to widen further. I shall grant you one more chance. His gaze was icy. Purification. You, who destroy our homeland, shall pay a price. You must be purified. White Fang narrowed his eyes. As the individual before him uttered incomprehensible words. Communication was futile. White Fang had encountered such individuals before, and indeed, far too often. Ninjas are often seen as individuals shrouded in darkness, embodying the essence of filth. White Fang has encountered captives numerous times, and in such instances, enemies typically refrain from divulging any intelligence they possess. Many, in their desperation, opt to take their own lives before capture, making the act of securing a prisoner exceedingly rare. Even once apprehended, these foes resort to every means at their disposal to end their own lives, as the torment and interrogation they face can render existence unbearable. As the leader of the Umbu, White Fang has indeed engaged in such grim tasks, though he harbors a preference for direct confrontations over interrogations. It is evident that the individual he has captured now is one resolute in their unwillingness to yield. The Otsutsuki clan will bear the responsibility of fulfilling the purification task. With a swift motion, chakra flows from his palm, a testament to the exquisite skill of a top-tier warrior, akin to the use of silent ninjutsu. Channeling chakra directly into his hand to form a blade of chakra that augments his physical prowess. Admittedly, the efficacy of this technique is limited. Most individuals lack such formidable chakra control. However, who is White Fang? A master of swordsmanship, his prowess in both skill and ninjutsu rivals that of the Hokage, granting him exceptional control over chakra. Mastery of sword techniques demands an extraordinary level of chakra control, a necessity for those ninjas who attack with weapons, surpassing even the importance of chakra volume or ninjutsu prowess. With the chakra blade manifesting on his hand, White Fang shows no mercy, swiftly obliterating the head of the captive before him. If dialogue is futile, there is no reason to squander time. Interrogation is not his forte. Meanwhile, outside the confines of this grim scene, unexpected events begin to unfold. The battle rages on, but amidst the chaos, an anomaly occurs. One individual from Sunagakure, in the midst of combat with a member of Kirigakure, inexplicably sends their opponent flying and dashes towards the battlefield of Awagakure and Amigakure. This bizarre maneuver raises eyebrows across the arena. At this juncture, Tsukiki realizes the shocking truth. These individuals had disguised themselves as genin to infiltrate the examination. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Tsukiki springs into action, launching a jutsu that swiftly alerts Nagato and his companions, who instinctively prepare for the oncoming threat. The dragon fire technique effectively thwarts the adversary's surprise attack, dismantling their plans entirely. Fulfill your duty, he bellows, as a cloud of smoke rises, revealing an individual whose appearance starkly contrasts that of before. In an uncanny response to his proclamation, figures begin to emerge from the smoke, each one of them leaping into the arena from the spectators' area, their attire transformed in an instant. The sudden turn of events catches everyone off guard. Yet Tsukiki is acutely aware that these newcomers have two targets in mind, Nagato and Kushina. Fire release, rising dragon bullet. The moon tree is about to form seals. He will not easily allow the opposing reinforcements to join the battlefield. The others, momentarily bewildered, are left in confusion, particularly the sand-hidden village, whose members are utterly flabbergasted as their ally suddenly transforms, leaving them entirely perplexed about the unfolding events. Nagato, come over here. They are targeting you, Moontree calls out, prompting a change in Nagato's expression as he quickly comprehends the situation. The figures behind Moontree, including Minato, also grasp the gravity of the moment. A small fireball, shaped like a dragon, erupts from the ground, soaring towards the descending group, reaching for the heavens. The Chunin exams have inadvertently morphed into something entirely different. Now, a battle more intense than the Chunin exams is about to commence. In the next instant, the rising dragon bomb explodes in midair, sending a plume of smoke spiraling upwards. Who are you? Mito gasps, her aged frame illuminated by a golden aura, embodying the Nine Tails mode. As a veteran Jinchuriki with decades of experience, Mito, skilled in sealing techniques, is no mere ornament. She possesses a portion of the Nine Tails power. Surrounded by formidable opponents, even she finds it challenging to cope, particularly as she is no longer the youthful girl she once was, but an elderly matron. The individuals encircling her offer no answers. clad in uniform attire that conceals their forms, revealing only their pale eyes. Those white eyes belong to members of the Hyuga clan. The thought flashes through Mito's mind. But it cannot be true. The Hyuga clan has maintained a harmonious relationship with her and has been unwaveringly loyal to Konoha since its inception, standing alongside the Uchiha as one of the two great clans. What on earth is happening? Mito ponders, unable to fathom who these individuals are. Yet she cannot shake the uncanny sense of déjà vu and familiarity they evoke. Age has dulled her senses, causing countless memories to gradually blend into the river of time. A faint smile graces her lips, as if mocking her own frailty. At that moment, the figures around her begin to mobilize once more. Chakra stirs and collides, heralding the onset of another battle. With a swift motion, Jiraiya leaps aside, unleashing a barrage of shuriken. Even as he evades, he continues his relentless pursuit. Earth-style, Earth Wall. Jiraiya swiftly forms seals, erecting a barrier to deflect the incoming shuriken. The clattering sounds of shuriken colliding and falling to the ground resonate, momentarily dampening Jiraiya's spirits. Indeed, has the attack commenced? Encountering enemies on the return journey can only stem from two reasons. Either the Chunin exams have been compromised, or the adversaries have indeed targeted Mito. Otherwise, why would they come to obstruct him? Suddenly, a ripple of chakra catches Jiraiya's attention, prompting him to leap backward as the earth wall before him shatters explosively. The explosive tag, a harbinger of impending danger, had just manifested in a subtle ripple of chakra. After all, these tags are not governed by intention, they detonate at will. Wind release, wind pierce. Jiraiya did not pause in his movements, forming hand seals and unleashing a compressed gust akin to a lance that shot forth with lethal precision. The wind pierced through the silhouette before him. A figure cloaked in black, with only a pair of white eyes visible. The gust penetrated the area below their chest, causing blood to erupt forth as the assailant suffered grievous injury from the attack. Behind Jiraiya, another shadow began to dart forward, a kunai glinting ominously as it aimed for his throat. With a swift motion, a plume of smoke erupted as Jiraiya transformed into a wooden clone, executing the substitution technique. Ascending to a higher level of combat, he unleashed a sage-inspired kick, propelling himself behind the attacker with startling agility. An eye for an eye. He deemed this response relatively lenient. The adversary was sent flying, and the surrounding shadows began to multiply, darting to and fro. So many? Jiraiya was taken aback by the sheer number of intruders. He genuinely wondered what kind of defenses Konohagakure had in place. Unbeknownst to him, the entrance to the village was strewn with fallen members of the Konohagakure Guard, composed of the Uchiha clan. It was unfathomable that the Uchiha, typically formidable, had been so thoroughly vanquished, lying incapacitated on the ground. Though there were indeed numerous masked assailants, they were far outnumbered by the Uchiha. Cursed Hyuga clan, do you seek to instigate a war between our clans? The captain of the guard remained upright, the last man standing among his comrades, who had all succumbed to defeat. He had managed to hold his ground for a time due to his strength, but with every passing moment, he found himself increasingly isolated. Alone, he stood as the last bastion. The crimson three-tomo Sharingan swirled in his eyes, and a profound sense of helplessness washed over him. The enemies relied primarily on brute force, eschewing ninjutsu, while the Hyuga's gentle fist techniques remained beyond his ability to replicate. Even if he could imitate them, they would be ineffective. It was the combination with the Byakugan that granted them true potency. Strangely, he found that his illusions were utterly ineffective. The Sharingan's most potent ability, Jinjutsu, had proven futile against these foes, who seemed impervious to such tricks. Their physical prowess was formidable, their immunity to Jinjutsu disconcerting, and their mastery of ninjutsu placed them at the upper echelons of the Chunin ranks, nearing that of Jonin. Indeed, among them was one of Jonin caliber, and their numbers were sufficient to overwhelm the guard, rendering the Sharingan's advantages moot. In the next instant, the captain felt a sharp pain in his back, instability overtaking him as his footing faltered. An unseen assailant had struck him from behind with a singular, devastating blow. The potency of the Hyuga's gentle fist, coupled with its precise targeting of chakra points, delivered a hit that resonated deeply within him. He yearned to catch his breath, but in battle, there is no mercy nor opportunity for respite. With a sickening sound, he coughed up blood, only to be met with another strike from a different foe. Yet the same relentless force. The captain of the guard knelt upon the ground, his gaze clouded with confusion. He observed the figure before him, somewhat indistinct. Yet the haunting whiteness of their eyes was etched into his memory. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed as the figure moved, plunging his vision into darkness, his consciousness gradually fading. Though his physical faculties remained intact, the shadowy figures exchanged glances, their vacant white eyes devoid of emotion, as they disregarded the scene and advanced deeper into the heart of Konoha. Perhaps it was a stroke of fortune that they had no intention of taking lives. They moved in formation, at times separating yet seemingly unified, their hollow gazes betraying no semblance of humanity, as if life had never graced their eyes. Boom! The building erupted in an explosion, a golden tail sweeping across everything in its path. One by one, the cloaked figures leaped from the wreckage, each bearing traces of blood, some their own, yet they remained silent, indifferent to their plight. "You wretched creatures unworthy of the title human," Mito gasped, blood staining her form. A mix of others, and perhaps a trace of her own. The dark figures paid her no heed, continuing their coordinated assault. "Come on, let me tear one apart." Mito's crimson hair billowed as her fierce, beast-like eyes glinted with resolve. Meanwhile, chaos erupted near the Hokage's office, with every ninja quickly recognizing the disturbance and rushing toward it. Yet, shadows flickered through the air. Many who attempted to rise were sent flying, blood trailing in their wake. Among them was Hinata, though he managed to evade the strike of a sudden assailant, landing firmly atop a nearby roof, where he beheld a surge of dark figures. "Who are you?" Hinata entered a state of combat readiness, a stalwart pillar of Konoha and a commendable jonin. The cloaked figures remained silent, their unique eyes scanning the surroundings. "What eyes?" Hinata held his breath, a sense of urgency flooding him as he recognized the distinctive ocular prowess of the Hyuga clan manifesting in these dark figures. Numerous pairs of white eyes fixated upon him, and the commotion intensified outside, prompting White Fang to rush out, ignoring the fallen comrade behind him. Upon exiting, he found the audience area in disarray, spectators jostling together. The Umbu squad led by White Fang had already engaged in battle with the suddenly appeared assailants. Fortunately, the adversaries showed no intent to harm the audience, granting White Fang a moment of relief. Black smoke billowed from the exam grounds as he swiftly joined the fray, glancing at Suki and the others in passing. As anticipated, the young participants of the Chunin exams had banded together, united against the emerging threat, their numbers formidable. Suki, shedding her previous demeanor, also took up arms, and White Fang felt a renewed sense of assurance. Although the young Moon Tree may still be inexperienced, his prowess is undoubtedly commendable, a fact that White Fang is certain of. His assistance is indeed valuable. White Fang, no longer preoccupied with the youth, unsheathes his kunai, ready to confront the encroaching adversaries. "Konoha is not a place for you to wreak havoc," he asserts. With remarkable skill, he channels wind chakra through his blade, rendering it exceptionally sharp, akin to its name, White Fang. The moniker derives from this very weapon of slaughter. "Quickly disperse the crowd. I will handle this," he instructs. As a single strike fells an enemy, prepare yourselves for what is to come. With his commanding presence intensifying, the fearsome White Fang reveals his lethal intent, instilling dread among the denizens of the ninja world. Yet, the cloaked figures before him show no sign of trepidation. In the blink of an eye, the glint of his blade flashes forth, and he is upon them, delivering a decisive blow. Blood sprays forth, marking yet another life extinguished. The swiftness of the moment leaves onlookers in stunned silence. White Fang's claws are exceedingly sharp. Among the chaos, the crimson-clad Sunset's true red narrowly evades an empty-handed strike, retaliating with a torrent of fire. Despite the formidable strength and numbers of the cloaked assailants, even a seasoned elite shinobi like Sunset's true red finds himself somewhat overwhelmed. Moreover, as an illusion-based ninja, the fact that his adversaries are immune to Jinjutsu severely undermines his capabilities. Realizing his limitations, he acknowledges that he is merely an above-average jonin at best. "Youth." A vibrant voice resonates, accompanied by the rush of air behind him. Turning, he is met with a familiar sight, a figure clad in a tight-fitting suit and sporting a bowl-cut hairstyle. Might Guy, the embodiment of youthful vigor. A glance reveals a cloaked adversary sent flying by Guy's powerful kick. Quickly, Sunset's true red comprehends that he has been saved. "Thank you, Guy?" "Huh. The Azure Beast of Konoha is here to protect our village and friends. What a splendid display of youth," Guy proclaims, his exuberance infectious. Sunset's true red recognizes him well, considering their camaraderie. Despite Might Guy being a lower-ranked jonin, his exceptional taijutsu skills and strength are unquestionable, though other factors have hindered his promotion. He barely passed as a genin during wartime due to lenient requirements amidst the shortage of combatants. I leave the rear to you, Guy, Sunset's true red declares, gripping his kunai as they stand back to back. They have fought side by side numerous times, forging a bond that transcends mere friendship. Leave it to me, youth. Ignite. Guy's voice resonates with fervor, brimming with enthusiasm. Sunset's true red smiles. Let us go. Each time I embark on a mission with Maida, an extraordinary sense of reassurance and exhilaration envelopes me. Perhaps this is what Maida refers to as the essence of youth. The two of us stand back to back, stepping forward in unison towards our adversaries. The bond of trust between comrades weaves a poetic narrative of our shared struggles. With a swift flick of my tail, I scatter the black-clad foes before us as if sweeping away refuse. My stamina wanes, and beads of sweat begin to emerge, the brilliance of my Ninetales mode dimming. It is not that the Ninetales mode lacks strength. Rather, for someone of my age and frailty, contending with such numerous foes is a formidable challenge. Each opponent possesses the prowess of a top-tier chunin, unafraid of death, skilled in taijutsu, and aided by the Byakugan. While a conventional sea of enemies might falter against the Ninetales, this particular strategy proves effective, as each adversary is indeed a formidable opponent. With my dwindling strength, I momentarily lose focus and am caught off guard by a sudden strike, almost toppling to the ground. At that moment, foes encircle me, eager to seize the advantage. Yet I refuse to yield so easily. The chakra of the Ninetales erupts forth, sending my assailants flying. How could it be so simple for you to prevail? The Ninetales is Konoha's treasure, not something you can lay claim to. I have been the host of the Ninetales since the dawn of Konoha, suppressing its fury for an entire generation. Would I allow the Ninetales to manifest in this world again? Absolutely not. Kushina, my dear Kushina, has yet to grow. She must be allowed to savor the fleeting joys of childhood a while longer, for her youthful visage is the most beautiful. I gasp for breath, clearly fatigued. The next host of the Ninetales, Uzumaki Kushina, remains the sole survivor of the once mighty Uzumaki clan, which perished amidst a sea of blood. Kushina escaped as a child, her vibrant red hair not only a birthright, but also stained with the blood of her kin. I strive to persevere, though age has long beckoned me toward the afterlife. This little girl with her round face and fiery locks has yet to mature. How can I burden her with such a heavy fate so soon? That little girl, carefree and boisterous, mirrors my own youthful spirit. I recall how Hashirama, despite his superior strength, often found himself at my mercy. My apologies, Hashirama. The glow of my Ninetales mode begins to intensify once more. I am not ready to meet you just yet, for the chakra of the Ninetales surges forth as I ignite the dwindling flame of my life. That cherubic smile should not fade so quickly. Come forth. Savor the essence of this old soul. Do not let age deter you from the feast. With a fierce roar, I unleash my spirit. A sensation not felt in many years, reminiscent of my vibrant youth. Humanity's cry to the heavens expresses its fury, yet the heavens remain indifferent, swiftly suppressing this tempest of rage. Bang! Aging necessitates a well-deserved rest. The merciless world shall never close the door of cruelty upon you. Beyond the window of existence lies despair, intertwined with disappointment. Alas, Mito has unfortunately witnessed this truth. Her disheveled red hair sprawls about, her aged form slumped on the ground. A trickle of blood seeping forth, rendering her crimson locks even more vibrant. It is time to rest, dear elder. Mito's vision has grown hazy, reminiscent of the typical afflictions of old age. Indeed, the passage of time has caught up. Her eyes, once bright, now dimmed, the murky light within gradually fading away. Forgive me, Kushina. I have yet to witness you blossom into adulthood. Mito's gnarled hands opened and closed, ultimately falling still. She was not dead, merely unconscious. Yet the specter of death loomed ominously above her, scythe poised. Now, it is time to fulfill our responsibilities. Let us commence with Konoha, that man who fought against Uchiha Madara, the one who abducted Kushina, possessed hair as white as snow, eyes of the same hue, and skin as pale as a winter's morning. Bang! Tsukamori dispatched an advancing figure clad in black with a swift kick. These individuals resembled automatons, unyielding to fear, tireless, and devoid of complaint, merely executing commands. They moved as though they were mere copies of one another, exhibiting identical actions and strengths. A glance back revealed that those who had been tested now gathered, united in their resolve against the external threat. Tsukumori, however, had no time to consider them. The number of black-clad assailants continued to swell, and he too felt the weight of their overwhelming presence. The technique of shadow clone proved ineffective. They were no match for the enemy. Even a multitude of clones could barely hold their ground. The clones capable of utilizing jutsu were few, resulting in chakra depletion concentrated solely on the original. For the moment, Tsukumori could endure, given his robust constitution, but if the struggle persisted, trouble would surely follow. The system's task had not indicated any completion, and Tsukumori remained acutely aware of the unrest lingering in his heart. Amidst these thoughts, the assailants surged forward once more. Tsukumori wasted no time, employing his swordsmanship combined with chakra to counter the assault. Engaging in direct combat, the adversaries were not entirely defenseless against his blade. These seemingly mass-produced foes utilized their chakra surprisingly well. By enveloping their hands in chakra, they could catch blades with relative ease. This was no mere clash of steel against flesh, it was a covert battle of chakra. As Tsukumori's sword descended, the opponent could indeed parry. Yet that did not mean they emerged unscathed. Despite their superior chakra control compared to the average individual, it paled in comparison to Tsukumori's prowess. When chakra collided, Tsukumori's immense power overwhelmed their defenses. Even if they managed to catch his blade, they would still sustain injuries, albeit mitigated. TCH. But what of it? Yushu deftly swept aside the adversary who sought to intercept his Kusanagi sword, then crouched to evade a straight punch from his opponent. The martial prowess of these cloaked figures was formidable, a unique jujitsu from the Hyuga clan, complemented by their Byakugan, capable of inflicting considerable harm even with a mere touch. Jujitsu transcends mere appearances, it targets deeper, internal aspects. A sweeping kick toppled the man before him, his masked visage descending towards the ground, only to be met with a crushing knee strike in the next instant. Wind release, slash. The Kusanagi sword in Yushu's hand gleamed as he swung it, compressing the air and unleashing a violent arc towards the encroaching foe. The sound of impact resonated as the slash found its mark, causing blood to spurt forth. Lightning release. Once more, Yushu formed hand seals, channeling his chakra into the Kusanagi sword. The chakra manifested as electric currents that crackled and danced around the blade. Thousand Thunder. With a swift motion, Yushu plunged the Kusanagi sword into the ground, the electrical energy radiating outward, shocking those who approached and leaving them convulsing. Even those at a distance felt the numbing effects. Wow, one of the onlookers exclaimed. Is this guy really that powerful? I thought he lacked strength since he held back before. The men from the Cloud Village struggled to defend themselves against these formidable black-clad opponents, who were among the elite of the Chunin rank, leaving them in a passive and helpless state. However, the combined strength of two individuals differs significantly from that of one, not merely a simple augmentation. Aside from Yushu, there was another unexpected ally from the Sand Village who had also donned black attire. Together, they formed a united front against these external threats, making their defense considerably more manageable, successfully withstanding the onslaught of elite Chunin with their combined efforts. Yushu's prowess was far beyond mere appearances. Is that so? Kushina exclaimed in excitement. Is he stronger than that blonde kid? Without a doubt, replied Minato, the fourth Hokage, with a bittersweet smile as he listened to their banter. Is it truly appropriate to compare me in front of my very eyes? Makoto, standing nearby, couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Minato as she overheard the conversation between Kushina and the Cloud Village warriors. This feels a bit cruel. Though he felt a sense of helplessness, Minato had to concede that Yushu's abilities likely surpassed his own by a considerable margin. He was uncertain of the exact level Yushu had reached, but it was plausible that he had attained the rank of Jonin. With a sigh, Minato openly acknowledged his inferiority. This was not an easy admission, yet it was not particularly difficult either. After all, no one enjoys being outdone by others. However, facing reality head-on allows one to gain clarity about oneself, paving the way for surpassing both the rival and oneself. Is this for real? How old is he? It's as if we've wasted our lives. Such sentiments shattered their perspectives. They had all completed their education at the Ninja Academy, some at the age of 12. While this prodigy was likely only around 10, yet his strength had already reached a level they could hardly comprehend. Initially, the prowess of Namikaze Minato at the Chunin level astonished them. This was precisely why the opponent allowed the battle to remain evenly matched in the hands of two inexperienced females, enough to leave the people of Kumogakure in awe. Little did they expect that behind this extraordinary individual, there lay another prodigy. No wonder they were eager to partake in such an examination. It was akin to a game. Without delving into those sorrowful topics, their gaze shifted towards Tsuki no Ki. A lightning-release ninjutsu wreaked havoc upon the adversaries, and Tsuki no Ki had already dispatched numerous cloaked figures, alleviating the pressure on Minato and his team considerably. A glance revealed that Tsuki no Ki was effortlessly neutralizing foes, expending minimal chakra and stamina, all while maintaining the utmost efficiency. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated from above, drawing their attention toward the spectator area. Yet, this was not the end. From the epicenter of the explosion emerged a sound, as something relentlessly tore through the surroundings. Akin to a shark, devouring everything in its path. What is this? Kakashi was equally perplexed, observing the inexplicable assault without rashly intervening. The audience had already evacuated, and whatever was to come next could arrive unimpeded. The third Hokage descended, bolstered by the presence of two individuals of Hokage caliber. There was little to fear from any malevolent spirit that might appear. What is this? He pondered, still uncertain. In the midst of their discourse, that enigmatic entity began to leap down to the arena below, where the examination was taking place and where the youth remained. Kakashi, disregarding the risks, dashed forward, gripping his ninja blade, and leaped into the fray, followed closely by the third Hokage. The cloaked figures among the audience had been substantially reduced. Kakashi's team was more than capable of handling the situation, yet the children could not be allowed to come to harm. Hokage-sama. Sarutobi Hiruzen halted at the call of his name, turning to face the speaker. Clad in his umbu mask, the individual's tone conveyed urgency. What is it? The village is under attack. The umbu and root have mobilized. Their target appears to be Lord Mito. We have just received reports indicating that their numbers are tenfold compared to ours here. Sarutobi's demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness. You will hold the enemy at bay. I shall return at once. What of Jiraiya? Lord Jiraiya has already departed. We have yet to receive any updates on his status. Might Guy and Yuhi Kurenai are currently battling within the village. Without further hesitation, Sarutobi sprang into action. The enemy's diversions had proven effective. Such a cliched tactic had indeed ensnared him. As he moved, his expression darkened, reflecting the gravity of the situation. This attack was premeditated, with a clear target in sight. Sarutobi could not help but reflect deeply upon his prior negligence. It was likely that this incident would usher in far greater issues, should the losses be significant. The third great ninja war could very well erupt, for the wolves were indeed poised, waiting. Sarutobi Hisashi hurried along, burdened with a sense of unease. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kakashi followed an enigmatic presence into the examination grounds. Tsukamori and a group of young individuals gathered together, observing the rising dust from the recently fallen object. Uncle Susumu, Tsukamori greeted, sharing a moment of anticipation regarding the unfolding events. Strangely, the dark-clad figures surrounding them ceased their actions, turning their gazes towards this direction. Their white eyes scrutinized the scene, and in an instant, they shifted their focus, charging directly into the mist. With a crack, two figures emerged from within, yet the dark-clad individuals paid them no heed. TCH, this guy is tougher than he looks. A familiar voice reached Tsukamori's ears. Not just him, but beside him, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki shared a knowing glance, recognizing the voice all too well. It belonged to the ones who had obstructed their path during their first mission, Tsuna's Shuriken and Konoha's Inoshikacho. As their figures became visible, their true identities were unveiled. Both appeared somewhat disheveled, yet bore no evident injuries. Suddenly, the dark-clad figures lunged into the fog, prompting a shout from within. A formidable surge of chakra erupted, toppling the attackers and dispersing the mist. I sensed the god tree's aura. Tsukamori inhaled sharply. This individual before him left an indelible impression, rivaling even that of Tsuna's Shuriken. Otsutsuki. Minato's voice trembled as he recognized the identity of the figure. He possessed striking features, his entire being radiating a pearly white, with hair, skin, and eyes that mirrored the earlier elder, both clearly belonging to the Otsutsuki clan. Yunshiro's gaze shifted toward Nagato, the focal point of the crowd. His unmistakable eyes were the target. Fire release. Great Fire Annihilation. Without hesitation, Tsukumori formed the necessary hand seals. Seizing the initiative, he unleashed a concentrated torrent of flames. Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, the Great Fire Annihilation gradually lost its momentum, transforming into a swirling vortex. The figure before him absorbed the powerful jutsu effortlessly. Hey, little one, that guy is no longer the weakling he once was. Ninjutsu has little effect now. Soon as Shuriken cautioned Tsukumori, noting that Yunshi's palm eye had returned, restoring his strength to its peak. To unleash fire upon others upon first meeting, how impolite. But then again, it is typical of a monkey to cause a ruckus, he remarked, his words laced with frustration. This guy keeps babbling about monkeys. It's infuriating, Senpai Inoshikacho, soon as Shuriken gritted his teeth, clearly agitated. Do not engage in foolish actions. Conserve your strength for yourself and the present moment, Inoshikacho advised, his tone steady, reminiscent of their first encounter. All right, soon as Shuriken acquiesced, perhaps aware of the battle that lay ahead. The two individuals before Baiyo were adversaries. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, Yushu remarked, but now we are allies. Are we not? His glance towards the two beside him elicited a chuckle from Sha Shizhen. Since you've not saved me, let us consider it thus. Sha Shizhen also managed to smile. The enmity between Yushu and him was hardly substantial. Labeling them as foes seemed exaggerated. It was merely their first encounter wherein Yushu had received a rather severe beating, albeit with restraint, as neither had truly sought to inflict mortal harm. One could argue that mercy had been displayed, especially since Sha Shizhen had fortuitously saved Yushu's life previously. Otherwise, he might have perished at the hands of Yunshi. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. There had never been any genuine animosity. And with the common threat of the formidable Otsutsuki Yunshi resurfacing, why not unite? Furthermore, the individual before them was no ordinary foe. Yushu observed this striking figure, who was indeed fearsome. Kongzhong. Without delay, he unleashed his ultimate technique, and Yunshi quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Doton, thick sword. Sha Shizhen stepped forward, channeling the momentum of Kongzhong towards him. Chakra coursed into the ninja blade in his hand as he swung down to meet the oncoming attack. What is this? Baiyo beside him was momentarily taken aback. His gaze fixated on Sha Shizhen. Yushu discerned his intent. As a swordsman himself, witnessing such a formidable blade master naturally piqued his curiosity. Baiyo's swordsmanship was pure, while Sha Shizhen's was resplendent. In the realm of merging chakra with weaponry, Yushu had yet to encounter anyone as adept as Sha Shizhen. Although he had seen few, even Baiyo, a pinnacle of strength in the ninja world wielding a blade, could not rival Sha Shizhen's prowess in this regard. Sha Shizhen's ninja blade stood firm, akin to an impenetrable wall, effectively thwarting the assault. It seemed as though the attributes of chakra had melded with the sword, rendering it weightier. Much like the vast earth itself. Doton, 9 dragons. Xiaoye Shi, not one to remain idle, observed his juniors striving valiantly. He could not afford to be complacent. His hand seals were executed with remarkable swiftness, nearly imperceptible to the eye, and soon Xiaoye Shi had completed his formation. With a forceful strike upon the ground, seals emerged in response. Chakra from within surged forth, diving beneath the surface. As a guardian of the divine tree, his prowess was commendable. With a resounding impact, Yunshi remarked, and suddenly, shadows emerged from the surroundings. 9 dragon heads surged forth from the earth, beginning to entwine. Strangulation. Xiaoye Shi concentrated his chakra, and the 9 dragons coiled around Yunshi, effectively ensnaring him. In an instant, Yunshi found himself compressed. Huh, not bad. Quite a commendable attack for a monkey. The force is just right. Very comfortable, Yunshi chuckled, and with a sudden tensing of his body, he broke free from the clutches of the 9 dragons. At that moment, a white figure abruptly appeared at his side. The glimmering blade flashed past, and White Fang had already arrived at his side, striking down with a swift motion. However, in a miraculous display, Yunshi merely raised his hand, effortlessly blocking White Fang's attack. It seemed as though an invisible wall of air had formed, rendering White Fang's assault utterly ineffective. Without lingering in battle, White Fang withdrew swiftly after his failed ambush. In elite combat, the art of retreat is as vital as the art of attack, and unidirectional assault can easily be countered, shattering defenses and reaching the core, while solely defensive stances can lead to passivity and ultimately to a trapped beast. Is this the secret technique of the Hyuga clan? White Fang, being well-versed in combat, recognized this maneuver. The technique known as turning heaven is one of the absolute defenses of Hyuga's gentle fist, providing a comprehensive 360-degree shield by utilizing rapid bodily movements to channel chakra. Yet, in this instance, Yunshu effortlessly repelled White Fang's strike without even moving. It was a simple matter. Sufficient chakra control was all that was required. Oi Stone, also knowledgeable in combat, understood the reasoning behind Yunshu's prowess. The Hyuga gentle fist effectively harnesses chakra within the body, and given Yunshu's mastery of this technique and his formidable physical capabilities, achieving such feats seemed entirely plausible. Is there more you have yet to reveal? Do show me, and delight me with your abilities, for this is the highest value of the monkey village. Yunshu spoke nonchalantly, seemingly indifferent to the presence of Tsukiki and his companions. Perhaps his overwhelming strength allowed him to disregard them entirely. The young men gathered behind him felt the oppressive aura emanating from Yunshu, instilling a sense of dread within them. Despite the obstruction posed by Tsukiki and his three comrades, Yunshu's formidable presence permeated through, allowing these youths to viscerally experience the magnitude of his strength. Just sensing his aura was enough to convey how powerful he truly was. How infuriating! Minato Namikaze gritted his teeth in frustration. He felt an instinctual fear within his own body, a sentiment shared by others as well. Yet, the four individuals before them stood their ground, confronting Yunshu. Minato had faced Yunshu once before and was thoroughly defeated. The memory of that encounter haunted him. On that occasion, all the nearby households had suffered misfortune, with no dignity left even in their downfall. The very individual before him, who whimsically referred to himself as a monkey and toyed with others for mere amusement, had caused such chaos. Diamond Seal, Kushina shouted, as chains surged forth. Unfortunately, how could Tsukiki allow this girl to engage in self-destructive behavior? Grabbing the chains, Tsukiki glanced back at Kushina, a look of frustration etched on his face, though he was equally unaware of the unfolding events. Are you foolish? The surrounding cloaked figures began to move once more, their sights set squarely on Yunshu. Compared to the others, Yunshu seemed to be the primary target, granting Tsukiki the opportunity to speak. Now is the time. With a commanding tone, Koyoshi initiated a collective assault on the black-clad figures. In response, Tsukiki swiftly returned the chains of Kushina, joining the other three in their advance. Fire release, great fire destruction. The chakra of the great fire was channeled through the Kusanagi sword, continuously materializing. Tsukiki and her companions unleashed their most formidable techniques, determined to exert every ounce of their strength without reservation. Delight me fully, whether it be these wretches or the monkeys. Koyoshi chuckled joyfully, his chakra surging uncontrollably. It was astonishing to witness the sheer magnitude of the opponent's chakra, reaching an unbelievable level, meriting the title of a humanoid-tailed beast. The Kusanagi sword held by Tsukiki blazed with flames, a faint wind emanating from Koyoshi. Heavenly strike. Koyoshi smiled and unleashed a palm strike. The terrifying momentum surged like a tempest. Suna and Koyoshi reacted immediately, evading the onslaught. However, White Fang and Tsukiki could not escape. Behind them lay Minato and his allies, leaving no avenue for retreat. With a fierce cry, Tsukiki swung her sword, the flame-imbued Kusanagi erupting in a torrent of fire. Her feet dug into the ground as she braced against the overwhelming assault. White Fang joined her, channeling pure sword intent and sharp chakra, alleviating much of the pressure from Tsukiki. With a determined shout, Tsukiki expended all her strength, cleaving through the oncoming attack. This monstrous strike was met head-on by Tsukiki and White Fang, and they were pushed back nearly 10 meters. Not bad, quite impressive, Koyoshi remarked approvingly. Just as Suna and Koyoshi launched their counterattack. I concur, Suna declared, a violent wind swirling around his ninja blade, expressing his agreement with Koyoshi's words. He then swung his blade with unrestrained force, joined by Koyoshi, both attacking without a hint of hesitation. Reversal. Do not think it will be so easily thwarted. Suna shouted, a seal suddenly appearing on his forehead. Similarly, Koyoshi bore an eye-shaped seal, adorned with crimson lines, giving the impression that he was ablaze. Boom. Koyoshi's reversal proved ineffective. The assaults from Koyoshi and Suna collided, resulting in a powerful explosion. With a sharp exhale, both retreated, landing steadily on the ground. Did he deflect some of the force? Suna wondered, noting the blood staining the hilt of his blade, droplets trickling down. Koyoshi stood silently on the other side, gripping his weapon tightly, yet unable to stem the blood that dripped like a leaky faucet. The dust before them was violently swept away, revealing Koyoshi standing resolutely, markedly different from before. His clothing was tattered, and his pale skin bore signs of crimson. Yunshu was wounded, an astonishing reality that had come to pass. Yet, the price was that Shazen and Zaiuieshi were also injured. Indeed, as Shazen had articulated, at the very moment of striking the opponent, a portion of the damage was reflected back. It was a reverse application of the return to heaven. Yunshu's mastery of jujitsu exceeded all expectations. You, mere monkeys, dare to wield our power. Yunshu's countenance darkened, an ominous shadow clouding his features. Huh. If it belongs to you, then you ought to protect it well. I almost forgot. You tyrants would even consider making a run for it, wouldn't you? Shazen retorted with a derisive expression directed at Yunshu. What did you say? Simply a bunch of monkeys. Rage boiled over, a tempest of fury unleashed. Yunshu vented his emotions like a child, and in an instant, his chakra erupted forth in its entirety. Terrifying, utterly terrifying, more fearsome than the tailed beasts, an overwhelming pressure bore down relentlessly. It felt as though the heavens had collapsed, rendering his body oppressively heavy. Zaiuieshi gazed at Shazen, who appeared resigned, having realized that Zaiuieshi was aware of his thoughts. Indeed, it was deliberate. The potential for power to erupt was absolutely impossible. Even if it were, it would only last but a fleeting moment. Thus, rather than nurturing false hope, it was preferable to provoke the opponent into unleashing their full strength, and then devise a strategy to cope, for at least in this state of rage, calmness eluded them. This battle was destined to unfold as it had. From their perspective and that of Yunshu, it was merely a matter of timing. 80 gods, return to heaven. What? The expressions of Shazen and Zaiuieshi shifted dramatically. The 80 gods represented the pinnacle of jujitsu's offensive techniques, extending to an absolute defense in return to heaven. What consequences would ensue?